Marshall Peak, Chapter 5201. The Human Race Army is coming. How far away was the East-West Army from Great Evolution Pass when you departed? More than a month's journey, but less than 2 months. Yang Kai had used over 20 days to complete a journey that would have taken an ordinary person nearly 2 months to complete. Even if he borrowed the power of the universe array on the purifying black ink battleship, that was an astounding speed. Nevertheless, considering he was a master of the Tao of space, this result was within the acceptable range. Mi Jingluan quickly made some calculations before saying out loud, in other words, if the East-West Army charges straight for Great Evolution Pass, then they are currently less than 20 days away from contact. But I believe the East-West Army has changed direction already. They are planning to attack the Black Ink Clan's domain after all. It should be almost time. In approximately half a month, the East-West Army will launch an attack on the Black Ink Clan territory. At that time their whereabouts will be exposed. But before that, they will release the thousands of puppets as bait to distract the Black Ink Clan garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. Once it becomes known that the East-West Army appeared in the Black Ink Clan's territory though, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely take action. Mi Jingluan seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be explaining the situation to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What the North-South Army needs to do right now is find a suitable position to set an ambush. When the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass show themselves, we will greet them with a painful assault. With a snap of his fan he made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. Do you have any other orders aside from delivering this message? Yang Kai shook his head. The army commander only asked me to inform the North-South Army of the change in plans. He did not give me any other orders. Good. In that case, please cooperate with the North-South Army for the time being. Yes. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Did you bring the communication device with you? Yang Kai nodded and took out a communication bead. The army commander gave this to me before I left. Mi Jingluan nodded. There's no need to trouble another when one alone is enough for a task. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, I would like to ask you for a favor. Please give me your orders, sir. Head towards Great Evolution Pass and use this communication device to search for Army Commander Ouyang Lai and inform him about the situation here. He has been monitoring the movements around Great Evolution Pass for some time. Ask him whether the Royal Lord has arrived at Great Evolution Pass and whether the Black Ink Clan are showing signs of building up their defenses. After getting the answers, deliver the information back here as quickly as possible. Also, ask him to remain in place to monitor the movements of the Black Ink Clan. If the Royal Lord leaves Great Evolution Pass, he should inform us as soon as possible. Understood. Proceed with caution. The Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass have dispatched many of their troops as scouts to try to locate the North-South Army. Do your best not to be discovered. Yang Kai nodded again. Go. Mi Jingluan gestured for Yang Kai to leave. Yang Kai left with his orders. After Yang Kai left, Mi Jingluan addressed the division commanders. What we need to do now is find a suitable position. This position cannot be located too far from Great Evolution Pass. If we are too far away, we will not have enough time to stop the Black Ink Clan once they dispatch their troops. But we cannot be too close either. If we are too close, we run the risk of being discovered by them. Our best choice is a place located approximately a 3 to 5 day journey away. Do you have any good suggestions? One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters replied, We are not familiar with the topography near Great Evolution Pass. In order to choose a suitable location, we will need to investigate carefully. Furthermore, it's not easy to conceal our fleet. Why don't we have our troops stow away all the warships? That will make it easier for us to remain hidden. Moreover, it won't be too late to summon them when the battle commences. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. That works. However, the purifying black ink battleship has to remain, lest Brother Ouyang have no means to contact us. Following a brief discussion, numerous orders were relayed throughout the fleet, and it didn't take long for almost all the warships to be put away, leaving only the purifying black ink battleship behind. Without the constraints of the warships, it was easier and more effective for the soldiers of the North-South Army to rely on their various secret techniques and artifacts to conceal their presence. Afterwards, Numerous squads were subsequently dispatched to search for a suitable ambush location. On the other hand, Yang Kai left the purifying black ink battleship and sped towards Great Evolution Pass. If he could manipulate space principles, this trip would not have taken him much time to complete. However, Mi Jingluan had asked him to remain hidden as much as possible. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass had dispatched many troops to search for the North-South Army's location, so if he traveled by instantaneous movement and accidentally appeared too close to the Black Ink clan's scouting parties, he would surely be exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai could only travel with great haste using normal means. Before he left, he had asked about the direction and location of Great Evolution Pass, learning he was currently about 10 days away. Hence, there was no rush time-wise. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sped through the void towards Great Evolution Pass from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. These 5 8th Order Masters were the ones who departed from the East-West Army previously. Each of them carried a space ring filled to the brim with puppets. After Yang Kai's departure, the East-West Army acted according to Mi Jingluan's prediction. Be that as it may, these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had acted differently and hurried towards Great Evolution Pass instead. They were only half a month away from Great Evolution Pass at the moment, and up until recently, they had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman. But they had constantly run into various Black Ink clansmen over the past few days. Most of these Black Ink clan teams were led by a single feudal lord, so they were naturally no match for the 5 division commanders. Needless to say, the 8th Order Masters slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen they came across without any mercy. Nevertheless, their frequent encounters with the Black Ink clan indicated that their presence had been noticed. All of a sudden, the leading 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to an abrupt halt and sent out a divine sense transmission. It's about time. Let's begin. The 4 others nodded in agreement. They each took out a space ring, and with a surge of their divine senses, large batches of puppets began to appear. Each of these puppets radiated with the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or higher, up to the 7th Order. One puppet alone might not be very noticeable, but they became a mighty force when so many of them were gathered together in one spot. As the number of puppets increased, the aura they released became more and more imposing. Soon the entire void became distorted by their mere presence. A total of 70,000 puppets were quickly summoned by the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These puppets were neatly dressed, and their energy sources had been installed and charged in advance. The divine senses of the 5 8th Order Masters surged once more to relay an extremely simple instruction to the puppet army gathered in front of them. In the next moment, the puppet army silently embarked directly in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Issuing an order to some 70,000 puppets at once meant that each 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was responsible for more than 10,000 puppets. Even if their cultivations were deep and profound, they could not prevent their complexions from turning pale. That was also why 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched together. If their numbers were reduced in any way, they would not have been able to control so many of these puppets at once. After releasing the puppet army of tens of thousands, the task of these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be considered complete. They watched the puppet army drifting away into the distance, and after resting for a short while, they turned around and sped towards the depths of the void. It was necessary for them to join up with the rest of the army as their strength would ultimately be required to contribute during the attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. The puppet army marched forward. In less than an hour, a Black Ink clan search party soon detected the aura of this army from a distance. There was no helping it. The aura radiating from the puppet army simply stood out too much, like a bright moon in the middle of the night. It was difficult for the Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity to not notice their presence. This scouting party was led by a feudal lord, who had received the orders to investigate the possible locations of the human race army. Over the last couple of days, his search had been fruitless, hence he never expected to make such a big discovery today. He originally wanted to investigate more carefully, but he was frightened by the overwhelming aura and did not dare to approach too closely. Even just sensing them from so far away made his face turn pale. At a glance, he could tell that there were several tens of thousands in the human race army marching towards Great Evolution Pass without any intention of concealing themselves. Therefore he did not dare to delay and hurriedly relayed the news to the rear. At the same time, he continuously retreated into the distance while monitoring the movements of the humans from afar. A few days later, the information was finally delivered to Great Evolution Pass thanks to the efforts of several Black Ink clan squads. Inside the spacious Grand Hall, a group of territory lords were locked in a heated discussion. Meanwhile, the gigantic royal lord with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back simply sat there with his head resting on his hand and his eyes closed. He looked as though he had not moved at all since arriving. All of a sudden, a feudal lord rushed into the Grand Hall and whispered something to Hong Di before he quickly left again. The territory lords fell silent and turned to look at Hong Di. Hong Di stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Royal Lord, we have discovered the movements of the human race army." The royal lord opened his eyes slightly. "Speak." "I received a report just now stating that the human race army has been detected in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. The number of enemies is estimated to be between 60,000 and 70,000. Moreover, they are marching directly towards Great Evolution Pass. A feudal lord has been monitoring their movements from a distance, but he has found no signs to indicate that they plan to change their course." Impudence. Does the human race believe that they can retake this great pass with a trivial force of 60,000 to 70,000? They clearly do not know their place. That's just coming from Wind and Cloud Pass. What about Azure Void Pass? There might be another army no less than these numbers coming from the other direction. If they joined together, their numbers would reach over 100,000. So what if they have 100,000? With Great Evolution Pass acting as a shield and nearly 1 million of our Black Ink clan soldiers, forget a mere 100,000, they would never succeed even if they had double those numbers. That's right. It's one thing if they didn't attack us, but since they dared to come, then we'll make sure they never return. Royal Lord, please allow us to meet the humans in battle. The territory lords clamored noisily. Since they occupied the geographical advantage and their military strength far exceeded that of the humans, they naturally had the qualifications to dismiss the approaching threat. However, as long as the royal lord said nothing, they did not dare to act rashly no matter how much noise they made. The royal lord remained silent for a time before finally opening his mouth to ask, "Did you learn the location of the Ninth Order Master?" Hong Di replied, "The feudal lord did not mention anything about this matter. But the Ninth Order Master will surely come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass." The royal lord responded flatly and added lightly, "Prepare yourselves. It looks like the human race will attack soon." "Yes." The territory lords answered loudly and rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. News from the front line continuously arrived at Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than an 8-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Furthermore, they showed no signs of stopping, slowing down, or changing direction. The human race army was less than a 5-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than a 3-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was only 1 day away from Great Evolution Pass. Somewhere outside Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang and his disciples secretly concealed themselves in one of the scattered asteroids. Their current location was much closer to Great Evolution Pass compared to their previous hiding spot. It could even be said that they were so close that they were being reckless. Martial Peak, Chapter 5202. This is bad, Honored Master. At this location, if the whereabouts of the master and disciple were discovered by the Black Ink clan, then they would not be able to escape even though Ouyang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That was because the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass could arrive at this spot in the blink of an eye and kill them. Gonglian was very unhappy. He felt as though his honored master was being ridiculous and reckless. However, as the disciple, he could not criticize the actions of his honored master and could only act as carefully as possible. As they were simply too close, Ouyang did not dare to glance around Great Evolution Pass at all despite their auras and figures being concealed. He was worried that his careless gaze might arouse the vigilance of a powerful Black Ink clan master. That was why he instructed his disciple to investigate the situation around Great Evolution Pass from beginning to end. Gong Lian's innate abilities not only allowed him to have a very keen perception of any approaching danger but also minimized the presence of his existence whenever he wanted to investigate something. For that reason, even the royal lord would not notice him as long as he remained careful. The recent days had been very exhausting for Gonglian. He had always been lazy. Be that as it may, he was now required to monitor the situation at Great Evolution Pass at all times and report every movement to his honored master. He didn't even have the time to fall into a daze. It had to be said that the trance achieved during the divine wandering was his greatest hobby in life. Under those circumstances, he could empty his entire mind and receive an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Stinking brat. Ouyang suddenly elbowed his disciple because he had not moved in a long time. Are you in a daze again? Gonglian shrank back and flatly denied, No. I wasn't. I was checking the movements of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. You shouldn't always slander me like that, honored master. You should trust in your disciple. How could Ouyang not understand his own disciple's personality? Nevertheless, he did not say anything regarding that matter and simply inquired, Have there been any changes? There aren't any huge changes, but there seem to be many additional Black Ink clan masters on the four walls of Great Evolution Pass. It's like what? Ouyang asked. Like they're preparing for something? Gonglian replied with uncertainty. The corners of Ouyang mouth twitched. They have gathered nearly 1 million troops here. It's obvious that they are guarding against an attack from our army. It's not the same, Gonglian shook his head. Although they stationed their troops here in the past, they've never mobilized such a great force before. Their current movements give me the sense that our human army is about to attack, and they're making final preparations. Ouyang raised his brow. The Black Ink clan is making preparations for war? Could it be that Brother Mi has made a move? But that shouldn't be. If Mi Jingluan were to make a move, he would surely find a way to communicate with me. He wouldn't attack without notifying me first. But if it isn't the North-South army, then could it be the East-West army? He quickly probed further. Which direction is the Black Ink clan's defense focused on at the moment? Is it the left or the right? If it was the left, then the Black Ink clan was defending against the East-West army. If it was the right, then they were defending against the North-South army. Gonglian replied, From where I stand, it's the left. There are more than 12 territory lords standing on the walls and looking out into the distance. Ouyang scowled at those words. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass seems to be guarding against something from the direction of the East-West army. But if that's the case, why didn't the East-West army contact me beforehand? Is the East-West army planning to attack the Great Pass alone? Xianxia can't be that reckless, right? Besides, even if Xianxia is unreliable, there's still the old ancestor. While Ouyang was stewing in his doubts, Gonglian suddenly frowned. Honored master, I can sense something coming from over there. What is it? Is it the royal lord? Ouyang was startled. Gonglian shook his head. It's not the royal lord. There is no sense of danger coming from that presence, but the aura of what's coming is very strong. Extremely strong. Ouyang could not understand what his disciple was saying, but he also understood that his disciple would not speak nonsense. Therefore he was resentful of the fact that he could not act recklessly while he was currently in this position. Otherwise, he could have extended his divine sense to perceive his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no need for him to carefully probe his surroundings, as not long after Gonglian finished speaking, Ouyang detected the powerful presence his disciple mentioned just now. It was certainly extremely powerful. Even though there was a great distance between them, the aura transmitted clearly across the void. However, what puzzled him was that the aura was rather messy and complicated despite being very powerful. It was as though the presence was formed from the fusion of countless auras. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Ouyang expression changed drastically. The presence was completely unlike Ouyang and his disciple, who acted carefully so that they remained undetected. More than 12 territory lords stood side by side on the towering walls of Great Evolution Pass that faced Wind and Cloud Pass. Under their powerful perception, they could clearly perceive the overwhelming aura coming from the human race army that was about half a day's journey away from Great Evolution Pass. That aura was akin to an unsheathed blade that moved forward indomitably. It was extremely imposing and frightening. Although the territory lords had previously spouted various grand statements back in the meeting hall, they couldn't help grimacing slightly after sensing the approaching aura. Had the humans gone crazy? It was beyond unreasonable for them to attack so directly without the slightest intention to conceal their intentions. They were looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Seeing as the human army was about to arrive, the Black Ink clan did not remain idle. As the territory lords conveyed their orders to their subordinates, countless Black Ink clansmen sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the entire Great Evolution Pass felt as though a storm was coming. A chilling and murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire Great Pass as a result. Honored Master, this is bad. It's the human race army. Half a day later, Gong Lian suddenly let out a strange cry. Ouyang Lai looked grim but remained silent. The truth was that he had already speculated about this outcome. That overwhelming yet disordered aura was clearly the forward march of an army. Besides, the only ones that could come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass was the Great Evolution Pass East-West Army. What is Xianxia trying to do? Is he courting death? Ouyang Lai held the communication device in the palm of his hand and his divine sense surged, trying to communicate with the other party. However, he did not receive any response at all. Damn it! He cursed at Xianxia in his heart. What are the old ancestors thinking? I can't believe they allowed such a fool to serve as the Eastern Army's commander. The East-West Army is about to die under his leadership. How will the North-South Army deal with the fallout if the East-West Army is destroyed? Should they ignore the situation? Or do their best to rescue their comrades? Besides, doesn't the East-West Army know to investigate the situation at Great Evolution Pass before taking action? How can they be so reckless? They are looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Or, did they just assume that there are not many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass? Ouyang Lai had seen with his own eyes that there were nearly 1 million enemy troops in Great Evolution Pass. There was also a royal lord personally overseeing this area, so forget the East-West Army acting alone. Even if they gathered the strength of the Great Evolution Army, they would not be able to conquer Great Evolution Pass in a short time. What about the old ancestor? Even if the East-West Army wanted to act so reckless, why didn't the old ancestor overseeing the army stop them? There was too much off about this whole situation. Are you sure that it's the East-West Army? Although it was almost certain, it was necessary to verify the truth. Gong Lian nodded. I can see them now. There's no doubt it's a human army. Ouyang Lai was heartbroken. A long while passed before he questioned, how many people? At this moment he could only hope that the East-West Army had not committed all its forces to this attack. If that was the case, then the losses would not be too great. Gong Lian replied, tens of thousands. Ouyang Lai couldn't stop himself from cursing angrily. That childish buffoon is not qualified to participate in strategic planning. Ouyang Lai could already foresee the complete annihilation of the East-West Army. However, there's way too many people. There are at least 60,000 auras, Gong Lian replied. Startled, Ouyang Lai turned to look at his disciple. Open your eyes wider and look harder. How many are there? Gong Lian shook his head. I can't give you an exact number, honored master. I might be discovered if I observe too closely, but I'm certain there is somewhere between 60,000 to 70,000 people. With Gong Lian speaking with such certainty, it could only mean that he had not seen wrongly. Ouyang Lai was immediately confused. 60,000 to 70,000 people? Where did the 60,000 to 70,000 people come from? The forces of the East-West Army and the North-South Army should only contain around 30,000 soldiers each. Even if they combined their forces together, they would only have about 60,000. Since the army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, then it could only be the East-West Army. So how did their numbers double? Could it be that they combined forces with the North-South Army? But Mi Jingluan had not sent anybody to inform him about the situation. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is heading directly towards Great Evolution Pass. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is about to enter the attack range of Great Evolution Pass, but they are showing no signs of stopping. This is bad, honored master. The Black Ink clan has started attacking. The front lines of the East-West Army have suffered heavy casualties. This is bad, honored master. Every time Gong Lian shouted, Ouyang Lai's heart twisted in response. Despite being a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, He could barely withstand the shock at this moment. He was tempted to block out his ears so that he could not listen to his disciples' words, but even if he did not listen, the losses of the East-West army were unavoidable. He even considered taking the risk to warn the East-West army about the situation at Great Evolution Pass. However, he still carried a glimmer of hope that this was all part of the East-West army's strategy. They had the protection of an old ancestor after all, so there might be a different result if it came down to a fight. Unfortunately, it seemed that those were nothing more than his wishful thoughts. "Honored master, something is strange," Gong Lian suddenly observed. "What?" Yonglai asked solemnly. "There's something strange about the army. Although they are being attacked, none of them are fighting back. Tens of thousands of them have already fallen in such a short time, but there are no signs of them trying to resist. More importantly, there have been no traces indicating the deaths of Open Heaven Masters." After Gong Lian mentioned that, Yonglai suddenly realized the oddity of the situation. That's right. Traces were generally left behind following the death of any Open Heaven Realm Master. Leaving aside those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, the phenomenon that followed the death of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely noticeable. Be that as it may, he had yet to sense the phenomenon that should have occurred following the death of a single high-rank master. Tens of thousands of people had died on the battlefield, yet none of them had been a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. That did not make any sense. What's more, the auras of the Open Heaven Realm Masters simply faded away continuously with every death that occurred, which did not make any sense either. On the other hand, the Black Ink Clan's attacks continued without pause. The various artifacts and spirit arrays that had been set up along the city walls in advance blasted out at full strength, turning into devastating destructive power that plowed through the human race army. Yonglai could clearly perceive these movements. However, he could not sense any attacks coming from the human side. It seemed as though only the aftermath of the artifacts and spirit arrays raged across the battlefield. There was no eruption of world force at all. The East-West army isn't fighting back? Why aren't they fighting back? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5203. The human race army was completely wiped out. Even just by watching from afar, both Yonglai and his disciple could sense the abnormality of the human race army. Therefore, it was impossible that those powerful Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass had failed to detect the oddity. The truth was that they had noticed this abnormality much earlier than Yonglai and his disciple. The human race army of 60,000 to 70,000 people had arrived with such an imposing force. Although the Black Ink clan seemed nonchalant about the matter on the surface, the truth was that they had responded to the attack with extreme prudence. Therefore, the Black Ink clan did not dispatch their troops to fight in the void. Their current strategy was similar to what the human race at Great Evolution Pass had done more than 30,000 years ago. They relied on the defenses of the Great Pass and used various artifacts and arrays to hit the human race army from afar. That was why the spirit arrays and artifacts set up across the walls began to blast out with countless attacks under the orders of the territory lords as soon as the human race army entered their attack range. The quality of these spirit arrays and artifacts could not be compared to those at any other Great Pass. Although their numbers were large, their strength was vastly inferior. That couldn't be helped though, as both artifact refiners and array masters were very rare among the Black Ink clan. Their only source of artifact refiners and array masters came from the Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Many Black Ink clansmen had devoted themselves to cultivating the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays over the years, but whether due to a difference in races or something else, the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays of the human race could not be perfectly mastered by the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen could never attain significant achievements in these Taos. Therefore, the quality of the refined artifacts and the prepared spirit arrays remained extremely low. It was only natural that their strength would not be too impressive either. Nevertheless, the preparations that spanned over 30,000 years resulted in a rather large number of spirit arrays and artifacts. According to the estimation of the territory lords, they might be able to cause some casualties to the human race army by borrowing the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts. Nonetheless, they expected the number of casualties to be low. The humans were not fools after all. They would naturally know how to construct defenses in preparation for their invasion. In any case, the most important factor was to take down the humans' arrogance by a notch. Contrary to their expectations though, when the war broke out, the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts achieved an unexpected effect that shocked the entire Black Ink clan. Under the shroud of the countless rays of light, the humans collapsed like flies and exploded upon death. The outcome both shocked and pleased the territory lords. Although they did not know why the human race was so weak and fragile, they were happy to see such an outcome. Nevertheless, as the human race army rapidly dwindled in number, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly strange. Faced with the overwhelming attack from the Black Ink clan, the human race army showed no intention of fighting back or even defending themselves. It did not matter how many people died, they simply bowed their heads and rushed forward in silence. It was almost as though they did not know how to write the word death. What bothered the territory lords the most was that there were no signs of the phenomena that should have come with the death of the human race. Besides that, where were the human warships? No matter which theater it was, the human race's greatest reliance after the Great Passes themselves had always been their warships that served both offensive and defensive roles. Although more than 30,000 years had passed since the last time Great Evolution Theater had experienced a real war, which territory lord among those that were present did not lead an army to provide reinforcements at Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass at least a dozen times over that period. Hence they generally fought a battle against the human race every few hundred years. They all had a deep understanding of the strength of the warships used by the human race and would never forget such experiences. It was clearly unusual that there was not a single warship accompanying this human army of several tens of thousands. Less than an hour had passed since the human army entered the attack range of the Black Ink clan, but after such a brief period, only several thousand enemies remained from the original tens of thousands. Following an order from Hong Di, the endless humming of the spirit arrays and artifacts on the city walls slowly subsided. The various anomalies were far too obvious, so how could he fail to notice them? Even the other territory lords had noticed the oddness of the situation by now. Under the watch of the territory lords, the remaining few thousand troops of the human race army continued to march directly towards Great Evolution Pass and soon arrived within a few hundred kilometers of its walls. At this distance, the territory lords could clearly see some clues about the oddity of the situation. Hong Di frowned and reached out to grab at something in front of him. One of the human soldiers was captured by him and drawn over. The other territory lords observed with solemn expressions. The object in front of them contained no vitality at all. It was not a human at all, but rather some kind of puppet wearing a layer of clothes. Shockingly, this puppet was giving off the aura of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. It was conceivable that the entire human army of several tens of thousands was made up of similar puppets. It was just that their numbers were too great, and their combined aura was too powerful when they were gathered together, so that from far enough away, even the territory lords failed to notice anything strange. As a result, the Black Ink clan had mistakenly thought that the human race army was preparing to storm Great Evolution Pass. What are the humans trying to do? One of the territory lords was absolutely baffled. The other territory lords remained silent as none of them knew the intentions behind the actions of the human race. Hong Di quickly took charge. There must be a reason for this strange situation. It could not have been easy to refine tens of thousands of puppets. The humans must be plotting something to go through all this effort. We need to report this matter to the royal lord immediately. Saying so, he turned around and left with the puppet in his grasp. It was evident that he was going to meet the royal lord. Outside Great Evolution Pass, where Ouyang was hiding with his disciple, Gong Lian observed with a frown, "Honored master, the human army has been completely annihilated." That news would normally have been enough to send anybody into despair. However, at this point, Ouyang had calmed down considerably after noticing that something was strange about the situation. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could be certain that this was part of the East-West Army's strategy. Just as he made the decision to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship and contact Mi Jingluan to ask about this matter, a subtle reaction came from the communication bead in his possession. He quickly took out the communication bead and focused his mind on it. It was an unfamiliar divine sense claiming to be Yang Kai from the East-West Army of Great Evolution Pass. This person also claimed to have military information to report and asked him for his location. Ouyang had been waiting for the East-West Army to contact him, So now that they finally made contact, he immediately told the other party about his location. A short while later, a figure silently sped over from a distance. It was not until that figure was within a mere 1,000 kilometers of Ouyang that he noticed its presence. This was an amazing feat that also indicated just how extraordinary this person's ability to conceal his aura was. Ouyang continuously guided the other party towards his location. After a short search, Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment where Ouyang and his Gonglian were hiding and couldn't help feeling startled. Army Commander Ouyang sure is bold. From this position, Yang Kai could clearly see the situation at Great Evolution Pass, as it was only about 30,000 kilometers away from Great Pass. Yang Kai had not encountered any difficulties along his journey, but he did waste a lot of time in order to avoid the Black Ink clan scouts that were patrolling the surrounding areas. That was why he only managed to contact Ouyang now. Upon arriving at the universe fragment, he did not see Ouyang anywhere. Just as he was feeling confused, he felt a weak energy fluctuation coming from nearby and received another message from Ouyang on the communication bead at the same time. Yang Kai immediately understood and headed in that direction. It didn't take long before he passed through a spirit array and came to a hidden spot. There were two people in front of him. One of them was a burly red-headed old man, while the other was a young man who looked no older than himself. However, for some reason Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the word lazy when he looked at the young man. The young man's entire body seemed to be radiating a lethargic and carefree aura. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Ouyang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Are you from the East-West Army? Ouyang examined Yang Kai carefully. Yes. Yang Kai replied. Why does it feel as though Army Commander Ouyang is barely holding back his anger? What military information does Xianxia have for me? Why hasn't the East-West Army met up with the North-South Army? Ouyang questioned grimly. Yang Kai explained, the East-West Army will not be rendezvousing with the North-South Army for the time being. There have been some changes to the original plans. Ouyang forced himself to calm down and patiently asked, explain the situation. Therefore Yang Kai reiterated his previous conversation with Mi Jingluan. Ouyang originally listened with a gloomy look on his face, but his expression was changing constantly as time passed. When he finally understood the whole plan, his displeased expression finally relaxed. I knew it. I was wondering how Xianxia could be so stupid. So that's how it is. He rubbed his chin. In other words, the army of 70,000 that the Black Ink clan annihilated just now were merely puppets. Yang Kai was taken aback. This junior felt some movements coming from Great Evolution Pass just now. Was that the annihilation of the puppets? Ouyang nodded, and those 70,000 or so puppets have almost been wiped out completely. Pausing for a moment, he abruptly continued, now that we have attracted the attention of the Black Ink clan, the East-West Army must have made their move, right? This junior does not know, but since Army Commander Xianxia has a plan in place, I'm sure he will have arranged the timing perfectly. In addition, when this junior separated from Senior Me earlier, Senior Me instructed me to ask whether the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass was showing signs of mobilizing. Ouyang nodded. The Black Ink clan gathered nearly 1 million troops in Great Evolution Pass recently. Even the Royal Lord rushed over to oversee this place in person. After saying that, he couldn't help snorting softly. Xianxia, that old fox. He lured the Royal Lord here but led the army to attack the Black Ink clan territory instead. I wonder just how mad the Royal Lord will be when he learns about it. Yang Kai said nothing. At this point, combined with the information he learned recently, he was beginning to form a clear understanding of the plan designed by Xianxia. Thus he was filled with a sense of admiration. If Mi Jingluan's inference was correct, then this series of plans was all a result of encountering the Black Ink clan's 300,000 reinforcements. It might be that Xianxia thought up this new strategy when he first discovered the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army, and all his actions afterwards were in preparation to carry it out. This plan might have been made up on the spot, but the preparations taken during the march of the army were enough to make it foolproof. It was truly a blessing for the Great Evolution Army to have such a far-sighted army commander. It was just as Ouyang mentioned earlier. Xianxia had lured the royal lord to Great Evolution Pass but led his army to attack the Black Ink clan's territory instead. The Black Ink clansmen left behind to oversee their domain were surely in for an unpleasant surprise. Mi Jinglun was amazing too. He had managed to deduce the East-West army's plan with only a few clues. Compared with these old foxes who had lived on the Black Ink battlefield and fought the Black Ink clan for countless years, Yang Kai felt like a blank slate of naivety. Nevertheless, as just one of the soldiers of the human race army, Yang Kai did not need to consider too much. With his current cultivation and status, all he needed to consider was how to lead Dawn so that he could kill more enemies on the battlefield. As for the big picture and the deployment of troops, he could leave such matters to the people above him. It might be that he would only be eligible to participate in various high-level decisions once he advanced to the Eighth Order. Martial Peak, Chapter 5204, The Panicked Royal Lord. Inside the main conference hall of Great Evolution Pass, the Royal Lord remained seated on the throne of bones as usual. In addition, there were more than a dozen territory lords lined up on both sides below him. More than 30 territory lords had currently gathered at Great Evolution Pass. In order to confront the human race army of 70,000 that came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, nearly two-thirds of the territory lords had been deployed to defend the walls under Hongdi's leadership. Meanwhile, the other third of the territory lords stayed in the main hall and quietly waited for news. The current arrangement was due to the presence of a large human race army hiding nearby, in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Nobody knew when this particular human race army would appear, so the Black Ink clan had to conserve a certain amount of strength for their defenses. They originally thought that the human army would march on them from both sides and attack Great Evolution Pass in a pincer maneuver, but contrary to their expectations, only one side experienced a fierce battle while the other remained completely silent. There was no news from the human race army stationed closer to Azure Void Pass, let alone any information on where they were hidden. If the Royal Lord made a move personally, he might have been able to discover the hiding spot of the human race army. However, his opponent was destined to be the human old ancestor, so he had to conserve his energy before that battle. While the territory lords were silently discussing matters regarding the human race army's movements amongst themselves, Hongdi barged into the hall in a hurry. The discussion among the territory lords came to an abrupt halt, and they swiftly glanced towards Hongdi. Hongdi bowed deeply. Royal Lord, the human race army was fake. All 70,000 of the soldiers were mere puppets dressed up to look real. Moreover, they are extremely weak. Almost the entire army has been annihilated by now. While speaking, he tossed the captured puppet in his hand to the ground. The territory lords looked down in shock. The entire human race army of 70,000 was fake? They were just puppets? Meanwhile, the royal lord sitting on the throne opened his eyes slightly with a confused expression. He might be a royal lord with overwhelming power, but he was not a spy hiding among the human race, so it was naturally impossible for him to figure out what the humans were trying to do with the little information he had on hand. More importantly, if the human race army was made up of mere puppets in disguise, where was the real human army? Throughout the years, the Black Ink clan had deeply suffered from the treachery of the human race on countless occasions. Seeing how the humans were willing to go to such lengths to refine so many puppets just to draw their attention, there was clearly some sort of conspiracy going on. The royal lord vaguely felt a sense of unease coursing through him. At that moment, a feudal lord ran into the conference hall from the outside, shouting and stumbling around in a panic. "Sir Hongdi, this subordinate has received an urgent report." Hongdi turned to look in that direction and discovered that it was the feudal lord in charge of overseeing the Black Ink nest and gathering information from the entire theater. Seeing how panicked the other party looked, it was evident that something major had occurred. Hongdi turned back to the royal lord with a look of inquiry in his eye, and after receiving permission from the royal lord, he asked solemnly, "What is it?" The feudal lord bowed and reported the situation. "A moment ago, I received news from the Zhichong territory lord's Black Ink nest. In his territory, they discovered a large number of people suspected to be a human army composed of some 30,000 people in total." "What?" Zhichong turned pale in shock and jumped up in horror. He had fled across the void for more than a year without any rest and finally escaped to Great Evolution Pass. Afterwards, he received an order from the royal lord and returned to his territory, hastily gathered an army of some 30,000, and brought them to Great Evolution Pass to help defend it. It was precisely because his territory was relatively close to Great Evolution Pass that he arrived fairly quickly. In fact, the royal lord had gathered all the territory lords whose territories were located on the periphery of Great Evolution Pass. That was the only way the Black Ink clan army could have gathered so many troops at Great Evolution Pass so quickly. Of course, it wasn't as though the territory lords in the deeper areas remained idle with nothing better to do. Every one of them had gathered a force of between 20,000 to 30,000 and set out towards Great Evolution Pass. Their task was to temporarily take over the territories that were currently without a territory lord and remain there on standby. Although Xianxia was not stationed in his own territory and a force of some 30,000 had been deployed to Great Evolution Pass, there was another territory lord from a different territory temporarily overseeing his domain, so Xianxia's territory was not completely defenseless. Nevertheless, against a human race army of 30,000, the ability of a single Black Ink clan territory to resist was minimal at best. The Black Ink clan had an extensive understanding of the composition of the human race armies. For an army consisting of 30,000 soldiers, there would be at least a few dozen Eighth Order masters among their ranks, and although their overall numbers were few, each human was an elite. In this aspect, the human race was very different from the Black Ink clan, whose strength varied greatly from individual to individual. Moreover, the humans also had warships. That was why Xianxia immediately became anxious when he heard that an army of 30,000 had appeared in his territory. He abruptly recalled the human race army he encountered on the way to Wind and Cloud Pass and couldn't help wondering. That army also had a force of 30,000. Could there be such a coincidence? If it really was the army he encountered the other day, then the territory lord overseeing his territory at this moment had probably already met a disastrous fate. Forget the several dozen Eighth Order masters, that army even had a Ninth Order old ancestor leading them. What about now? Where is the human race army now? Xianxia asked anxiously. The feudal lord shook his head. I don't know. We lost contact with the Black Ink nest in Sir Xianxia's territory after we received the report regarding the sighting of the human race army. Furthermore, according to the reports from the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, the mid-grade Black Ink nest at Sir Xianxia territory can no longer be contacted. Even the traces of its existence have been erased. Xianxia immediately turned pale and slumped down in his chair. A Black Ink nest, owned by a territory lord, could no longer be contacted, and even the traces of its existence had been erased from the network. In this case, there was only one possibility. It had been destroyed. The feudal lord who reported the situation earlier mentioned that he received the report not long ago. In other words, not much time had elapsed between the appearance of the human race army and the destruction of the territory lord Black Ink nest. Therefore, there was an extremely high possibility that it was the work of the human army under the command of the old ancestor. There could be no other reason for Xianxia's mid-rank ink nest to be destroyed so quickly. The humans' plan was to lure the tiger from the mountain. Hong Di snarled through gritted teeth. They used those puppets to distract us and make us think that they were attacking the Great Pass when in reality, their goal was not Great Evolution Pass but our territories. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other territory lords who initially just sympathized with Xianxia's situation immediately panicked. They had initially rejoiced slightly when they heard that Xianxia's Black Ink nest had been destroyed, feeling thankful that the human army had not invaded their homes. Otherwise, the unlucky ones would have been them instead. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Xianxia's Black Ink nest was simply the first to be destroyed while it would not be the last. The Black Ink nests were the foundation of the entire Black Ink clan. If they were all destroyed, then it would be impossible for them to spawn new clansmen. They would eventually lose their numerical advantage against the human race in the war if that happened, and defeat would become inevitable. Although a territory lord's Black Ink nest could be produced by the royal lord's Black Ink nest, the birth of each and every territory lord Black Ink nest required an exorbitant price in exchange. If too many mid-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed, the territory lords would need to wait a very long time before they could obtain new ones. If the royal lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, the territory lords couldn't help shuddering in fear, not daring to let their thoughts continue down that road. On the other hand, a sudden and thunderous rumble resounded throughout the conference hall before Hong Di could even finish his sentence. The rumbling sound was accompanied by a black shadow shooting out at the same time. The territory lords looked in that direction only to see that the royal lord, who had been sitting on the throne of bones, was now nowhere to be seen. The dark shadow that rushed past them earlier was none other than the royal lord himself. Although he had remained as calm as a mountain since coming to Great Evolution Pass, he could no longer keep his composure after hearing that the human race army had destroyed the territory belonging to one of his subordinate territory lords. He had evidently realized the dire consequences that would follow if his high-rank black ink nest was destroyed. Therefore he had to prevent that from happening at all costs. It was fortunate that he still had some time. Having only just stepped foot into the Black Ink clan territory for the first time, the human race was surely not familiar with the topography, so it would not be easy for them to locate the royal city in short order. In the next moment, the royal lord's order spread to the ears of the territory lords. Half of the army will remain here to guard Great Evolution Pass. The other half will set off for the royal city at full speed. The territory lords who received the order hurriedly gathered together to discuss the situation. The royal lord had not mentioned any names in his command, so they had to come up with a plan to decide who would stay and protect Great Evolution Pass and who would head towards the royal city. Needless to say, everybody would prefer to remain at Great Evolution Pass, for it was much safer here. If they set off for the royal city now, there was no saying whether they would encounter the human army on the way. Who could resist against the strength of the human old ancestor if that happened? Nevertheless, they neither dared to disobey the command of the royal lord nor drag their feet in this matter. After a series of compromises and concessions, they soon came up with a plan. Out of the 30 or so territory lords, half of them would remain at Great Evolution Pass under Hongdi's leadership. Great Evolution Pass was originally Hongdi's territory, so it stood to reason he should remain. That was an advantage that the other territory lords did not have. Meanwhile, the other half of the territory lords departed for the royal city under Zhichang's leadership. It did not take long for the Black Ink clan army at Great Evolution Pass to start moving as the territory lords summoned their respective armies. In the vast void, the royal lord flew in the direction of the royal city at a terrifying speed. He had to return to the royal city immediately. Otherwise, it would be too late if the human army arrived before him. If his black ink nest was destroyed, then all the black ink nests in this entire theater would wither and die as well. The Black Ink clan would be powerless to replenish their forces if that were to happen, and that would effectively guarantee their extinction in the not-so-distant future. The royal lord never imagined that the human race would be so bold. When he predicted that the humans were coming to retake Great Evolution Pass, he immediately gathered many territory lords and deployed various defenses in preparation for the confrontation. Contrary to his expectations, the humans seemed to have no intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever. They simply sent out an army of puppets to distract him while their real army marched directly into the Black Ink clan territory. They made a fool of me. The royal lord was filled with fury. Along the way, he suddenly raised his hand and dense black ink strength condensed and twisted in the palm of his hand, gradually transforming into the shape of a miniature black ink nest. This was not an actual black ink nest, but he could borrow its power to communicate with his own high-rank black ink nest and then issue commands to the other territory lords through it. The human race army with a force of 30,000 soldiers had already appeared in the Black Ink clan's territory. There was bound to be an old ancestor and a few dozen Eighth-Order masters among their ranks. With such strength, it was impossible to repel the humans with the military strength of a single territory alone. The only way for the Black Ink clan to stand a fighting chance was if they rallied together at one spot. In this case, the royal city was the battlefield chosen by the royal lord. That was because the human race would surely target the royal city. Regardless of whether they knew about the secrets behind the black ink nests or not, they were bound to aim for the destruction of his high-rank black ink nest as their biggest goal. If he wanted to protect his black ink nest, then he had to gather the strength of all the territory lords under his command. However, doing so would completely deprive the other territories of any troops even if the royal city did not suffer any consequences. In other words, the Black Ink clan would be abandoning a vast swath of their territory. There would be countless slaughtered Black Ink clansmen and destroyed Black Ink nests as a result of this decision. Despite being completely heartbroken by the losses, the royal lord had no other choice. He had never imagined that the human race would be so cunning and difficult to handle without the constraints of a great pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5205, The Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass has moved out. A long time ago, this particular royal lord had discovered an interesting fact. That was the impact of the Great Passes on the human race. It was undeniable that the Great Passes provided great help to the human race over countless years. By borrowing the power of these Great Passes, the humans managed to guard their land and prevent the Black Ink Clan from moving forward despite their much smaller numbers. No matter how strong the individual strength of each human, it would have been difficult for them to hold the line without the Great Passes. However, these Great Passes that provided such significant assistance to the human race were also a form of restriction and constraint. These Great Passes had effectively locked them up inside a prison because they did not dare to abandon their positions and move around freely. It could be said that their reliance on the Great Passes was extremely strong. As a result, all the wars throughout history had always been initiated by the Black Ink Clan. Meanwhile, the humans had always relied upon the strength of the Great Passes to defend against the attacks. This long-standing situation on the battlefield was with very few exceptions. It was not until today, when the human race traveled great distances across the void in order to recover the Great Evolution Pass that was lost 30,000 years ago, that the Royal Lord finally understood what kind of threat the human race could pose towards the Black Ink Clan once they were freed from the constraints of the Great Passes. The human army came from afar, acting as though they were charging straight towards Great Evolution Pass. Nobody could have imagined that it was just an army of puppets. On the contrary, the actual human army had already invaded the Black Ink Clan's territory. The humans successfully deceived both the Royal Lord and the Territory Lords, causing their attention to be focused on Great Evolution Pass and lowering their guard in other areas. Despite standing in opposing positions, the Royal Lord could not help admiring the decisiveness of the humans. Faced with such an opponent, a difficult battle was unavoidable. At this moment, the Royal Lord could only hope that his message would be delivered in time and that the Black Ink Clan's losses would not be too severe. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai continued after reporting the current situation to Ouyang Lai. Senior Me instructed this junior to report back on the current situation as soon as possible. If you do not have any other orders for me, Senior Ouyang, this junior will return first. Ouyang Lai nodded lightly. Before Ouyang Lai could speak though, Gong Lian, who had been silent ever since Yang Kai arrived, suddenly shouted with a drastic change of expression, "Quiet! Conceal your aura." Ouyang Lai immediately withdrew his aura into his body and became as still as a piece of driftwood. Although Yang Kai did not understand the sudden turn of events, his reaction was very fast and he quickly concealed his aura. No more than 10 breaths of time after Gong Lian spoke, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from Great Evolution Pass and charged straight into the depths of the void. The figure rushing out from Great Evolution Pass moved at an astonishing speed, brushing past them and speeding off into the distance, crossing less than 10,000 kilometers away from their hiding spot. Yang Kai looked down and did not move. If his perception was not wrong, the aura that just passed them by belonged to the Royal Lord. This place was concealed by a spirit array and a barrier. So even without Gong Lian's warning, the Royal Lord might not have discovered them if he was not paying attention. Be that as it may, concealing their auras was an additional layer of protection for them. There was no saying what flaws the Royal Lord might notice if he happened to glance in their direction by accident. Yang Kai glanced at Gong Lian in surprise. He did not know this young man, but this person had given him a strong impression of being lazy and carefree during their first meeting. Nevertheless, Gong Lian was not weak. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Just his ability to detect the Royal Lord's movements in advance was shocking enough. What's more, Yang Kai did not sense him activating any kind of divine sense or secret technique whatsoever. How did he detect the Royal Lord's movements and warn us in time? The Royal Lord might have disappeared into the distance, but the three of them did not dare to act recklessly. They did not know whether the Royal Lord would suddenly turn around and return the way he came. Therefore they remained as still as possible. They didn't even dare to reveal the slightest hint of disturbance from their divine senses, so they could only communicate with their eyes. Ouyang Lai shot a look at Yang Kai, most likely telling him that there was no need to rush to report to me Jingluan. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. An incense stick passed just like that, and only when the royal lord showed no signs of returning did Ouyang finally sigh in relief and softly whisper, "It looks like the east-west army has begun moving." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Only the news that the east-west army had taken action could have made the royal lord leave in such a hurry. While speaking, Ouyang raised his head and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. The east-west army had taken action and the royal lord had left, so would the Black Ink clan and Great Evolution Pass remain quiet? As soon as that thought passed through his mind, he quickly said, "Move back a little." At the same time, he hurriedly removed the concealment that had been set up here and began to withdraw together with Yang Kai and Gong Lian. They retreated some 20,000 kilometers before they stopped. This position was basically the limit of where they could observe the movements of Great Evolution Pass without worrying about being discovered by the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. Only then did Ouyang turn to look at Yang Kai. "Go back and report everything you witnessed to me, Jinglun. This old master will stay here and continue to gather information." Yang Kai cupped his fist and responded, "Senior Me also asked that you continue gathering information and monitoring when the Black Ink clan would depart from Great Evolution Pass, Senior Ouyang." Ouyang nodded. "This old master will be fine. Go now." Only then did Yang Kai turn around and rush off into the distance. His movements might alert those in Great Evolution Pass if he activated the universe transference law at this position. Therefore he planned to withdraw further before doing so. A short while later, Yang Kai formed a set of hand seals and activated the universe transference law somewhere in the void. The array lit up beneath his feet, and after waiting for a moment, a bright light erupted and enveloped him. He felt the world spinning around him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the purifying Black Ink battleship of the North-South Army. Approximately 10 breaths later, Yang Kai met up with Mi Jingluan aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and gave a report on the situation with Ouyang. Mi Jingluan and several other 8th Order Division commanders nodded after listening to the report, with one of the 8th Order masters observing, "It's just as you predicted, Senior Brother Mi. The Black Ink clan has been gathering its troops at Great Evolution Pass." Mi Jingluan nodded. "The East-West Army has painstakingly arranged for this situation to occur. Even we could not have known in advance whether the Black Ink clan would be fooled, but in any case, the Royal Lord has left Great Evolution Pass. The East-West Army must have done something for him to leave in such a rush. I'm afraid the nearly million-strong Black Ink army guarding Great Evolution Pass will mobilize soon." With a snap of his fan he continued, "Give the order. Each squad and battalion is to summon their warships and travel at full speed. We need to arrive at the predetermined ambush location within 3 days." In order to hide better, the North-South Army had stored away all their warships except the purifying Black Ink battleship. Then they searched for a suitable place to launch an ambush. However, in this situation, there was no need to hide anything anymore. The East-West Army had already made their move, so the rest was completely up to the North-South Army. If the North-South Army could successfully stop the Black Ink clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass, then the East-West Army would not be attacked from behind. On the other hand, if the North-South Army failed to stop the Black Ink clan, then the East-West Army was bound to suffer heavy casualties. The success of the entire plan hinged on the North-South Army getting the timing right, so they had to travel as quickly as possible. The orders were conveyed throughout the army, and the soldiers who had been in hiding all this time immediately summoned their respective warships. In an instant, a huge fleet took shape and sailed out of their hiding place in a mighty procession. It just so happened that there was a Black Ink clan search party in the void nearby. They had received orders from Great Evolution Pass and had been scouting in this direction for traces of the possible presence of the human race army. Unfortunately, their search had not been fruitful despite many days of effort. They never expected to detect a large number of energy fluctuations out of nowhere. The feudal lord in the lead took a good look and immediately became dumbfounded. A mighty fleet had suddenly appeared in the void that had been empty just a moment ago. The human army. One of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen in the team exclaimed in shock. There was no need to say anything though, for as soon as the feudal lord laid his eyes on this fleet, he knew that it was the target that the territory lords had been searching for. "Let's go." The feudal lord shouted and turned around to lead his subordinates away. He had to report this information as soon as possible, no matter what happened. Just as they turned around to retreat though, one of the larger warships suddenly released numerous flashes of lights and brilliant divine abilities rained down on them. The terrifying power swept outward like the waves of a stormy sea, swallowing up the Black Ink Clan squad within its deathly embrace. When the dust settled, the entire Black Ink Clan team had practically been annihilated on the spot. Only the feudal lord survived. Although he was alive, he was in a terrible condition and his aura was flickering weakly. He didn't even dare to look back as dense black fog erupted from his body and he hurriedly fled the scene. Aboard the warship, an 8th Order Division commander coldly snorted but showed no intention to pursue the other party. As far as the current situation was concerned, there was no need to conceal their presence any longer now that the North-South Army had decided to act. Even if a feudal lord escaped, how could he affect the situation in any way? Besides, after taking a direct hit from that divine ability, he would not survive for long even if he wasn't dead yet. Everywhere the North-South Army passed, the Black Ink Clan was annihilated on the spot. These Black Ink Clan scouts had been searching for traces of the North-South Army, but they never imagined that the moment they caught a glimpse of the humans would also be the moment of their deaths. Approximately an incense stick after Yang Kai arrived back, Gong Lian also returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and rushed straight towards the conference hall. "Where is your honored master?" Mi Jingluan glanced behind Gong Lian but did not see Ouyang Lai. Gong Lian replied, "Honored master says he wishes to monitor the movements of the Black Ink Clan army and confirm the direction of their march so that we can find the best opportunity to strike." Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed. Has the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass begun to move? Gong Lian nodded. Before this junior returned, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass dispatched around 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. They are marching towards the Black Ink Clan's territory. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander observed, 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. In other words, half of the Black Ink Clan forces at Great Evolution Pass. Mi Jinglun smiled. It looks like the Black Ink Clan has not forgotten us. Leaving behind half of their forces is clearly a precaution against our army. They are afraid that we might take the opportunity to attack Great Evolution Pass. The 8th Order Division commander who spoke earlier immediately broke into a smile. The Black Ink Clan probably never imagined that we have no intentions of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever. It was evident that the human race army had traveled across a great distance to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, one of the armies had charged straight into the Black Ink Clan's territory to wreak havoc while the other army was planning to intercept the Black Ink Clan army marching out from Great Evolution Pass. They were completely ignoring the Great Pass itself. Marshal Peak, Chapter 5206, he's the one who should be careful. In accordance with the order from the Royal Lord, half of the Black Ink Clan army was dispatched from Great Evolution Pass to head towards the Royal City. At the same time, a figure quietly followed the army from approximately 50,000 kilometers away. That person was none other than Ouyang Lai. Yang Kai and Gong Lian had returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship in quick succession to deliver information to the other side, so Ouyang Lai was acting alone. Now that he was on his own, his movements were even more covert than before. In any case, the Black Ink Clan were completely unaware that an 8th Order Master was monitoring their movements from so close, so he had no reason to worry about his presence being discovered whatsoever. The East-West Army had already taken action in the Black Ink Clan territory. As for the North-South Army, Mi Jingluan would surely lead it to intercept the Black Ink Clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass after receiving a detailed report. It was just that the North-South Army had only just arrived here not long ago. Given that they were not familiar with the terrain of this theater, choosing a suitable battlefield would be difficult. By following the march of the Black Ink Clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai would be able to grasp their movements instantly. When the timing was right, he could then return directly to the North-South Army and guide the army in the right direction himself. On the other side, the East-West Army headed by Xianxia and Lu Zhiping was sailing rapidly through Black Ink Clan territory. The speed of the warships had been adjusted to the highest, so the huge fleet streaked across the void like a river of lights. The 30,000 troops of the East-West Army arrived at the first Black Ink clan territory several days ago. This Black Ink clan territory was guarded by a territory lord, tens of thousands of strong Black Ink clansmen who were battle-worthy, and hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous Black Ink clansmen who were not worth counting as combat forces. Be that as it may, these forces were as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of the imposing East-West Army. Xianxia had personally taken action, and within just a half cup of tea's time, the territory lord was beheaded and the Black Ink clan's combat forces were annihilated. As for the miscellaneous Black Ink clansmen, they were swiftly mopped up with very few escaping. Likewise, the mid-grade Black Ink nest was also destroyed quickly. The entire Black Ink clan territory was turned into a dead zone, and the severed remains of the Black Ink clan could be seen everywhere. Moreover, Black Ink strength that spilled out into the void due to the deaths of so many Black Ink clansmen condensed into huge Black Ink clouds that covered the entire void. The human race army didn't even stop to loot the battlefield. They immediately moved forward after razing this entire Black Ink clan territory and continued their march deeper. This was the time to focus on speed. According to the original plan, the Royal Lord should have been lured to Great Evolution Pass. So if the East-West Army could take the opportunity of the Royal Lord's absence to obliterate the royal city and destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest, then it would only be a matter of time before they ruthlessly wiped out the entire Black Ink clan in this theater. That was why the East-West Army's only goal was to destroy the Royal Lord Black Ink nest. During the attack on the previous Territory Lord's territory, the old ancestor had personally entered the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest and followed the information Yang Kai provided earlier to communicate with the consciousness of the Black Ink nests in order to ascertain the location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Yang Kai used this method to locate the positions of the Territory Lord Black Ink nests when he was raising chaos in the rear of the Black Ink clan in the Inyang theater back then. He later reported this information to the Inyang Pass old ancestor, so it was only natural that she knew about this method. Seeing as it was something that Yang Kai could accomplish, there was no reason she would fail. Furthermore, she had a much easier time than him in this task. With the help of the mid-grade Black Ink nest, the old ancestor quickly located the approximate location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Fortuitously, the direction in which the East-West Army was now marching happened to be this exact location. The East-West Army encountered some feudal lord fiefs along the way, but they did not delay their progress. In fact, they showed no intent to attack whatsoever. Nevertheless, Xianxia and the others soon discovered a problem. There were practically no Black Ink clansmen worth mentioning in these territories. According to the information provided by Yang Kai earlier, there would always be several feudal lords overseeing a mature feudal lord fief. In addition, there should be no shortage of high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, with even more Black Ink serfs. In this way, a feudal lord could easily gather hundreds of subordinates whenever the territory lords summoned their armies. Meanwhile, the armies of the feudal lords would continuously merge together and grow stronger to become an army under the command of the territory lords. However, the territories the East-West Army crossed were not only devoid of feudal lords, but even high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were nowhere to be seen. There were only weak Black Ink clan serfs who were born from the Black Ink nest not too long ago and had no strength to traverse the void. This situation was within the East-West Army's expectations. The rate at which the information spread throughout the Black Ink clan was far too fast. The Black Ink nests were basically nodes in a giant information network that the Black Ink clan could use to deliver messages instantaneously amongst themselves. Whenever there was any news, the Black Ink clan could swiftly relay the information throughout the entire theater by borrowing the power of this network of Black Ink nests. News of the East-West Army's appearance in the Black Ink clan and the destruction of a territory lord's territory had already become widespread. The Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater were surely aware of those incidents by now. Xianxia and others originally wanted the army to march forward as quickly as possible so that they could rush to the royal city and destroy the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, but judging by the current situation, the Black Ink clan's response had made this plan somewhat difficult to implement. The Black Ink clan and those feudal lord fiefs along their way must have received the news and all rushed towards the royal city. That was why only miscellaneous serfs with no real strength were left behind. It could be predicted that the East-West Army would be greeted by a mighty Black Ink clan army when they arrived at the royal city. Inside the purifying black ink battleship, Xianxia's expression was the same as usual. The Black Ink clan had responded faster than he predicted, but this situation was also within his expectations. Besides, it was also a situation that the East-West Army had deliberately created. If they wanted to recover Great Evolution Pass, then they needed to deal a severe blow to the Black Ink clan first. That was the only way to give the Great Evolution Army enough time to restore the various defenses in Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, it would be a useless endeavor to simply occupy Great Evolution Pass. The situation would be rather unfavorable for the East-West Army if the Black Ink clan wanted to confront them at the Royal City. However, it should not be a huge issue as long as the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass did not come and add trouble from their rear. A scout came to report that a territory lord's territory was found ahead. However, after the scouts investigated the area, the situation in this domain was the same as the feudal lord fiefs they encountered before. All the powerful Black Ink clansmen were gone, and only the miscellaneous serfs without much strength were left behind. After the scout withdrew, Xianxia finally spoke. It looks like the Black Ink clan is planning to confront us at the royal city. Lu Zhiping nodded lightly. Since that's the case, it's better if the old ancestor travels ahead. The Black Ink clan army is coming from various directions to gather in the direction of the royal city, and the royal lord will also need some time to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the royal city. If the old ancestor leaves now, she might stand a chance to destroy the royal lord Black Ink nest before the enemy can muster a resistance. Although the East-West army was marching rapidly, their speed could not compare to the speed of the old ancestor traveling on her own. It was just as Lu Zhiping mentioned. The Black Ink clan army was gathering from various directions towards the royal city, so it would take them some time to assemble. Moreover, the royal lord was currently absent from the royal city, so the old ancestor would be unparalleled and unmatched if she rushed there right now. The old ancestor sitting next to Lu Zhiping smiled at those words though and shook her head. No. Although I have roughly determined the position of the high-rank Black Ink nest with the help of the previous Black Ink nest, it is still unclear how far away or exactly where it is located. Even if I move alone, it will take some time for me to search for the target. Besides, the royal lord is on his way back to the royal city. What if the East-West army encounters him when I am absent? The East-West army had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 30,000 troops. While they were not afraid of being completely wiped out by the royal lord or even repelling him, the casualties they would suffer would be extremely severe if the old ancestor was absent. If nothing else, at least 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were likely to lose their lives just to force the royal lord back. The Great Evolution Army had a total of 60,000 people, but they would need their forces to guard Great Evolution Pass in the future, so minimizing their losses was pivotal to their long-term strategy. Lu Zhiping immediately fell silent and said nothing more after listening to the old ancestor's reasoning. Xianxia said, "In that case, let's proceed with the original plan. The East-West army will ignore the Black Ink clan and charge straight towards the royal city. Since the Black Ink clan wishes to confront us there, we should heed their wishes." In the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan, strategy was the biggest factor that determined the success or failure of the war. Nevertheless, being strong enough to defeat one's enemies was the ultimate guarantee of victory. The words had just left Xianxia's mouth when the old ancestor sitting beside him abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. Her bright eyes seemed to penetrate across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. Immediately after that, she smiled and said, "I can't believe he found us." Xianxia's expression turned serious. "Is it the royal lord?" The old ancestor nodded lightly. Is he simply passing by? Or are his actions intentional?" The old ancestor pondered in silence for a while before grinning. He did not bother to conceal his aura. It would seem that his actions were intentional. Very smart of him. It was evident that the royal lord was worried that the old ancestor might charge directly towards the royal city, and based on time and distance, he might not be able to stop her if that were to happen. As such, from the moment he departed from Great Evolution Pass, while the royal lord had been heading directly in the direction of the royal city, most of his attention had been fixated upon finding the human race army. With the help of the Black Ink nests scattered all over the theater, it was not difficult for him to roughly follow the movements of the human army, which was why he came to confront them directly. If the old ancestor had not gone directly to the royal city, then that would be the best-case scenario. He could intercept her along the way and gain more time for the armies of the Black Ink clan to gather. If she had gone directly to the royal city, then it would be too late for him to rush back now. But since the human army would no longer have her protection, then they were no threat to him. He could massacre them and severely damage their forces to make up for the losses of the royal city. That was undoubtedly the most sensible approach, and by taking it, it could be inferred that this royal lord was no fool. The old ancestor had clearly considered the same reasoning, which was why she had disagreed with Lu Zhiping's previous proposal asking her to go on ahead of them. While speaking, she stood up. "Since he is looking for me, I will go and greet him." Xianxia quickly said, "Old ancestor, please be careful." To which she snickered. "He's the one who should be careful." Having guarded Inyang Pass for tens of thousands of years, she had fought with a royal lord countless times. Under normal circumstances, both supreme masters would hold back in their attacks since neither of them stood a decent chance of killing the other. Naturally, there were occasions when they lost their tempers and fought ferociously, but in the end, both parties would at most be severely injured from the fight. They would then need to rest and recuperate until their next battle. However, today was different. If the human race wanted to retake Great Evolution Pass as quickly as possible, then they would need to struggle desperately in this fight. It could be said that the old ancestor was planning to face the royal lord with the sole intention of bringing the battle to a draw where both sides were severely injured. When Xianxia first made his plans, he had intended to lure the royal lord out of the royal city so that the royal lord could not use the power of the Black Ink nest to heal his wounds. It would now seem that the plan was not going to work. If the royal lord wanted to set the battlefield at the royal city to obtain the geographical advantage there, then there was nothing the Great Evolution Army could do to stop him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5207. There's news. A few days away from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army was moving through the void, hurrying to the spot designated for the ambush. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had scouted the place beforehand, and according to him, there was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to pass through this spot if they were to send their army. However, there were no guarantees when it came to such things. Their likelihood of success hinged on how lucky they were. The North-South Army had originally hidden in the direction of Azure Void Pass, so they had to move at lightning speed. From the looks of it, their path took them to a place between Great Evolution Pass and the Black Ink clan's territory. Several days passed by in a flash. In the conference hall aboard a purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan and the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge, were all silent. It was as if they were waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gong Lian was leaning against a pillar on the side with a blank look in his eyes. His mind was wandering as usual. Yang Kai was on the other side with a communication bead in his hand. He kept pouring his divine sense into it to try and get in touch with Ouyang Lai. Previously, when Yang Kai came from beyond Great Evolution Pass and returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship, Ouyang Lai had to stay back to keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements at Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan were to send forth their troops, then the North-South Army and the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass would inevitably cross paths. The distance between them would decrease as time went on, and he would surely be able to get in touch with Ouyang Lai once more. Still no news. One of the 8th Order Division commanders turned to Yang Kai all of a sudden. Yang Kai shook his head. "Not yet." The 8th Order Division commander frowned. "Judging by how long it's been, it should be any time now. We should have been able to get in touch with Brother Ouyang half a day ago." It was evident that something must have happened that caused half a day's delay. However, just as soon as the division commander finished his sentence, Yang Kai became excited. "There's an update." Yang Kai immediately began probing into the communication bead with his divine sense. Everyone had their eyes on him. Once Yang Kai got the gist of the message, he informed everyone else. Senior Ouyang said that the Black Ink clan who came out of Great Evolution Pass seemed to have their guards up against the North-South Army. So they circled around and took a less direct route. Mi Jingluan had a look of realization. "No wonder Brother Ouyang took so long to get in touch with us." Great Evolution Pass's Black Ink clan army did not know much at the moment, only that there were 2 human armies nearby. The first army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. This army had evaded their detection and then sent tens of thousands of puppets as a distraction while they launched a sneak attack on their territory. The Black Ink clan also knew that there was a second group which came over from Azure Void Pass. Numerous Black Ink clan scouts had mysteriously disappeared, and this proved that a group of humans were hiding in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this human army seemed to be continually changing their location and the Black Ink clan could not gather any information on them. The Royal Lord had given the command, so 15 or so territory lords from Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to lead their army out and rush towards the royal city. However, knowing that an unknown number of human soldiers were hiding nearby, the territory lords had a simple discussion and decided to take the longer way around to avoid them. Naturally, they chose a route in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. They were certain this was a safe option since the human army that came from that direction had already launched an attack within their Black Ink clan territory and exposed their location. If they had a choice, they would choose to ensure their safety by giving a wide berth and making a huge detour to avoid the hidden human army. However, time was of the essence and they were afraid of causing too great a delay, so they could only take a slightly circuitous path, which would delay them by a day or so. This was why Lang Lai only managed to get in touch with the North-South army now. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yang Kai kept using his divine sense to stay connected to Yang Lai, allowing both parties to confirm their respective locations. Still, it was both Yang Kai's and Yang Lai's first time in the Great Evolution Theater and they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Neither one of them had an accurate universe chart of this place, so it was rather troublesome for them to talk about their positions. Yang Kai could not ascertain where Yang Lai was exactly, and similarly, Yang Lai had no way of confirming where the North-South army was. The only thing they both knew was that their distance was within a day's worth of travel, as this was the communication bead's maximum range. Amid their exchange, the North-South army arrived at the designated ambush point. Initially, based on the deductions by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who scouted the place, it was highly likely that the Black Ink clan would pass through this place if they were to send their army out from Great Evolution Pass. As long as the North-South army set up here in advance, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. As it was, the North-South army had arrived, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, based on the update from Yang Lai, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan army would be passing through this region. Uncertainty was to be expected on the battlefield as it was impossible for people to know everything and have a contingency for all possibilities at all times. Things could change at any given moment and the only way to ensure victory was to be highly adaptable. Yang Kai carried on communicating with Yang Lai, but he was still unable to pinpoint the latter's location. Both of them described what the area around them looked like, but it did not ring any bells for either one of them. Yang Lai had a fiery temper, and since it was impossible to communicate effectively, he decided to cut things short. Just wait. That was the last Yang Kai heard from him, even though he kept trying to reconnect with Yang Lai. After relaying this to the 8th Order Division commanders, they all wore helpless, exasperated expressions. However, soon enough Yang Lai's burly figure came striding in while grumbling, "It's so troublesome without a universe chart." It would have been a lot easier for them to communicate if both of them had a universe chart, as it would have allowed them to confirm their locations and the distance from each other. Nevertheless, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, and the humans who were stationed here in the past had been annihilated. Thus, the universe chart of that time was no longer usable. If they wanted a universe chart now, they needed to make one themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Lai managed to get back quickly thanks to the purifying Black Ink battleship's universe array. "Brother Yang, where are the Black Ink clan reinforcements now?" Mi Jingluan quickly asked. "I don't know, but I left behind a bit of my aura before I left. Let me check where it is and I'll know where the Black Ink clan army is," Yang Lai replied. Saying so, his hands started rapidly forming seals. A few breaths later, a burst of red light shot out from his fingertip and pointed in the direction of the aura he had left behind. Mi Jingluan took note of the location and nodded. "We are about a day's travel away from there. Taking into account the difference between our travel direction and the Black Ink clan armies, the North-South army should adjust our position so that we can encounter them within a day or two." Yang Lai nodded. "Good. The two of them talked for a bit and soon decided on where they should reposition the North-South army. The order went down and the fleet, which had only just arrived at the ambush location, set off again without even having time to do anything. All the 8th Order Division commanders cupped their fists. We should go and prepare. If everything went smoothly, then in a day or two the North-South army would engage in a huge battle with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Naturally, it was best to start preparing as soon as possible. Mi Jingluan nodded. I'll be off too, honored master, Gong Lian bowed. Yang Lai waved him off casually in response. Mi Jingluan finally addressed Yang Kai. Martial nephew, what's your plan now? Are you going to join us here or head off to find the East-West army? Since there's going to be a battle here, it's best if I remain to help, Yang Kai said. He could have left now if there were no battle, but since the fight was imminent, it would not be right for him to leave just like that. Furthermore, taking part in the upcoming battle was a good way for him to gather more information about the situation here. That way he would be able to inform Xianxia and the others about what was happening here when he reunited with the East-West army. Good, Mi Jingluan said. Since you're staying, you can choose a squad or a battalion to join. This junior would like to act alone. Would that be all right? Yang Kai asked. He was unfamiliar with the people here in the North-South army, and it may not be a good thing for him to join a squad so abruptly. Hence he preferred acting alone without having any ties to anyone. Mi Jingluan eyed him with a smile. Since you're so confident, martial nephew, I won't stop you, but do be careful on the battlefield. Understood. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed before leaving. Once he left, Yang Lai piped up. That brat sure is confident to want to act alone, and you even gave him your permission. That's not at all like you. Mi Jingluan chuckled. I don't know if you've heard much about him, brother Yang. If any other 7th Order junior made the same request, I would have rejected them immediately. But if it's him, it's fine for me to make an exception just this once. Yang Lai nodded. I've heard quite a lot about him, so you can't take advantage of me being ignorant and uninformed, brother me. Now that we're on the subject, it's quite unbelievable that a 7th Order brat had the guts to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to infiltrate the Black Ink clan. He even managed to destroy the warship that the Black Ink clan was building and come back alive. It's practically a miracle. That's right. Although the old ancestor went out to receive him in person, before that he managed to kill a territory lord while he was in the Blue Sky Theater, which is quite the feat even if the territory lord was badly wounded at the time, Mi Jingluan said. New talents rise up with every generation. We're getting old now. Yang Lai lamented. Mi Jingluan smiled at him. It's rare for you to pay such a high compliment to someone of the younger generation, brother Yang. What's the matter? Are you regretting the fact that you didn't encounter him sooner to take him as your disciple? Ha! Yang Lai snorted loudly. Why would I regret that? I have a disciple now. Even though my disciple isn't the same as him, he's not worse off in any way. In fact, my disciple has more potential than him. Mi Jingluan sighed. Things never go the way you want them to in life. Yang Kai is a peerless talent, but it's a pity he will not enter the 9th Order. If he could make it to the 9th Order, he would make a huge difference for the entire human race. Nothing's perfect in life, Yang Lai remarked. Speaking of which, we're partly to blame for his current situation since it's the unfortunate result of the cave heavens and paradises interfering with him. If it had not been for those cave heavens and paradises working together to suppress Yang Kai, he would have directly advanced to the 7th Order and would have stood a chance to become a 9th Order old ancestor. Mi Jingluan shook his head. They were doing it to prevent uncertainty in the future, and there's historical precedent for their actions. All along, the cave heavens and paradises have maintained the same attitude towards all those who had the possibility of directly advancing to the 7th Order open heaven realm. Based on their perspective, they didn't do anything wrong at the time, but looking back now, they've made a monumental mistake. Martial Peak, Chapter 5208 Lack of Combat Experience. There was no point in discussing mistakes made in the past. Yang Kai had directly advanced to the 5th Order open heaven realm. Although there was hope that he could become an 8th Order master because he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, he was not going to be able to become a 9th Order master. That was unless he could find the innate open heaven pill which was produced in the universe furnace. However, there was no sign of the universe furnace and no one knew when it would next appear. Even if it did, Yang Kai might not have the chance to obtain one of its innate open heaven pills. There were tons of people in all the cave heavens and paradises who were stuck in the 8th order open heaven realm and could not rise any further. Who among them was not in even more urgent need of those open heaven pills than Yang Kai? As the two were speaking, an alarming fluctuation came out from the faraway depths of the void. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai exchanged glances before instantly heading to the deck and stared in the direction where the fluctuation was coming from. Yang Kai was also there staring into the distance. However, although everyone could sense the fluctuations, they could also tell that the source was incredibly far away. The old ancestor and the royal lord are exchanging blows, Ouyang Lai quickly said. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. An 8th order master and a territory lord would not have been able to create such powerful fluctuations when they clashed. Across the entire theater, only a battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord could cause such a huge disturbance. This was the first fight between Inyang Pass old ancestor and the royal lord of Great Evolution Theater. No one could predict the outcome. That being said, based on the information they had received, they were certain that Inyang Pass old ancestor would not be the one suffering. Even just by the number of years of cultivation alone, the royal lord could not compare with her. The current royal lord was the one who rose to that position 30,000 years ago. The veteran royal lord who had been alive for much longer had died along with the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor. Both were the strongest among their respective sides and had immense power. The two silhouettes continued clashing in the depths of the void, and just the fallout from their fight was enough to destroy the barren universe worlds around them. Everything within 100,000 kilometers of their clash was thrown into chaos and turmoil. At this very moment, the royal lord was suffering in silence. When the royal lord found out that the human race army had invaded his domain, he left Great Evolution Pass in a fluster. Along the way he searched for signs of the humans and he finally managed to intercept the old ancestor. Everything would be fine in his royal city as long as he stopped the old ancestor. However, before he even had the time to relax, the following turn of events caught him off guard. Initially, he assumed that since it was his first time exchanging blows with this human old ancestor, both parties would focus on feeling each other out since they were both the most formidable on their respective sides, and neither could afford to take any big risks. The best option was to test the waters and get a sense of what their respective strengths were before breaking off the fight and leaving it for another day once they were more prepared. That was what the royal lord thought, and he assumed the human old ancestor had the same idea. Except the old ancestor thought very differently. Although she was a woman, her actions bordered on madness. As soon as they started fighting, she threw all caution to the wind and attacked as if she was prepared to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant sacrificing her life in the process. Waves of ferocious divine abilities and merciless secret techniques followed, dumbfounding the royal lord. It had to be said that although this royal lord had risen to his position 30,000 years ago, he had only ever fought an old ancestor once in that entire time. It was just after he had become a royal lord and joined forces with the original royal lord of Great Evolution Theater to kill the old ancestor here. Ever since then, the Black Ink clan claimed Great Evolution Pass and no other battle occurred. For the past 30,000 years he stayed within his theater. Now and then he would send his territory lords out to help in battles at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, but he himself had never left. Thus, it could be said that he barely had any experience when it came to fighting with an old ancestor. Moreover, this particular old ancestor was attacking ruthlessly and relentlessly. The royal lord had been suppressed from the moment the fight began, and the momentum was now decidedly against him. Even the old ancestor was a little shocked by this too. However, she soon realized why this was the case. This royal lord lacks combat experience. This was an unexpected surprise for her. Back at Inyang Pass, she would get into minor scuffles with the royal lord there every century or so, and a serious battle happened every millennium. It was no secret what each other's divine abilities, secret techniques, battle strategies, and personalities were. As the saying went, those who truly understood a person the best were not their friends, but their enemies. In the Inyang Theater, as soon as the old ancestor made a move, the royal lord there could immediately tell what she was up to and formulate a counter on the spot. That was why the two clashed frequently over the years without ever deciding on a victor. That was not the case here. The old ancestor had a wealth of experience fighting against a royal lord, and even though it was a different opponent, the experience still counted for something. This was not the same for the royal lord here. He had probably forgotten all about the fight 30,000 years ago, and such a long period of peace was enough for him to lose his will to better himself, which was why he found himself in such a state when he got into a fight with a ninth-order open heaven realm master all of a sudden. The old ancestor's line of thinking was rather simple. Since she brought Yang Kai here, she did not need to hold back out of caution. All she had to do was focus on attacking as hard as she could and wounding the royal lord as much as possible, even if she was injured in the process. It did not matter if she got wounded because she could borrow Yang Kai's small universe to rapidly heal and restore herself. Although the royal lord could also use his black ink nest to recover from his injuries, the rate at which he would heal would never be as quick as her. She would be gaining on him with every single round of recovery. Perhaps that would not be immediately noticeable, but given enough time in battles, the royal lord would at some point not be able to handle it anymore. When the time came, she might even have the chance to kill this royal lord. Therefore, she fought him now without holding back at all, as if she wanted to perish together with him. Her opponent's obvious decline in combat effectiveness over time only strengthened her resolve to commit to her initial plan. Meanwhile, the East-West army paid no mind to the clash between the two powerhouses. As the old ancestor headed out to take the royal lord head-on, the East-West army changed course and continued forward. Even though the East-West army's 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would undoubtedly be of great help to the old ancestor if they joined the fight, no one could guarantee that they would all come out alive if they got involved. The East-West army had an even more important task on hand, and that was to wipe out the Black Ink Clan army and take back Great Evolution Pass. That was their ultimate goal. Passing through Black Ink Clan territory, they saw that only the weakest Black Ink clansmen remained in the outskirts, which they could not be bothered to deal with. They made a beeline in the direction of the royal city instead. Right now, they still did not know where the royal city was exactly or how far away it was, but as long as they continued in this direction, they were bound to reach the royal city at some point. Upon arrival, they would lay siege to the city. The further the East-West army went, the more dangerous it was for them, as the likelihood of receiving help from the North-South army decreased with the increasing distance between the two armies. However, as long as the North-South army managed to stop the Black Ink Clan coming from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West army would not need to worry about being attacked from behind. Since arriving at this theater, the 30,000-man strong East-West army had only engaged in a single significant battle. They had been marching in haste all this while after that, but even so, the army's fighting spirit had not diminished at all. On the contrary, it was even stronger than before. It was safe to predict that when the army reached the royal city, they were sure to strike fear into the hearts of the Black Ink Clan. The North-South army led by Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan soon reached a new location after a day of hastened traveling. Mi Jingluan was the one who deduced that they would encounter the Black Ink Clan army at this spot. However, looking out into the void around them, all was quiet and there was no sign of the Black Ink Clan army. Even then, Mi Jingluan was not particularly disappointed, even though there were no signs of the enemy, since they had to take into account the difference in the two armies' traveling speed as well as the possibility of changes in the opposing armies' routes. Several scouts were sent out for reconnaissance in the surrounding area. Soon they received word that there was a sighting of the Black Ink Clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass. They were passing through a location that was less than an hour away from the North-South army's current position. Mi Jingluan exhaled slowly before commanding the army to attack. Under the circumstances, an ambush was impossible as there was no time for them to find suitable spots to set up and hide. The North-South army's only choice now was to charge straight into battle with the Black Ink Clan and take them head-on. Fortunately, they knew about the Black Ink Clan's movements while the other party knew nothing about them, so they had the advantage. The mighty fleet sailed through the void, and 1 hour later the Black Ink Clan army came into sight. By now, the Black Ink Clan had naturally discovered the humans as well. One of the feudal lords immediately rushed to Zhichong and reported frantically, "Sir Territory Lord, we've spotted human warships." Zhichong had been uneasy the past few days, like something bad was about to happen, and that was the reason why he chose to take a longer route when leading the army out of Great Evolution Pass. He was doing everything he could to avoid the human army that had not revealed itself just yet. All had been calm and peaceful for several days, and his only worry had been the human race army that had been attacking the Black Ink clan territory. He did not know when or even if his army and the human army would meet, but if they did, the Black Ink clan might not be able to stand against them. After all, he had personally witnessed just how mighty that human army was. Furthermore, there was still the human old ancestor with them. Thus, he could not stop himself from jumping in fright when his subordinate reported the news to him. "We're running into a human race army in a place like this. Is it the one led by the old ancestor? Where are they? How far away from here?" Xichong asked in alarm. The feudal lord pointed with his finger. "They're in that direction. We'll probably run into them in less than an hour." Xichong looked out in that direction and sure enough he spotted a massive fleet approaching. It was a sea of human warships, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them, just like the one he saw over a year ago. Based on the direction the human army was heading, it could be seen that it was not charging into the Black Ink clan's territory. The humans were positioning themselves in advance so that they could meet the Black Ink clan army, make contact an hour later and block their way forward. Why are we running into them here? Xichong could not figure it out, and he was not about to dwell on it now. His fear of the old ancestor made him lose his composure as he bellowed in terror, "Enemy attack!" The other dozen or so territory lords gasped in fright when they heard him. They turned to check for themselves, and sure enough they saw the human fleet in the distance. All at once, the territory lords started to panic. Martial Peak, Chapter 5209. Two armies clash. None of the territory lords had expected to run into the human race army here, but from the looks of it, the humans were fully prepared for this. It was the Black Ink clan who had been too careless and only noticed their enemy when they were right in front of them. On the battlefield, there were terrible consequences to not being the one who held the initiative. All the territory lords turned to Xichong, and one of them asked frantically, "Do we engage them?" The two armies were only an hour's distance apart, so they needed to decide right away whether they were going to fight or flee. The territory lords considered Xichong their leader, so naturally the decision depended on his opinion. Xichong's brow twitched. There could be an old ancestor among them. In other words, if they were to fight, the Black Ink clan would suffer massive casualties. Even the territory lords might be losing their lives here. The territory lord who asked earlier frowned. "Didn't we sense the fluctuations from the fight between an old ancestor and the royal lord just now? Since their old ancestor is fighting with Sir Royal Lord, why would their old ancestor be here?" Xichong froze upon hearing that. "That's right. We did feel the fluctuations from a battle between two of the most powerful masters coming from a great distance away just now. It was clearly caused by the human old ancestor and our royal lord. Since they're fighting over there, there won't be an old ancestor here then. The humans couldn't have sent two old ancestors over, right?" Xichong realized that he had jumped to conclusions just now. When he saw that the enormous fleet of the North-South Army was so similar to the one he had seen over a year ago, he subconsciously assumed that the old ancestor would be with them too, causing his fear to override his judgment. Regardless, even if the enemy did not have an old ancestor among them, it was probably still too late for them to flee now. Xichong was a decisive individual and immediately came to a decision. "Relay my orders, prepare for battle." A fleet of 2,000 to 3,000 warships meant there were some 30,000 humans. Although this was not even a tenth of the Black Ink clan army's numbers, the territory lords knew that numbers alone would never be able to determine who was the stronger of the two. Furthermore, a group of 30,000 humans implied that there were dozens of Eighth-Order masters among them. Meanwhile, there were only 16 territory lords on their side. If they chose to flee instead, it would be giving the humans a chance to chase after and attack them from behind. Thus, meeting the enemy in battle was the best option. It would minimize the number of casualties, and they might even be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. Orders were passed down, and the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen formed rank in the void. They fused Black Ink strength together to form a massive Black Ink cloud that covered a vast swath of the void, hiding them from view. This was the sight that greeted the human army when they arrived an hour later. All they could see was an enormous Black Ink cloud that had gathered within the void. There was some movement within the cloud, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai stood on the deck of the purifying black ink battleship with deep, profound looks on their faces. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made a clever move with their defensive action. They formed a black ink cloud to mask their army, which meant that the humans had no way of determining what the Black Ink clan was up to or what they were planning. If the humans charged forward hastily, they would be wounded and suffer heavy casualties. Yet if the humans chose not to strike, they would be doing exactly what the Black Ink clan wanted. The Black Ink clan could use this opportunity to arrange their formations and decide on a battle strategy, and the longer the delay, the less of an advantage the human army would have. Confronted with this situation, the humans had no other choice. The only thing they could do was rely on the power of their warships to disperse the Black Ink cloud and force the Black Ink clan army to show themselves. This was likely what the Black Ink clan hoped for too, as this would mean that they could expend a lot of the human army's strength, even though it also meant that they would suffer a lot of casualties on their end. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai exchanged looks before nodding at each other. The very next moment, an order went out from the purifying black ink battleship. The warships began moving forward again, separating into different lines in the void before coming to a stop at around 1 million kilometers away from the black ink cloud. Following that, all of the warships started powering their arrays. Lights flashed and a raging surge of energy waves began to fluctuate. Next, the points of light transformed into a myriad of attacks of different forms, all of which shot straight into the black ink cloud. The warships had separated into 5 smaller fleets at this moment, with each one consisting of 400 to 500 vessels. The small fleets took turns attacking one after the other, allowing for a continuous barrage to be maintained. Each attack was akin to hundreds of Seventh-Order Masters launching a full-force attack together. The onslaught of attacks kept striking the black ink cloud and causing it to disappear. Blinding lights flashed within the black ink cloud. It was a terrifying sight even from a distance. There were signs of life auras withering constantly, but at a distance of 1 million kilometers and combined with the chaos of the energy fluctuations, even the Eighth Order Masters could not sense everything clearly. Even so, the withering life auras were clearly a sign of death among the ranks of the Black Ink clan hidden inside the black ink cloud. The humans' attack went on for a half-day. Throughout the whole time, the warships did not let up on the bombardment. The artifacts and the spirit arrays mounted on the warships kept shooting straight into the black ink cloud. However, the humans were surprised at the lack of a response from the Black Ink clan army. They seemed to be lying in wait for the right moment to strike, or perhaps they had even fled the battlefield. Nevertheless, even though they had the black ink cloud to hide them, the Black Ink clan could not flee the battlefield with so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around. Thus, the Black Ink clan army was certainly still hidden inside the black ink cloud. They were waiting. The optimum window for them to strike back would be when the human strength was depleted from their attacks. It had to be said that the territory lords who led this army were all remarkably patient. Anyone with a fiery temper would have led the army out of the black ink cloud to start attacking the humans by now. Still, this was the exact opposite of what the humans wanted. Half a day later, the enormous black ink cloud that had loomed over the void was beginning to thin out. Even though the Black Ink clan kept channeling their black ink strength to strengthen the black ink cloud, they could not withstand the constant attacks from the warships. They would have long since revealed themselves if it had not been for the large amounts of black ink strength that escaped from the dead bodies of the Black Ink clansmen, which helped thicken the black ink cloud. They were at their limit after holding out for half a day though. The thinning black ink cloud could no longer hide all of the Black Ink clan army, and the powerful Eighth Order Masters were beginning to break through the black ink cloud and survey the state of the enemy inside. They were dissatisfied with what they found. A half-day's worth of ceaseless attacks did cause some casualties on the side of the Black Ink clan, but it was far less than what they expected. Less than 50,000 had died out of the Black Ink clan army, which was almost 500,000 strong. It was only a 10% casualty rate. These were not results to be pleased about, as they had expected to clear out at least 30% of the Black Ink clan. The human warships continued their attacks, but by now the Black Ink cloud was thin and wispy, meaning they could launch targeted attacks, which made the number of casualties rise seriously. Evidently, the Black Ink clan realized this problem too. The territory lords gave out an order and 400,000 of the Black Ink clan army swiftly retreated out of the Black Ink cloud before rushing off into the distance. The Black Ink clan was trying to escape. The human army was not about to ignore that, so Ouyang immediately gave the order to pursue. However, the attempt to flee was merely a feint. As soon as the human army entered the wispy Black Ink cloud, the Black Ink clan army suddenly turned around and launched its attack. The Great Evolution Theater had been at peace for 30,000 years, but on this day, an explosive battle took place between two armies just a few days' travel away from Great Evolution Pass. Although the East-West Army had already attacked some of the territory lords' territories, that was not the same as this fight. Ouyang and the others were a little startled by the Black Ink clan's strategy, but that was all. Mi Jingluan had already been on guard back when Ouyang gave the order to chase after the supposedly fleeing army. Even though the Black Ink clan had suffered some casualties, the fight had not truly begun and there was no way the Black Ink clan would flee without a fight when they still had 400,000 soldiers. The territory lords who led the army would surely know that they would be doomed the moment they fled. He was proven right. The Black Ink clan did not plan on fleeing. They merely wanted to lure the human warships into their Black Ink cloud so that they could gain a geographical advantage. Although the Black Ink cloud was thin and sparse now, it was still a significant help to the Black Ink clan and a hindrance to the humans once they were inside. Purifying Black Ink pills were readily available for use on the battlefield now, and all the humans had to do was consume one in advance and they would have a temporary window of time where they did not have to worry about the Black Ink strength invading them. That being said, as time wore on, the medicinal efficacies would wear off and things would be less rosy then. Furthermore, repeated consumption of the purifying Black Ink pills in short order reduced their effectiveness. Those at Blue Sky Pass had done a systematic test and figured out that a 6th Order Master could use 2 purifying Black Ink pills within the span of a month. Any more than that and the medicinal efficacies would be greatly diminished. A 7th Order Master could use 3 pills. There was a limit to the medicinal efficacies of each purifying Black Ink pill as well, making them only effective for 6 hours at most. Thus, if the humans fought against the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink cloud, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible, for the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantaged they would be. The Black Ink clan had launched their attack at just the right time. They had perfectly positioned the battlefield within the area that still had the wispy Black Ink cloud. Despite that, they were still shocked by the humans' reactions. They thought that the humans would be disadvantaged if the fight happened in such an environment, but how could they have anticipated that the humans would not be affected at all? As the two armies clashed head-on, the 7th Order Masters swiftly leaped out of the warships without caring about being affected by the Black Ink strength at all. The Black Ink clan was thunderstruck. They had preconceived notions that the humans avoided Black Ink strength like the plague, especially those with lower cultivation. Only some of the 8th Order Masters could withstand the encroachment of Black Ink strength for an extended time in battle. However, from the looks of it now, even the 7th Order Masters could move freely within the Black Ink cloud without being affected at all. What was going on? While the Black Ink clan was reeling from shock, the human squads began to unleash their full strength. The 7th Order Masters all stuck close to their warships and coordinated with the other squads in their battalions to launch concentrated attacks. The face-to-face confrontation was quickly decimating the Black Ink clan army. It was 30,000 against over 400,000, which was a huge disparity in numbers, yet to the humans, being heavily outnumbered was not a problem at all. Throughout the ages, humans had always battled against the Black Ink clan under such circumstances, so they amassed a ton of experience. Martial Peak, Chapter 5210 Black Ink Disciples. Although the two armies clashed fiercely, it was evident that both sides were still exercising caution and restraint. No one pressed forward recklessly, as neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan had anywhere to fall back to for safety in the vast, unending void. Pushing too aggressively would not benefit either party, especially if things started deteriorating for them. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire battlefield and a devastatingly high number of casualties. Thus, if anyone had a distant overview of the battle, they would notice that the fight between the two armies on the battlefield was fairly straightforward. The human race army of 30,000 and the Black Ink clan army of over 400,000 were like two waves oscillating back and forth as both parties continued to engage, retreat, and then engage once more. Every time the two armies collided, both parties would attack with all their might. All manner of secret techniques burst forth in the thick of the skirmish, only to stop when both parties retreated to regroup. The leaders of the human army did not expect to achieve a decisive victory in short order. They were using these small but frequent skirmishes to exhaust the Black Ink clan army's strength and endurance and slowly gain the upper hand. However, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai never expected that the Black Ink clan army's strategist also had the same thought. The commanders on both sides were thinking along the same lines. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai even felt a glimmer of kinship with the territory lord who was commanding the opposing army. Naturally, it was Xichong who was in charge of commanding the Black Ink clan army in this battle. Among the territory lords, Xichong was competent and, more importantly, cautious by nature. If it had not been for his prudence, he would not have made the snap decision to escape when he was ambushed by the human race army back at Wind and Cloud Pass. But he did, and therefore he survived. Although he was a territory lord of the Great Evolution Theater, over the past 30,000 years, he still gathered considerable combat experience as a result of leading armies to aid in the battles at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass dozens of times. Though in all fairness, his army often suffered crushing defeats and few would come back alive. Still, his wealth of experience going into battle against the humans was the reason why he could come up with the appropriate strategy for this battle. He was also the one who came up with the idea of forming the Black Ink cloud to conceal their movements when they discovered that the North-South army had come to launch a surprise attack. If it had been any other territory lord at the helm when they saw the human race army's sudden arrival, they would have most likely rushed headfirst into battle without a second thought. It had to be said that even though his strategies seemed rather cowardly, Xichong did manage to make things a lot more difficult for the humans. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai had hoped that they would encounter a reckless Black Ink clan army that believed they would win based solely on their overwhelming numbers. They never thought they would run into an army led by a shrewd mind. This was something worthy of marvel, as after so many years of going to battle against the Black Ink clan, it was their first time coming head-to-head with a Black Ink clan commander like that. The two armies continued to engage in battle, and each time they clashed, life auras would wither, with the vast majority of the casualties being on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans would not be in much danger if their warships were intact, but if their warships were to be destroyed, then the whole squad would be in great danger. After clashing over 10 times, things started becoming less orderly and more chaotic. The humans were not at fault for that. Despite only numbering 30,000, the human army was disciplined and trained to listen to their superiors without question. Thus, they carried out their commander's orders to the letter. It was not the same with the Black Ink clan. There were over 400,000 Black Ink clansmen, and while Xichong was considered the commander, they were actually made up of the individual armies that belonged to over a dozen different territory lords, each with a mind of his own. Upon seeing that there were so many fatalities within Black Ink clan after each clash, while few if any occurred on the human side, many of the territory lords lost their cool and started pushing more aggressively. The more reckless they were, the more casualties there were on the Black Ink clan side. It was humiliating, and that resulted in angering them further, so much so that they joined the battlefield in person. The Eighth Order Masters were not about to let the territory lords have their way on the battlefield. While the territory lords stayed out of the battle, the Eighth Order Masters also hung back and observed. But now that the territory lords were making their move, the Eighth Order Masters were not going to stand idly by either, as they came forward to stop them. Thus, after 2 hours of skirmishes, the battle suddenly intensified. The battlefield began to fill with the fluctuations from the fights between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Masters. Meanwhile, on the purifying Black Ink battleship, Ouyang Lai declared, "I'm joining them. I'll leave things here to you, brother Mi." Mi Jingluan simply nodded. Ouyang Lai took one step and instantly appeared in front of a territory lord many thousands of kilometers away. He threw out his fist with great force, and the territory lord who was caught unaware ended up flying backwards. That being said, he was still a territory lord. Despite being a little dazed after the blow from Ouyang Lai, he quickly regained his composure and started fighting back. In the ferocious clash between the two, it was Ouyang Lai who was unable to unleash his full powers, while the territory lords attacked without holding back at all. It could not be helped, as the two were fighting in an area that not only had a lot of Black Ink clansmen but also a number of humans. The territory lord attacked in a frenzy as he did not care about the deaths of his clansmen, but Ouyang could not disregard the lives of the humans in the same way. Therefore, even though he gained the upper hand with his initial sneak attack on the territory lord, he still could not finish or defeat his opponent in short order. Ouyang was not the only one confronted with this situation. Most of the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were faced with the same predicament. The territory lord's despicable behavior was forcing a lot of the 8th Order Division commanders to hold themselves back. The purifying black ink battleship hovered in the void at approximately 1 million kilometers from the battlefield. It was not far by any means, and if a territory lord wanted to launch a surprise attack, he could get to the battleship quite rapidly. Though of course it was not considered close either. It was a good spot for Mi Jingluan to oversee the entire battle. Of the 2 commanders of the North-South Army, Ouyang was the one who adhered to the principle of talking with his fists, and thus Mi Jingluan was the one who commanded the army in battle. The purifying black ink battleship was not alone in the void as several battalion-class warships hovered around it, each one crewed by an 8th Order Division commander and an entire battalion. All of this was to ensure that the purifying black ink battleship would stay safe even when they were so far away from home. One could not claim that the humans were acting too conservatively. On the contrary, the purifying black ink battleship was just far too important. Not only did the battleship have a great variety of strategic functions, but both the battleship and the battalion-class warships around it were carrying quite a number of specialists who followed the army to this battle. The East-West Army had over 1,000 artifact refiners with them, along with alchemists and array masters in similar numbers. It was the same with the North-South Army. These humans were at the very least in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, with a few even being in the 8th Order. Even so, they spent all their time fully focused on their respective Daos such as artifact refining, alchemy, and spirit arrays. Thus, they lacked combat power and were not suited to step foot on the battlefield. The loss of any one of them would be a notable loss for the human race. They could only remain in safety until the battle came to an end. If they were to remain here, then there had to be people here to protect them as well. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had 30,000 soldiers in total, in reality, 3,000 to 4,000 of them were not taking part in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan's brows were tightly furrowed as he surveyed the battle from the deck of the purifying black ink battleship. What was happening was unlike anything he had expected. Initially, he assumed that it would not be hard for the North-South Army to come out victorious as a Black Ink clan army of 500,000 would only have slightly over a dozen territory lords commanding it. The North-South Army had nearly 68th Order Masters, which was several times more than their opponent's number of territory lords. The advantage they had in high-level combat power was enough to make up for the huge difference in numbers between the 2 armies. That being said, it would be impossible to ruthlessly slaughter the entire Black Ink clan army as they would undoubtedly flee once things did not look good for them. The situation at this battle was different from the ambush that the East-West Army had set up at Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai had filled Mi Jingluan in on all the details of that battle, and Mi Jingluan knew that the East-West Army's successful vanquishment of all 300,000 of the Black Ink clan army in such a short amount of time was mainly due to the circumstances of the ambush, and also the fact that they had an old ancestor with them. All in all, the Black Ink clan had no hope of even putting up a strong fight against the humans back then. However, the North-South Army failed to set up an ambush and did not have an old ancestor to assume command, so they could not compare themselves with the advantageous position the East-West Army had. Still, the North-South Army should have been able to achieve victory relatively easily without having to suffer too many casualties on their end. Unfortunately, the reality was quite different. The humans did not seem to have as much of an advantage on the battlefield as they anticipated. Despite the high hopes that Mi Jingluan placed on the 8th Order Masters to turn the battle in their favor, they did not seem to be giving the humans that much of an edge in battle. The reason for this boiled down to the existence of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples among the Black Ink clan army. Even after experiencing so many years of everything from great battles to minor skirmishes with the Black Ink clan, Mi Jingluan had never encountered so many Black Ink disciples at once, and all of them had such high orders. It was not surprising to find Black Ink disciples, a rather unique form of being, on the Black Ink battlefield. In the past, in every major battle, there would always be black ink disciples taking part. Some unfortunate humans ended up turning into black ink disciples and becoming an enemy of the human race in every clash. However, ever since Yang Kai came to the black ink battlefield and brought the purifying light to the great passes, the number of black ink disciples drastically decreased. The black ink disciples either died on the battlefield or were caught by human masters who used purifying light to restore their sense of self. Without fresh blood to bolster their numbers, the black ink disciples naturally grew fewer and fewer. This had become even more apparent in recent years as Mi Jingluan had barely seen any sign of black ink disciples on the battlefield. Yet now, at the Great Evolution Theater, he saw the black ink disciples once more, including quite a number that had 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations. Most were in the 7th Order, numbering in the hundreds. Although they did not have quite as many 8th Order black ink disciples, Mi Jingluan had counted nearly 30 of them, and he knew that there had to be more than that, as there would be some he did not manage to spot in all the chaos. No one would have ever thought that there were so many high-rank black ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. And this was only those that belonged to the armies of the dozen or so territory lords present. The situation would certainly be a lot grimmer if all the forces in the Great Evolution Theater were combined. There was no other theater like this one. While the other theaters also encountered black ink disciples on the battlefield, it was impossible for them to be confronted with such powerful ones and in such alarming numbers. Nevertheless, after mulling in silence for a brief moment, Mi Jingluan soon realized the reason for this. The Great Evolution Theater's situation was unique due to the Great Pass having been lost over 30,000 years ago. No great battles had taken place throughout that time in this theater, which meant that the black ink disciples could spend all their time on cultivation. They did not have to worry about going to battle and losing their life, and thus they slowly managed to reach the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 5211 Collapse. Judging by the number of black ink disciples there were on the battlefield now, it proved that not all of the human soldiers who were part of the battle at Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago had been killed by the Black Ink clan after the death of the old ancestor. The Black Ink clan must have taken quite a number of them and turned them into black ink disciples. There was no other way of explaining why so many black ink disciples with high orders would appear in the Great Evolution Theater. Why did all of the cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds classify everything that had to do with the Black Ink clan? That was because black ink strength was far too tempting for some people. As it was, once a person's body was corrupted by black ink strength, they would undergo a drastic change and become someone who served the Black Ink clan above all else. In other words, they would become an entirely different person, but at the same time, the power that black ink strength provided was enough to enable a cultivator to not be affected by the shackles of the open heaven realm. With enough luck and resources, one could continue to cultivate all the way to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. How many 9th Order masters had there been throughout history? Too few that even the most prominent of cave heavens and paradises could easily count them with their fingers. With that being the case, it would be hard for cultivators who had reached the ceiling of their cultivation and failed to break through to not be swayed by the temptation of black ink strength. Yuan Du, a vice sect master of Langya Paradise, was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. He knew very well the risks and dangers of black ink strength, but even then he could not overcome the temptation. In the end, he chose to become a black ink disciple. Not only did he turn against his people, but he even threatened the safety of his sect. The sect master Li Yuanwang had no choice but to kill Yuan Du himself. The fact that even the vice sect master of Langya Paradise succumbed to the draw of black ink strength proved how hard it would be for most people to resist the temptation as well if the powers of black ink strength became public knowledge in the 3,000 worlds. Humans were always unpredictable. 30,000 years ago, the Great Evolution Old Ancestor died and the Great Pass was conquered. Most of the human soldiers died on the battlefield, but a significant number of them must have been captured by the powerful members of the Black Ink clan and turned into black ink disciples. 30,000 years of peace was enough time for these black ink disciples to cultivate and break through to a higher order. They made full use of the prolonged period of time, which was enough to let a 6th Order Black Ink disciple advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Still, this kind of cultivation came with its own set of dangers. One false move could lead to the cultivator's death while trying to break through to a higher order than they would normally be able to reach, and even if the cultivator succeeded, The process would leave visible marks on their body that would clearly indicate they were no longer human. This was the reason why Mi Jingluan spotted so many 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Although these Black Ink disciples still had human forms, most of them also had some abnormal characteristics that made them stand out. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had a large growth coming out of his shoulder, and from a distance, it looked as if he had 2 heads. Yet another 8th Order Black Ink disciple had 2 tiny fleshy wings growing out of his back. With one long and one short, the wings looked like knobbly chicken feet. One of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples even had an extra arm growing out of his abdomen. He was creative enough to come up with a combat strategy that made use of his 3rd arm and wielded 3 swords, one in each arm, making him quite a formidable force on the battlefield. All of the Black Ink disciples who had these abnormal traits were those who relied on Black Ink's strength to break through their innate limitations. They would never have had the chance to advance any further, but after being corrupted by Black Ink's strength, they were able to explore a higher martial Dao. The power that they exhibited was noticeably unstable though, and those around them could feel that it was frenzied and volatile. However, it was exactly due to the efforts of these Black Ink disciples that the humans could not gain a decisive victory with their current strategy. Originally, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai assumed that since they had dozens of 8th Order masters to deal with only slightly more than a dozen territory lords, the numbers would work in their favor and the territory lords would not be able to put up a fight. As long as the division commanders could gang up on the territory lords, they would surely be able to kill all of them fairly quickly. Once the territory lords were gone, the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen would amount to nothing more than headless chickens, and the humans could wipe them out with ease. However, it was the presence of numerous 8th Order Black Ink disciples that foiled their plans. The 8th Order Black Ink disciples were fearsome in their violent attacks, but the ferocity also proved that they did not have full control over their strength. In other words, these 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not on even footing with the true 8th Order masters. Their powers did not come from proper cultivation and as a result, they were even weaker than ordinary territory lords. If it came down to a solo fight, any one of the 8th Order division commanders could easily defeat an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even so, it would not be as easy to kill one. Furthermore, both the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples attacked without any restraint, not caring whether they injured or even killed their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the process. On the other hand, the 8th Order masters had to take great care not to harm their fellow humans. Thus, when it came to the battle between the two parties' top masters, although the humans still had the advantage, it was not a significant one and could not produce the result they had hoped for. As the fierce battle progressed, the casualties mounted on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans also began to suffer more casualties, and there were even signs of 7th Order masters dying on the battlefield. Mi Jingluan frowned as this was not what he wanted to see. If things carried on like this, even if the humans emerged victorious, it would still be at the cost of far too many lives, which would be a crushing blow to them. We must break the deadlock as soon as possible to achieve our goal today. After thinking in silence for a moment, his divine sense surged and in the next moment, 5 figures jumped out of the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and joined the battlefield. These 5 were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Initially, their job was to stay with the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and protect all of the non-combatants on board the ships. But now it was time for them to make their move. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining the battlefield was enough to change the tides of the battle between both parties' apex cultivators. Once they found the opportunity to kill a few of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples or even some territory lords, they could create a snowball effect and create an overwhelming advantage for the humans. Still, this required time. Mi Jingluan's eyes next fell onto a different side of the battlefield, away from the battlefield between the 8th Order Masters and the territory lords. There was a solitary figure over there who was rampaging about. This person worked alone without teaming up with any of the warships. All he had was a long spear in his hands, but wherever he passed the Black Ink clan would crumble. Even the feudal lords could not withstand a single blow from his spear. Naturally, it was Yang Kai. Ever since the battle started, Mi Jingluan kept checking in on Yang Kai's situation, Yet the 8th Order Army commander was shocked to find that despite his high regard for Yang Kai, he had still underestimated him. Yang Kai was only a 7th Order master, but he was exhibiting powers that vastly exceeded what someone in the 7th Order should be capable of. This was the reason why he could breeze through the battlefield without any difficulty with no one able to stop him. Although Mi Jingluan did not know much about Yang Kai, he had heard a lot of stories in the past. He knew that Yang Kai had made a name for himself across a number of battlefields, and he also knew that Yang Kai had a World Tree clone planted inside his small universe. Apparently, the World Tree clone had the unbelievable effect of purifying and enhancing world force. From the looks of it now, the effects were even more astounding than Mi Jingluan had expected, as Yang Kai's world force was both dense and powerful enough that he could launch devastating attacks with great ease. Meanwhile, the 5 8th Order Division commanders joined the battle among the top masters of both armies and worked together to shift the momentum in the humans' favor, though their efforts would take time to produce real results. Someone needed to break the stalemate that was happening between the two armies' forces that were below the 8th Order. That way, by gaining an advantage in both the top and bottom ranks, the humans would be able to decimate the Black Ink clan in the shortest amount of time possible. Yang Kai was the best person for that task. As soon as the thought flashed across Mi Jingluan's mind, his divine sense surged once more. Out on the battlefield, Yang Kai was immersed in the fervor of battle. It had been so long since he could throw caution to the wind and not hold himself back. Ever since the creation of Dawn, he would have to lead the Special Operations Squad into battle each time, and as the squad leader he had to take a lot of concerns into account. This time though, he did not need to worry about anything. All he had to do was kill the enemy. He rushed headlong wherever the enemy gathered without having to worry about others failing to keep up with him. He did not have to worry about leading his people into a risky situation with no way out. With the use of space principles, his figure flitted about erratically, and as long as the territory lords did not get involved, no one among the Black Ink clan was a threat to him. Naturally, not needing to worry about others also meant that no one was there to help him. Since the beginning of the battle, countless Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands, but he also suffered a few injuries in the process. Regardless of how strong he was, Yang Kai could not avoid getting hit a few times in the chaos of the battlefield. Still, such injuries did not affect him too greatly, and the pain only increased his bloodlust. Just as the fighting was raging, a warship suddenly approached. It did not look like the regular squad-class warship, as it was a lot bigger and there were clear signs of numerous enhancements. It was the warship that belonged to a special operations squad. Dawn's dawning light was an example of such a warship. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered around the warship, each of them radiating a formidable aura. They were covered in black blood and there was no telling how many Black Ink clan soldiers they had killed. The one who took the lead was a young man with a dignified appearance, and his voice rang out across the distance. Brother Yang, the army commander has ordered the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad to work together with you to break the enemy lines. Yang Kai thrust his spear out, and the resulting shadow pierced through a dozen of Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him. Once he withdrew his spear, he turned around and asked, "Where's the Snow Wolf Squad?" The young man, who seemed to be the Profound Wind Squad leader, pointed with his finger. "Over there. They can't get away just yet. Follow my lead," Yang Kai said before dashing in that direction with his spear, sweeping through the enemies along the way. After being on the battlefield for so long, Yang Kai had already sensed the peculiarity of this particular war. The Black Ink clan were not as weak as the humans thought they were, and it was all due to the significant number of 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai was surprised by this too. He had encountered numerous Black Ink disciples before and knew what the benefits and consequences were for these Black Ink disciples who relied on Black Ink strength for cultivation. At first he thought that it would be immensely difficult for a Black Ink disciple to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Black Ink disciples were unshackled from their innate constraints, the risk they faced during the ascension to a higher order than they were naturally capable of reaching was far worse than the average human cultivators. More often than not, Black Ink disciples would fail to control the power within their body and end up exploding, so even though some might reach the 8th Order, there shouldn't be many. Yet he saw so many 8th Order Black Ink disciples here. It was hard for either party to gain the upper hand when it came to the fight between the top masters, so the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Things would only get worse for the humans if they did not break the stalemate. Yang Kai was only in the 7th Order, and although he managed to kill a territory lord before, it was still hard for him to join the battlefield of the stronger fighters. The army commander seemed to have taken this into account and thus ordered him to lead 2 of the special operations squads instead. He wished to have Yang Kai be the one who gave the humans an opening when it came to the fight among those with lower cultivation. Thus, when Yang Kai heard the order from the Profound Wind Squad, he did not have to dwell on it for long before he surmised what the army commander's plan was. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:12 Hidden Murderous Intent. A single human charged forward with a mighty aura. The battlefield was havoc as far as the eyes could see, but Yang Kai drifted through the chaos, taking down enemies with great ease and single-handedly carving out a path behind him. The Profound Wind Squad followed closely behind him. All 8 of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had looks of solemn respect on their faces, especially the young squad leader. Only the best among the 7th Order could become the squad leader of a special operations squad. Under the young squad leader's leadership, the Profound Wind Squad had also achieved great success in their own theater. Initially, he did not understand why the army commander ordered the 2 elite squads to work together with Yang Kai, but now that he saw just how unparalleled of a fighter Yang Kai was on the battlefield, he began to understand why the order came down. Only an unstoppable force such as Yang Kai could lead the 2 special operations squads to break the enemy on the battlefield in the shortest amount of time. Yang Kai and the squad charged straight forward, and soon they arrived at a different part of the battlefield. The area was filled with black ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. They swarmed the area, which made it impossible for anyone to get in or out, and at the very center was a warship that belonged to another special operations squad that was currently being besieged on all sides. This was the Snow Wolf Squad, which had about the same number of people as the Profound Wind Squad. Both squads had roughly 50 members, with 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Special operations squads had a lot more members than regular squads, and when combined with the numerous improvements made to the squad's warship over the years, the Snow Wolves were undoubtedly a formidable force in combat. Although there were only 50 of them, they had the power of the warship and should easily be able to take on at least 1,000 to 2,000 Black Ink clansmen at once, as long as they did not have to face a territory lord as well. Yet at this very moment the Snow Wolf Squad was surrounded by the Black Ink clan and had no way of escaping. They were not in a dire situation due to the power of their custom warship, but things were still looking pretty bad for them. Among the 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one was heavily injured and had to return to the warship deck to recover. Under the command of the Snow Wolves squad leader, the remaining 7th Order Masters kept trying to find a way to break out of the encirclement, but every attempt was hindered by the Black Ink clan's frenzied attacks, which forced them back. The Snow Wolves were slowly losing ground and things were taking a turn for the worse. Even so, the squad leader remained calm as he unleashed a series of divine abilities and secret techniques, all the while trying to find a way out for them. A special operations squad was sure to have its own trump cards, such as powerful arrays installed in their warship. The Snow Wolves had such an array that was capable of unleashing an attack on par with an 8th Order Master's all-out strike. It would not be hard for the squad to escape after using this, but the array expended too much power, so once used the entire warship would lose over half of its combat power temporarily. The battle began not too long ago, and the Snow Wolves were unwilling to pay such a heavy price in a situation such as this, especially since they were not pushed to the brink just yet. Just as the Snow Wolves squad leader was trying to think of a good strategy, a commotion arose among the Black Ink clan. All of a sudden, a spear breached through the ranks of the Black Ink clansmen, and in an instant, a sliver of space was carved out as the siege was split into 2 like a ripped piece of cloth. A solitary figure plowed through the opening. The Snow Wolves squad leader's expression brightened at once, and he quickly ordered his squad to head towards the opening, and at the same time he frantically called out, "Watch out, junior brother! Behind you!" As soon as he said that, Yang Kai felt his heart clench, and soon he felt a wave of pain coming from his lower back. Someone had indeed snuck up on him. The one who launched the sneak attack had done it so quickly and surreptitiously that he had not noticed anything until he had been hit. Yang Kai instinctively swept his spear out but hit nothing. He spotted a silhouette brushing past him out of the corner of his eye, but when he tried to catch a proper glimpse he could not find it anymore. So he did not remain still. He kept charging forward, and the Profound Wind Squad's warship pushed in through the breach in the Black Ink Clan's lines behind him. The two squad leaders of the Special Operations Squads knew each other, so they exchanged a light nod of greeting but skipped over the usual pleasantries. The Profound Wind Squad leader informed the Snow Wolf Squad leader of the army commander's orders, and the latter chuckled bitterly before turning to Yang Kai. "Are you hurt, junior brother?" The army commander ordered both of our special operations squads to work together with junior brother Yang, but he suffered a sneak attack just as soon as he showed up. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command had suffered from a sneak attack as well. He was the one who was tending to his injuries on the warship's deck. Thus he knew just how insidious the ambusher who snuck up on Yang Kai was. The Snow Wolf Squad would not have been blindsided by the Black Ink Clan and ended up getting sieged if it had not been for the fact that the attacker had hidden so well that none of them could locate him. Although the squad leader asked Yang Kai if he was hurt, truth be told he did not think they could rely on Yang Kai for much now. Contrary to his assumptions, Yang Kai just shook his head. "I'm fine." The squad leader was taken aback for a moment before he kindly advised, "Junior brother, don't try to put up a strong front when you're on the battlefield. If you need to tend to your injuries, then it's best not to delay doing so." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm fine really. Perhaps you don't know, senior brother, though this junior brother here may not have much else to boast about, my skin's thicker and my flesh is stronger than average." It was true that the one behind the sneak attacks was powerful and not to be underestimated. Such an attack on a regular 7th Order Master would at least result in serious injuries, if not worse. However, Yang Kai carried a potent dragon vein, which made his physique a lot stronger than that of a regular human. Thus, something that would have heavily injured someone else was not so serious when it came to him. Furthermore, his body's restorative abilities were quite astonishing, so Yang Kai did not need to bother tending to such injuries. He would fully recover soon enough. What got his attention now was the strength that was contained inside the attack from the one who snuck up on him. Yang Kai could clearly sense the dense black ink strength that lingered in his wound, which was clearly trying to eat into his body and spread to his small universe. This was the most troublesome aspect of this sneak attack. Even if a human could survive the initial blow, they would have to deal with the black ink strength's attempt to invade after. However, Yang Kai was unbothered by black ink strength, so he simply ignored it. So what if it managed to spread into his small universe? It was not as if he did not already have lots of black ink strength sealed up within. Was it a black ink disciple? Yang Kai asked grimly. And it was. The Snow Wolves squad leader replied. It was just as Yang Kai suspected. At the time he had a feeling that the one who attacked him was not from the Black Ink Clan. From the looks of it now, it was indeed a Black Ink disciple and probably a 7th Order one. The attacker was a master of concealment, so even though Yang Kai's divine sense was stronger than average, he could not find any traces of the attacker. That Black Ink disciple seemed to have vanished right after striking him. It went without saying that Yang Kai knew the attacker would not have vanished and was simply hiding somewhere, eyeing them like a venomous snake. I need to get rid of that attacker, or else the other 7th Order Masters might suffer a death blow if they were not careful. After teaming together, the two squads did not come to a halt. Yang Kai and the squad leaders had a quick discussion, and soon, the two warships began their attack under Yang Kai's leadership. Initially, the Black Ink Clan here had managed to rely on the support of that 7th Order Black Ink disciple to keep the Snow Wolf squad cornered without any hope of escape, but now that the Profound Wind squad had shown up as well, the Black Ink Clan was having a hard time dealing with the humans. In just a few moments, the enemy's siege was breached yet again. Two feudal lords had been overseeing the situation at the breakthrough spot, but Yang Kai easily cut them down with his spear as if they were nothing more than fish on a chopping block. The rest of the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen did not amount to much. Wherever the Azure Dragon spear swept, large swaths of them exploded into black blood mists. This was the first time that the Snow Wolf squad leader ever saw a 7th Order Master killing a feudal lord with such ease, causing his eyes to nearly fall out of their sockets. When comparing in terms of realm, a feudal lord was supposedly on par with a 7th Order Master. However, as the two races cultivated in different ways, generally speaking, feudal lords tended to be weaker than 7th Order humans. However, despite being somewhat weaker, they were still feudal lords and not just random Black Ink clansmen. The squad leader had killed many feudal lords himself, but he never thought there would be a 7th Order master who could cut down feudal lords as if they were helpless chickens. How the heck did he do that? Is he still human? The Snow Wolves squad leader could not resist checking to see what Yang Kai's order was right now, as he was beginning to suspect Yang Kai was secretly an 8th Order master who was hiding his true cultivation. His actions did not escape the Profound Wind squad leader's attention, and the latter chuckled as just a short while ago he had the exact same reaction. Before seeing the way Yang Kai slaughtered their enemy with great ease, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would possess such terrifying strength in combat. Regardless, the two squad leaders were relieved to find that Yang Kai did not seem to be affected by the sneak attack from earlier. Both of them spotted the trail of golden-colored blood on Yang Kai's lower back, but it did not seem to be much of a hindrance to him. That being said, they were startled to see the golden-colored blood as well. The blood of regular humans would not be of that color. Nevertheless, they had no time to waste on such thoughts. The two squads followed closely behind Yang Kai and boldly rushed towards the breach in the enemy lines. However, before they passed through the opening, they saw a flicker of something right behind Yang Kai, and in the very next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared with an artifact in hand that was similar to a dagger. The silhouette was aiming straight for the back of Yang Kai's neck. The shadowy silhouette had appeared so abruptly that no one noticed anything until it was right there. Evidently, it was the Black Ink disciple who had snuck up on Yang Kai earlier. He had indeed been hiding nearby, waiting for his chance to attack once more. When he saw that Yang Kai was leading the two special operations squads out of the encirclement, he evidently grew impatient and tried to attack again. "Junior brother, watch out!" the two squad leaders exclaimed in shock. However, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, did not seem to hear them at all. It was as if he had not noticed anything amiss. The dagger-like artifact stabbed right into the back of Yang Kai's neck, and everyone in both squads, including the squad leaders, stared in grievous horror. However, they did not see the spurt of golden blood and the sudden loss of a life that they expected. For the moment the dagger was about to cut into the back of Yang Kai's head, Yang Kai's figure became transparent and illusory. A wave of space principles could be seen propagating out. The attacker could not withdraw in time, and he ended up stumbling through Yang Kai's body. It was Yang Kai's Nihility secret technique. A long time ago, Yang Kai had already comprehended a space principle's secret technique that allowed him to exile his body to the void to avoid certain attacks. While in this state, Yang Kai's body was no longer part of this world. Naturally, someone powerful enough would still be able to attack him by shattering the local space and thus affecting him even in the void. But the Black Ink disciple who snuck up on him did not seem to have expected Yang Kai to employ such a bizarre tactic and was thus unprepared. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:13, cut across the battlefield. Everything happened in a flash, and Yang Kai reacted just as swiftly. When the attack failed, the shadowy silhouette faded away in such an uncanny way that it was almost as if the silhouette never existed in the first place. Even divine sense could not detect any traces. However, Yang Kai simply smirked. "Do you think you can use the same trick twice?" By the time he finished speaking, the attacker had vanished. All of a sudden, Yang Kai whipped his head about and reached out to grab something in that direction. Once again, space principles rippled out and space was locked in from all sides. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it was clenched around the neck of a figure. His world force surged and crashed into the other person's small universe, which made the person dazed and unable to use his strength. "Attacking me twice, huh? You seem like a rather stubborn person," Yang Kai remarked coolly as he stared at the person. It was clear that the attacker had been highly trained in the art of assassination. When an attack failed, he retreated right away. That was why Yang Kai failed to detect him during the first sneak attack and could not find any traces of him after. However, after taking into account the mystifying powers of concealment that this Black Ink disciple had, Yang Kai was certain that the attacker would not give up so easily. He would strike again. Yang Kai did not know who the attacker would strike against next, or if he would even show himself once more. Still, the Black Ink disciple did intend to strike again, and the best and final opportunity would be when Yang Kai led the two squads out of the siege. Therefore, Yang Kai kept his guard up the whole time. He stayed vigilant and aware of everything that was happening around him, including the goings-on near the two squats behind him. Sure enough, the attacker showed himself again, and he even chose to make Yang Kai his target. Why would Yang Kai, who already had his guard up, allow himself to be attacked in a similar fashion twice? To zero in on Yang Kai twice in a row meant that the attacker was stubborn and proud. As he failed to deal a heavy blow to Yang Kai on his first attempt, he did not hesitate at all to try again. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target. His first sneak attack had been successful due to his tactics and Yang Kai's lack of vigilance. That was not the case this time. On the battlefield, one had to pay the price for such willful stubbornness. The attacker could feel the terrifyingly powerful world force that flowed out of Yang Kai's hand and crashed into his small universe. His small universe quaked, and the Black Ink disciple was terror-stricken. He could sense that Yang Kai was merely a seventh-order open heaven realm master, just like him, but Yang Kai was now holding him by the neck as if he were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between them? What he found even harder to grasp was the way Yang Kai had managed to locate him. His concealment secret technique was exceptional, and in the heat of the moment, even an eighth-order master might fail to notice him. However, when he tried to conceal himself and vanish earlier after the second attack had failed, Yang Kai managed to capture him with just one hand. As the Black Ink disciple tried to struggle, he caught Yang Kai's eyes and was shocked by the sliver of golden pupil he saw. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Are you from Myriad Demon's Heaven? Once the Black Ink disciple spotted that intimidating golden pupil, he came to a realization. He assumed Yang Kai was from Myriad Demon's Heaven and had cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation, one of their core secret techniques, to a high degree of mastery. No wonder he knew exactly where I was. After working it all out, the Black Ink disciple was filled with bitterness. He could not believe how terrible his luck was to encounter someone from Myriad Demon's Heaven on the battlefield, and one who even cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation to such a high level to boot. This mystical technique of the Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven could see through all illusions and falsities. If cultivated to the apex, it was rumored to be capable of seeing into a person's past and future. All in all, it was the bane of his concealment secret technique. The concealment secret technique that he relied on was nothing more than a joke before the Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai had no intention of responding to the Black Ink disciple's question. Had this taken place 200 years ago, Yang Kai might not have been able to capture the Black Ink disciple so easily. Although he gained the Demon Eye of Annihilation a long time ago when he was still a fledgling cultivator, he did not actively cultivate it and thus could not utilize much of its powers. Later on, when he left Black Territory and headed for the Black Ink battlefield, an eighth-order divine monarch, Mo Sha from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven passed the cultivation technique to him. Throughout these years on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai kept cultivating the two-eye secret techniques of Myriad Demon's Heaven, making some small progress. This carried on until 200 years ago when he used an enormous amount of military merits to head to Myriad Demon's Pass and personally sought guidance from the Myriad Demon's Heaven old ancestor. Ever since then, Yang Kai's mastery of these two-eye secret techniques soared tremendously. This was a good thing about the Battle Ink battlefield. With enough military merits, a person could cultivate any secret technique of the cave heavens and paradises. One could even ask an old ancestor for help in the process. This was simply unthinkable in the 3000 worlds. These powerful secret techniques were the foundation upon which all cave heavens and paradises built themselves, so who would ever readily allow an outsider to learn them? However, when on the Black Ink battlefield, none of the cave heavens and paradises believed in selfishly safeguarding these secret techniques for self-preservation anymore. All of the old traditions and beliefs had been broken, and everyone from the old ancestors to the regular cultivators had one goal in mind: to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Anything that furthered that goal was acceptable, including teaching others these once carefully guarded secret techniques. By now, Yang Kai's understanding of the two-eye secret techniques far surpassed what it once was 200 years ago. Based on how the Myriad Demon's Heaven separated the mastery level of both these eye secret techniques, Yang Kai's cultivation of the Demon Eye of Annihilation could be considered to be far above average now. After all, receiving help from an old ancestor was no small matter. Therefore, it was laughable that the Black Ink disciple attempted to conceal himself in front of Yang Kai. At this very moment, Yang Kai was holding the 7th Order Black Ink disciple by the neck and staring at the lump that came out of the latter's forehead. Seeing it, Yang Kai let out a small sigh. Not all Black Ink disciples were alike. If someone became a Black Ink disciple because their body had been invaded by Black Ink strength, then there was still a way to save them. All they would need to do was remove the Black Ink strength with purifying light. However, if a person chose to rely on Black Ink strength to break through the innate barriers of their cultivation, there was no way of saving them anymore. This was due to the fact that once the Black Ink strength left their body, the person's small universe would no longer be capable of containing their cultivation. The person would end up dying from the explosion of their small universe. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple in front of Yang Kai right now had a bulbous, sore-like mass on his forehead that was surging with Black Ink strength. It was a clear sign that he had used Black Ink strength to break through his natural limits. In other words, this Black Ink disciple could not be saved, and that was the reason why Yang Kai sighed. His world force, which had already been coursing fiercely to begin with, intensified even further as it rushed into the Black Ink disciple's small universe. In less than a breath, the Black Ink disciple's small universe began to rumble and quake as cracks started spreading across it like a spiderweb. The Black Ink disciple was visibly petrified. Soon his small universe split apart and shattered into a million pieces. As his small universe collapsed, a huge amount of world force madly surged out along with all of the Black Ink disciple's vitality. By the time Yang Kai tossed the Black Ink disciple aside, there was no longer any sign of life within him. It had only been several breaths from the Black Ink disciple's appearance during his second assassination attempt on Yang Kai till the point where his lifeless body was cast aside. The surrounding Black Ink clansmen did not even have time to register what was happening. Suddenly, the screech of a golden crow reverberated across the void and a brilliant great sun rose into the sky. The golden crow kept awing in joy as the light shone out brilliantly. Yang Kai lifted his spar to the great sun as he shot forward as fast as lightning and roared, "Charge!" Members of both the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad were still dazed from the death of the Black Ink disciple. Now that they saw a great sun rising and felt its glorious power spreading through the area, they became even more thunderstruck. Following Yang Kai's battle cry, the great sun flew across the immense battlefield like a huge ball, and everywhere it went, the Black Ink clan helplessly fell aside. Those who touched the great sun died upon contact, and all others in its proximity were wounded. 2 special operations squads trailed behind the great sun, the 2 squad leaders exchanging glances, seeing the astounded look in each other's eyes. Both of them could see that the great sun was a divine manifestation. High-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the power to create a divine manifestation of their own, and as squad leaders of Special Operations Squads, both of them were among the top talents among the 7th Other and naturally had their own divine manifestations. However, they both realized that their divine manifestations were hopelessly weak in comparison to the one that Yang Kai displayed. This junior brother Yang of theirs was wielding a divine manifestation of such astonishing strength. It did not have the power of an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master just yet, but it was very close. Judging by how quickly the Great Sun was slaughtering the Black Ink clansmen, it showed that those who were beneath the feudal lords were killed by the Great Sun's blinding power before they could even get close. However, after recalling the power that Yang Kai had exhibited earlier, it was not hard to understand why his divine manifestation was this strong. It was hard to miss the sudden appearance of the Great Sun on the battlefield. It smashed through the enemy lines with unstoppable force, and it made its way through the battlefield without even slowing at all. The 2 squads stayed right behind Yang Kai, one on either side, acting as his wings as they worked together with him to reap as many of the Black Ink clan soldiers' lives as possible. This was the benefit of having squad members to work with. Previously, when Yang Kai acted alone, he did not have to worry about others, but his kill count did not stack up as quickly as it did now either when he did not have help. Right now, Yang Kai could focus his attention solely on charging forward and killing all the enemies in his path. He did not have to care about anything else, for even if he failed to kill those that fell by the wayside, the 2 special operations squads following him would finish them off. He also did not have to look over his shoulder or worry about being attacked from behind. The army commander had ordered the 2 special operations squads to join forces with him, and although there was no clear task communicated in the order, Yang Kai could tell that the appearance of numerous black ink disciples of high orders had most likely disrupted the North-South Army's plans. They were in a deadlock and they needed to break the stalemate. He could not help with the battle between the Eighth Order Masters and the Territory Lords, so what he could do was give the humans an advantage in the fight among those of the lower orders. Since the army commander hoped that he could break the stalemate, his only choice was to give it all he had. Thus, Yang Kai immediately summoned his divine manifestation. The army commander did not say how he should break the deadlock, and under the circumstances, Yang Kai would not be receiving any advice from anyone else. Therefore his plan was very simple. He was going to rely on the strength of the two special operations squads and rampage through the battlefield without holding back. Once the Black Ink clan's morale fell far enough and they were routed, the humans could naturally break the stalemate. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:14 Light of the Sun. Amid the chaos, a great sun flew forward, and with the help of two special operations squads, they cut a large swath right across the vast battlefield. All of the Black Ink clansmen who stood in their path were slaughtered. The Seventh Order Masters behind Yang Kai relentlessly cut down any enemies that managed to survive the initial impact of the Great Sun. Though a large number of Black Ink clansmen died from the Great Sun charging up ahead, many more managed to escape and began to launch frenzied attacks upon the source of the deadly attack. Yang Kai was under such heavy assault that his word force protection faltered and cracked. His skin split open and golden blood oozed out of the wounds all over his body. If no one dealt with these Black Ink clansmen, then they would be a huge hindrance to Yang Kai and soon he would not be able to fight as ferociously as he did now. The task of getting rid of these Black Ink clansmen fell onto the shoulders of the two special operations squads. The only way to ensure that Yang Kai could continue pushing forward unyieldingly was to stop the Black Ink clan from attacking him. By now, the two special operations squads trailing behind Yang Kai had already killed countless enemies, and Yang Kai who led the charge killed even more. Yang Kai and his spear had stormed through over 10 million kilometers of space, and the light of the Great Sun had now grown dim. Once the light completely extinguished, the two special operations squads behind Yang Kai who had been valiantly killing their opponents abruptly noticed that there was no one around them. They had cut through the entire battlefield and rushed out into the open void beyond. Not too far behind them was the battlefield upon which tens of thousands of humans and hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen were still clashing. It seemed that all of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who moved around outside the warship were injured. They had traversed the entire length of the battlefield in such a short amount of time, and all the while they had been surrounded by the enemy on all sides. It was not hard to imagine just how many attacks they had to endure, and even though they were Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with formidable strength, it was impossible for them to come out completely unscathed. Even so, they were still spirited and full of vigor. Despite belonging to special operations squads and having earned glory in numerous battles against the Black Ink clan, they had never done anything quite as reckless as this. Two special operations squads under the leadership of Yang Kai had carved out a straight path all the way through the entire battlefield. No one had ever heard of anything like this being done before. Their long-lost fervor for battle consumed them once more. They could not resist the urge to roar at the top of their lungs as they only wished to rush into the battlefield to do it all over again. Yang Kai did not disappoint them. As soon as he broke out of the battlefield, he turned around to face the immense battlefield once more. He raised his spear and pointed at the expansive killing field before shouting, "Take your pills. We're going in again." After a brief moment of startlement, all of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized what Yang Kai meant. Without any further hesitation, they swiftly grabbed handfuls of pills, some to restore energy, some to aid in recovery, and even some to provide a temporary boost in strength, and stuffed them into their mouths. Even the Fifth and Sixth Order Masters aboard the warships who were in charge of the arrays and the artifacts did the same. Despite this being their first meeting and their first time working together with Yang Kai, his ferocity had been seared into their hearts and minds. At this moment, the young man who was covered in golden blood looked like a glowing torch in the dark that could lead them down the path of vanquishing all their enemies. They did not need to think about anything, all they had to do was follow him, and they would be able to wipe out all those whom they wished to exterminate. The golden crow screeched yet again and the blinding great sun rose once more. Just as before, Yang Kai's spear lifted the great sun as he roared, "Kill!" He led the charge as he stormed back into the colossal battlefield, the two special operations squads following closely behind. The brilliant great sun started rampaging through the battlefield for the second time. An incense stick later, the light of the great sun went out once more as Yang Kai and the two special operations squads appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. They were in dreadful states as all of them were covered in blood. Even the two warships showed visible signs of damage. Again, Yang Kai chose a different direction this time and charged into the battlefield once more. The light of the great sun blazed for the third time. The fourth round started another incense stick later. Then the fifth round began. With each summoning of Golden Crow casts, the sun, Yang Kai and the two special operations squads under his leadership were able to cut through the battlefield and eliminate their opponents from one end to the other. By the time the sixth round ended, although the two warships were still following closely behind Yang Kai, there were 5 or 6 fewer Seventh Order Masters moving around outside the warships. Not every Seventh Order Master could withstand such intense fighting with such a reckless strategy. Charging forward in such an unbridled manner also meant that they would constantly be confronted with new opponents. After doing so repeatedly, 5 or 6 of the Seventh Order Masters of the two squads had become heavily injured and had to return to their warships to recover. The remaining Seventh Order Masters were not doing too well either. Even though they consumed a lot of pills, it was still taking a toll on them, and those with weaker heritage were beginning to look rather pale. No one knew just how much longer they could keep this up and continue to weave through the battlefield. Perhaps at some point they would be exhausted halfway through and all of them would end up dying together. Compared to them, Yang Kai was likely the one who had used up the most strength as he unleashed his divine manifestation every single time they charged. Although divine manifestations were powerful, they expended a lot of strength too. The squad leaders of both the Snow Wolves and Profound Wind squads had divine manifestations of their own, but even though they were in the Seventh Order, they could only use them 5 times at most before the strength within their small universes would completely dry up. All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters considered their divine manifestations their trump cards and would not summon them easily. However, Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation for the 6th time and it was still as powerful as before. It proved just how profound the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was. The 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds soon followed. In just over 2 hours they had charged through the battlefield 10 times and killed countless Black Ink Clan soldiers. By now there were only 7 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters following behind Yang Kai. 3 were from the Snow Wolf squad and 4 were from the Profound Wind squad. The rest had returned to their warships to recuperate. Next, the 11th and 12th rounds. When Yang Kai broke out of the battlefield once again with the light of the great sun going out once more, all the color had drained from his face, but his eyes still radiated a brilliant light. All of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Masters who followed him out looked depleted. Even the 2 warships were heavily damaged and flashing with sparks of light, which meant that many of their arrays had broken. The Open Heaven Realm Masters within the squad who were familiar with spirit arrays couldn't help feeling forlorn. Both squads had used up an enormous amount of military merits on their warships. They had requested the artifact refiners from their respective great passes to enhance the 2 warships so that they could withstand more intense battles. Yet, in a little over 2 hours, the warships had been heavily battered and were now on the verge of falling apart. This proved just how violent and ruthless the attacks on them had been thus far. Out of the 16 Seventh Order Masters that belonged to both squads, 13 of them were heavily injured. There were 3 of them remaining who could still put up a fight, but the strength within their small universes was nearly dried up as well. They could no longer return to the battlefield. Yang Kai was aware of this. He knew that they were at their limits, so he said, "Please head back to the purifying Black Ink battleship." The Snow Wolves squad leader instantly caught what Yang Kai had left unsaid and had to ask, "What about you?" Yang Kai grinned at him. "The battle is still undecided. I'm going to continue." The Profound Wind squad leader frowned. "Won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Since I've received my orders, I will continue in spite of the dangers, and besides, the situation's different now. The Black Ink Clan army has been seriously weakened, so it won't be too dangerous even if I head back in alone." As veterans on the battlefield, Everyone had the ability to make their own judgments and were persistent in their own ways too. Therefore, upon hearing what Yang Kai had to say, neither one of the squad leaders tried to talk him out of it. "It is a pity that I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with you till the end of this fight, Brother Yang. I will buy you a drink once you come back victorious," the Snow Wolves squad leader declared. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "I'll look forward to it." The Profound Wind squad leader said nothing, but he bowed and saluted Yang Kai. It was easy enough for the two squads to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship from here since the Black Ink clan were not around to stop them. After watching the two squads' warships limp off into the distance, Yang Kai finally rejoined the battlefield. The strength in his small universe had also almost dried up after using his Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation a dozen times. However, this did not matter as he still had world fruits to replenish himself. He took out a low-rank world fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The medicinal efficacies were rapidly absorbed into his body and the pure and rich world force swiftly filled his small universe. Yang Kai tore off a scrap of his tattered, blood-soaked clothing and used it to tie back his disheveled hair. He raised his azure dragon spear and took a deep breath before pointing the spear in front of him and roaring, "Kill!" The great sun that had gone out not too long ago once again filled the void with its brilliant light as it plowed through the battlefield. The two squads had gathered on the decks of their warships as they headed back to the purifying Black Ink battleship and felt their hearts surging as they watched from afar. Just as Yang Kai had said to the two squad leaders earlier, the situation on the battlefield now was no longer the same as at the start of the battle. The humans relied on the strength of their warships, their bravery and tenacity, and their collaborative efforts with one another, but the Black Ink clan did not show the same unity. All of the respective armies under the various territory lords did their own thing and rarely coordinated with each other. Therefore, despite the huge difference in numbers, it was the humans who had the advantage on the battlefield. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led the two special operations squads on a reckless rampage through the battlefield over and over again, and they had dealt the Black Ink clan a devastating blow. After weaving in and out of the battlefield over 10 times, Yang Kai had successfully divided up the battlefield and helped the human race army in various areas to eliminate all of the nearby Black Ink clansmen in the most efficient manner possible. The effects were not so noticeable after only 1 or 2 rounds, but after the 7th or 8th time, the advantage became clear. When Yang Kai stepped back onto the battlefield alone, he was faced with a lot fewer obstacles. However, he did not have the two special operations squads behind him now, so he had to be in charge of making sure he eliminated all the threats around him. He was under a lot more pressure now than before. Even so, Yang Kai showed no signs of trepidation. Relying on just his powerful heritage and the power of the world fruit to restore his world force, he continued to work his way through the battlefield over and over again. At some point, there was suddenly the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master dying somewhere on the battlefield. All of the humans felt a jolt. The humans had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield countless times, and rarely did they ever witness an 8th Order Master dying, but that did not mean that it never happened. Each time they felt this sort of disturbance, it meant that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed. And if an 8th Order Master died on the battlefield, it meant that the situation was incredibly dire for the humans. This explained why everyone in the human army was deeply shaken by the commotion that signified the death of an 8th Order Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-15 Black Ink Clan withdraws. However, the humans soon realized that the 8th Order Master who died might not have been one of their division commanders, as there were many other 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield as well. Perhaps the one who died was not one of the North-South Army's division commanders, but one of their opponent's 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could not confirm this for now as news and updates could not be transmitted easily in the chaos of the battlefield. In a situation such as this, no one would be going the extra length to ensure that such information was reported promptly. The only thing the humans could do was have faith in their 8th Order Masters and trust that they could gain the upper hand in the fight between the top masters, which would influence the trend for the rest of the battle. Not long after, they sensed the death of another 8th Order Open Heaven Master, followed by the last gleaming of a territory lord's vitality. Deaths among the top masters meant that the battle was reaching its climax. Yang Kai's divine manifestation was still making its presence known as he zipped through the battlefield. He fought alone, but even so he managed to segment out large swaths of the Black Ink clan army, which made it easier for the humans to encircle and crush them. All the while, countless secret techniques rained down on him like a torrential storm. At every given moment he was straddling the lines between life and death. His senses were heightened like never before, but he could not afford to be distracted, not even for a single breath. This carried on until it felt as if eons had passed. All of a sudden, something changed within the Black Ink clan army which had been ceaselessly fighting against the humans. Yang Kai, who was still rampaging across the battlefield, was perceptive enough to catch the change. It was a sign that the Black Ink clan's fighting spirit was beginning to crack. Sure enough, it was not long before the Black Ink clan army began to move and gather towards a specific location. They were retreating towards Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords could not cope with the humans' strength and ferocity. Although they too had exhibited strength that surpassed the humans' expectations of them from the start of the battle till now, they failed to gain the initiative in any way. Throughout this relentless battle, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy casualties and even lost numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Even though the humans suffered losses as well, if the battle carried on in a similar fashion, the situation would only continue to worsen for the Black Ink clan and they would run the risk of their army's total annihilation. Therefore, the territory lords could not hold out any longer. Given their current position, they could only retreat to Great Evolution Pass, which was several days' worth of travel away. Once there, they could regroup with the territory lords who were standing guard at Great Evolution Pass, and rely on their combined strength to withstand the humans' dogged attacks. Retreating to Great Evolution Pass was the Black Ink clan's only choice right now. They were not in a position to act in accordance with the Royal Lord's command. How would they be able to carry out the Royal Lord's orders if they were dead? Survival came first. There would still be other chances for them to serve the Royal Lord if they came out of this with their lives. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan stood by the side of the ship and paid close attention to all the changes on the battlefield. When the Black Ink clan army started retreating, the army commander's heart finally settled back into place. If the Black Ink clan stood their ground till the very end, then from the way the battle was going, the North-South army would still win, but at a devastating cost. It was likely that they would be incapacitated as well as an overwhelming majority of them would be sacrificed. This was the first time the North-South army went up against the Black Ink clan, so what else could they achieve in the future if they suffered such alarming losses in this battle? After all, their ultimate objective was to take back Great Evolution Pass. Now that the Black Ink clan showed signs of faltering, the tides turned in the North-South army's favor. The North-South army could now hunt down their enemy and gain an even more decisive victory while minimizing casualties. Thus, when it became clear that the Black Ink clan was about to retreat, an order came down from the purifying Black Ink battleship. All of the humans who continued to clash with the Black Ink clan immediately started executing the command as they imperceptibly began to provide opportunities for the Black Ink clan to retreat. 2 hours later, most of the Black Ink clan army had regrouped and were withdrawing towards Great Evolution Pass under the leadership of their territory lords. However, they were not fleeing outright as they kept fighting as they retreated. The Black Ink clan fought back just as fiercely when the human army pressed hard against them and waited until they managed to hold off the attack before they continued heading towards Great Evolution Pass. Despite their massive numbers, they still managed to keep an orderly battle formation under the command of the territory lords. Mi Jingluan could feel a headache coming on as he found himself up against a worthy opponent this time. He did not know which territory lord had command over the Black Ink clan army, but judging from the initial reaction to the clash between both factions, it was evident that this particular territory lord was a talented and insightful strategist. Perhaps, the inordinately high number of defeats suffered on the battlefield had given the Black Ink clan enough experience to strategize against the humans. All of the territory lords who lived long enough would have gone through countless defeats at the hands of the humans. Thus, even though the humans' attempt to give chase had been effective, it did not accomplish as much as they hoped it would. Mi Jingluan had planned to wipe out this entire Black Ink army, but from the situation they were in now, this was unlikely to happen. All the humans could do now was to try their best to weaken the enemy as much as possible. The two armies began to drift apart, while the black ink clouds thickened over the battlefield and loomed over the void. The black ink clouds were full of broken limbs and scattered corpses from the deaths of both humans and black ink clansmen, along with the wreckage of human warships that had been destroyed. In this battle, the black ink clan suffered heavy casualties, but the humans also suffered significant losses. A few battered warships hovered outside the black ink cloud with squad members gathered within, pale-faced and sporting serious injuries. These squads were the ones who suffered the most casualties during the battle. Usually, a squad consisted of 10 to 15 members, but these squads had less than half of that. Their warships suffered serious damage during the battle. Therefore, they were surrounded by danger at every corner without protection. Although they survived, they were gravely injured in battle and could no longer join the fight. When Mi Jingluan gave the order for the human army to pursue the Black Ink clan, he also ordered those who could no longer fight to stay behind and tend to themselves first before regrouping with the rest of the army once they regained their strength. Numerous squads had no choice but to do so. The human army had to soldier on as they went after the Black Ink clan and thus could not linger for long. If the humans who had been injured managed to join one of the other squad's warships, they could follow the rest of the army, but if they missed that chance, their only option was to stay back and recuperate. Once they regained some of their strength, they could use the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship, which would not hinder the army in any way. Yang Kai was one of the ones who received the order to stay back. Even as Mi Jingluan stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, he witnessed Yang Kai's incredible feats on the battlefield. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yang Kai's presence contributed greatly to the Black Ink clan army's drop in morale and decision to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. In the battle between both armies' top masters, the humans' 8th Order Division commanders gained the upper hand and eventually pressured the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples into retreating. However, in the open battlefield, Yang Kai had led 2 special operations squads in countless forays across the entire area. In doing so, they managed to slice through the Black Ink clan army and minimize the casualties suffered by the humans. Furthermore, with each pass of the Great Sun, the humans struck a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan's morale. As both their strongest fighters and their regular foot soldiers' spirits dipped, the Black Ink clan army's performance in battle dropped proportionally. Naturally, they had to retreat. The light of the Great Sun that rose time and time again across the battlefield was probably the most blinding light that Mi Jingluan had ever seen in his life. Others might not know how many times Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation, but Mi Jingluan knew the number very well. 19 times. That was not an ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was a divine manifestation which all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters considered a trump card and expended a huge amount of energy with each use. A 7th Order Master had used his divine manifestation 19 times to vanquish the dangers that loomed over the human race army. In the past, Mi Jingluan would not have believed this to be possible as humans simply did not have endless energy. How could a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master possess such a remarkable heritage? However, he had seen it happen with his own eyes today. While he did not know what Yang Kai used to restore the strength he had expended throughout the battle, using his divine manifestation 19 times would still place an extreme burden on Yang Kai's small universe. Thus, Mi Jingluan gave the order for Yang Kai to stay back. He wanted Yang Kai to take this opportunity to recover as well as look out for the other humans who could not follow the rest of the army for various reasons. Yang Kai naturally obeyed the order. As it was, he did need to take some time to restore himself. Even though he ate a low-rank world fruit to replenish the world force he had expended, repeated use of Golden Crow casts the sun had once again depleted his small universe. If the Black Ink clan army had not begun its retreat, he might have had to consume another world fruit to replenish his strength once more. Even though it was quick and harmless enough to consume a world fruit to restore his world force, such miraculous treasures were meant to be saved for emergency situations. It was far better to take some time to recover his strength in the normal way. In addition to that, Yang Kai was covered in injuries from the battle and was mentally drained as well. Now that the human army was chasing after the Black Ink clan army, victory had been decided. What remained to be seen was how many Black Ink clansmen the humans managed to eliminate in the chase. Yang Kai's participation would not make much of a difference in this situation. Therefore he agreed without protest when Mi Jingluan's order came down. At this very moment he was sitting cross-legged near the half-wrecked warships and was silently adjusting his breathing. The survivors gathered in these warships did likewise. They did not have looks of grief and sorrow, but instead exhibited strength and determination. From the moment these soldiers joined the Great Evolution North-South Army, they knew that this was going to be a highly dangerous mission. They would not be able to rely on a great past the way they did in the past. In the Great Evolution Theater, far from their homes, the only things they could rely on were themselves and their comrades in arms. They knew very well that there would be countless casualties in the fight to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. If they were not the ones who died, then it would be their fellow soldiers beside them. Everyone was mentally prepared to die in this campaign. Therefore, even though some of their fellow squad members had died, no one spent time grieving over this. Dying in battle on the Black Ink battlefield was a worthy sacrifice. The living did not have to mourn and regret, they only needed to kill even more of the Black Ink clansmen and take back Great Evolution Pass. This was the best way for them to honor and pay their respects to their fellow soldiers who died in battle. Even these squads had fared a lot better than some. Although their warships were heavily damaged and half of their ranks were either gravely wounded or died in battle, many other squads had been wiped out entirely. War was always brutal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:16, Can you save yourself? There were still humans who stumbled out of the battlefield every now and then. Some came out alone while others came in groups of 2 or 3. All of them had one thing in common though: they were covered in blood and their auras were weak. Attracted by the auras of Yang Kai and the others, these scattered, weakened soldiers soon gathered together and found a place to rest and recover. As soon as Yang Kai had stabilized his condition, he rushed back into the Black Ink clouds. There were countless living beings within his small universe, including a World Tree clone, which was why his world force recovered far quicker than others. The heritage of his small universe also continued to increase even without the need for him to actively cultivate. The Black Ink clouds were still looming over the battlefield, and while both of the armies were gone, there could still be human survivors. Perhaps some of these human soldiers still had a bit of vitality left to them but could not move due to the grave injuries they suffered. They would die if no one helped them. Thus, Yang Kai decided to go and take a look. The battlefield spanned over 10 million kilometers, so it took Yang Kai some time to scan the area for life auras. He did end up finding some. However, these mostly came from heavily injured Black Ink clansmen who were on the brink of death. Yang Kai did not show any mercy, dispatching these survivors with swiftness and precision. He carried on searching for 2 hours. When Yang Kai emerged from the battlefield, he had a female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with him. He did not know her name, but by the time he found her, she was already unconscious. She had climbed on top of the wreckage of a warship and was covered in wounds, so much so that her clothes were soaked in fresh blood. Apart from this female 7th Order Master, Yang Kai had only spotted numerous dead bodies belonging to other humans, along with the scattered remnants of Black Ink clan. The vast battlefield looked like the depths of hell. This woman was the only survivor he found. Yang Kai had joined the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of years now. He had started out as 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and was now in the 7th Order. Throughout all those years he had been to numerous theaters and taken part in countless battles, both small and large. However, none of his past battles had ever been as tough and fearsome as this one. This could be chalked down to the fact that the Great Evolution Army had to travel so far away without anything they could rely on for help. The situation was different from all the other battles near the various Great Passes. In the Great Evolution Theater, the human race army did not have any backup or safe harbor. Even if they were injured, they did not have a secure place to recover and tend to their wounds. The only thing they could do was win their battles so that they could continue working towards the ultimate goal of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass. It was clear that the battle today would be repeated again and again in the future. How many more humans were going to sacrifice their lives here in the Great Evolution Theater in order to achieve victory? When Yang Kai brought the woman back to where the other humans were gathered, they glanced at him and nodded lightly without saying anything. There were less than 30 of them gathered here to recuperate. It did not mean that less than 30 humans had lost their ability to fight after the battle earlier. These were merely the ones who were too wounded to keep up with the rest of the human army which was pursuing the Black Ink clan. Most of the other soldiers had joined the rest of the army despite their injuries. After setting the woman down beside him, Yang Kai once again sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. However, at the very next moment he opened his eyes and stared at the battlefield. He detected an unusual movement over there. He had searched the battlefield for 2 hours and did not find anything noteworthy, apart from the female 7th Order Master who was still alive. Where were these unusual fluctuations coming from? Just as Yang Kai pondered in confusion, the movements became even clearer. It was the result of a trace of vitality that was in rapid recovery. The vitality was strong and its recovery accelerated. A strong aura suddenly emanated from the battlefield. Yang Kai's expression turned grim at once. He leaped to his feet as his divine sense blasted forth a message. Use the universe transference law and return to the purifying black ink battleship now. There were over 30 open heaven realm masters who also sensed the recovering vitality before Yang Kai said anything. They had been staring puzzledly at the battlefield, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, their expressions hardened as they realized the severity of the situation. No one hesitated. Everyone jumped into action and used the universe transference law. 2 hours of restoration was not enough for these heavily injured cultivators to heal completely, but it was enough time to let them regain the strength to cast this secret technique, which did not require too much of it. The light of an array glowed beneath all of their feet as they cast the universe transference law and they connected with the universe array on the purifying black ink battleship. In just a few breaths of time, everyone would be able to rely on the universe transference law to teleport back to the purifying black ink battleship. Just then, as everyone focused on the commotion caused by the universe transference law, a strong divine sense swept out from the recovering vitality on the battlefield. Yang Kai turned pale. That which he had been most concerned about became reality. Earlier on, even though he sensed that the vitality was a powerful one, he could not confirm what cultivation this individual had. Just to be safe, he immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. However, now that this person's divine sense burst forth, Yang Kai could instantly tell what cultivation they had. The recovering vitality from the battlefield belonged to someone in the 8th Order. Yang Kai was fairly certain that the cultivator was not an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the North-South Army, so there was a high chance that it was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Although he did not know whether any of the North-South Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in battle, he knew that even if they did, if their bodies were still intact, the other 8th Order Masters would not leave them just lying around. They would surely take the body back with them. Only territory lords ignored the bodies of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples who died. There's still an 8th Order Black Ink disciple on the battlefield. No one had seen this coming. Yang Kai had not noticed anything when he searched the battlefield earlier. From the looks of it now, this 8th Order Master most likely cultivated some sort of secret technique that allowed him to fake his death. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the notice of the 8th Order Division commanders when they searched the battlefield. The human army had left and the remaining 30-odd humans were weak and injured. Now that they were confronted with an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, things did not look good for them. Yang Kai's heart caught in his throat. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths of time passed. The light from the 30-plus arrays grew brighter. After the 3rd breath of time, some of the lights flared up like an explosion, and the silhouette inside that light was enveloped around instantly disappeared. 3 of them were gone. By the 4th breath of time, even more of them had left. However, there were still over a dozen of them remaining. The universe transference law was incredibly useful, but it had its pros and cons. By using the universe transference law, humans could swiftly return to nearby universe array, in this case the purifying black ink battleship, but the distance and the user's cultivation both affected the time it took for the teleportation to be initiated. In summary, the higher the person's cultivation and the closer the universe array, the shorter time it took for the universe transference law to take effect. The 3 humans who left after the 3rd breath were all in the 7th Order. As for the dozen or so ones who left at the 4th breath, they were all in the 6th Order. Their cultivation was slightly lower than the previous ones, so they left a little later. The remaining ones were mostly those in the 5th Order, with a couple of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. They had the lowest cultivation and thus took the longest to be transported. Under the usual circumstances, when humans use the universe transference law, they would do their best to ensure that the process would not be disrupted, as any disturbance would result in the failure to be transported. However, this crisis came upon them too suddenly. By the time they sensed that things were not looking good for them, they could only try to leave as quickly as possible without being able to care about anything else. 2 more breaths of time passed, and just as the remaining humans were about to leave, a figure emerged from the battlefield and charged towards them. Although the figure was still some distance away, a burst of world force in the shape of a wispy hand grabbed at them. Affected by the powerful force, the arrays beneath the dozen or so remaining humans began to shift and contort. If the enormous hand managed to catch them, even if the humans did not die, they would still fail to teleport away. If that happened, then a group of 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be left to face off against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. They had no hope of surviving the encounter. Yang Kai had been on high alert all along, so as soon as he noticed what was happening, he roared and leapt forward with his spear. The spear soared towards the hand, and at the same time space principles flared madly. As the spear shadows dissipated, the enormous hand enclosed Yang Kai within its grasp. However, at that very next moment, Yang Kai's silhouette burst back out of the hand. Enveloped by the radiance of his spear, his body swiftly returned to where he had been earlier. At last, flashes of light engulfed the remaining humans. Thanks to the time that Yang Kai had bought for them, the dozen or so 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to leave safely. As they left, every single one of them stared at Yang Kai with shocked and worried expressions. They knew that had it not been for Yang Kai's interference, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple would have managed to keep them here. Yet now that they were all gone, Yang Kai was left all by himself. How could he fight against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple? If they had known that this would happen, they would have chosen to remain behind and join forces to battle against the Black Ink Disciple. Even though all 30 or so of them were weakened and injured, they would still be able to put up a fight if they fought together. Still, there was no point in dwelling on this now. When they noticed that the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's vitality was recovering, they all decided to leave. No one would have expected the Black Ink Disciple to recover so quickly. In the silence of the void, Yang Kai raised his Azure Dragon Spear and watched as the figure emerged from the battlefield. It was indeed an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. He was shrouded in black ink strength and had a large mass growing out of his shoulder that made him appear as if he had 2 heads. The inky black strength within the mass was surging with great ferocity. The fact that Yang Kai had managed to interrupt his attack and render it useless made him visibly furious. He glared darkly at Yang Kai, and murderous intent swirled in his eyes. "You saved everyone else, but can you save yourself?" "I won't know until I try," Yang Kai responded coolly. While speaking, he secretly consumed a world fruit. Although some of his strength had been restored, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in order to face off against an 8th Order Master. Though this 8th Order Black Ink Disciple did not seem to be all that powerful. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:17. Either you die or I perish. During their earlier exchange, Yang Kai detected something strange. This 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's attack appeared terrifying, but in reality, it seemed to lack true substance. He was heavily injured as well. Even on the surface, he had a large wound along his abdomen, and even though he used his strength to seal it up, blood continued to trickle out. Furthermore, one of his eyes had been destroyed. The remaining, functional eye was glaring darkly at Yang Kai the same way a venomous snake stared at its prey. It was understandable to find him in this state. Someone who needed to fake his death in order to survive the battlefield had to have been incapacitated at some point. The lingering injuries on him proved as much. Plus, he was only an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple and not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which meant that he was a lot less powerful than a real 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he was at the peak of his current strength, he might not even be stronger than any of the territory lords. If Yang Kai was alone, he might not have been willing to take this risk. With instantaneous movement at his disposal, this heavily wounded 8th Order Black Ink Disciple would most likely fail to do anything to him. Thus, even if Yang Kai could not win this fight, he could still escape just fine. However, he was not alone right now. He still had the unconscious female 7th Order Master that he brought back from the battlefield. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, And although his small universe could keep cultivators that were not high-rank open heaven realm masters, it could not do so with a 7th Order master. There was very little chance Yang Kai could escape from this 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks if he brought the woman with him, so his only option was to fight. Back then Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined forces and with great difficulty, they managed to kill a heavily injured territory lord, Zhu Feng. It had been several hundred years since then, and Yang Kai was now up against a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He did not think it was an impossible fight for him as he was now a lot more powerful than before. Has the younger generation grown so arrogant? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple snorted coldly. Yang Kai's response clearly infuriated him. Even though you might not have done it willingly since you've become one with the Black Ink clan, you're my enemy now. You have no right to consider yourself my senior, Yang Kai answered evenly. As Yang Kai spoke, his hand shot out and a gentle force wrapped up the unconscious female 7th Order master's body that was situated nearby. In the next moment, space principles fluctuated and the woman's body shimmered before disappearing and reappearing hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and continued drifting further off into the void. A fierce battle was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no way of keeping the woman safe in the thick of the fight, so his only choice was to send her away. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple knew very well what Yang Kai was attempting to do, but he did not try to stop it. To him, he could easily go after the unconscious 7th Order woman once he dealt with Yang Kai. He would have all the time in the world to decide her fate then. Still, he was deeply displeased by Yang Kai's attitude. After glancing at the female 7th Order master that Yang Kai sent away, he withdrew his gaze and extended his arm. A clear sword cry filled the battlefield and immediately after, a ray of light shot out and was soon drawn to his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he subconsciously tightened his grip around his azure dragon spear. He had seen it very clearly. A long sword had flown out of the battlefield, one that most likely belonged to this 8th Order Black Ink disciple. From the looks of it now, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple cultivated the sword Dao. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at this realization, for those who cultivated sword Dao were extremely well versed in killing. In other words, sword Dao cultivators all had a lot of experience in battle and were incredibly tough opponents. Feng Ying was proof of this as she also cultivated the sword Dao. A long sword that was prized by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be an ordinary artifact. The long years of nurture were enough to bind the life of an 8th Order Master with his artifact. The only thing that Yang Kai could rejoice at was the dimmed glow of the longsword artifact the 8th Order Black Ink disciple summoned. Its spirituality was noticeably diminished and there were numerous dents and cracks along its length. It could be seen that during the clash with the North-South Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Masters, this Black Ink disciple was so badly defeated that he not only had to fake his death, but even his artifact was damaged as well. Once the 8th Order Black Ink disciple retrieved his longsword, he created a sword array with a simple flick. However, bolstered by his powerful cultivation, a dangerous aura emanated from the sword array as it formed. This proved that he was indeed highly proficient in the sword Dao. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple grasped his sword in one hand and held it out in front of him as he said, "The Royal Lord values talent, so this old master will ask you this: are you interested in serving the Royal Lord? If you agree to do so, I can spare your life today." Truth be told, this old master's condition is less than satisfactory. I do not wish to fight against anyone else. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of grievous melancholy. You were born a human, but you now serve the Black Ink clan. Old sir, have you forgotten your comrades in arms who fought alongside you 30,000 years ago and defended you with their lives? Have you forgotten the countless soldiers who died in battle at Great Evolution Pass? A hint of remembrance flickered in the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. 30,000 years was a long time ago. Who'd clearly remember anything that happened back then? Yang Kai's lowered his eyes. Old sir, this means you must have also forgotten the sincerity of your goals and initial intent when you first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple chuckled. Young man, are you trying to advise this old master to turn back after straying down the wrong path? Don't waste your breath. Ever since this old master was enlightened by Black Ink's strength, this old master ceased to be a human. You don't need to try and lecture this old master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In that case I won't say anything more. Seems to me that you've made up your mind, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple remarked as he eyed Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fighting intent surged as he pointed his spear forward and answered coolly, "Right here, right now, either you die or I perish." Good, good, good. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple nodded. You know, this old master was just as proud and relentless as you at that age. It's a pity. Age creeps up on everyone. Since you've made your choice, this old master will fulfill it for you. How's that? Are you ready to die, young man? In the state that this old master is in right now, it's one thing if I choose to stand down, but if we are to fight, I will do so with full force. I won't hold back at all. He had only just finished his sentence when Yang Kai suddenly flickered and appeared beside him. The azure dragon's spear pierced out as he unleashed the full potential of his supreme limitless spear art, sending a storm of blows towards the enemy. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple clearly did not expect Yang Kai to be this treacherous. He was caught unaware and did not have his guard up. In his haste, he raised his sword to fend off the attack and unleashed scores of sword waves at Yang Kai. The two figures immediately engaged in battle. Spear shadows and sword waves filled the void in a constant cycle of disappearing and re-emerging once more. Apart from the sparks from the spear shadows and sword waves colliding, bursts of world force clashed against each other with such ferocity that the local space became unstable. The look of surprise on the 8th Order Black Ink disciple increasingly intensified. Although he was heavily injured, this 7th Order junior did not seem to be in a much better state than him. Both of them had just survived a bitter battle, so neither one of them was in good condition. Thus, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple assumed that it would be fairly easy for him to kill the 7th Order master. Yet once the fight started, he realized that things were not as he had expected. This 7th Order junior had a mysterious movement skill that gave him a huge advantage of mobility. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple had no choice but to focus on defending himself and to try and regain the initiative. Had his opponent been an ordinary 7th Order master, then it would not have been hard for him to regain the advantage. He could easily exhibit to his opponent what the difference in order signified in terms of strength. However, this young 7th Order master was clearly not ordinary. Each time their world forces clashed, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple could vividly sense the extreme density and purity of his opponent's strength. It was not the kind of strength that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master was supposed to have. Judging by the purity alone, it was comparable to his own. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple could not help but feel stunned by this. He could not figure out how this young 7th Order master could cultivate the strength within his small universe to this extent. He had encountered numerous 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters in his life, but none were comparable to the young man in front of him now. The higher the purity of the world force, the more powerful the cultivator was. Moreover, the rigorousness of this young man's world force was also remarkable. It far surpassed what was to be expected from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Where did this freak come from? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple was thoroughly perplexed. Apart from that, he was also shocked by the young 7th Order master's accomplishments in the Spear Dao. All his life he focused on cultivating his Sword Dao. Even after becoming a Black Ink disciple, he never stopped doing so. Thus, after so many years, he had reached a very high state of attainment in it. Yet, right now, a young man who was only a 7th Order master managed to use his Spear Dao to fight against his own Sword Dao. Even though it required a fair amount of effort, he could still tell that the young man was highly accomplished in his cultivation of Spear Dao as well. The young man's Spear Dao was not as refined as his Sword Dao and was not of a domain as high as his, but it seemed to flow freely and effortlessly. The young man wielded his spear with such ease that it was impossible to discern any kind of pattern from his attacks, despite each of them being extremely sharp and precise. A Spear Dao like this perfectly embodied the concepts of freedom and limitlessness. Even just the wielding of such a Spear Dao was enough to give those who witnessed it a sense of joy and satisfaction. With pure and vigorous world force and high attainment in the Spear Dao, this young man had every right to be arrogant. This was why the Black Ink disciple failed to defeat him as quickly as predicted. However, if this was all there was to it, then the outcome would not change in any way. After just a brief exchange of blows, the advantage that the young man gained earlier was beginning to slip away, and soon he would slowly start to be disadvantaged in the fight. Still, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple was a little reluctant to kill off such a fine talent. Even when he was still human, he had already exhibited great appreciation for talented people. Even though he had been corrupted by Black Ink strength for 30,000 years now and prioritized the Black Ink clan over all else, this part of his personality did not change very much. Thus, the more talented Yang Kai seemed, the less inclined the Black Ink disciple was to kill him. Amid the chaotic battle, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple transmitted a message. "Little friend, this old master will ask you one last time. Are you willing to serve the Royal Lord? With your capabilities, if you gain the help of Black Ink strength, you will one day become even stronger than this old master. Perhaps you might even be able to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Yang Kai did not stop attacking as he said, "So what if I can become a 9th Order Master? I will be enslaved by the Black Ink clan and forced to kill my fellow humans. How would you know the joys of Black Ink strength if you've never experienced its mysterious power for yourself?" The 8th Order Black Ink disciple argued back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5218 Jr., you're a difficult one to deal with. If it is a joy that annihilates the self, then I'd rather not know it. Do you persist down your misguided path, little friend? Our beliefs differ. We will never see eye to eye on this. Since you insist on doing things the hard way, don't blame this old master for not showing you any mercy. True enough, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks became a lot more ruthless. He indeed had a great appreciation for talent, but Yang Kai's staunch attitude dissuaded him from trying to convince him further. Furthermore, it would not be safe to linger too long here. Although the human army had left some time ago, several dozen humans managed to flee earlier. So if the human 8th Order Masters found out he survived by faking his death, they might send a division commander over and deal with him. Considering the condition he was in right now, he would be doomed if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came. With a flick of his long sword, the sword waves combined together and struck at Yang Kai's head. Under the crushing strength of the Black Ink disciple's blow, Yang Kai's body shook violently. Even though he mustered all of his strength to withstand the blow, it was still too much. The piercing sword chi slashed through his clothes and his blood began to gush out of the wounds. The force of that powerful blow sent Yang Kai flying back as if he had been launched from a cannon. Even so, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple did not let up on the attacks. Again and again he slashed his sword and sent flurry after flurry of relentless sword chi out. From a distance, the endless waves of sword chi seemed to form a long river that ended where Yang Kai stood. Profound sword paradises chasing stars and moon sword art. At last, Yang Kai realized what this Black Ink disciple's background was. After fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for many years, he became acquainted with many of the elites from various cave heavens and paradises. Thus, he knew a thing or two about the unique divine abilities and secret techniques of the cave heavens and paradises. It was clear that this Black Ink disciple was using the chasing stars and moon sword art, which was one of Profound Sword Paradise's core sword arts. However, this knowledge did nothing to influence the course of this somber fight. Both Yang Kai and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple were survivors of the brutal battle that took place earlier. Even though the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's injuries were a lot more severe than Yang Kai's, he was still one order higher than Yang Kai, and one order's difference was enough to give him a compelling advantage. Any other 7th Order Master would have probably died at the hands of this 8th Order Black Ink disciple by now, but as it was, the one up against him was Yang Kai. Even so, Yang Kai seemed to have a hard time dealing with the never-ending storm of attacks. Despite unleashing his supreme limitless spear art to its fullest force, it was still hard for him to withstand the ferocity of his opponent's sword skills. The savage sword chi's overbearing power left Yang Kai's body littered with wounds. As the Black Ink disciple's sword waves continued to wash over Yang Kai, the distance between them grew smaller, and the Black Ink disciple's sword intent grew colder. Yang Kai's instincts flared from the looming sense of danger. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that once the distance between them closed to a certain range, the Black Ink disciple was sure to unleash a devastating divine ability. When that happened, it would be a life-or-death moment for Yang Kai. But why would Yang Kai allow his opponent's plans to come to fruition? As the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's figure continued to approach, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. All at once, his right eye turned into an endless black abyss and the entire void seemed to be shrouded by a curtain of darkness. At the same time, a piercing golden pupil appeared in his left eye. The silhouette of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple was reflected in the golden pupil, and with the casting of Yang Kai's eye secret techniques, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's reflection mysteriously contorted. It was as if the 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had been launching a storm of attacks at Yang Kai was suddenly struck by lightning. It felt as if a powerful force had popped out of nowhere, struck him, leaving his body twisted up in pain as it instinctively stiffened. After noticing Yang Kai's pair of strange eyes, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple exclaimed in shock, "The demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. This young man is from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven." However, the Black Ink disciple did not detect any hint of demon chi on Yang Kai. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either the young man had been hiding his background all along, or he was not a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple, but had instead used military merits he earned from the Black Ink battlefield in exchange for these two powerful secret techniques. It would not be as big of a deal if the former was true, but if the truth was the latter, then this young man was surely a lot more formidable than he assumed. Anyone who gained the chance to cultivate core secret techniques by exchanging them for military merits had to be those who earned a vast number of them on the battlefield. They were all elites who would have the blood of countless Black Ink clansmen on their hands. However, even though the young man was accomplished in both of these eye secret techniques, the effects were naturally dampened when he tried to use them against someone of a higher order. Thus, in the time it took the Black Ink disciple to think this through, the effects of both the eye secret techniques wore off. What Yang Kai wanted was precisely this momentary lapse though. The call of the golden crow rang out, and a great sun rose once again to illuminate the void. Just as the Black Ink disciple snapped out of his thoughts, the great sun had already broken through the torrent of sword waves and was charging towards him. Divine manifestation. The Black Ink disciple frowned as he felt a sense of admiration for the young man. Although this youth was only in the 7th Order beneath his own realm, his combat sense was remarkable. He must have sensed something, which was why he used his eye secret techniques and followed up with his divine manifestation in the hopes of disrupting his plans. The Black Ink disciple had to admit that it was an astute move to make. Had it not been for the young man's series of counterattacks, the Black Ink disciple might have already used his trump card and taken the young man's life. This was the divine manifestation of a 7th Order Open Heaven Master, so even he, an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, could not afford to take it lightly. He had no choice but to focus his attention on defending against the attack. His finger swiped across the long sword and his world force burst forth. The sword, which had been dim this whole time, suddenly lit up in a brilliant flare. He then slashed down with force and cut the great sun in half. Even the golden crow, which had been cawing inside the great sun, let out a seemingly mournful cry. The Black Ink disciple did not stop there. He cast another mysterious sword technique and a multitude of swords appeared in the void. When the final sword appeared, Yang Kai's silhouette reappeared and instantly, Yang Kai felt an enormous pressure weighing down on him. He was suppressed and sealed from all sides. His expression turned grim. As was expected of an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, he was able to decipher what his opponent was doing and act accordingly. Earlier on, after summoning Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai charged towards the Black Ink disciple to try to deliver a sneak attack. Yet, the situation now seemed like he was delivering himself into the lion's den. His actions appeared incredibly foolish. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time battling an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Although his opponent was not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still close. Yang Kai now knew how difficult and terrifying it was to deal with an 8th Order Master, and this was only a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink disciple. What if he had been at his peak? What would it be like up against the 8th Order Division commanders? Zhu Feng, the heavily injured territory lord from all those years ago, was a lot easier to take on by comparison. As a former human, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple understood the way humans thought a lot better than any territory lord ever could. Thankfully, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. He did not know how the Black Ink disciple's mysterious sword techniques worked, or why it had the effect of suppressing and sealing space. That being said, while this effect would have proved useful against any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the same did not apply to him. With a flicker of Yang Kai's space principles, the local space which had been sealed instantly broke apart. As he hastened to retreat, the Black Ink Disciple's long sword was already slashing at him. The cutting sword waves crackled from the tip of the sword. When Yang Kai came to a stop again, there was a trail of blood that ran from his forehead down to his abdomen. The cut was deep enough that his bones were visible. Had he been the tiniest bit slower in retreating just now, the Black Ink Disciple might have managed to cut him in half. If that happened, then even if he had a powerful dragon vein, it would have been doubtful if he could have survived. Despite the very recent brush with death, Yang Kai's expression remained composed. The Black Ink Disciple charged forward again. This battle was taking far longer than he thought it would, and the more it dragged on, the greater his fear of impending danger grew. He had to end this fight as soon as possible. Junior, you're a difficult one to deal with. The Black Ink Disciple's world force burst forth in a frenzy. Every single blow he sent at Yang Kai was suffused with a terrifying bloodthirst, as he now seemed to be giving his all in every single attack. Yang Kai had numerous strange and unpredictable methods up his sleeve, so his opponents had to keep their guards up at all times. Thus, the Black Ink Disciple decided to overwhelm Yang Kai with sheer force. No matter what kind of peculiar tricks Yang Kai had, his decisive weakness was the difference in order. The Black Ink Disciple did not plan to rely on strategies anymore. He was going to fight with brute force and crush his opponent from the front. As are you. Yang Kai grit his teeth and he defended himself against the Black Ink Disciple's fevered attacks. If a cultivator was hellbent on using his cultivation to overwhelm an opponent who was an order lower, then there was not much the latter could do to overcome the situation. The only choice would be to try and withstand the assault. However, there was a limit to what a person could withstand. Once the opponent was worn down, death would become inevitable. In the span of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai gained over a dozen fresh wounds that cut right down to the bone. The most serious injury was the one on his neck. The Black Ink Disciple's sword seemed to have cut through half of his neck, causing golden blood to pour out. The more serious Yang Kai's injuries became, the weaker his resistance grew. This was to be expected. The Black Ink Disciple surmised that after being on the receiving end of his attacks for so long now, Yang Kai would not only be heavily injured, but even his small universe would no longer be able to take it anymore. It was already shocking that Yang Kai managed to survive this long. Do you still insist on being so stubborn, young man? The Black Ink Disciple roared. Yang Kai clenched his jaw and refused to answer, but his dogged determination to carry on fighting was clear. You court death. The Black Ink Disciple coldly snorted. His long sword swished in the air and aimed straight for Yang Kai's heart. This was going to be the final blow. From the young man's earlier display, the Black Ink Disciple deduced that he would not be able to withstand this attack. However, at that very moment, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple saw Yang Kai raise his spear and throw it at him. Even though it was just a careless throw, his opponent's formidable strength was enough for the spear to break apart the void and fly straight towards him. Naturally, the Black Ink Disciple would not allow such a crude attack to land, and with a quick flick of his long sword, he deflected the Azure Dragon's spear and sent it flying. At the same time, he saw the young man opposite him charging towards him with his fist raised to strike at him. Instinctively, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple had a feeling that something was amiss, but how could he mull this over at a time like this? The long sword pierced right through Yang Kai's chest and the savage sword chi poured into the wound. Yang Kai's fist did not touch the Black Ink Disciple, stopping less than a forearm's length away. The Black Ink Disciple eyed Yang Kai coolly, not showing any kind of emotion on his face. He had given his opponent a choice, and since the latter chose death, he merely granted him passage. However, just as the sword touched Yang Kai's body, the Black Ink Disciple was able to detect that his opponent had shifted slightly, so the blow failed to hit his vitals. So that did not matter. Even if the young man survived this attack, his condition would be dismal right now. Just as all of this went through the Black Ink Disciple's mind, all of a sudden Yang Kai grinned at him and called out lightly, "Cow punch." Martial Peak, Chapter 52-19 Narrow Victory. If Yang Kai had a choice between fighting against a territory lord or an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, he would definitely choose the latter. Although an 8th Order Black Ink disciple was the more unpredictable opponent between the two when it came to battle tactics and thus was harder to guard against, Yang Kai still preferred facing an 8th Order Black Ink disciple over a territory lord. After all, he had his cow punch secret technique that used space principles to specifically target the enemy's small universe. It was a secret technique that enabled him to win even if his strength was lower than his opponent's. Among all the cave heavens and paradises, there were several secret techniques that targeted the small universe of Open Heaven Realm Masters, but after all the years Yang Kai had never found one with effects as superb as his cow punch. Unfortunately, this secret technique of his relied on the use of space principles, so no one else apart from him could cultivate it. Plus, as purifying light and purifying black ink pills were distributed to all the great passes, the number of black ink disciples on the battlefield steadily decreased, and the human secret techniques that targeted the small universe lost their utility. The Black Ink clan did not have a small universe, so such secret techniques would be useless against them. It had been years since Yang Kai last used his cow punch secret technique. If he recalled correctly, the last time he used it was back in the Shattered Heaven when he fought Blood Crow. Several hundred years later, he was using it once more. Although it had been a long while since he first created cow punch, the strength of this secret technique increased as he grew stronger. From the moment Yang Kai noticed that his opponent was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, he had counted on using cow punch to win the battle for him. As for his previous display of struggling to keep up in the fight, some of it could be chalked up to his genuine weakness against a stronger opponent, but some of it was on purpose as well. He wanted to lull his opponent into a false sense of security so that the 8th Order Black Ink disciple would let his guard down. While the secret technique was fairly powerful, it took time to implement. The profoundness of the cow punch secret technique was in the way it traced back and targeted the core source of the opponent's world force, which was their small universe. It was a time-consuming process to perform this trace. With his cultivation being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed approximately an incense stick of time to accomplish this against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. So the battle between them thus far lasted for approximately that amount of time. Now was his chance. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to survive an incense stick worth of time against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so this secret technique would become meaningless the moment they failed to continue holding out. But once cow punch was successfully used, it meant that the battle outcome had been decided. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple wanted to use brute force in lieu of strategy, but Yang Kai chose to engage in a battle of wits, which was the real key for someone of a lower order than their opponent. When the long sword pierced into Yang Kai's chest, all the 8th Order Black Ink disciple had to do was ruthlessly flick his sword. Then he would be able to cut Yang Kai in half. However, he no longer had the chance to do so. Just as the 8th Order Black Ink disciple wanted to finish Yang Kai off, a wave of fierce and intense force exploded inside his small universe. All at once, his small universe was thrown into chaos and began shaking violently. All of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's strength dissipated due to the instability of his small universe. In that instant he could barely even hold on to his sword. Yang Kai was not about to miss his chance. His fist swung out with great force and smashed it straight into the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head. With Yang Kai's current cultivation combined with the terrifying physical strength that his dragon vein bestowed upon him, as well as the proximity between him and his opponent, the Black Ink disciple's head would certainly explode if struck by such a blow. However, his opponent was still an 8th Order master, and in this life-or-death crisis he still managed a response, causing the huge growth on his shoulder to explode and eject a concentrated mass of Black Ink strength. The Black Ink strength swiftly formed into a massive jaw that swallowed Yang Kai's approaching fist. The sudden disruption made Yang Kai freeze in shock for a moment. He never thought that the abnormal growth on his opponent's shoulder possessed such a strange ability. All along he assumed that the growth was merely a malformity left behind when this Black Ink disciple relied on Black Ink strength to break through beyond his natural limits. When Yang Kai's fist entered the gigantic jaw formed by the Black Ink strength, he immediately felt as if something sticky was clinging to it. The further his fist traveled, the more its strength was weakened. By the time Yang Kai's fist struck the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head, the power behind it had been at least halved. Even though it was a weakened blow though, It still managed to send the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple flying backwards. However, his head did not explode the way Yang Kai had predicted it would. The sword was yanked from Yang Kai's body just as the Black Ink Disciple flew backwards, drawing a grunt of pain and a splash of blood from him. Even so, Yang Kai did not have the time to dwell on his injury. Now that he had finally managed to use his cow punch, everything he had done that led up to this would be wasted if he could not defeat his opponent before the latter was able to recover. Yang Kai estimated that his cow punch's effects would only last another 3 breaths of time. Thus, when the Black Ink Disciple went flying backwards, Yang Kai stepped forward as well, and with a surge of space principles he followed closely behind. Drawing on the remaining world force in his small universe, Yang Kai summoned a new Great Sunday. The Golden Crow's calls echoed. Yang Kai raised the Great Sun and sent it crashing down on the Black Ink Disciple. The moment the Black Ink Disciple flew backwards though, he was already wary of Yang Kai's subsequent actions. He was at the weakest he had ever been as his small universe continued to shake and rumble. Never would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could push back against an 8th Order Master like him to this extent. It was humiliation beyond compare. None of his previous admiration or appreciation for Yang Kai's talents remained. All he wanted to do now was to take Yang Kai's life to make up for the indignity he felt. His opponent charged at him and once again used his divine manifestation that appeared like a great Sunday. The Black Ink Disciple had to admit that this divine manifestation's strength was formidable. Even an 8th Order Master like him dared not underestimate it. However, he had seen this move before and understood its power, so knew how to defend himself from it. He could not wait until his small universe stabilized, so he bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword. The blood essence fully seeped into the sword and suddenly the dim artifact glowed radiantly. With his sword empowered by his blood essence, the Black Ink Disciple slashed out at Yang Kai ferociously. This attack was enough to deflect his opponent's Great Sun divine manifestation. Although he would also suffer the aftereffects of using this attack, it was still better than dying on the spot. All he needed was to buy himself a little more time. Once the shaking in his small universe calmed, he would easily be able to crush his gravely injured opponent. However, just as he struck this blow, to his horror, yet another gust of force appeared all of a sudden. If the Great Sun gave off scorching heat, then this force felt like a frigid winter. Together with the dazzling Great Sun, a full moon rose up above his 7th Order opponent's head. The sun and moon appeared together. In all the years that this Black Ink Disciple had lived, he had never seen such a mystifying scene. However, together with his awe, he felt an even greater sense of danger. With a loud roar, he forcefully channeled even more force into his attack, trying to execute it before it was too late. He did not know what divine ability his opponent was using, but he could tell that in his current state he could not defend against it. All he could do was try to preempt his opponent for the chance of survival. As the Black Ink Disciple's sword slashed towards Yang Kai, he used the cover of the Great Sun to cast Water Reflects the Moon. The Great Sun to his left, the full moon to his right. When they began to revolve around him, yin and yang intertwined, and the sun and moon combined into a spinning kaleidoscope as space principles erupted out. In an instant, a mysterious force manifested. Formless and undetectable, this force seemed from the swirling sun and moon. Space shattered and time froze. Terror filled the remaining eye of the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple who had his long sword held out in front of him. At that moment he could feel his thoughts coming to an abrupt halt as everything around him seemed to warp and distort. He had never felt anything like this before and the sensation left him petrified. He watched as the sun and moon locked together and spiraled towards him, enveloping him in a kind of domain that he had no way of escaping. That singular moment seemed to stretch out as if it lasted millions of years. As the dazzling light of the sun and moon that had lit up the void slowly died out, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple stood frozen in place, his long sword still stretched out in front of him, barely a palm's length away from Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was ghostly pale and his aura was completely depleted. Fresh blood continued to flow out of the wound in his chest where the long sword had previously impaled him. There was also a long wound that stretched from his forehead down to his abdomen. His body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood which made him look completely wretched. What divine ability was that? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple suddenly asked. Yang Kai's eyelids hung low as he replied, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A manifestation of space-time strength? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple pressed further. Merely scratching the surface, Yang Kai nodded. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple did not say anything else. He simply nodded lightly and withdrew his sword before sitting down cross-legged with a half-lidded eye. Black Ink Eternal. He whispered. As soon as he spoke, his entire being seemed to turn into a statue that had been exposed to the elements for thousands of millennia, crumbling apart and drifting away like dust scattered in the wind. The only thing left was a dim longsword. Corroded by the space-time strength from the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, this longsword lost all spirituality. It was now nothing more than a weapon made out of somewhat decent quality material. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple had managed to fake his death to survive the chaotic battlefield earlier, but now he was well and truly dead. Yang Kai was consumed by a level of exhaustion that he rarely felt before. He could not stop his body from growing weak as he crumbled down. It was a narrow victory. If Yang Kai had failed to kill his opponent with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he would not have been able to put up any further resistance, as the Black Ink disciple's small universe would soon recover from the effects of his cow punch secret technique. Once that happened, the Black Ink disciple would be able to access his full strength once more. Fortunately, the Black Ink disciple had miscalculated. After seeing the Great Sun, he assumed that Yang Kai was just using his golden crow casts the Sun divine manifestation. He never expected that the Great Sun was only one half of an even greater divine ability. He spat out his blood essence to deal with Golden Crow casts the Sun, but he was caught off guard by the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. How could the 8th Order Black Ink disciple survive when his small universe had been rendered powerless and he was attacked with Yang Kai's strongest trump card? Yang Kai quietly lay in the void, not feeling any joy from this victory. That was because even at the moment of death, that Black Ink disciple still showed utmost loyalty to the Black Ink clan, even though he was a human by nature. Perhaps Black Ink's strength might not change a human's personality, but the corrupted Black Ink disciples would reject their own nature and willingly be servile to the Black Ink clan. How woeful and lamentable that was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-20 North-South Army's Casualties. Yang Kai's nearly dried-up small universe slowly began to restore its strength, but the progress was akin to water trickling into a bottomless well. Thus, he mustered the energy to stuff a pill into his mouth to speed up the process. The very next moment, he leaped to his feet and warily observed the surroundings. He sensed the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master somewhere out there, and it was swiftly approaching. However, after realizing which direction the aura was coming from, Yang Kai sighed in relief. The aura was coming from the direction of Great Evolution Pass, and if his guess was correct, the source was one of the North-South Army's 8th Order Division commanders. From the looks of it, the 30 or so humans who returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship via the Universe Array must have reported the news to the higher-ups. As a result, the North-South Army swiftly dispatched one of the 8th Order Masters to check on the situation. Sure enough, just moments later, a short and slender 8th Order Open Heaven Master appeared in front of Yang Kai with a grim expression. He studied Yang Kai for a moment and was secretly shocked by the severity of his wounds. Although he did not know what happened earlier from the state that Yang Kai was in now, he knew enough to tell that Yang Kai had just fought a desperate life-or-death battle. After looking around and noticing that Yang Kai was alone, he asked, "This old master is Cha Pu, Northern Army 4th Division Commander. I am here on a rescue mission under the orders of the Army Commander. Are you Yang Kai?" "I am," Yang Kai nodded. "Where's the 8th Order Black Ink disciple?" "Dead." "You killed him." Cha Pu was visibly taken aback. That Black Ink disciple was heavily injured and lost most of his combat ability. This junior was fortunate enough to eke out a victory, Yang Kai answered. Cha Pu nodded lightly without asking further. "In that case, come with me. We'll reconvene with the rest of the army." He did not ask Yang Kai how the latter managed to kill an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even if the Black Ink disciple was gravely injured, he was still an 8th Order Master. However, since Yang Kai was still standing here and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was missing, it meant that Yang Kai did emerge victorious, so there was no reason to continue probing. "Please wait, sir. There's still one more person, Yang Kai said as his figure flickered and disappeared all of a sudden. Chapu raised his brow. Space principles. Naturally, Yang Kai left to find the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had pushed out into the depths of the void earlier. He was in no position to take care of anyone else while engaged in a battle against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so he had no choice but to send her far away before the fight began. When he sent her away though, Yang Kai left a space beacon with her, so it was easy enough for him to locate her. With a ripple of the space principles, he emerged beside the unconscious woman. Yang Kai was slightly heartened to find that she was not harmed by the fight between him and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. She was still unconscious and drifting through the void due to the force he exerted earlier. He caught her and swiftly returned. Soon he was back with Chapu. "You did well," Chapu praised. "Do you have the strength left to trigger the universe transference law?" "Yes, I do," Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Excellent. Do it and return to the army's purifying black ink battleship." Chapu took the woman from Yang Kai and placed her inside his small universe. He then waited until Yang Kai had successfully left with the universe transference law before using it himself. Once the two of them walked out of the purifying black ink battleship's universe array and stepped foot on the deck, Yang Kai immediately sensed the constant fluctuation of unrelenting forces some distance away. It seemed as if life auras were being extinguished with every breath. It seemed the North-South Army was still pursuing the Black Ink Clan army, which was fleeing back to Great Evolution Pass. From the way the situation looked now, the two armies had been clashing for quite some time. Mi Jinglun was standing on the deck of the ship and staring off into the distance with a pair of gleaming eyes. Upon noticing someone's approach, Mi Jinglun turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was alive and well, albeit looking extremely miserable and exhausted. The lower-order cultivators might not know of Yang Kai's importance, but as an army commander, Mi Jinglun was fully aware of the situation. Although Yang Kai was merely in the 7th Order, his presence had a direct correlation with the speed at which the old ancestors' strength could be restored. In this campaign to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, the old ancestor had specifically requested for Yang Kai to come along with them in order to take advantage of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If a sudden misfortune fell upon Yang Kai, the old ancestor would lose an important source of support. Would that not multiply the difficulty of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass? Earlier on, Mi Jinglun instructed Yang Kai to stay back and recover because he did not want Yang Kai to join the subsequent fight and endanger himself. How could he have known that there was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had survived by faking his death back at the initial battlefield? Mi Jinglun had nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the news and had immediately sent Chapu over to rescue Yang Kai. Thankfully, Yang Kai was safe. Chapu came over to Mi Jinglun and used his divine sense to give a summarized report of what he knew. Mi Jinglun's expression became a little peculiar as he nodded lightly. Chapu brought out the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had placed inside his small universe and passed her to one of the nearby soldiers before he jumped back into the battlefield. "You don't need to join the rest of the fight. Just rest and tend to your injuries." Mi Jinglun eyed Yang Kai and added, "The sword wounds are going to be a little trickier to tackle. Remember to clear out the sword chi and sword intent when you tend to them." "Junior understands." Yang Kai nodded and looked out into the distance. Although the battle was fierce, he could not tell what the situation was like for the two armies, so he had to ask, "How are things going, sir?" Mi Jinglun smiled faintly, "Reasonably well." "Can we take them all down?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Mi Jinglun shook his head. "That's going to be a little tough. They still have quite a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples among them. It'll be hard for us to wipe them out." No one expected to find so many high-order Black Ink disciples here at the Great Evolution Theater. That being said, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, so it was obvious that the large number of Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted all those years ago had enough time to grow in strength. No one knew what the situation would be like here, and now that they finally noticed this after going up against the Black Ink Clan, it was too late. If the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass don't come over to rescue them, then it's still possible for us to take them all down, but if they do send reinforcements, then we'll just have to avoid the clash for now. The Black Ink Clan army had acted quite strategically. When their commander realized that things were looking bad for them, he immediately ordered a retreat to Great Evolution Pass. Clearly, he wanted to rely on the strength of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass to hold the North-South Army back. If fresh enemy troops came over to help, the North-South Army would be forced to back away. After observing the battle from the deck for a little longer, Yang Kai bowed and took his leave. This junior will go and tend to the injuries now. Go ahead, Mi Jinglun waved him off. Someone led the way and helped him settle down in one of the rooms aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship. The room had been reinforced with numerous spirit arrays that blocked out everything so Yang Kai could tend to his injuries in peace. His impressive restorative powers were now serving their ultimate function. In just a few days, Yang Kai had pretty much recovered from his injuries and cleared out all the sword intent and sword chi that had wreaked havoc within his wounds. All that was left now was for him to slowly continue restoring his depleted strength. As such, Yang Kai did not continue tending to his injuries and opened the door and left. All was quiet, with no discernible energy fluctuations nearby, nor any sound of battle. From the looks of it, the battle had come to an end at last, though he had no idea what the outcome was. After figuring out the right direction, Yang Kai left his room and headed for the purifying Black Ink battleship's conference hall. Along the way he heard someone calling out to him. He turned to look and spotted a familiar face. It was the 7th Order squad leader of the Profound Wind Squad. How are your injuries, Brother Yang? The squad leader queried in concern. I've almost fully recovered now, Yang Kai said. The Profound Wind Squad leader nodded and said, That's good. I heard that you stood guard at the battlefield when the rest of the army left and encountered an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who survived by faking his death. We were so worried about you. Later on we heard that Marshal Uncle Cha personally went over to bring you back. During the earlier fight on the battlefield, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad, 2 special operations squads, had worked closely with Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the lead and the 2 squads stuck close by him as they snaked through the battlefield slaughtering their enemies. They had fought side by side and forged a connection through that. Furthermore, the strength of the heritage that Yang Kai exhibited on the battlefield left both special operations squads deeply in awe of him. Thus, despite this being only their second meeting, neither of the 2 men felt like they were strangers. Such was often the case on the battlefield. Prior acquaintanceships or connections did not matter, just being comrades in arms was enough to bridge all distances between people. During the main battle, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad had drained themselves of all their strength and had no choice but to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, Yang Kai continued to weave his way through the battlefield alone and did so multiple times. The 2 special operations squads stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and witnessed everything clearly. They sorely wished they could rush out to fight alongside Yang Kai, but they did not have any strength left in them. Not being able to stand with him till the end was an immense regret. Pardon me for asking, but may I know how I should address you, senior brother? Yang Kai asked a little apologetically. They had fought a life-or-death battle together, but Yang Kai still had no idea what the other man's name was. The Profound Wind Squad leader chuckled heartily. I forgot to tell you my name, Brother Yang. I am Ma Gao. So it is senior brother Ma. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting before asking a little solemnly, Senior brother Ma, what was the outcome of the battle? As you know, I've been tending to my injuries after my return, so I don't know what happened in the end. Yang Kai had intended to find out from Mi Jingluan, but since he ran into Ma Gao, it was easy enough to ask him instead. Ma Gao sighed when he heard the question. Yang Kai's heart lurched at Ma Gao's response. What's the matter? Did things go badly for us humans? Yang Kai felt this was unlikely, having spoken to Mi Jinglun before he went to recover from his injuries, as the latter had said that things were going well for the humans. Did something happen after that to turn the tides? No, it didn't go badly for us humans. During the battle, our Great Evolution North-South Army managed to slaughter over 300,000 of the Black Ink clan army, along with 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples. You could say it was a great victory for us. Ma Gao paused for a moment before continuing, but we suffered quite a number of casualties too. How many? 4 8th Order Division commanders and 3,000 of those beneath the 8th Order, Ma Gao reported sorrowfully. Yang Kai froze for a moment before sighing heavily. Just by numbers alone, the humans did not lose even a tenth of what the Black Ink clan did, but this was not the way to quantify the battle casualties. Ever since the humans began standing guard on the Black Ink battlefield of all the various Great Passes, there had never been a battle with this many casualties aside from the one where Great Evolution Pass had been lost. The loss of 4 8th Order Division commanders was particularly damaging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5221 Current Situation. One had to know that in a typical war against the Black Ink clan that spanned 100 years, it was quite normal for none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to die, and usually less than 1,000 human soldiers below the 8th Order would perish. That was because the humans had the Great Passes behind them. They could return to Inner Sanctum anytime and recuperate to prevent a large number of casualties. Usually, there were only 30,000 to 40,000 people stationed at any Great Pass. If too many people were killed in a single war, the cave heavens and paradises from the 3,000 worlds couldn't possibly send enough reinforcements over to make up for the losses. Even though the cave heavens and paradises had deep heritages, it wasn't easy for them to nurture open heaven realm masters that were above the 6th Order. If extensive casualties were the norm as more people were killed over time, the Great Passes would inevitably be snatched by the Black Ink clan. With the help of the Great Passes and warships, the humans were able to effectively kill the enemy while protecting themselves during the battles against the Black Ink clan. However, it was a different case when it came to retaking Great Evolution Pass. They could still rely on warships to engage the enemy, but they no longer had a Great Pass behind them, just like what happened in the previous battle. When the war broke out, the North-South Army had no other choice but to continue fighting the Black Ink clan regardless of the situation. Hence, it was understandable that there were a larger number of casualties. After the war, 3,000 out of 30,000 soldiers were killed. In other words, they had lost 10% of their forces in a single battle, which was truly heartbreaking. Furthermore, 4 8th Order Division commanders had lost their lives. A martial uncle told me that, in comparison, 8th Order Black Ink disciples pose a greater threat to the division commanders than the territory lords. Ma Gao looked slightly dejected. That's not just because Black Ink disciples are humans so they're more familiar with our capabilities, but primarily because of their mindset. Regardless of how powerful they are only loyal to the Black Ink clan. If the territory lords are unable to defeat the division commanders, they will run away. However, the Black Ink disciples are different. Following the territory lord's orders, they're willing to risk their lives to fight against the division commanders despite knowing that they might perish. None of the deceased division commanders were killed by territory lords. It's all because of the Black Ink disciples' madness. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not as powerful as the true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if they were not concerned about their own survival, they would still be extremely dangerous foes. That was the reason so many Black Ink disciples lost their lives during the war this time. Following the territory lord's orders, they were willing to sacrifice themselves so that the territory lords had a chance to flee. It was imaginable that even though only 4 8th Order Division commanders were killed, there must be a lot of others who were seriously injured. Those 8th Order Black Ink disciples are all humans, but they've sided with the Black Ink clan and killed their own people. Outrageous. Ma Gao angrily swung his arm as though there was an invisible enemy standing in front of him. Fortunately, they were well prepared when they were assembling an army to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although there were only 30,000 soldiers in the North-South Army, they had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was thanks to this large number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the North-South Army could gain an upper hand when fighting against the top masters from the previous Black Ink clan army, which only had between 40 and 50 territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples combined. There was no doubt that the humans held an advantageous position in such a battle. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciples had gone mad during the pursuit and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the territory lords, which caused the division commanders from the North-South Army to be wary, all of the territory lords would have been killed during the battle. The North-South Army chased after the Black Ink clan army for 4 days, but just as the enemy seemed ready to break, the Black Ink clan reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass arrived. When the Black Ink army had retreated from the initial battle, they must have sent some people to seek help from the garrison at Great Evolution Pass. Upon learning that the humans had ambushed their clansmen, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were shocked. Figuring that the humans would be exhausted from a protracted battle, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass decided to make a move. About a day's travel from Great Evolution Pass, the retreating Black Ink army and their reinforcements met. The North-South army dealt with this grouping for a while. However, knowing that they were unable to kill all these Black Ink clansmen, they had no choice but to retreat to recuperate. The North-South army then established a base about 2 days' march from Great Evolution Pass. They didn't intend to cover themselves up as they blatantly hovered in the void in front of Great Evolution Pass, as if declaring they would attack anyone who dared to come out. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses this time. They had lost about 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total, so they didn't dare to provoke the humans for the time being. Both parties peacefully coexisted for now, but they all knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Perhaps an incident would take place at any moment and shatter the peace. Regardless, this was the situation that those from the North-South army wanted to see. The previous battle was the most dangerous they had ever experienced, and many were either killed or injured, so they needed time to recover. Hence, they were glad to see the Black Ink clan not make a move for now. After the talk with Ma Gao, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the current situation. Ma Gao had other matters to attend to, so he soon left the place. After watching him leave, Yang Kai continued shuffling towards the conference hall. When he arrived, he waited for the person on guard to inform the army commander about his arrival. Soon he was told to see the army commander. Upon entering the hall, he saw that Mi Jingluan and O Yonglai were having a discussion. They soon made a decision, then O Yonglai left the place in a hurry. It was only then that Mi Jingluan had time to attend to Yang Kai. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why don't you rest for a bit longer? I doubt you've fully recovered." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I'm fine. I just came here to bid you farewell. The old ancestor and the royal lord must have fought with each other, so perhaps the old ancestor will need my help." Mi Jingluan nodded. "I agree. In that case, you'd better get going now." "Do you have a word that you want me to pass on to others?" Yang Kai asked. After giving it some thought, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Please tell Brother Xiang and Junior Sister Lu that I won't allow the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to trouble the East-West army, so they can act without constraints." "I'll be sure to tell them." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." "Be careful on your way," Mi Jingluan nodded. Yang Kai didn't have to bid anyone else farewell, so after leaving Mi Jingluan's office, he flew off towards the depths of the void. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. As he manipulated space principles, his figure flickered. He would also try to activate the universe transference law from time to time to sense the location of the East-West Army's purifying Black Ink battleship. He faced no obstacles along the way. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the outskirts of the Black Ink clan's territory. Usually, there would be a lot of Black Ink clansmen in such a place. However, there wasn't even one Black Ink clansman in sight at this moment. He even passed by a feudal lord's fief and realized that there were no living creatures around. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen had completely vanished. This place was close enough for him to activate the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the East-West Army, so he came to a stop before doing so. A glowing array appeared beneath his feet, and by the time the light faded, Yang Kai had disappeared. He was extremely familiar with the universe array and the interior of the purifying Black Ink battleship, so when he arrived he promptly headed to the space array on the side, and through it arrived on the deck of this purifying Black Ink battleship. There would always be a person guarding the space array of the purifying Black Ink battleship in the North-South Army, and similarly, there was a person guarding this place. The moment this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Yang Kai, his eyes brightened. "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly followed up. "The army commander has ordered that you are to immediately see him on your return." "I'll head over now." As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to look in a certain direction. When he left the North-South Army one day ago, he told me Jingluan that the old ancestor and the royal lord should have exchanged moves. Now it seemed that they were still fighting. He could tell because he could still feel the horrifying energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the void even though he was far away from their source. Those were clearly the repercussions of the fight between the old ancestor and the royal lord. Many days had passed but they were still locked in an intense battle. Yang Kai was astounded. Before the North-South army ambushed the Black Ink clan army, he had already felt the initial fallout of the beginning of their battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since then but they were still fighting. It seemed that they were in a deadlock. After giving it a thought though, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't too surprising. Once powerful beings like the old ancestor and the royal lord got into a fight, there wouldn't be an outcome in a short time. If they wanted they could fight for 7 or 8 years without halting, not to mention 7 or 8 days. However, Yang Kai reckoned that even if the royal lord wanted to drag the fight out, the old ancestor wouldn't cooperate. She had asked Yang Kai to join this campaign, so it was apparent that she wanted to make use of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If he were in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have found a chance to engage in an all-out clash with the royal lord with the goal of causing mutual damage. Hence he supposed the battle would end in no time. He then cast these thoughts away and headed straight to the conference hall. This time he didn't even need to inform the army commander about his arrival as the moment a senior brother standing guard saw him coming over, he promptly led him inside. It seemed that the army commander had given orders in advance. Xianxia and Lu Zhiping as well as some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all inside the conference hall. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, Xianxia ended the discussion they were having and asked, "You're finally back. How was the trip?" Yang Kai saluted them, "Greetings, sirs. Fortunately, I've managed to complete my task." Xianxia nodded, "How is it going in the North-South army now?" Yang Kai replied, "They fought an intense battle before I came back. The 30,000 soldiers of the North-South army intercepted the Black Ink clan army that departed from Great Evolution Pass. They managed to kill more than 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples." One of the 8th Order division commanders was elated upon hearing that. "That's wonderful." On the other hand, Xianxia looked at the matter from a different perspective and asked with concern, "How about their own casualties?" Yang Kai reported honestly, 4 division commanders and 3,000 soldiers below the 8th Order died in battle. Lu Zhiping sighed, "That's more or less the same as what we'd estimated." Xianxia rubbed his forehead, and no one could have expected there to be so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. Every territory lord seems to have 2 or 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples serving them. His words suggested that they were already aware of the existence of the excess of high-rank Black Ink disciples. It showed that the East-West army had at least exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan already. This saved Yang Kai the trouble of explaining. He initially wanted to report to them about the Black Ink disciples as a kind of warning, but since Xianxia and the others were already aware of the situation he didn't have to anymore. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-22, Army approaches the city. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising. The North-South army only had to attack the Black Ink clan coming out of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, the East-West army had to charge through the enemy's territory, so there was no way that the journey would be smooth sailing. Those high-rank Black Ink disciples could be said to be the tumors left behind in Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Those tumors were the losses that the humans had suffered and also the obstacles that the humans would face in the future. "Sir Mi Jinglun gave me a message to pass along," Yang Kai said. Xianxia replied, "Go on." He said for the East-West army to act freely, and that he will ensure that the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass won't pose a threat. Xianxia nodded, "Got it." He then examined Yang Kai, "Are you injured?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm fine." Xianxia went on to say, "Since you're injured you should go back to recuperate now. Good work." "It's my duty." Yang Kai cupped his fist and withdrew. After he was gone, Lu Zhiping let out a sigh. It seems that the North-South army will have to suffer quite a bit to deal with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass. Xianxia remarked, "It's the same everywhere. The situation we're facing is not optimistic either." There's still a long road ahead if we want to destroy the Black Ink clan and retake Great Evolution Pass. The other 8th Order Division commanders nodded as they understood what he meant. The Black Ink clan was able to react remarkably quickly to any changes in the war, as Black Ink nests were unparalleled when it came to the transmission of information. The plans that Xianxia had devised could be said to be immaculate. First of all, they let go of a territory lord in the Wind and Cloud Theater to alert their enemies. Then they sent a puppet army to Great Evolution Pass to keep the Black Ink clan focused on that front. Even the royal lord had personally headed to that place. That way, the Black Ink clan's territory would be void of any powerful masters. Without the royal lord in charge, the East-West army could directly storm into their territory. If they could shatter the royal city and destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest, it would be much easier to retake Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army was divided into 2 groups. One of them headed straight to the Black Ink clan territory while the other ambushed the Black Ink clansmen that left Great Evolution Pass. It was a well-thought-out plan. If the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan wasn't so swift, the East-West army could gradually weaken the Black Ink clan's power along the way while they headed to the royal city. At the very least, they could wipe clean a dozen territory lords' territories, killing off those territory lords and their subordinates one by one. Once that was done, the pressure that the East-West army would face in the future would be greatly reduced. However, not long after the East-West army arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain and occupied a territory lord's home territory, the news that the humans had arrived spread across the entire Great Evolution Theater in an instant. All the territory lords who stayed back led their armies to the royal city to protect that place. On the other hand, the royal lord promptly returned. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't head straight to the royal city. Instead, he intercepted the old ancestor and got into a fight with her, and their battle was still ongoing till this point. The North-South army had intercepted the first batch of Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass, so the East-West army fortunately didn't have to worry about being attacked from the rear. Unfortunately, the royal city must be heavily guarded now, so the East-West army was sure to face a tough battle. While it was difficult for the North-South army, it would be even more strenuous for the East-West army. The moment Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light, his squad members approached him. Seeing that his face was pale, Feng Ying asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Kai nodded. "I had a fight with someone, but I'm fine. How are things here?" Feng Ying replied, "We're still heading towards our destination. Supposedly we're not far away from the royal city now." They were not able to accelerate their pace with so many soldiers moving together. Therefore, even though the North-South army had already gone through a great battle, the East-West army still hadn't arrived at the royal city. When Yang Kai was coming back to Dawning Light, he already realized that the army was still moving forward. "Were there any fights here?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, "There were no proper battles to speak of. When we just arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain, we managed to take over a whole territory lord's territory. It was a place with a territory lord who had several 8th Order Black Ink disciples and several tens of thousands of soldiers. However, we effortlessly killed them all due to the huge gap between our forces. The territory lord's territory that was destroyed belonged to Zhicheng. Upon receiving the royal lord's order, he headed to Great Evolution Pass with his own army, and after he departed, another territory lord brought his own army to be stationed in Zhicheng's territory. That was because his territory was on the periphery, so the royal lord had ordered that all the territory lords had to head to the borders to get ready to lend assistance to Great Evolution Pass. After all, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass right now, so the place couldn't accommodate any more people. To their surprise, the East-West army never attacked Great Evolution Pass. Instead, they headed straight to the Black Ink clan's domain. The unlucky territory lord, who had only stayed in Zhicheng's territory for a few days, was killed by the East-West army. There was no doubt that luck wasn't on his side. It was peaceful at first. However, in the past 3 days, the Black Ink clan started harassing us from time to time. It seems that they're trying to slow down our pace as we approach their royal city. As soon as Feng Ying finished speaking, Yang Kai felt some fluctuations coming from a particular direction. It was apparent that some people were in a fight, but it wasn't a large-scale battle. The exchange of moves didn't last for long. barely a cup of tea's time later the noises died down. The fight didn't even slow the human army down at all. The Black Ink clansmen were not fools. There were 30,000 human soldiers, 2,000 to 3,000 warships, and 60 or so 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this army. In order to deal with such a horrifying force, they had to mobilize an equal number of territory lords and 8th-order Black Ink disciples as well as several 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If there hadn't been so many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, they could have come together and intercepted the East-West army in order to stop them from approaching the royal city. Nevertheless, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, with roughly an equal number of Black Ink clansmen left in the Black Ink clan's domain. If they sent several 100,000 people to attack the humans, the defense around the royal city would be significantly weakened. No one would dare to expose the royal city to such a huge risk. It would be wonderful if they could defeat the humans and stop them from advancing further. However, if they lost the battle, they would no longer be able to protect the royal city. It would also be unwise to divide themselves into smaller groups. Only by gathering all their forces together in the royal city would they stand a chance to deal with the humans. Therefore, the territory lords responsible for protecting the royal city told the territory lords who were on their way to hasten their pace and only send some small groups to harass the humans in an attempt to slow them down. Their strategy was indeed effective as, although there were a lot of 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West army, they couldn't be constantly on the lookout for harassment from all directions. These small groups from the Black Ink clan ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 in number and were like vipers that were hiding in the darkness as they waited for a chance and jumped out from all directions to bite the East-West army. The humans were initially unsuspecting, so they suffered some losses. Nevertheless, the leaders soon adapted. Following Xianxia's order, the 8th-order division commanders scattered around the army to maintain a perimeter. Since then, the harassment from the Black Ink clan became significantly less effective. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a sneak attack, they would suffer immense losses. Presently, the East-West army hadn't been greatly affected, but they were not sure what would happen when they arrived at the royal city. The leaders would have to make a decision then. Feng Ying and the others were curious about what was going on with the North-South army, so they asked Yang Kai about it. Yang Kai didn't inform the members of Dawn when he left a while back. Nevertheless, as he remained missing for such a long time, Feng Ying and the others naturally grew curious. After asking around, they found out that Yang Kai had left their army and headed to Great Evolution Pass in order to contact the North-South army. Since he had returned, it suggested that he had completed his task. Yang Kai told them that the North-South army had clashed with the Black Ink clan's army. Although they had killed a lot of their opponents, 8th Order Division's commanders and 3,000 cultivators below the 8th Order had lost their lives. When they heard this solemn news, all of them fell silent. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, they knew that it would be a dangerous journey. Despite that, none of them had experienced any real danger so far. As Yang Kai brought up the number of losses, they realized that it was more dangerous than they had imagined. 8th Order Division commanders lost their lives, so how were weaker cultivators like them supposed to protect themselves? Perhaps they would lose their lives in the next battle. With that said, all of them had been cultivating for countless years, and it wasn't the first day they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. They were all prepared for their eventual demise. As long as they didn't lose their lives meaninglessly, they would have no regrets. The demise of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made them feel dejected, so they were no longer in the mood to keep chatting. They returned to their own places and cultivated in an attempt to strengthen themselves. For the following days, Yang Kai detected harassment from the Black Ink clan on several occasions, but just like what happened previously, the noises soon died down. What was strange was that at a certain point all the harassment stopped. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were not far away from the royal city now. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have frequently harassed them and then stopped all of a sudden. They were anxious because the humans were getting close to the royal city and frequently harassed them as a result. However, after discovering that harassment was no longer useful, they decided to stop wasting troops. Just like Yang Kai had expected, one day later the army was given orders to stop. Yang Kai was recuperating on the deck when he received the order. The messenger was passing on the order to everyone using divine sense and soon left to inform the soldiers at the back. If the East-West Army was compared to a dragon, Dawning Light was located in the Dragon Claw area. Hence, they were able to clearly see what was ahead of them. The moment Yang Kai received the order, he opened his eyes and gazed at the front. From afar, he could see that darkness had covered a large area of the void, and there seemed to be something magnificent in the middle of the darkness. The last time Yang Kai saw something similar, he was outside of the royal city in the Inyang Theater. Therefore, he immediately realized that the darkness was where the royal city was located. At this moment, the East-West Army was in a spot that would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city. The army commanders seemed to be acting rather boldly, as though they had no regard for the Black Ink clan whatsoever. While the North-South Army was stationed 2 days away from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West Army was stationed just outside of the royal city. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5223, Older Ginger is Spicier. The distance between the armies of the two races was short, and the slightest anomaly might lead to a war. Although they were in a place where it would take half a day to reach the royal city, Yang Kai could see a lot of people moving around on the other side. However, he was unable to clearly see it as the distance was still too great. Therefore, he decided to activate the Demon Eye of Annihilation and observed intently. Soon he could clearly see what was going on over there. The eye secret technique was useful in such situations as not only could it help the user see through all falsities and apply pressure to enemies, but it could also enhance the user's eyesight. Within the darkness was indeed where the royal city was located, and the magnificent structure there was none other than the royal lord's black ink nest, which looked like a giant flower that was yet to blossom. As the black ink nest pulsed, a lot of black ink strength spurted out of it and spread across the entire royal city. There was no doubt that the black ink clansmen living in this place had the best environment to cultivate in. It was the same for the humans who had occupied the best cave heavens and paradises that suited them. However, at this moment the atmosphere in the royal city was pretty intense. Yang Kai did not only see that there were a lot of black ink clansmen moving around in the royal city, but there were also a large number of black ink clan soldiers who were stationed outside of the royal city. These black ink clan soldiers were brought to the royal city by the territory lords who had rushed over to this place in recent days. Presently, they had set up defensive positions as they prepared to deal with the human race army. The sight prompted Yang Kai to let out a sigh. Although the East-West Army had gotten off to a good start, they arrived at this place too late as the Black Ink clan had ample time to get ready. If the East-West Army had arrived at the royal city earlier, they could have easily destroyed the royal lord's black ink nest and retaken Great Evolution Pass. Once the royal lord's black ink nest was destroyed, all black ink nests in the Great Evolution Theater would wither. By then all the black ink clansmen here would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. Without black ink nests, no new black ink clansmen could be born. At that point the Great Evolution Army wouldn't even have to directly clash with the enemy, they could just slowly weaken them and eventually occupy this entire theater. But now, the Black Ink clan had rallied together around the royal city, so it wouldn't be possible for the East-West Army to destroy the high-rank black ink nest. Standing beside Yang Kai, Feng Ying asked, "Is that the royal city?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." "That's some really thick black ink strength," Chi Tai Chu sighed. Although they had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for 1,000 to several thousand years, it was the first time they were so close to a royal city. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how grand it truly was. The progress against the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater was pretty swift. It was the first theater where the humans had their own forward base. However, the forward base was still far away from the royal city. The Black Ink clan in Blue Sky Theater were only forced to give up a half of their territory. This was the first time humans had gotten so close to a royal city, putting them practically on the Black Ink clan's doorstep. The thick black ink strength exuding from the royal city astounded the humans. The black ink clouds they had encountered in the past weren't comparable to the ones they were seeing now. They were also awestruck by the high-rank black ink nest. Those mid-rank black ink nests they had destroyed in the past were not comparable to the one in this place. It was like the difference between a grandfather and his grandson. While they were astonished, they were also excited. It was the first time in history that humans had managed to come to the Black Ink clan's doorstep. Although it had been a bumpy journey, it was a breakthrough for the human race. This breakthrough also meant that the deadlock that had been ongoing for countless years on the Black Ink battlefield had finally been shaken. Since they were already in this place, battle would be inevitable. Nevertheless, none of them knew how or when the war would break out. As the leaders had told them to stay in place for the time being, it seemed that they didn't intend to immediately launch an attack on the royal city. This was understandable, seeing how the East-West army had to come all the way to this place while the Black Ink clan were fortifying their royal city's defenses. If the humans launched an attack now, they would be the ones suffering a setback. How would the leaders achieve a breakthrough in such a situation? Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he pondered on what he would do if he were the army commander of the East-West army. After giving it a thought, he believed that they'd better get some rest first, while it would be ideal if they could lure some Black Ink clansmen out of the royal city. The situation the two races were in seemed to have turned around. Usually, it would be the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes while the humans defended themselves. However, this time round it was the humans attacking the Black Ink clan while the latter was forced to defend themselves. Nevertheless, the royal city was not as sturdy as the Great Passes occupied by the human race. Strictly speaking, the Great Passes were actually enormous mobile palace artifacts that were built by their forefathers, and they had been continuously refined and enhanced over the generations. These safe havens had helped the humans ward off the Black Ink clan countless times. On the other hand, the royal city was different. No humans had ever attacked a royal city before, so the Black Ink clan had never thought about building defenses around it. This was the biggest difference between the royal city and the Great Passes. It was also something that the humans could make use of. Certainly, there were areas where the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Although there were 30,000 people in the East-West army, several thousand of them were actually craftsmen who specialized in the Daoist of artifact refining, alchemy, and arrays. As these specialists were excluded from direct combat, there were only 26,000 to 27,000 people who could go to war, and they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a lot of casualties. When the Black Ink clansmen attacked the Great Passes, they wouldn't worry about the loss of lives. In fact, the territory lords and feudal lords had no regard for the lives of the lower-rank Black Ink clansmen. The humans could never use the same tactic. While Yang Kai was pondering on this issue, he suddenly felt an anomaly happening in a particular direction. He turned his head and saw several rays of lights charging forward in that direction. They were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Where are they going? Yang Kai was puzzled, and the members of Dawn were equally perplexed. Half a day later they finally got their answer. Once again, some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped into the void and worked together to place down some artifacts. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he watched them. Ning Qizhi stroked his chin as he gazed at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were pretty busy now, and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not mistaken, they're trying to set up a set of void yin-yang mirrors. Am I right?" Yang Kai nodded. Yes, they're yin-yang mirrors. Yang Kai was the one who originally created this set of artifacts, which was then enhanced by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The humans from different Great Passes had learned how to make them and improved upon the initial design. This new version did not require someone with the knowledge of the Tao of space to use. With the help of this artifact, one could literally flip parts of the void, transferring massive objects across vast distances. The void yin-yang mirrors had allowed for a much more convenient mining of resources, increasing the available resources in the Great Passes several-fold. It could be said this new version of the void yin-yang mirrors had helped all the Great Passes amass a large amount of materials. Now that they were setting up a set of void yin-yang mirrors in this place, their goal was obvious. Upon realizing the reason behind it, Chi Tai Chu commented, "They're trying to build a forward base here. It seems that they've decided to enter a prolonged fight with the Black Ink clan." It wasn't certain whether the Black Ink clan had deliberately done it, but the void around the royal city was empty. There wasn't even a single shattered universe fragment, let alone universe worlds. With that said, it was understandable. The Black Ink nests would consume a lot of resources in order to nurture new Black Ink clansmen. The universe worlds around the royal city must have been fully extracted and then disposed of. Besides the royal city, it was similar for all the territories owned by territory lords and feudal lords. Therefore, the place where the East-West army was located was completely empty without any cover at all. Regardless of what they did or what plans they came up with, the Black Ink clan could clearly see everything. On the other hand, there was black ink strength that concealed the entire royal city, making humans unable to peer through the darkness. In order to even the playing field, they had to move a universe world to this place. With a universe world around, they could turn it into a base of operations. Although it wouldn't be as useful as a great pass, it was better than nothing. By doing so, they could exert more pressure on the Black Ink clan as well. With the humans openly building a forward base right at their doorstep, would the Black Ink clan make a move? Certainly, the humans hoped that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack. Xianxia and the others would like nothing more than to see the Black Ink clan leave the royal city. If the enemy did not launch an attack now, it would be harder to deal with the humans when the latter finished building their forward base. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had left this place half a day ago must have been searching for a suitable universe world. This simple move would put the Black Ink clan soldiers in a tight spot. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the leaders of the army were indeed like aged ginger, spicier than the young stuff. With that said, if he were the one in charge, he would have made the same decision. It was the best option. It wasn't that hard to arrange a set of void yin-yang mirrors. There were 2 sets of mirrors, namely the yin mirrors and the yang mirrors. Currently, there were 8 mirrors set up in different places in the void. When the artifacts were activated, the place that was locked by yin mirror and yang mirror would flip like a mirror, initiating an exchange between 2 places. Shortly after, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were done setting up the artifacts. Now all they had to do was wait. When the division commanders found an appropriate universe world, they would activate the void yin-yang mirrors. The Black Ink clansmen were both furious and astounded when the human soldiers marched towards them. However, when they saw that the humans had stopped in a place that would take half a day to reach from the royal city, they breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly, what the humans had been doing couldn't be hidden from the territory lords. However, they had no idea what the humans were up to. Before they ascertained the humans' intentions, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move, nor would they be willing to do so. All the territory lords hoped that the royal lord could defeat or even kill the human old ancestor. Once the most powerful master on the human side was removed from the picture, the humans would automatically lose the fight. Having said that, it wasn't likely to happen, for it wasn't easy to deal with an old ancestor. Initially, they hoped that their fellow clansmen from Great Evolution Pass would come so that they could pincer the humans from both sides. However, the news they heard from Great Evolution Pass enraged them. The cunning humans had left behind an army just outside of Great Evolution Pass. As they clashed, the Black Ink clansmen coming out of Great Evolution Pass were either killed or seriously injured. Left with no choice, they were forced to confront the human race army there. The territory lords looked intently and saw some dots of light flickering in the void. The dots of light were already dazzling the moment they appeared. As the dots of light resonated with each other, they seemed to seal a portion of the void within them. The next instant, layers of ripples started spreading from the void that was locked by the lights. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-24, Can they tolerate it? The territory lords outside the royal city couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch attentively. At this moment they were wary of anything that the humans were doing. As they looked intently, more and more ripples spread from the void. As it happened, a phantom image started appearing. The gigantic phantom looked like a universe world. However, the phantom was somewhere between real and illusory, so they were unable to clearly identify it for now. Soon though, the territory lords could see it with clarity. It was indeed a universe world's shadow. Moreover, the shadow was solidifying by the breath as though it was turning physical. One of the territory lords even recognized this universe world, which would take a person about a day to arrive at from the royal city. It was purely a coincidence. When this territory lord came to the royal lord to attend to some matters more than 10 years ago, he happened to take a rest on that universe world. He had observed the universe world's terrain, so he could still remember it. Therefore, even though it was just its shadow, he could instantly recognize it. The discovery shocked the territory lords. They initially thought that it was just a phantom image, but now it seemed that the humans were using some kind of special technique to move a universe world over. What are the humans trying to achieve? While they were both shocked and doubtful, the void yin-yang mirrors started to flip the void. The universe world that would take a person a day to reach from the royal city now appeared in the void as it hovered in silence. Nevertheless, this universe world was desolate and void of any vitality. All of the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield looked just like this. Their world forces had been sucked dry by the Black Ink clan, and without world force those universe worlds would wither and die. After the universe world stabilized, a purifying Black Ink battleship flew towards the universe world under the protection of several battalion-class warships. Following that, a large number of cultivators that came in groups of different sizes stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship and battalion-class warships and began dispersing around the universe world. The universe world that was moved to this place by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters using the Void Yin-Yang mirrors looked like a gigantic sphere. Although it was quite massive, it wasn't hard for Open Heaven Realm Masters to move around it. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could circumnavigate the universe world in half a cup of tea's time. The cultivators that had left the warships were all array masters and artifact refiners, 2,000 in total. They soon scattered around the universe world as they examined the terrain and looked for suitable spots. Yang Kai and the others could clearly see what they were doing, so at this point, the leader's intention was obvious to them. The universe world that had been moved to this place would be turned into a forward base, just like the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. They had been part of establishing the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater and suppressing the Black Ink clan over the years, and by now it was a robust fortress. Furthermore, the forward base was connected to Blue Sky Pass through a series of universe arrays. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan did, they couldn't remove the forward base anymore. After all, the territory lords from the Blue Sky Theater had suffered immense losses after the war back then, and it wasn't certain how long it would take them to recover. Before they could nurture enough territory lords, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pose a threat to the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. Now, the 8th Order Masters, who were the leaders of the East-West Army, had spent some effort moving a universe world to this place and were planning to turn it into a forward base, which would serve the same purpose as the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. However, the East-West Army's current location was far more provocative. It was expected that the Black Ink clan would be furious once they figured out what was happening. The forward base in the Blue Sky Theater was still far away from the royal city. However, the East-West Army was camped out right at the Black Ink clan's doorstep. It was a real question whether the Black Ink clansmen could tolerate it. While the artifact refiners and the array masters were busy building the new forward base, the leaders of the army told all the soldiers to be prepared for any potential attacks from the enemies. The leaders were apparently wary of what the Black Ink clan might do. Regardless of whether the Black Ink clan would launch an attack or not, the humans would be in an advantageous position. If the enemy didn't make a move, the humans would be able to complete their forward base. However, if the enemy rashly attacked, the East-West Army wouldn't be afraid to confront them out in the void. The human race had come all the way here to fight against the Black Ink clan. Thus, they needed to kill their opponents and complete military objectives to make their sacrifices worthwhile. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had no idea how to deal with such a situation. A commotion broke out among the territory lords the moment they realized the humans' intentions. Presently, there were 30 or so territory lords that had gathered together outside the royal city. The number was slightly higher than the number of territory lords in Great Evolution Pass. Initially, there were close to 90 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater, which was higher than average for any given theater. That was because it had been peaceful in the Great Evolution Theater for the past 30,000 years. The Black Ink clan had ample time to cultivate in peace, so they naturally had more territory lords. From time to time, these territory lords would bring their armies to lend a hand to their fellow clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. Although they would always be defeated, most territory lords could come back alive at the very least. Mostly it would be the high and low-rank Black Ink clansmen they had brought to the battlefield that lost their lives. Therefore, there had always been some 90 or so territory lords in Great Evolution Theater over the years. The number might vary from time to time, but there wouldn't be a drastic change. However, the humans had deployed soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass this time. They were so ferocious that the Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void Theater and the Wind and Cloud Theater were soon defeated. Even the reinforcements sent from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. In the battle against the Black Ink clan outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, the East-West Army managed to kill close to 300,000 Black Ink clan soldiers and 11 territory lords. Those were all territory lords from the Great Evolution Theater. The same thing happened outside Azure Void Pass. All of the reinforcements who had been fighting there from Great Evolution Theater were defeated. As a result, some 20 territory lords from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. It could be said that they had suffered tremendous losses. Hence, there were a total of only about 70 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater right now, and they were divided into two groups. One of the groups was in Great Evolution Pass while the other was in the Royal City. The numbers were basically equally divided. The humans' intentions were obvious, so the territory lords could naturally see it. At that moment, more than 30 territory lords were locked in an argument, with two opposing points of view. One of the groups thought that the human soldiers must be exhausted from the long journey, so now was the time to attack. At the very least, they wouldn't allow the humans to provoke them by building a forward base just outside the royal city. These aggressive territory lords were the majority. This couldn't be helped, as the Great Evolution Theater had been completely ruled over by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years. Over the years, they had always regarded the entire theater as their territory. Certainly, they couldn't put up with these humans who came out of nowhere and made a scene in their home. Compared to these aggressive territory lords, the other group was more conservative. Through the Black Ink nests, they had learned about the outcome of the war at Great Evolution Pass. After that war, 6 territory lords, over 28th Order Black Ink disciples, and 300,000 soldiers had lost their lives. The number of casualties was terrifying. In the Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan had never suffered such immense losses over the past 30,000 years. And all this was also when they were facing far fewer human soldiers. From what they had gathered, only 30,000 humans had fought in that battle in total. Although they had a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and their warships certainly played a big role, the outcome showed that the humans were truly powerful. 30,000 humans could already kill so many Black Ink clansmen outside of Great Evolution Pass, so the same number of humans outside the Royal City wouldn't be weak either. If they got into a fight, the humans would definitely suffer, but the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in a better state. They might even come out worse than before. Whatever the outcome, it was inevitable for some of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples to lose their lives if they fought. Since the stronger Black Ink clansmen all innately feared death, they were worried that they would be the ones getting killed. The conservative territory lords knew that by not making a move now, it was like giving the humans a chance to sharpen their blades, and once those blades were sharp enough, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. With that said, they had their own considerations. The battle between the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor hadn't ended. Everything would be fine if the Royal Lord won the battle. However, if the Royal Lord was defeated and they didn't manage to defeat the enemy at their doorstep, the Royal City would be destroyed. Therefore, they wanted to play it safe for now so that they would remain a threat to the humans. Furthermore, it had been some time since the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor first clashed, so they figured it would not be long before the battle came to an end. Perhaps the Royal Lord would return to the Royal City soon, and when that happened he would decide whether they should launch an attack or hold their lines. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else, nor would it be a waste of time by not making a move. As they couldn't see eye to eye, the territory lords continued to argue. None of them could convince the other side. As a result, they were not able to launch an attack on the humans and could only watch as the enemy made their arrangements on the newly moved universe world. Certainly, the aggressive territory lords were infuriated, thinking that they had missed an opportunity. However, without the cooperation from the conservative territory lords, they wouldn't be able to launch an attack on the humans. On a barren mountain in the universe world, Xianxia looked into the void with his hands behind his back. His gaze seemed able to ignore the restraint of distance and clearly see what the Black Ink clansmen were doing in the royal city. "What a shame," Xianxia said impassively. Lu Zhiping, who was standing beside him, turned to look at him. "Senior brother Xiang, do you think the Black Ink clan won't attack us?" Xianxia replied, "A long time has passed already. They would have attacked us already if they wanted to. Since they don't seem to have the intention of launching an attack, they won't be coming anytime soon. It seems that none of the territory lords is authoritative enough to make a decision." Lu Zhiping replied with a smile. "The Royal Lord is the most powerful being among the Black Ink clan. The territory lords working for the Royal Lord have their own territories and subordinates, so while they wouldn't dare to disobey the Royal Lord, They are all on equal footing amongst themselves. It's unlike the strict military structure we have. Xianxia nodded gently. Lu Zhiping went on to say, regardless, we can seize the chance to get some rest and establish the forward base. Once we gain a foothold here and recover, we can come up with a way to lure the enemies out of the royal city. You have a point, junior sister. I share the same sentiment. All of a sudden, Lu Zhiping turned to look at him with a pair of bright eyes. Do you already have a solution? Instead of replying to her question, Xianxia asked, why do you think so? Shaking her head, Lu Zhiping replied, I just feel that you're quite confident. It's apparent that you've given it some consideration. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told some people to look for a suitable universe world not long after we arrived at this place. Since you already expected the current situation, you certainly have a follow-up plan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5225 Mutually Wounded. Xianxia put on a smile. I do have an idea that I want to discuss with you. Lu Zhiping felt somewhat dejected. In fact, she was an intelligent person. However, after leading the East-West Army alongside Xianxia all this time, she realized that she was nowhere as quick-witted as the latter. When it came to military affairs, while she could see one step in front of her, Xianxia could already see 3 to 4 steps ahead. Prior to working with Xianxia, who was from Blue Sky Pass, she had already heard a lot about him. It wasn't until she started working with him that she realized the man was truly gifted when it came to military affairs. He was born with this gift and no one else could imitate him. There were a total of 2,000 arrays masters and artifact refiners who were working together, all of them above the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Before this, the soldiers from the East-West Army had no idea how efficient it would be when so many array masters and artifact refiners worked together, but now they could witness it. Right after the universe world was moved to this place, the array masters and the artifact refiners started collaborating. It took them 2 days to fully survey the universe world's terrain. After that, more than 10 leaders gathered together and came up with a plan. 3 days later, a grand array framework was established on this huge universe world. Although 3 days had passed, the Black Ink clan still remained silent. It was basically confirmed that the Black Ink clan wouldn't launch an attack. If they had the intention of attacking the humans, they wouldn't have waited for 3 days, they would have taken action before the humans could organize themselves. The array masters and the artifact refiners, who were initially in a hurry, became at ease now. Since the framework had been completed, they just had to fill it with different arrays. They also had to continuously modify the connection and coordination between the arrays. This framework was the result of the planning of all the array masters in the East-West Army, and with the help of the artifact refiners, the array masters could quickly get any artifacts they needed. There was basically no wasted time. Although a lot of resources had been consumed, no one would worry about that given the circumstances. Resources and manpower were naturally of utmost importance in a war. Back then, in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, Xianxia told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets and send them to Great Evolution Pass. Now, he didn't mind consuming some resources to build this forward base. As long as they could occupy the Great Evolution Theater, they would be able to extract as many materials as they pleased in this expansive void. By then they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources. They would be rewarded handsomely in the future for their hard work today. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 individual arrays had been arranged on this universe world, and with their activation, this universe world, which was initially just an ordinary rock, now exuded a dangerous aura. They had made such an achievement in just a few days, so it was imaginable that if these array masters were given enough time, they would be able to turn this universe world into a robust fortress. All this time, the Black Ink clan still didn't take any action. Xianxia and the others had already expected it, so they were not surprised. Violent energy fluctuations could still be felt coming from the depths of the void. Although they were far away from that place, everyone could still detect the dangerous aura that came from this fallout. Those were the repercussions of the clash between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It had been half a month since their fight began, but the battle still hadn't ended and no one knew when it would end. Finally, there came a moment when the continuous shockwaves abruptly stopped and no more energy fluctuations were felt coming from that place. At that instant, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen couldn't help but look in the direction where the fluctuations were previously emanating from, their hearts all seemingly stuck in their throats. The battle between the two top masters had ended. Who was the winner? Was one of them killed? The outcome of the battle would affect the fate of these soldiers of the two races greatly. As they stared intently, a dazzling light was seen approaching them at full speed from the depths of the void. The moment they spotted this ray of light, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had moved across millions of kilometers, and by the time they blinked, it had become much closer. While the humans were excited, the Black Ink clansmen were horrified. This couldn't be helped, as a light of such brightness could only belong to the old ancestor. The royal lord could never emit such brilliance. Just like what they had expected, as the light approached, the aura of an open heaven realm master that could overturn the universe spread out imposingly. There was no doubt that it was the old ancestor. The Black Ink clansmen instantly went on full alert. They had no idea what was going on with the royal lord, but the human old ancestor had returned while the former was still nowhere in sight. It was apparent that he was in a terrible state. If the old ancestor decided to make a move on them, they wouldn't be able to counterattack without the royal lord around. In an instant, all the Black Ink clansmen inside and outside of the royal city were panicking. However, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the old ancestor didn't have the intention of attacking them. Instead, she dashed towards the human side and soon disappeared into the universe world. The territory lord's eyes brightened when they saw that. There was no doubt that the old ancestor was badly injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored them. In that case, the situation wasn't as terrible as they thought. Since the old ancestor was no longer able to make a move against them, what about the royal lord? While they were lost in their thoughts, from the direction where the old ancestor appeared from, a cloud of darkness stealthily approached. Compared to the grandiose display the old ancestor made earlier, the royal lord's appearance was somewhat furtive. These clever territory lords instantly figured out that the royal lord must be terribly injured as well, just like the human old ancestor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautiously. When the royal lord was close enough, the territory lords could feel that his aura was indeed unstable. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. They hurriedly went over to protect the royal lord. At the same time, they reported to him what the human soldiers had been doing and asked him to make a decision on what they should do. While they were at it, the territory lords of different stances argued and accused one another, trying to shift the blame for whatever was to come. The royal lord was already furious to begin with, and seeing his territory lords endlessly pestering him, his fury erupted like a volcano. As he released his pressure, the territory lords instantly shut their mouths. As he swept a dispassionate glance over them, he couldn't help but have the urge to kill them all to vent his rage. He had suffered a huge setback because of the old ancestor. Since he became a royal lord, he had only dealt with an old ancestor once. Therefore, even though he was powerful, he was unable to fully utilize his strength when exchanging moves with a human of the same caliber. Moreover, this old ancestor was like a rabid dog when fighting him, not caring one bit about defending herself as long as she could bite off a piece of his flesh. As a result, he had been badly suppressed during the entire fight. There were even several times when he almost lost his life, and presently, one of the black wings on his back had turned limp. That wing had nearly been torn off his back by the old ancestor. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled that moment. That bitch is insane. Although he had only dealt with a Ninth Order master once prior to this battle, and it happened over 30,000 years ago, he knew that the fights between royal lords and old ancestors almost never resulted in death for either side. No one would really be aiming to kill the other party. Given how strong they were, no one could intervene in their battles, and no one could guarantee that they would be the last one standing. Each strike might also be fatal, thus they would act cautiously. However, this female old ancestor was different. She seemed determined to kill him the moment they clashed. Fortunately, he wasn't unprepared. He had speculated that the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, and upon learning that the old ancestor that was in charge came from Inyang Pass, he contacted the royal lord from the Inyang Theater through his Black Ink nest. Although he had never exchanged moves with the old ancestor who was in charge of the invading human army, the royal lord from Inyang Theater was her arch-nemesis. After the conversation, he learned a lot of useful experiences from the royal lord from the Yinyang theater, and had at least some understanding of the methods this old ancestor could use. It was thanks to this information that he was able to deal with the old ancestor's violent attacks and preserve his own life. Despite that, he was still badly battered after the fight. Having said that, that crazy woman wasn't in a better state either. Could be said that they were mutually wounded after the battle. He had suffered a setback, but it was negligible in the long run as the other party was in a similar state. He was already furious to begin with, so upon returning to the royal city and being bombarded with his subordinate territory lord's arguments, it was only natural he flew into a rage. The human soldiers were already at their doorstep, so the territory lords should have launched an attack before they established a foothold, but instead, they gave the humans ample time to rest and even build a forward base. Wastes. Although he was infuriated, he knew what the territory lords were worried about. Moreover, it was pointless to blame it on them at this point. Since they had missed the best chance, it was unwise to launch an attack on the humans now. He endured the pain and asked, "Where are the reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass?" Before he left Great Evolution Pass, he had ordered them to send troops to the royal city and reckoned that they should have arrived by now. The territory lords gloomily exchanged glances before one of them with a distinctive hunched back, making him look like an old turtle with a hard shell, reported, "Sir, the reinforcements were intercepted by the humans on their way here. Many were injured or killed, so they had no choice but to withdraw back to pass." The royal lord's brow twitched when he heard that. "It seems that nothing is going to go well for me." When he was still in Great Evolution Pass earlier, he heard from Hongdi that there were some human soldiers who were hiding outside Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, they were unable to find out their whereabouts. Now it seemed that the human soldiers had ruined their plans. With their presence outside Great Evolution Pass, it was impossible for the Black Ink clansmen there to lend a hand. In other words, the royal city was in a state of isolation. Fortunately, the humans were divided as well. It wasn't the worst-case scenario yet for the Black Ink clan. The territory lord, who looked like an old turtle, said cautiously, "Royal lord, please make a decision on whether we should launch an attack or focus on defending the royal city." Martial Peak, Chapter 52-26, Help with Healing. The territory lords couldn't reach an agreement despite all their fierce arguments. Since the royal lord had returned, he would be the one making the decision. After giving it a thought, the royal lord said, "Defend the royal city at all costs. As long as the humans don't attack us, all of you shouldn't make a move." He then turned to look at the territory lord who looked like a turtle and declared, "Che Kong, you will be given command of this war. While I am recuperating, you will lead the other territory lords to defend the royal city." The territory lord named Che Kong slightly bent his back. "Yes, sir." The royal lord didn't bother to warn the other territory lords that they would be punished for not obeying Che Kong. Without the royal lord's order, these territory lords were all on an equal footing, which left them disunited. However, since the royal lord had given the order, they certainly had to obey. Furthermore, Che Kong, who looked like an old turtle, was among the strongest territory lords when it came to his strength and aptitude. He was a territory lord who took part in the assault on the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass and survived 30,000 years ago. He didn't just take part in a war that was intended to occupy Great Evolution Pass, he had directly exchanged moves with the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. Although he had only traded 3 moves with that old ancestor, the price he had to pay was 800 years of hibernation. The terrifying-looking cut on the tortoise shell on his back still hadn't healed until now. That was a wound caused by the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. As a territory lord, he was a cut above the others in the same realm because he had survived a fight with a human old ancestor. Therefore, the other territory lords had no objection when the royal lord appointed Che Kong to be the commander. Che Kong was one of those conservative territory lords, and it was largely because of his prestige that the aggressive territory lords, who were in the majority, were unable to launch an attack on the humans. After the royal lord issued his orders, he returned to his Black Ink nest in the royal city to recover. Soon, a massive amount of resources were sent to the Black Ink nest and thrown into the Black Ink pool to produce Black Ink strength. The royal lord's thinking was simple. Since they had missed the best chance to launch an attack, it was useless to do so at this point. From the looks of it, the humans didn't have the intention of invading the royal city immediately. Hence, it would be peaceful for both sides for a period of time despite the inevitable confrontation. He could seize this chance and recuperate. Although he had suffered a setback during the battle, he could recover much quicker than the old ancestor as he had his black ink nest to support him. He had learned a piece of important information from the royal lord from the Yin theater. The old ancestor who had come to this place this time practiced a strange cultivation technique that was also rather unique among the humans. It was because of its uniqueness that it would be difficult for her to recover once she was wounded. She needed the help of something called bustling world essence to heal her injuries. In Yin Pass, the old ancestor had a setup to help her recuperate, but she didn't have such convenience in the Great Evolution Theater. In other words, as time dragged on, he would recover much quicker than the old ancestor. When he fully recovered, it would be easy for him to kill her. By then he would make her pay the price for wounding him. A high-spirited royal lord fell into a state of deep sleep as he was engulfed in ample black ink strength. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai looked in the forward base's direction. Certainly he could clearly see that the old ancestor had returned. As he had come into close contact with the old ancestor before, he could sense that something was off despite her grandiose return. It seems that she is badly injured. Just like he had expected, the reason the old ancestor requested he join this campaign was that she wanted to make use of his small universe to recuperate. Therefore, once the old ancestor clashed with the royal lord, she would go all out despite knowing that she would be injured. As such, the battle between them wouldn't last for a long time. Since the old ancestor had returned, Yang Kai supposed that his help would be needed. At the thought of this, he told Feng Ying to see him, then said, "When I'm not around, all of you have to stay safe should there be a battle." Feng Ying asked curiously, "Do you have a new task?" Yang Kai replied, "Maybe." The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light shot up from the forward base and dashed towards them. Upon arrival, the person revealed himself and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, senior brother Yang." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be going now." He then followed the person and flew towards the universe world. However, they didn't land on the side that was facing the royal city. Instead, they circled around the universe world and came to its other side. It was then the person started descending. Soon they arrived at the periphery of a mountain valley where Yang Kai's guide said, "Just keep going forward, senior brother. The army commander is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai thanked him and stepped forward. A while later he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Xianxia and Lu Zhiping were waiting for him. Yang Kai saluted them and looked into the valley. However, at this moment, it was covered in clouds. The inside of the valley gave off a dangerous feeling. Apparently, it was shrouded in a grand array. "How is the old ancestor now?" Yang Kai asked. Xianxia replied, "Go in and see for yourself." As Xianxia spoke, he tossed something to Yang Kai. "This token can be used to control the grand array in this valley. Don't lose it." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then activated his power to refine the token. A moment later he lifted the token and waved it at the grand array in the valley. A beam of light shot into the valley, and as the clouds weltered, a portal that led inside was revealed. Yang Kai stepped into the portal, which slowly shut behind him. From the outside, the valley seemed to be filled with clouds. However, the moment Yang Kai stepped inside, he realized that there were no clouds at all. It was just a normal valley. Due to the fact that the entire universe world was desolate, this valley was pretty barren as well. As Yang Kai turned around, he could see Xianxia and Lu Zhiping standing outside the valley. Nevertheless, he reckoned that they couldn't see him. Yang Kai felt the old ancestor's aura coming from the center of the valley, but unlike how imposing it had been when she returned, it was now weak. He traced the aura and soon saw a petite figure who had curled up on a pile of stones. The old ancestor had turned into a young child, and she looked even younger than the first time Yang Kai met her. When Yang Kai came across the old ancestor in the shopping district of Yin Pass for the first time, she looked like a kid who was 7 or 8 years old, but now she looked like she was just 3 or 4. Yang Kai felt his face eyes twitching. It was a rare thing to find an old ancestor who looked like this. The color had drained from her delicate face and her clothes were soaked in blood. There was also a jade bracelet on her wrist that was full of cracks. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of artifact the jade bracelet was, but it was obviously not ordinary as it was worn by someone like the old ancestor. Presently the artifact was full of cracks and most of its spirituality had been lost. It went to show that the previous battle was truly perilous. The old ancestor must have overexerted herself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. Without alerting her, he activated his power and released his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe spread across the valley with his figure as the center. If a person looked intently, they could see that the illusory phantom of the small universe was full of living creatures and complicated terrains. Countless people were seen moving around all over the place. This was a miniature version of a world. The entire small universe was soon spread across the mountain valley. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was sound asleep, Yang Kai settled her down on a beautiful spirit peak after he was done manifesting his small universe. The spirit peak wasn't majestic by any means, but it had ample world energy, making it a perfect place for quiet recuperation. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a log house appeared where the old ancestor was asleep. It wasn't anything special, but it was good enough to protect her from the wind and rain. After he was done with all that, Yang Kai found a place on the spirit peak and meditated in silence. He had no idea how long it would take the old ancestor to recover, but it definitely wouldn't be a short time. Therefore he could seize the chance and cultivate. Time slowly went by in the small universe, but the old ancestor didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. With that said, as the owner of this small universe, Yang Kai could feel that a mysterious force was streaming into the old ancestor's petite figure from all directions. It was the bustling world essence. Initially he was worried that by placing the old ancestor on such a barren peak, she might not be able to absorb much bustling world essence. But now it seemed that wherever she was in his small universe, it didn't really matter. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't so surprising. The so-called bustling world essence was produced from the daily lives of all living creatures. Therefore his entire small universe must be filled with it. Despite the fact that they were in a remote place, there was still bustling world essence in the air. Of course, the bustling world essence would be more ample if they were in a busy city. Initially, Yang Kai thought that his days would remain dull and uneventful until the old ancestor regained consciousness. However, 1 month later he opened his eyes and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. There was a village at the bottom of this spirit peak where a dozen or so families had settled, making a living by hunting and felling trees. Hunters would go out to look for prey near the spirit peak, but Yang Kai would normally just ignore them. He didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of his small universe. Although he was the ruler of this world, any rash interference might bring about detrimental outcomes as the world had its own way of operating. Most of the hunters would only do some hunting below the middle of the mountain, and there was a lot of prey around, so they didn't have to worry about bringing food to the table. However, there was one hunter who seemed to be unlucky this time as he hadn't found anything to catch. Therefore he decided to go further up the mountain. Yang Kai observed the route the hunter took and realized that if he did nothing, the person would soon arrive at the log house where the old ancestor was recuperating. When that happened, the hunter would definitely investigate. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't allow anyone to disturb the old ancestor, but just when he was ready to do something to conceal the log house, the unconscious old ancestor suddenly sent him a message. The message was so vague and garbled that he couldn't even figure out its meaning. Apparently, the old ancestor was not clear-headed when she sent the message and simply did so out of instinct. With a frown, Yang Kai hesitated for a bit before deciding to take a wait-and-see approach. Martial Peak, Chapter 5227, Old Ancestor was abducted. Half a day later, the hunter who hadn't found any prey was both exhausted and hungry. He scooped up some water from a spring with his hands to quench his thirst, but while he was drinking it he became startled all of a sudden. That was because he could see a simple-looking log house in front of him. He didn't remember there being a log house on the mountain. Although this place was far away from his usual hunting area, he had been here before and he was certain he had never seen this log house in the past. Out of curiosity, he shuffled towards the log house and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" No one responded to him after he shouted several times. Left with no choice, he apologized and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Yang Kai had built the log house in a hurry to put a roof over the old ancestor's head, so there was nothing inside other than a bed, which the old ancestor's petite figure was currently curled up on. The instant the hunter entered the house, he saw the figure on the bed and was both doubtful and wary. Although he was an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, cultivation wasn't a secret on the Void Continent, and the hunter knew that the youngsters in the neighboring village had always wanted to join a nearby sect. The hunter also had such a dream when he was younger. 1,000 kilometers away from the village, there was a sect named Water Moon Pavilion that would recruit new disciples every few years. When the hunter was younger, he traveled all the way to Water Moon Pavilion with that dream in mind and participated in the disciple recruitment in the hope that he could join the sect and become a mighty expert who could fly through the sky one day. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor, so the senior experts were not interested in taking him in as a disciple. He was swiftly eliminated from the disciple recruitment. After his dream was crushed, the hunter wandered around the continent for several years and eventually he returned to his hometown and built a family of his own. Compared to the other hunters in the village, he was more experienced as he knew that other than cultivators, there were also some special beings in this world. Spirits. It was said that when some spirits had cultivated long enough, they could assume human forms. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference, but apparently there was a class of evil spirits known as vixens. Rumor had it that vixens loved turning into beautiful young ladies to seduce energetic young men. Therefore, the moment the hunter saw that there was a strange-looking log house with a young girl inside, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he might have run into a spirit. He felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as it was said that there were good and bad spirits. However, he couldn't differentiate the good spirits from the bad ones. Upon closer look though, he realized that the petite figure on the bed was quite pitiful looking. Even if she was really a spirit, she was a frail one. Why would he be afraid of her when he was a fully grown man? With that thought in mind, he stopped feeling anxious. He initially wanted to leave the house in silence. After all, he wasn't sure if the petite figure was a spirit, but just when he was preparing to step out of the log house, he froze for a moment. That was because he could hear that there was something off about the petite figure's breathing. As an experienced hunter, he understood the prey on the mountain fully well. When animals were wounded and dying, they would breathe just like the young girl, intermittently and weakly. There was a tinge of hesitation on the hunter's face. A moment later, he grit his teeth and shuffled towards the bed. What if she's an ordinary child and not a spirit? If no one takes care of her, she'll soon be eaten by the beasts. As he looked down, he realized that the child on the bed was only 3 or 4 years old. Although she was sound asleep, there was a hint of discomfort on her face, as though she was having a nightmare. Moreover, her face was unusually pale. He placed his palm on her forehead and discovered that it was scorching. She's sick. Without hesitation, the hunter picked up the little girl and dashed out of the house. He had to return to his home as soon as possible. Regardless of where this little girl came from or why she was alone in the log house, she would soon lose her life if she was not treated. The hunter's thoughts were simple. He had to go down the mountain and look for a doctor. The idea of dealing with her parents if they ever looked for her never crossed his mind. When that happened, he would just give the child back to them and explain what had happened. After the hunter left in a hurry, Yang Kai, who had been observing them in silence, revealed himself. As he watched the hunter leave, he stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts. The old ancestor was abducted. What should I do? He could have concealed the log house's existence. That way, an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before would never have discovered the old ancestor's whereabouts. However, at the most critical moment, the old ancestor sent him a message. He was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intentions. The message was vague and garbled, so he was unable to ascertain what it meant. It also didn't look like the old ancestor had intentionally done it. Instead, it was like she acted out of instinct while still asleep. Although the old ancestor's message wasn't clear, it was apparent she wanted to stop him from concealing the log house by sending it to him at that moment. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to let nature take its course. Then the old ancestor was taken away. Since she didn't send Yang Kai any further messages, it seemed that he had made the right choice. With that said, he couldn't just ignore her. Hence, he concealed his figure and tailed the hunter. It took the hunter half a day to go up the mountain, but it only took him 2 hours to go down. The exhausted and starving hunter tripped over and became covered in dust, but he protected the little girl well. After returning to the small village, he kicked the door of his house open and shouted, "Dear, something has happened." Upon hearing his voice, a stout woman came out of the kitchen. An apron was wrapped around her waist and there was a huge rolling pin in her hand. It seemed that she was preparing dinner. As the sky was turning dark, most people would supposedly have their dinner soon. The stout woman was in stark contrast with the lean hunter. As they stood side by side, the stout woman was 2 times larger than her husband. Villagers were usually straightforward people, so the moment she heard what her husband said, she roared, "What's wrong? Did that guy snatch your prey again? Don't worry, I'll beat him up for you." "No, no, no." The hunter repeatedly shook his head. "I picked up this little thing." Saying so, he dashed into the house. The moment he brushed past the stout woman, she caught a glimpse of what was in his arms. At that instant she was rooted to the spot. After her husband entered the house, she exclaimed and followed him in a hurry. A moment later, the old ancestor was lying on a simple-looking bed in silence. There were some animal pelts on her figure, and beside the bed, the hunter and the stout woman stared fixedly at her with widened eyes. As the stout woman gazed at the petite and frail child on the bed, the ferocity on her face vanished. "Where did you pick her up?" The stout woman poked her husband with her elbow, accidentally exerting too much force with her arm and almost causing him to fall over. "On the mountain." The hunter briefly explained to her what had happened on this day. The stout woman's expression changed slightly. Why would there be such a thing on the mountain? Could she be a spirit? They had been a married couple for quite some time, so sometimes before they fell asleep at night, the hunter would tell her stories, including ones about spirits. "I don't think so." The hunter lifted the pieces of animal skin. "Look, she doesn't have a tail." He then brushed back the little girl's hair. "There are no strange-looking ears either. I don't think she's a spirit." The stout woman nodded in agreement. Since the little girl didn't have a tail or some strange-looking horns or ears, she shouldn't be a spirit. The hunter then said, "The clothes she's wearing suggest that she's from a wealthy family. Moreover, she has been unconscious since I discovered her. I guess that she suffers from some kind of incurable disease, so her family members dumped her on the mountain." Tears started streaming out of the stout woman's eyes. She's such a pitiful little thing. How could her parents have the heart to abandon this beautiful baby? "Dear, please get Dr. Kai to come over now and examine this child. It's a life after all. Since we found her, we can't possibly watch her die without doing anything." "You're right." The stout woman wiped her tears away as she put down the rolling pin and took off her apron. Then she turned around and left the house. There wasn't a doctor in the village, but there was a doctor surnamed Kai in a village that was about 20 kilometers away. Although he wasn't really an expert in medicine, he was already the best doctor in this area. The sky had turned completely dark when the stout woman stepped out of the house, and since the 2 villages were so far apart, Dr. Kai certainly wasn't willing to go over. However, the stout woman never gave him a chance to resist. She picked up the thin doctor with one hand and dashed across the 20-kilometer gap to return home. It only took her an hour to go back and forth between the villages. After the doctor was invited into their house, the couple repeatedly apologized to him in order to appease him so that he could examine the little girl. The couple anxiously watched them on the side. After Dr. Kai was done feeling her pulse, the stout woman asked nervously, "What sickness does she have, Dr. Kai?" Although Dr. Kai wasn't an expert in medicine, he had gained some experience and had sharp eyesight after practicing medicine for years, so he replied doubtfully, "She doesn't seem to be sick." The stout woman rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about, doctor? Look how pale her face is. How could you tell me she's not sick?" Dr. Kai waved his hand. "I felt her pulse and checked her breathing, so I don't think she's sick. In fact, she's not just healthy, she's more vigorous than most kids. However, it's apparent that there's something wrong with her. This old master has no idea what's going on." He sighed. "Perhaps I'm just not skillful enough. I'm sorry that I'm unable to treat her." Upon finishing his words, he got up and ready to leave. The stout woman got in his way and put on a fawning smile. "Dr. Kai, you're the only doctor around this area. If you don't treat her, she'll die." A helpless Dr. Kai replied, "How do I treat her when I don't even know what's wrong with her?" The stout woman insisted, saying, "Regardless, just do whatever you can to help her. I'm sure the medicine you prescribe will be useful." The hunter nodded repeatedly on the side. Dr. Kai shook his head. "Medicine is not food. How can I prescribe medicine for her when I don't even know why she's sick? If she consumes the wrong medicine, she'll fall ill even though she's healthy now." The stout woman begged him to treat the little girl, but Dr. Kai firmly turned her down. With her patience running out, the stout woman picked up the rolling pin from the side and demanded, "Dr. Kai, I've never received any formal education, so I might be a little rude when I speak, and I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way. However, she's still a child. Will you please be kind enough to lend her a hand?" Dr. Kai felt his brow twitching as he looked at the rolling pin that was thicker than his thigh. Martial Peak, Chapter 5228, Please Stop Making Trouble, Old Ancestor. In the end, Dr. Kai left behind a prescription slip. Faced with the threat, he didn't think he could reason with the stout woman who was holding a rolling pin. With that said, he wouldn't dare to prescribe any strong medicine. The herbs on the slip could be easily found on the mountain and were simply meant to nurture one's blood essence. There wouldn't be a problem even if the young girl really consumed them. The hunter personally sent Dr. Kai back to the village, then returned to his home in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but the stout woman was still seated by the bed as she looked lovingly at the little girl. The hunter felt moved at the sight. It had been over 20 years since they got married, so he was fully aware of his wife's temperament. He had never seen her behaving so gently before. He hadn't had any food for the entire day and he was exhausted from all the traveling. Hence he was both knackered and starving, so he said to his wife, "Let's have dinner. I'll get some rest after the meal and look for those herbs in the morning." The stout woman grunted in agreement and picked up the rolling pin before shuffling towards the kitchen. At the break of dawn, the hunter left the house to do some hunting and looked for the herbs on the prescription. He made a living by hunting on the mountain, so he was also familiar with the herbs in this area. As such, it wasn't hard for him to carry out both tasks, though it did require some experience and luck. The hunter returned before dusk. He was lucky this time as he had captured a roe deer and found some herbs. He passed everything to his wife so that she could prepare dinner and feed the little girl. It was a small village with only more than a dozen families living here. Hence, everyone soon found out that the hunter had picked up a little girl from the mountain and would come over and take a look at her from time to time. Although the villagers had never received any formal education, they were all kind-hearted people. Hence no one would gossip about this child who came out of nowhere. They just felt sorry that she had to go through so much pain at such a young age. The neighbors were kind enough to lend them a hand. Whenever the other hunters went up the mountain, they would always bring back some herbs and pass them to the stout woman. The hunter also returned to the log house several times in an attempt to search for her family members, but his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed just like that. Although they fed her with herbal soup and broth every day, the child that the hunter had brought back remained unconscious. With that said, the couple was relieved that the little girl now looked healthier than before. Her face was no longer horrifyingly pale as some color had been restored to it. That made them feel increasingly hopeful. 4 months had passed since the hunter picked up the girl, and one morning, the stout woman was preparing some broth as usual. She then brought it into the room to feed the little girl with it. Meanwhile, the hunter was sharpening his arrowheads in the yard. All of a sudden, the stout woman was heard exclaiming from the room, "Darling." Shocked, the hunter promptly put down the arrow and dashed into the room before asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" In a dazed state, the stout woman pointed at the bed. The hunter looked in that direction and became astonished as well. That was because the little girl who had been lying on the bed for 4 months had sat up at this moment. She stared at them with a pair of eyes that were filled with puzzlement. "She's regained consciousness." The stout woman spoke in a shaking voice. With the bowl of broth in one hand, she grabbed her husband's arm with her other hand, using all her strength as she was worried that she was dreaming. The hunter felt dizzy as he was swayed by his wife and called out, "Calm down, you're frightening her." The stout woman came to her senses and put on a harmless-looking smile. With the bowl of broth in her hand, she took a seat by the bed and said gently, "You're finally awake. When did you wake up? How are you feeling?" The little girl seated on the bed didn't seem to hear her, nor did she respond to her. She just stared fixedly at the bowl of broth in her hand. Even after asking a few more questions, the stout woman still didn't get any responses. As she darted her gaze between the kid and the bowl of broth in her hand, she asked, "Are you hungry?" Saying so, she leaned close to her as she wrapped one arm around the little girl's neck and held out the bowl for her with the other hand. In just 10 breaths of time, the little girl chugged down the entire bowl of broth. The hunter was elated on the side. Since she can eat, it means that she's all right. Go get her another bowl of broth. When the little girl was done having the second bowl of broth, she licked her lips as though she was craving more. She looked pitifully at the stout woman. Despite feeling sorry for her, the stout woman still shook her head. "You can't drink so much broth since you just woke up. I'll let you eat anything you want when you recover." She then put down the bowl and asked gently, "What's your name? Where's your home?" The little girl appeared perplexed. After asking several questions, the stout woman still didn't get any replies. She turned to look at her husband and asked worriedly, "Darling, do you think she might be a mute?" The hunter replied, "Perhaps she's just too young to understand what you're saying. Regardless, she's awake now. It seems that Dr. Kai's prescription is useful. We'll have to thank him then." The hunter nodded, "That's for sure. Since the herbs are useful, I'll get more from the mountain now." He then went up the mountain while the stout woman told the little girl to stay in the house while she put together a gift. Although the gift wasn't valuable, it could show her sincerity. She then headed to Dr. Kai's house, which was 20 kilometers away. After the couple was gone, the little girl remained seated on the bed in silence. She looked up at the ceiling with her eyes, but no one knew what was on her mind. Yang Kai abruptly appeared beside the bed and looked down at her. A moment later, the little girl on the bed realized that something was off and she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes. Instead of being shocked though, she was just curious about why there was a stranger standing beside her bed. "What are you doing, old ancestor?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had been secretly observing the old ancestor for the past 4 months, and during this period he found something that he couldn't understand. After the great battle with the royal lord, the old ancestor became severely wounded and fell into a coma for 4 months. However, as Yang Kai observed the old ancestor, he realized that there was something amiss with her condition. Nevertheless, he couldn't spell out what was wrong. Faced with his question, the old ancestor remained silent. She grew increasingly curious about this stranger as she gazed at him with a pair of clear-looking eyes. After staring at each other for a moment, Yang Kai sighed, "Please stop making trouble, old ancestor." The old ancestor remained silent. She didn't even seem to have the intention of parting her lips. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. The old ancestor didn't seem to be messing with him. Instead, she looked both curious and puzzled, as though she really couldn't recognize him. Yang Kai felt his heart clench up tight. Could the old ancestor be more severely wounded than he thought and had lost her memory? However, he soon dismissed the speculation. As a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was one of the most powerful cultivators alive. Regardless of how badly injured she was, she couldn't possibly lose her memory over some simply physical trauma. Therefore, he reckoned that the old ancestor was either pulling his leg or had used some kind of special technique to seal her memory. Usually, regardless of how horribly injured the old ancestor was, her memory wouldn't be affected after she turned into a kid. Only her temperament would change as she would become somewhat childish. Nevertheless, if she had sealed off her memory, it was only natural that she couldn't recognize him. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned that he couldn't make a judgment now. Since it would still take the old ancestor a long time to recuperate, he could just keep observing her. Faced with such an old ancestor, Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to communicate with her and could only briefly examine her injuries. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai was unable to detect any injuries on the old ancestor's figure. Upon examination, he realized that the old ancestor was completely fine. It was just that she was weaker than the other kids of the same age. As the stout woman was about to return, Yang Kai could only bid her farewell for now. "I'll have a talk with you again sometime in the future. Get some rest for now." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. When the stout woman returned from Dr. Kai's house and stepped into her home, she saw the little girl wandering around as though the latter was looking for something. Flabbergasted, she hurriedly picked up the little girl and put her down on the bed before telling her again that she shouldn't move around as she pleased when no one else was at home. When Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the old ancestor, what was happening in the outside world caught his attention. Seated on the rooftop of the hunter's house, he looked up into the void, past the world barrier of his small universe. Some rays of light seemed to be rapidly approaching from the depths of the void. There were only 3 rays of light, but they were traveling in a straight line as they moved forward at great speed. The sight made Yang Kai feel doubtful, as these rays of light didn't seem like they belonged to the open heaven realm masters. Instead, they looked like lights that radiated from spirit arrays. But what kind of spirit arrays could move so quickly? Curious, he activated the demon eye of annihilation and observed more closely. What came into his sight astounded Yang Kai. The 3 dots of light that rushed forward in a line were indeed lights that radiated from spirit arrays that had been set up on 3 round universe worlds. These universe worlds must have been carefully selected as they were neither small nor big. They were respectively 1/10 of the size of the universe world used as a forward base by the East-West Army. Various arrays had been arranged on these universe worlds, and with those arrays in operation, these universe worlds flew over rapidly from the depths of the void and were still accelerating. Yang Kai had no idea where they were coming from, but it was apparent that they had crossed a long distance. They were already moving at the speed of lightning when they came into Yang Kai's sight. Moreover, each universe world exuded a dangerous aura. It was obvious that the arrays on the universe worlds did not just propel them forward, but they also served other important purposes. After examining the universe worlds for a time, Yang Kai figured out what those arrays were for. His face twitched upon that realization. Needless to say, it was another plan that Xianxia had come up with to deal with the Black Ink clan. However, this plan was rather devious and he wondered if the Black Ink clansmen could bear it. Additionally, Yang Kai also discovered something that piqued his interest, which was the differences between the sizes of these universe worlds. The royal city was located on a universe world, and the forward base set up by the humans was also built on a universe world. However, the latter was moved to this place by the humans using a special technique. Comparing the two, the universe world the forward base sat on was much larger than the one the royal city was located at, about 3 times larger in fact. Initially, Yang Kai didn't understand why the army commanders had selected such an enormous universe world when it was only meant to be a temporary forward base. It seemed like a huge waste of resources at the time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5229, Attack of the Universe Worlds. After all, the larger the universe world was, the more resources would be needed to set up spirit arrays to fortify it. They should have selected a suitable and less resource-consuming universe world. There were only 30,000 human soldiers, so a much smaller universe world could easily accommodate them. Although Yang Kai was doubtful at that time, he didn't ponder on it as it was just a thought that flashed through his mind. However, the moment he saw the rays of light approaching from the depths of the void, he realized the reason behind it. The forward base where the humans were located was enormous and just half a day's flight from the royal city. This forward base was not just a nail at the Black Ink clan's doorstep, but it also served as a screen, an obstacle that could obstruct the Black Ink clan's sight. Presently, Yang Kai was at the back of the forward base so he could clearly see the rays of light coming from the void. However, on the other side, the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city would be unable to see what was going on. This gave the humans more room to maneuver. It seemed that by the time the army commanders had chosen to set up a forward base, they had come up with a series of follow-up plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved such a massive universe world to this place. The Black Ink clan soldiers were in a rigid formation in front of the royal city. Since Che Kong was told to take command, it had only taken him a month to reorganize the entire army. Presently, there were 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers surrounding the royal city tightly. Regardless of how the humans launched an attack, they could immediately deal with the enemies. Che Kong had no idea how he should take the initiative to attack the humans, but it wouldn't be hard for him to defend the royal city with this setup. Defense had always been his forte. As the commander of 1 million Black Ink clansmen, Che Kong was located in the middle of the army so that he could easily react to any potential threats from the humans. After a month of silence, Che Kong all of a sudden felt his chest tightening as an ominous feeling washed over him. This caused him to feel alerted as he lifted his gaze to look at the humans' side. There were a lot of warships moving around the forward base, but he had no idea what the humans were up to. However, it didn't seem like the humans had the intention of attacking the royal city at that moment. This made Che Kong feel doubtful. Since the humans didn't intend to attack, why did he feel a sense of unease all of a sudden? Could it be a false alarm? He sincerely hoped that it was just his nerves. Before the royal lord started recuperating in the Black Ink nest, he appointed Che Kong to be the commander of the Black Ink clan soldiers and entrusted him to protect the royal city. Certainly, Che Kong could not disappoint the royal lord. While he was lost in his thoughts, a dazzling light suddenly radiated from the back of the humans' encampment. The unease Che Kong felt intensified at that moment. The next instant the light flashed into his sight. It was so dazzling that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Initially he couldn't make out what the light was, but as the distance shortened he quickly realized its true nature. Che Kong, who had been seated at the time, leapt to his feet with widened eyes. The next moment his roar reverberated across the entire void. Enemy attack! Over the past month that he had been leading the Black Ink army, Che Kong had repeatedly pondered on what kind of strategy the humans would use to assault the royal city. He had also put himself in the shoes of the leaders from the humans' side and inferred how the war would unfold. He came to the conclusion that, regardless of what devious plans the humans had come up with, they wouldn't achieve their goal as long as he steadfastly protected the royal city. There was no doubt that he was pleased with the expected outcome. However, it wasn't until the humans finally revealed their move that Che Kong realized he had underestimated how cunning his enemy truly was. It never crossed his mind that the humans would attack them using a universe world. The universe world was full of arrays, which were obviously arranged by the humans. After shooting past the forward base, the universe world came straight at the royal city. Che Kong had no idea where this universe world came from, but it had obviously moved across a long distance in the void as it was moving at incredible speed. By the time Che Kong alerted the other Black Ink clansmen, the ray of light was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the royal city. If they did nothing, the universe world would smash into the royal city in 10 breaths of time. The consequences would be dreadful. The location of the royal city was also a universe world, and although it was gigantic, it didn't have any powerful defenses. It wasn't comparable to Great Evolution Pass in this respect. Great Evolution Pass was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so even without any active arrays, it was still significantly sturdier than a mere universe world. Moreover, be it the humans or the Black Ink clan who controlled Great Evolution Pass, there were various arrays in Inner Sanctum that could enhance its defenses. The approaching universe world that was full of spirit arrays appeared to only be a third the size of the universe world the royal city was situated upon, but if it really crashed into the royal city, everything would be smashed to pieces. By then, not only would the royal lord be disrupted from his recuperation, but the high-rank Black Ink nest would also be destroyed upon impact. If that happened, the royal lord would never let Che Kong off. If they had detected the universe world that was coming at the royal city earlier, they could have easily warded it off given the forces available to them. However, Che Kong was caught off guard as the despicable humans obstructed their line of sight using their forward base. By the time he discovered the strange attack, Che Kong was only left with 10 breaths of time to react. He had no time to mobilize his soldiers, so he personally charged towards the universe world. At the same time, over 30 territory lords took action along with him. All of the territory lords knew that they had to do their best to fend off this universe world attack, for the slightest impact on the royal city would surely disturb the royal lord's recuperation. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling into a state of deep sleep. It was the same for the royal lord as it was for everyone else. Once they were disturbed though, their recuperation would be disturbed, resulting in backlash that could undo their recovery progress or possibly even make their condition worse. The royal lord was the most powerful master they had to rely on, so they naturally wouldn't allow anything to disturb him. All the territory lords shot into the sky. The sight was magnificent as their auras were menacing. Meanwhile, countless feudal lords followed closely behind them. On a barren mountain in the forward base, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping and other 8th Order Division commanders looked on intently and saw that the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city were charging forward like the moths to a flame. Before they even arrived, they had started sending out violent attacks at the universe world that was coming at the royal city. One Eighth Order Division commander asked, "Do you think they can ward it off?" Honestly speaking, it wouldn't require an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make a move to destroy a universe world. A Sixth Order or even a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, given enough time, could destroy a universe world. After all, an Open Heaven Realm Master had broken free from the restraints of the inner universe. The power they could draw from their small universe was world force. Hence, it wasn't difficult for them to shatter a universe world. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen of similar strength could achieve the same results. However, the Black Ink clan was not dealing with an ordinary universe world at this moment. It was a universe world protected by various arrays that the array masters had spent a month and massive amounts of resources to arrange. Therefore, it was no longer an ordinary universe world. It was the greatest siege weapon to destroy a city with. "We'll see," Xianxia replied impassively. He was just giving it a try to ascertain how effective this tactic was to achieve their objective. Therefore, the East-West Army had not prepared to launch an attack at this moment. As such, the division commanders could just watch what was going on and have a casual chat among themselves. They could see that the Black Ink clan had fully utilized all their powers, as all sorts of dark, ominous techniques smashed against the universe world, which caused it to flicker and start breaking apart. There was no doubting the destructive force of several dozen territory lords making a move together. Therefore, even though the universe world was equipped with all sorts of defensive arrays, it couldn't possibly withstand the violent attacks from so many territory lords. Before the feudal lords could even make a move, the universe world had turned dim. The next instant, it exploded into countless fragments that scattered around. The territory lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while at the same time, they were infuriated. It seemed they had been frightened over nothing, as it was just a universe world after all. Even though it was equipped with various arrays, it couldn't possibly pose a threat to them. However, all the territory lords had come forward to fend it off. If the humans launched an attack on the royal city at that moment, they wouldn't be able to protect the city. While such thoughts were crossing their minds, though, another ray of light appeared behind the shattered universe world. "There's more," Che Kong roared. This time the territory lords did not become flustered. With the earlier experience, they knew how to deal with this situation now. Furthermore, with more feudal lords joining them, it became easier to destroy the approaching universe world. Several breaths of time later, the second universe world became shattered and broke into countless pieces. The next instant, the third universe world was seen coming at them. The territory lords secretly cursed at the leaders of the human race. The series of despicable moves was quite annoying. With dozens of territory lords and innumerable feudal lords working together, they cast an attack together and destroyed the third universe world when it was still millions of kilometers away from the royal city. However, the territory lords didn't lower their guard down. They stared fixedly at the depths of the void as they were worried that there would be a fourth universe world. Soon they were relieved that there wasn't a fourth universe world. It seemed that the humans had only gotten 3 universe worlds prepared. Upon making sure that all the universe worlds had been intercepted, and that the royal city was not impacted at all, Che Kong led the territory lords and feudal lords back. Instead of feeling elated though, Che Kong only felt increasingly worried. Although they had successfully fended off the 3 universe worlds that the humans had launched at them this time, what if there were 4, 5 or even more universe worlds? There would come a time when they were unable to stop the universe worlds, and when that happened, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, and the royal lord's recovery would be interrupted. It was apparent that the humans were just testing the waters this time, and the next attack would be the real show. Che Kong believed that after the test this time, the human leaders would continue to use such a tactic. Damn it! Che Kong thought. Faced with such a despicable tactic, the Black Ink clan had no other choice but to directly deal with it. They couldn't even imitate it as they didn't have so many skillful array masters on their side. Martial Peak, Chapter 5230 Xiao Zhao's Relative. Since Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of Time and learnt a few things from his third disciple, time flowed 4 times faster in his small universe than the outside. Therefore, even though the old ancestor had been recuperating in his small universe for 4 months, only 1 month had passed in the outside world. In just 1 month, the East-West Army was able to carry out such a plan. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire Zhou Xian and the others' far-sightedness. After the 3 universe worlds circled around the forward base, Yang Kai was unable to see what happened next as his sight was obstructed. With that said, even though he was in a desolate valley on the opposite side of a universe world, he could still feel the violent energy fluctuations coming from the royal city. He reckoned that the expressions on the territory lords' faces would be interesting when they saw the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, coming at the royal city. However, he didn't think it would be difficult for the Black Ink clan to fend off these universe worlds. After all, there were some 30+ territory lords, not to mention that they had many 8th Order Black Ink disciples with them. It was unlikely that the universe worlds could harm them. That was indeed the case. The energy fluctuations coming from the royal city only lasted for about 10 breaths of time before they vanished. Again, days went by peacefully. From the looks of it, the human soldiers didn't seem to have the intention of invading the royal city at all. Meanwhile, inside the small universe, the old ancestor was still recuperating in the hunter's home. The couple treated her very well. Although they were not related by blood, they took care of her as though they were her biological parents. Half of the food brought back by the hunter from the mountain found its way into the old ancestor's stomach. Certainly, the couple was surprised at the fact that the little girl they picked up from the mountain had such a big appetite despite being so petite. Moreover, she seemed to truly love eating. The only thing that concerned the couple was that the little girl hadn't grown much in size despite her big appetite. She looked like she was 3 to 4 years old when they picked her up back then. 4 years had passed, but she hadn't changed one bit. This was unusual, for kids normally grew very quickly at such a young age. 4 years was long enough for a toddler to become a child that could freely run around. However, that wasn't the case for Xianxia. Yes, after raising the little girl they picked up from the mountain for 4 years, the couple had given her a name. She was named Xianxia because she would smile brightly whenever there was delicious food for her. Considering the fact that Xianxia was abandoned by her family back then because she was critically ill, the couple believed that her illness was the reason she hadn't grown much. In the past, Dr. Kai had left behind a prescription slip. Using the herbs on the list, the couple spent the next 4 months pulling Xianxia back from death's door. Although her life was saved, she must have been left with a hidden ailment that resulted in her sluggish growth. With that said, they were gratified that Xianxia wasn't mute, unlike what they initially thought. Furthermore, she was an intelligent child who was good at speaking and singing. Additionally, she also seemed to be gifted when it came to hunting. She was only 4 years old when they picked her up, and she was 8 years old now. What could an 8-year-old child do? The hunter had no idea what other 8-year-old kids were like, but Xianxia could already follow him to the mountain and hunt every day. He had even crafted a small bow for her. Over the past 6 months, Xianxia was able to bring back a lot of prey. There was even once when the hunter killed an 800-kilogram wild boar with her help. The wild boar was large enough for all the villagers to enjoy for half a month. All the villagers treated Xianxia well. Knowing that she loved food, the villagers would frequently send her delicious dishes so that she could satisfy her craving. One day, the stout woman was busy doing household chores in the afternoon when she heard some noises outside the house. After opening the door, she saw that her husband and Xianxia had returned. That surprised her because it was only in the middle of the afternoon. Usually, her husband wouldn't come home so soon. What bothered her was that there was a hint of worry on her husband's face. Although she wasn't a typical sensitive woman, as she was rather straightforward, she was good at observing her husband's expressions. After all, they had been married for many years. "What's wrong?" she asked. The hunter shook his head and remained silent. Gazing at Xianxia, he said, "Go out and play." After a grunt, Xianxia put down her bow and quiver. "I'll look for Sir then." Then she turned around and left the house in a hurry. Worried, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Take it slow. Don't trip." Despite knowing that the little girl could easily move around on the mountain along with the hunter, the stout woman was still worried that she would trip over if she ran too fast. As for the Sir Xianxia had mentioned, he was a scholar who happened to arrive at this place 4 years ago. The scholar seemed to have fallen in love with the environment here, so he decided to settle down. Several years had passed since then. Perhaps he had decided to stay here forever. Though the scholar didn't have other skills, he was a well-read person. They happened to need a teacher in the village, so the scholar decided to help the children learn how to read and write upon the hunter's request. In return, they would give him some food so he didn't have to worry about survival. Xiao loved spending time with the scholar. According to her, the young man would always give her treats every time she paid him a visit. The couple had never heard of some of the food she had mentioned. The couple pondered on this issue many times. The scholar received his food from the villagers, so where did he even get some treats to share with the children? However, to Xiao, anything edible was delicious. After Xiao was out of sight, the stout woman turned around and saw that her husband was seated by the table. He took a few sips of the tea and sighed. Annoyed by her husband's behavior, the stout woman landed a slap on his back, almost causing him to spit blood. Just spill it. Stop sighing and keeping silent. The hunter let out another sigh before saying, I came across a woman on the mountain today. While glaring at him, the stout woman sneered, was she beautiful? After becoming startled for a moment, the hunter put on a helpless smile. What are you talking about? Why don't you ask me where I saw her? The stout woman snorted, where did you run into her? In a grim voice, the hunter replied, in that house. The stout woman fell into a dazed state for a moment, then her expression changed. What do you mean? Gazing at her, the hunter went on to say, you're also aware that I picked up Xiao from the log house on the mountain back then. Over the years, I'd go take a look at the house whenever I go hunting in that area. I've never seen anyone there, but today there was a woman in the log house. Judging from the clothes she was wearing, she should be from a well-to-do family. She also had some servants with her. So what? The stout woman appeared wary. The hunter continued, saying, I asked them what they were doing there, and one of the servants told me that the woman lost something around there a few years ago, so they were looking for it now. The stout woman's expression changed drastically. Have they found it? The hunter shook his head. I never asked her what she had lost. Did she see Xiao? The hunter replied, no. Xiao and I separated to run down a roe deer. She wasn't by my side at that time. The stout woman was evidently relieved. The hunter sighed, dear, I think the woman's appearance somewhat resembles Xiao. Shut up. The stout woman roared. The hunter was so shocked that he hunched his back. He wouldn't dare to offend his wife when she was enraged. Relentless, the stout woman walked up to the door and placed her hands on her hips before shouting at the clearing outside the house. You have lost her, so what's the point of you looking for her now? You were not heartbroken when you lost her back then, so how could you look for her when she's healthy now? Do you think she'll go back to you? What a heartless woman. She spat in contempt. There seemed to be an invisible enemy outside the house as the stout woman resentfully cursed at it. She didn't have any other skills, but she excelled at cursing at the people she hated. It wasn't until a long time later that her fury slightly subsided. She turned around and stared at the hunter. Go up the mountain and kill that woman with your bow tomorrow. The hunter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I don't think that's a good idea. What's wrong with that? I'll take all the responsibility. The stout woman appeared determined as she walked towards the table and picked up the teapot. She directly chugged it down to quench her thirst. After she was done drinking it, she landed the teapot on the table with a loud thud. Then she sat on the chair with a listless expression. She was no longer as feisty as earlier when she cursed at the invisible enemy. A moment later, she covered her eyes with her hands. The hunter stole a glance and asked, Why are you crying all of a sudden? The stout woman was trying to suppress her sorrow when she heard her husband's words. Unable to take it anymore, she started bawling her eyes out. Darling, don't you think that Xiao is a gift to us from the heavens? No one can take her away from us, right? It had been over 20 years since the couple got married. They were pretty hardworking when they were younger, but for some reason she couldn't bear a child. When the hunter brought Xiao back from the mountain 4 years ago, the stout woman thought that the heavens had finally had mercy on her by sending this child to her. Initially, she still hoped that her husband could find Xiao's relatives so that she could return to her family. However, for years had passed and the couple already regarded Xiao to be their daughter. They were not willing to part ways with her now. At the thought of the possibility of Xiao leaving her, the stout woman was heartbroken. The hunter placated her by saying, "Well, I simply chanced upon a wealthy woman who lost something several years ago. She's just looking for it now. She might not necessarily be Xiao Zhao's relative." The stout woman's vision had turned blurred from all the crying. While sobbing, she said, "You said that the woman resembles Xiao Xiao and she's looking for something she lost. Who else could she be if she's not Xiao Zhao's mother?" At that, the hunter fell silent. In fact, such a thought sprang into his mind the moment he saw the woman. That was because Xiao Xiao indeed took after her. While the stout woman continued bawling, the hunter remained silent. A moment later he said, "The child has her own parents. The woman is from a wealthy family. If Xiao Xiao goes back to her, she'll have a bright future. It's much better than staying with us here. In the future she'll be able to marry a good man." Martial Peak, Chapter 5231. I'll bring you something delicious. The stout woman abruptly stopped crying and stood straight up. Glaring at the hunter, she threatened, "If you dare to send Xiao Xiao back to her, I'll break your legs." Saying so, she turned around and shuffled towards her room. When she brushed past the hunter, she landed a kick on the bench that he was seated on. In an instant, the bench broke apart with a crack. The hunter lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gazing at the broken bench, he gulped. Although he knew that his wife was strong, he hadn't expected her to be this strong. Undoubtedly, his leg was not as robust as the bench. As he recalled what she had told him before she left, he decided to keep his mouth shut. There was a simple-looking house at the bottom of the mountain. Despite that, it was jointly built by the villagers and was sturdy enough to fend off rain and wind. This was the residence of the scholar who happened to visit this place 4 years ago. It also served as a school in the village. Other than the kids in the village, the hunters from the neighboring villages would also send their children to this school when they learned that there was a scholar who could teach children how to read and write. Therefore, more than 10 kids would frequently gather together in this small school for lessons. The kids from the mountain villages were reckless and naughty. Initially, the hunters were worried that this frail-looking teacher wouldn't be able to discipline them. They wouldn't want to see their kids causing any trouble. However, they were surprised to learn that regardless of how mischievous the kids were, they would become obedient and studious the moment they stepped into this school. The teacher didn't seem to have any special ways of disciplining the kids. He simply taught them how to read and write. This strange revelation amazed the hunters. At this moment, the teacher who was giving the kids a lesson cracked a smile all of a sudden, as though he had discovered something funny. The students were puzzled, but none of them dared to ask him about it because he always had this strange sense of authority about him. With that said, there was still a kid who raised her hand and asked in a clear voice, "Sir, why are you smiling all of a sudden?" The person who asked this question was none other than Xiao Xiao, who looked smaller than the other children. Instead of feeling afraid, the kids all respected the teacher. He had never punished them in any way. However, as soon as they stepped into this school, they would become obedient. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao was the only one who didn't seem to revere the teacher, and she was the only one who had the audacity to interrupt the teacher when he was giving a lesson. Upon hearing that, the teacher lifted his head and revealed a stalwart-looking face. He replied with a smile, "Nothing. I just thought of something funny." With a tilted head, Xiao Xiao appeared puzzled. The teacher continued with the lesson. The reason he put on a smile was that he had detected what happened in the hunter's home. The way the stout wife reacted was hilarious. In fact, he was aware that there was a wealthy woman in the log house on the mountain. Strictly speaking, she indeed resembled Xiao Xiao in a way. However, one wouldn't have thought so if he didn't have such a preconceived idea. He knew that the wealthy woman had nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a ninth-order old ancestor, while the wealthy woman was just one of the many living beings in his small universe. It was just a coincidence, and the couple was being too sensitive. When the hunter brought the old ancestor back to his home, Yang Kai followed behind them. Despite realizing that there was something wrong with the old ancestor, he didn't have a way to deal with it. Therefore, he could only pretend to be a poor wandering scholar and settle down in this village so that he could keep in contact with the old ancestor and observe her. Over the past 4 years, he had noticed some things that concerned him. First of all, the old ancestor was terribly injured. Otherwise, she would have grown in size after such a long time. Her injury was so deep, though, that even Yang Kai was unable to detect it. When the old ancestor started growing, It would mean that she was on the road to recovery. It was the second point that especially puzzled him though. It seemed that the old ancestor had indeed lost her memory. It had been 4 years since he started approaching the old ancestor, but she always regarded him to be the teacher in the village. She didn't remember anything that had happened in the past. Yang Kai had a feeling that the old ancestor had sealed her memory voluntarily, but he had no idea why she had done so. Now he could only cooperate with the old ancestor by giving her the best environment to recuperate and hope that she would recover soon. After the lesson ended, the kids returned to their homes. Yang Kai remained seated in the classroom. A moment later, a petite figure stuck her head out from the door and flashed a smile at him. A helpless Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Although the old ancestor's memory had been sealed off, it seemed being a foodie was innate to her. He beckoned to Xiao, who then skipped towards him and obediently stood there. Then he turned his palm over and revealed a skewer of candied hawthorns before passing it to her. An elated Xiao said sweetly, "Thank you, sir." In the middle of the night, Xiao realized that something was off. She extended her hand and discovered that her mother, who was hugging her, was crying. Puzzled, she asked, "Why are you crying, mother? Did father bully you?" The stout woman shook her head repeatedly. "No. I was just having a nightmare." Oh. Believing her statement to be true, Xiao turned over and snuggled up to the stout woman. As she patted the stout woman's back, she placated her by saying, "Don't worry, mother. I'm here for you." Whenever she had a nightmare in the past, her mother would always pat her back and she would fall asleep again soon. "I'm not afraid because I know you're here for me," the stout woman replied and hugged the little girl even tighter. The next day, the stout woman dressed Xiao up and helped her put on the clothes she was wearing 4 years ago when they picked her up. As Xiao hadn't grown over the last 4 years, she could still fit into those clothes. It wasn't certain what the clothes were made of, but they still looked brand new even after 4 years. The stout woman was on the brink of breaking into tears as she dressed Xiao up. On the other hand, the hunter squatted outside the house in silence. The couple had not talked about this, but the hunter knew what his wife's intention was the moment he saw what she was doing. Xiao still remained joyful. After the stout woman was done with it, she looked at the sweet and innocent smile in the mirror and let out a sigh. Xiao said, "Mother, it'll be hard for me to go hunting in such clothes." The stout woman forced a smile. "You're not going to go hunting today?" With her head tilted, Xiao asked curiously, "Am I not? I'll look for the teacher then." "You're not looking for the teacher either." The stout woman took Xiao's hand and rose from the chair. "Your father will bring you to a place. Just follow him." And, despite feeling perplexed, Xiao nodded. The hunter stepped into the house and exchanged glances with his wife before looking away. He beckoned to Xiao, "Let's go." "Yes." Xiao skipped forward and the hunter followed behind her. All of a sudden, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Xiao." By the time Xiao turned around, the stout woman had approached her and pulled her into her arms. Trying her best to stop her tears from sliding down her face, the stout woman said, "You must stay safe no matter what." "I know, mother. Wait for me, I'll bring you something delicious." Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Go now." The stout woman forced herself to release Xiao and turned around. She didn't dare to take another glance at her, for she was worried that she wouldn't have the heart to let her go. Behind her, Xiao's laugh faded into the distance. A while later, the stout woman whirled around, but Xiao was no longer in sight. She raced forward, but the next instant she stopped in her tracks and grasped the door frame as she fell into a dazed state. A long time later, she fished out a skewer of candied hawthorns from her clothes and carefully unwrapped the paper before taking a bite. She swallowed it along with her tears. "It's sweet." The hunter had walked along the rugged mountain paths countless times, but this time, it was the most difficult walk in his life. They took a break from time to time, and it wasn't until the afternoon that they arrived at the log house. Initially, he hoped that the wealthy woman would have left by now so that he no longer had to feel conflicted. However, he came just as the woman was about to leave. The woman was surprised to see the hunter, but what surprised her even further was that he had brought a young child, who was wearing expensive clothes, with him. While the servants were vigilant, the woman let the hunter get closer to her. Is there something you want to tell me? The woman asked. She had a feeling that the hunter had come all the way here to look for her. As she spoke, she took a glance at the child beside him. At that instant she couldn't move her eyes away. That was because the young child was truly adorable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. The woman came from a well-to-do family and she had seen many young children from wealthy families, but none of them was comparable to the little girl before her eyes. If the child before her eyes was like a skylark, the ones she had seen in the past were no different from the mud on the ground. She couldn't believe that such a child lived in this remote mountain. The hunter felt heartbroken when he realized that the woman was staring fixedly at Xianxia. I suppose she can recognize Xianxia. After all, Xianxia hadn't changed one bit over the past 4 years. If this woman is her relative, it was expected that she could recognize her. He parted his lips in an attempt to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything in the end. Xianxia was a friendly and outgoing young girl, so she flashed a sweet smile at the woman and asked, "How are you, madam?" The woman put on a smile as well. Such a good child. She beckoned to a servant who then came forward with a lunch box. The woman bent her back and passed the lunch box to Xianxia. I made this. It's delicious. Give it a try. Xianxia turned to look at the hunter as though she was asking for his permission. Her gaze suggested that she badly wanted the food. This couldn't be helped as she could never resist good food. However, the hunter had fallen into a dazed state. This was different from what he had imagined. Although the woman seemed to be fond of Xianxia, it didn't look like she had identified the latter to be her relative. Could it be? Agitated, the hunter asked, "Madam, you told me that you'd lost something the day before. Have you found it yet?" The woman shook her head. I lost it several years ago and I don't remember where I lost it. I just feel that this place looks familiar to me, so I thought I'd lost it around here. Unfortunately, it seems I was mistaken. In any case, it's not something so important, so I've decided to give up looking for it. The hunter, whose figure was stiff, became at ease in an instant. Martial Peak, Chapter 5232, Attacking the Royal City. Inside the house, the stout woman was seated on a chair as she embraced Xianxia with a bright smile. She was so ecstatic that it was as though she had retrieved something irreplaceable she had lost. Xianxia felt that her mother was strange on this day, but she was too young to understand the myriad of things in the world. Therefore she couldn't specify what was odd. Presently there was a lunch box in front of her. It was given to her by the wealthy woman on the mountain. The food inside the lunchbox wasn't expensive, just some osmanthus cakes she had apparently made. Villagers like them had never seen such delicate cakes before, let alone eaten them. Half of the osmanthus cakes inside the lunchbox were gone, most of them having disappeared into Xiaoxiao's stomach. Have another piece, mother. Xiaoxiao picked up an osmanthus cake and held it out for the stout woman. With a smile, the stout woman replied, I'm not having any more. Too sweet. Go on and eat it. All right, Xiaoxiao replied and munched on the osmanthus cake. It was so delicious that she had the urge to swallow her own tongue as well. The hunter was getting ready for the hunting session the next day by sharpening his arrowheads. When he saw the heartwarming scene in the house, he wore a sincere smile. The North-South Army's forward base was located on an asteroid that would take a person 2 days to reach from Great Evolution Pass. 1 year ago, the North-South Army clashed with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Although they had killed a lot of their enemies, they had suffered some losses as well. The defeated Black Ink clansmen fled back to Great Evolution Pass and received help from their companions. Since then they had not left Great Evolution Pass. 1 year had passed and the North-South Army was now locked in a staring contest with the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass. They were like two beasts that bared their fangs at each other from a distance, but neither could kill the other party, so they didn't attack. After suffering a setback previously, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a rash move again. They were worried that there would be no turning back once they launched an attack. On the other hand, the North-South Army didn't have a way to deal with the Black Ink clansmen who refused to leave Great Evolution Pass. It wasn't until the humans became the attackers that they realized just how difficult dealing with a Great Pass was. Great Evolution Pass provided the best defense for the Black Ink clansmen, so if the North-South Army rashly launched an attack, many of their soldiers would lose their lives. Given the collective power of the North-South Army now, it would be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass in short order, and once they launched an attack and failed, they would lose their advantageous position. The army commander of the Southern Army, Ouyang Lai, was an irascible person, so the deadlock they were faced with was giving him a headache. Therefore he urged Mi Jingluan on a daily basis to come up with a way to lure the Black Ink clan out of Great Evolution Pass so that they could meet them in battle. Of course, Mi Jingluan didn't have a solution to this problem, or he would have used it already. As long as the Black Ink clan refused to leave Great Evolution Pass, there was little he could do. Please calm down, Brother Ouyang. We're faced with a stalemate here. Since the Black Ink clan won't leave the pass, it's hard for us to launch an attack. We have no other choice but to maintain the status quo. Mi Jingluan appeased Ouyang Lai, who had repeatedly looked for him to discuss the plan to deal with the enemy. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Lai could understand what the other man was talking about. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well as an army commander after all, so even if he was a hot-headed person he wouldn't have attained such achievements without being able to understand the bigger strategic picture. Despite that, he could never change his irritable temperament. How long will the confrontation last? For eternity. Ouyang Lai said furiously. He thought that the Black Ink clansmen were too timid. Despite their vast army, they didn't have the courage to launch an attack and only knew how to hide. It was expected that he was annoyed. Mi Jingluan comforted, we certainly can't let the confrontation go on for eternity, but the breakthrough we need can't be achieved here by us. For now we'll have to depend on the East-West Army. Ouyang Lai darted his gaze around and gave it a thought. He then said, Brother Mi, you mean? Mi Jingluan nodded. If the East-West Army can deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan at the Royal City, the Royal Lord will surely become flustered. When that happens, the Black Ink clan occupying Great Evolution Pass won't be able to keep hiding. They certainly have to head to the Royal City upon receiving the Royal Lord's order, and will be able to take action. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai nodded repeatedly. You have a point. Brother Mi, when do you think the breakthrough will be achieved? Mi Jingluan replied, that will depend on how long those from the Royal City can persevere. However, I don't think it'll happen in a short time. The number of soldiers in the East-West Army is roughly the same as ours. Although they have the old ancestor with them, the Black Ink clan over there have a royal lord. It won't be easy to achieve a breakthrough. Now what we should do is find a way to contact the East-West Army. It would be best if we could communicate instantly so that it would be easier for us to carry out any following plans. Ouyang Lai shook his head. That will be difficult. This place is too far away from the Royal City. It's not hard to contact them, but the exchange of information will be sluggish. We can't make it instantaneous. Mi Jingluan nodded. It would be best if we could let Marshal Nephew Yang build several universe arrays between Great Evolution Pass and the Royal City. However, I'm afraid he's busy right now as he has to help with the old ancestors' healing. Otherwise, given Xianxia's farsightedness, he would have told Yang Kai to do so already. Still, sluggish or not, being able to share information is essential. Ouyang Lai said, in that case, we should send someone to the East-West Army. Mi Jingluan put on a smile. I've already done so. He should have arrived by now. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy only told me about it after he'd done it. Makes me look ignorant. It's taxing to work with such a scheming person. Mi Jingluan looked at the depths of the void. There were two reasons why he had sent someone to the East-West Army. First of all, he really did need to exchange information with them. Secondly, he wanted to find out how the East-West Army was planning to attack the Royal City. The Royal City was protected by a large number of Black Ink clansmen, and the Royal Lord was around, so it wouldn't be easy for the East-West Army to attack given their current strength. Mi Jingluan had put himself in the shoes of the army commanders in the East-West Army and pondered on what he could do. He had come up with some possible solutions, but he didn't think they would be very effective. Therefore, he wanted to find out how Xianxia would act. Meanwhile, the East-West Army was mobilizing at their forward base. The warships, which were initially docked on the universe world, rose into the sky and soared towards the void. When the 8th Order Division Commander Cha Pu, who was standing on a mountain, saw that, he appeared surprised and asked the person beside him, "Are you going to attack the Royal City?" Cha Pu was the division commander of Northern Army's 4th Division. He was also the person Mi Jingluan had sent to this place to contact the East-West Army. Just like Mi Jingluan had expected, Cha Pu had arrived at this place 3 days ago. He came at a time when the East-West Army was about to carry out a grand plan, so he decided to stay and observe so that he could bring more details back to Mi Jingluan. The reason an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was asked to come to this place was that it was a long journey that was paved with danger. If a 7th Order Master was told to come here, he might not make it. Therefore, Mi Jingluan could only send an 8th Order Division commander. It had been peaceful on the North-South Army's side recently, so it would be fine even though Cha Pu wasn't around. Additionally, he was the one who came to Yang Kai's rescue after the latter killed an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Presently, the person standing beside him was Xianxia's adjutant, Li Xing. Xianxia had ordered him to keep Cha Pu company and answer his questions. Now, the soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized as though they were going to attack the royal city. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that. This made Cha Pu feel worried. He had seen the defensive formation around the royal city. Given the East-West Army's current power, it would be unwise to directly attack the royal city. Once the two parties clashed, the East-West Army would suffer immense losses. Although he knew Xianxia wouldn't do something so foolish, he couldn't help but feel worried. To the side, Li Xing replied, "Don't worry about it, Marshal Uncle Cha. Sir Xiang has said that you just have to keep watching." Cha Pu turned to look at him with a smile. "Oh? Did Senior Brother Xiang say that? It seems that the mobilization of soldiers is just a pretense." Li Xing lowered his gaze. "I wouldn't dare to reveal details about ongoing military operations." He knew everything about the army as he was Xianxia's adjutant, but without his permission he wouldn't break secrecy. Cha Pu didn't intend to make things difficult for him, so after a nod he said, "Since you've said so, I'll be looking forward to it then. Let's see how Senior Brother Xiang is going to deal with the Black Ink clan." They fell silent after that. The mobilization of the East-West Army was swift. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from different divisions who had been resting and building up their strength for the past year boarded their warships and soon formed into a fleet. There were over 2,000 warships setting sail, giving off a menacing air. Certainly what they were doing couldn't be hidden from the Black Ink clan, so those from the royal city instantly detected the anomaly. Che Kong was standing on the deck of his great ship. With a solemn expression, he stared intently towards the front. He had no idea why the humans had suddenly assumed a battle formation, but regardless of the reason, it seemed that a fight was inevitable. Before the royal lord fell asleep, he had ordered that they should defend the royal city at all costs. They could ignore the humans if the latter didn't try to invade the royal city. However, if there was movement, they had to do their best to stop the humans. Therefore, the moment Che Kong noticed the mobilization of the human army, he passed down an order. Soon, 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen were ready for the war. However, Che Kong found something odd a moment later. The humans didn't directly come at the royal city. Instead, they were heading towards the left side of the royal city and circling around it. This made Che Kong feel puzzled. What are the humans trying to achieve? Are they trying to launch an attack on the back of the royal city by circling around it right in front of me? That's ridiculous. Do they think I'm blind? If the humans had the audacity to do such a thing, Che Kong swore that he would destroy them for their insolence. Cha Pu, who was watching from the forward base, was equally puzzled. He shared Che Kong's sentiment. By circling around the royal city without any cover, they couldn't achieve anything other than wasting their time. However, he didn't ask any questions. The leaders of the East-West Army must have their reason for acting this way, so he just kept watching. Mi Jingluan wanted to find out how the East-West Army was going to achieve a breakthrough, so perhaps this battle would be the key. It would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city from the East-West Army's forward base, so by circling around the royal city, the East-West Army's fleet arrived at its left side a bit more than half a day later. They stopped moving forward at this point, and with a battalion-class warship leading the way, the fleet charged towards the royal city in a domineering manner. Marshal Peak, Chapter 5233, Flanking the Enemy. The East-West Army's fleet was rapidly getting closer to the royal city. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Che Kong ordered half of the 1,000,000 Black Ink soldiers to head to the left side of the city and prepare to intercept the enemy. This was the right move as well as the only solution. With that said, Che Kong wasn't a fool, so he didn't send all his soldiers to the left side of the city. He had to be wary of a potential sneak attack from the humans. The humans' fleet was indeed coming at them from the left, but it was just a fleet of warships after all. No one could guarantee that all the humans were on those warships. If all the Black Ink clan soldiers gathered together on the left flank, they would be powerless to deal with the humans if the latter launched an attack from the right. Che Kong was confident that the fleet was only meant to harass them while the humans' target was the right side of the royal city. Otherwise, they wouldn't have openly circled around the royal city to attract their attention. Therefore, while sending some Black Ink clan soldiers to the left, Che Kong also told the remaining Black Ink clansmen to keep an eye on any anomaly on the right side. As time passed, an austere atmosphere pervaded the void. Half a day later, the two groups were only 5 million kilometers away from each other. At such a distance, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords could start exchanging moves. However, both parties restrained themselves as none of them decided to make a move first. At this point, what was going on with the human warships could clearly be seen. What surprised Che Kong was that the warships were indeed full of human cultivators. This made him feel perplexed. He initially thought that the fleet only served as a pretense to attract their attention while a massive amount of human soldiers would secretly gather together on the right side of the royal city and launch a sneak attack on them. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. The warships were full of humans. In other words, all the humans had gathered together in this fleet. There wasn't another group of soldiers. Why did they intentionally make a detour? If they're not trying to fool us, what's the point of them circling around the royal city? Could they be avoiding something? Wait, avoiding. All of a sudden, Che Kong's expression changed drastically as he stared off into the depths of the void, recalling the events from 1 year ago. The 3 universe worlds that flew in a straight line had come at them from that direction back then. The human fleet had perfectly avoided that direction by making a detour. In the meantime, Yang Kai, who was giving a lesson in the classroom in his small universe, looked up all of a sudden. He saw through the barrier of his small universe and gazed at the depths of the void. He was in a position where he could detect the anomalies coming from a certain region of the void before the Black Ink clan could do so. They're coming again. Yang Kai had seen the same scene a year ago. There were some universe worlds coming over from the depths of the void at the speed of lightning as they hurtled towards the royal city. The last time he saw such a sight, the universe worlds radiated a dazzling glow as the arrays around them operated at full capacity. The universe worlds were not so eye-catching this time. In fact, they were rather furtive. Apparently, the array masters had restricted the light from the arrays so that the universe worlds could remain hidden. They were trying to catch the Black Ink clan off guard. However, the 3 universe worlds were unable to harm the Black Ink clan previously, so what about this time? What are you looking at, sir? Xiao asked curiously. She followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw that there was an insect that was trying to struggle out of the spider web on the ceiling. Nothing. Yang Kai lowered his head with a smile and continued with the lesson. Meanwhile, the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, skirted past the forward base and flew towards the royal city. Chapu, who was watching everything from the mountain, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that the trump card all of you have prepared?" Li Xing, who was beside him, replied, "Yes." As Chapu gazed at the universe worlds in the place where the East-West army was located, he gasped, "The soldiers in the universe worlds are flanking the enemy. The Black Ink clan can't possibly deal with both sides at the same time. That's indeed an ingenious plan." It was no wonder that Mi Jingluan regarded Xianxia highly. It seemed that the man indeed lived up to his fame. The universe worlds were equipped with various arrays, so even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Chapu could feel the dangerous auras exuding from them. It could be expected that if these things smashed into the Black Ink clan's lines, many of them would lose their lives. The only way to deal with these universe worlds was to destroy them before they could get close, which required the powerful masters from the Black Ink clan to make a move. But when they did so, the East-West army could launch an attack and hit the Black Ink clan's exposed flank. However, faced with this situation, could the masters from the Black Ink clan sit back and do nothing? That was impossible. Furthermore, the timing was immaculate. The East-West army was only 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, so they could launch an attack at any moment, and there was no way the Black Ink clan could ignore them. They would have their hands full as they had to deal with an attack from two sides. An idea suddenly sprang into Cha Pu's mind. Since the East-West army could use such a method to deal with the Black Ink clan here, could the North-South army imitate them? However, he soon dismissed the idea and let out a sigh. The North-South army couldn't do the same because Great Evolution Pass was different from the Royal City. Although the Royal City was the most important place for the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it didn't have powerful defenses or fortifications set up. Therefore, faced with the Universe Worlds, the Black Ink clan couldn't ignore them. Great Evolution Pass was different as it was extremely sturdy. If the North-South army wanted to do the same by leveraging Universe Worlds to attack the enemy, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass could simply ignore them. Even if the Universe Worlds smashed into Great Evolution Pass, it was questionable if it would suffer any damage at all. To the side, Li Xing explained, "In fact, we sent 3 Universe Worlds over 1 year ago." "Oh." Cha Pu arched his brow. "What was the outcome?" Li Xing replied, "It wasn't effective. There are many masters on the Black Ink clan side. Before the Universe Worlds could get close to the Royal City, they were shattered." Upon hearing that, Cha Pu said, "Ineffectiveness was the outcome you all wanted to see, right?" Li Xing nodded. "You're indeed intelligent, Martial Uncle Cha." Cha Pu chuckled. "I'm afraid I don't deserve your compliment. It seems that senior brother Xiang is indeed a far-sighted person." As they spoke, the Black Ink clansmen from the Royal City had descended into chaos. Although the lights and outward traces of the arrays were concealed, the territory lords could certainly detect the dangerous auras that were rapidly approaching. They looked over intently and saw a number of universe worlds flying right at the Royal City. Unlike the previous time, these universe worlds were not positioned in a straight line, so they could already see 3 universe worlds with their bare eyes, and they believed there were even more would appear soon. Che Kong gnashed his teeth, but after giving it a quick thought, he passed down a new order. The next instant, more than 10 territory lords and over 20 8th Order Black Ink disciples shot into the sky and charged towards the universe worlds. They had gone through the same incident 1 year ago, so they knew how to deal with these universe worlds. After all, they already had some experiences. As long as they could shatter these universe worlds before they could get close, the Royal City wouldn't be impacted one bit. However, back then all the masters from the Black Ink clan had joined forces to easily ward off the 3 universe worlds. This time they could only utilize 30% of the manpower they previously had. This couldn't be helped, as the humans' fleet was too close to the Royal City and they appeared determined to launch an attack. There was no way Che Kong could ignore this threat. He had to keep 60% to 70% of his forces to deal with the humans to ensure that they could keep the Royal City safe. Violent energy fluctuations burst forth as different secret techniques and divine abilities burst forth. The moment these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples made a move, they easily shattered the surrounding space. None of them were fools, so they did not disperse their powers and instead focused on the universe world at the front to destroy it first. Based on their previous experience, they could easily turn a universe world into dust by joining forces. Nevertheless, after they made a move, they realized that this universe world was different from the ones they had dealt with back then. It was far sturdier. Apparently, the array masters had reinforced the universe world with arrays. Therefore, after the first round of attacks, even though the universe had broken into pieces, it didn't explode into dust as they had expected. Furthermore, the moment the universe world came apart, rays of horrifying light were shot from the universe fragments towards the Royal City. This was obviously a prearranged effect of these spirit arrays. Once the universe world was attacked, the arrays would start running on their own. It was very unlike what had happened previously. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were caught off guard, and although they had promptly made a move, they still couldn't stop the universe fragments from raining down on the Royal City. What's more, there were still 2 complete universe worlds behind these fragments. The territory lords roared and fully activated their powers. The 8th Order Black Ink disciples wouldn't dare to hold back either and cast all the divine abilities and secret techniques they could use. Seeing that, the feudal lords, who were the second layer of defense, quickly rose into the sky to assist them. In just a cup of tea's time, the universe worlds coming from the depths of the void were all shattered. What astonished the Black Ink clan was that there were 10 universe worlds this time, which was more than 3 times as many universe worlds as a year ago. Although they had destroyed all 10 universe worlds, they still couldn't rest easy, for after every universe world was shattered, the preset arrays on it would explode. In order to fend off the powers of those arrays and falling universe fragments, several 8th Order Black Ink disciples became wounded while many 7th Order Black Ink disciples and feudal lords lost their lives. As for the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the losses there were even more significant. Upon receiving the order, they had to do their best to intercept the universe fragments that were falling towards the royal city. More and more of them lost their lives as their auras continuously withered. Despite the Black Ink clan's best efforts though, they couldn't possibly block or deflect all the universe fragments. Finally, there came a moment when a universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. The moment of impact, all the remaining spirit arrays on the universe fragment detonated and turned into a dazzling light that engulfed all the Black Ink clansmen around it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5234 Hit and Run. The moment the universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located, all the Black Ink clansmen froze. Che Kong, who had remained in the center of the army as he had to prevent the humans from invading the city, felt his face twitching. All the Black Ink clansmen appeared horrified. They were not afraid that the universe world where the royal city was located would be destroyed. Although the universe fragment that crashed was huge, the Black Ink clan had launched a series of attacks on it. Hence, it wouldn't cause tremendous damage to the royal city. They were also not concerned that the arrays on the universe fragment would explode and kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen. What they were afraid of was the impact that the crash would bring. While all the Black Ink clansmen were terrified, the dormant will in the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest awakened. It was the Royal Lord. In the end, the Royal Lord who had been recuperating was alerted. The will scanned the entire universe world and all the Black Ink clansmen as though he was trying to find out what was going on. Soon after, burning fury exuded from his will. 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen trembled like quails without a home in the winter. The Royal Lord's fury was obviously targeted at them, blaming them for their uselessness in allowing him to be disturbed when he was in a state of deep sleep. All the Black Ink clansmen knew what would happen when a person was interrupted when he was recuperating in a Black Ink nest. All the progress the Royal Lord had in healing over the last year would now go to waste. That was why the Royal Lord was infuriated. However, he didn't give any orders. Instead, he quickly slumbered off again. In fact, he didn't have time to give them instructions. To him, nothing was more important than his recovery. As long as he could make use of the Black Ink nest's power and restore his strength before the human old ancestor did, he would gain the upper hand. All the Black Ink clansmen knew that such a thing could never happen again. Otherwise, many people would lose their heads when the Royal Lord was done healing. While they were still ill at ease, energy fluctuations could be felt coming from the human army on the left side of the royal city as countless secret techniques and divine abilities were launched at them. At that instant, lights of different colors illuminated the entire void as the horrifying bombardment flew towards the royal city like a storm. Every attack was equivalent to a move made by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The arrays and artifacts on the warships were meant to maximize the humans' combat power. Therefore, every attack sent out from a warship was at least on par with what a 7th Order Master could produce. Simultaneously, a massive number of the divine abilities cast by the 8th Order Division commanders. Che Kong roared as the 600,000 or so Black Ink clansmen on the left of the royal city intercepted those attacks. Although the number of Black Ink clan outnumbered the humans 20-1, and they had fully activated their powers, they still couldn't intercept all the attacks. The rays of light clashed with the Black Ink clan soldiers, and as the powers within the rays of light exploded, many lost their lives. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who were positioned on the right side of the royal city to destroy the universe worlds, hurried over to provide assistance. Since all the universe worlds had been shattered, the humans no longer had a trump card. Therefore, they wouldn't have to keep an eye on the right flank any longer. As the humans had decided to launch an attack on the royal city from the left flank, the Black Ink clansmen were forced to engage in a life-and-death battle with them. However, the moment these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples arrived, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. As the lights of the secret techniques and divine abilities subsided, the humans who were supposed to be just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city had actually retreated under the cover of the explosions. Moreover, they didn't seem to have the intention of coming back as they were leaving in a hurry. The territory lords were astounded. Che Kong felt his fury burning in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He was so vexed that he almost coughed up blood. Although he was unresigned, he didn't dare to order a pursuit and was forced to watch the human soldiers swagger away. Ha ha ha. On the mountaintop, Cha Pu, who had witnessed everything, guffawed. He was so ecstatic that he almost cried tears of joy. What a brilliant move. You all have deceived the Black Ink clan. It's indeed terrifying to deal with someone like Brother Xiang. He gave such a remark from the Black Ink clan's perspective. Like the Black Ink clan, he too believed that the East-West army would make use of the Universe World's attack to launch an offensive against the royal city. After all, it was indeed a good opportunity. Faced with such an emergency, about 30% of the Black Ink clan's forces had been forced to move to the right flank to deal with the incoming Universe Worlds. If the humans had initiated an attack at that point, they would surely have gained the upper hand. Furthermore, the human soldiers on the warships seemed ready to engage in an all-out battle with the Black Ink clan then and there. However, none of them could have expected that the East-West army's move was just a pretense. Although they appeared menacing by stopping just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, they only launched one salvo before running away. They actually ran away just like that. Cha Pu wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It was like the humans had arrived at the Black Ink clan's doorstep and slapped them in the face. Then, before they could react, the humans had scampered off. The Black Ink clan was not even able to counterattack. Anyone would have felt extremely vexed if such an incident happened to them. It was expected that the territory lords were not too happy at this moment. With that said, such a surprising move was the best decision. The humans wouldn't have suffered a setback if they had launched an attack on the royal city at that point and could even deal a heavy blow to the enemy in a short time before withdrawing. However, the humans would inevitably suffer some losses that way. Moreover, the battlefield could be unpredictable. If the fight dragged on, the advantage they had gained by attacking the enemies with the Universe Worlds would gradually diminish. When that happened, they might not be able to retreat so easily. There were 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, some 30 or so territory lords, and 2 to 3 times that amount of 8th Order Black Ink disciples. That was more than the East-West army could handle. By launching one round of attacks and retreating, the humans could still achieve their objective while preventing any losses. This time, the humans only pretended to have the intention of attacking the royal city. Their only goal was to strike the Black Ink clan with the Universe Worlds. But what about next time and the time after that? With enough time and resources, the humans could repeatedly use this tactic. On the other hand, as long as the Black Ink clan couldn't leave the royal city, they could only passively defend. Cha Pu was certain that if the Black Ink clan diverted too many soldiers to intercept the Universe Worlds next time, the East-West army wouldn't mind launching an attack on the royal city and catching them off guard. The Black Ink clan were aware of this as well, so as long as the East-West army made a move, the majority of the Black Ink clan would stay back to prevent any potential incursion. However, with only 30% of their army available to be mobilized, the Black Ink clan might not be able to protect the royal city from the Universe Worlds without suffering from any damage, as proven by what had happened earlier. The humans had only mobilized 10 Universe Worlds this time, but that wasn't necessarily their limit. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would be greeted with 15 or even 20 Universe Worlds next time. The East-West army had devised a solid plan, and as long as they continued implementing it, it was just a matter of time before they could deal a crippling blow to the royal city, if not destroy it outright. Upon learning everything that he needed to know, Cha Pu said, "Marshal nephew, since the battle has ended, I'll head back and report to Army Commander Me." Li Xing was slightly surprised and asked, "Don't you want to wait for Sir Xiang's return, Marshal Uncle?" Cha Pu shook his head. "There's no need for that. Please tell Senior Brother Xiang that the North-South Army will not let the efforts of all of you go to waste, nor will we allow the Black Ink clan and Great Evolution Pass to come to this place." With a solemn expression, Li Xing nodded, "I'll definitely pass on your words." The next instant, Cha Pu turned into a beam of light and shot off into the void. Half a day later, All of the East-West Army had returned to the forward base. On this day the East-West Army had only launched one round of attacks and did nothing else. Without suffering any losses, they managed to kill some Black Ink clansmen with the 10 universe worlds they had prepared. Although they couldn't get an exact count, the commanders believed that in the end, they must have killed 50,000 to 60,000 Black Ink clansmen. Of course, such a number was insignificant compared to the million Black Ink clansmen they were facing. Furthermore, those who lost their lives were weaker Black Ink clansmen. None of the territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed, while only a small number of feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, a few dozen at most, had perished. This kind of loss was negligible to the Black Ink clan. It was nothing more than a flesh wound. With that said, the casualties of the Black Ink clan were not their biggest victory. They had achieved their main goal for launching the attack, which was to interrupt the Royal Lord's recuperation. After the last universe world was shattered, a fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. Apparently, the Royal Lord had awakened upon impact. Although the humans were millions of kilometers away from the royal city, they could still detect the menacing will. The main goal of the East-West Army this time was to disturb the Royal Lord. Killing Black Ink clansmen came second. Presently, both the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor were recuperating. The Royal Lord made use of the Black Ink Nest's power while the Old Ancestor had Yang Kai's small universe. It could be said that both of them had external aids. Therefore, the person who could recover quicker would gain the upper hand. Those from the East-West Army couldn't help the Old Ancestor recover, so they could only set their eyes on the Royal Lord, who could never have thought that the humans would harass him while he was recuperating inside the Black Ink Nest. Although they didn't kill many Black Ink clansmen, they had attained significant achievements this time. Presently, the East-West Army couldn't attack the royal city because there was a huge gap between their collective powers. By using such tactics, the humans could gradually shorten the gap and wait for a suitable chance before they launched a real strike on the royal city. The Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal with them by then. This was a long process that couldn't be rushed. Better yet, even faced with this provocation, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to make a move despite technically having superior forces. They had to protect the royal city, for once they moved out of position, the East-West Army would have a chance to invade the royal city and destroy the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest. Therefore, even though they had figured out the humans' plan, they still didn't have a way to deal with it. The royal city was like a rope that tied all these Black Ink clan soldiers to the spot, rendering them immovable. Faced with the humans' moves, they couldn't take the initiative to launch an attack as they could only passively defend the city. It seemed it was fated that they would be led by the nose in this war. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5235, It's Not the Right Time Yet. This long-term plan that the leaders of the East-West Army had devised would require a lot of resources. Besides the fact that all 30,000 humans needed resources to cultivate, they would also need a massive amount of resources to build the arrays on the universe worlds. Without sufficient resources, those arrays wouldn't be useful. There was no doubt that Xianxia, as the army commander, was an expert in military affairs. This was proven after he was put in charge of the East-West Army. However, Liu Zhiping soon realized that he was a spendthrift who didn't seem to be aware that resources were hard to come by. In the initial stage of the East-West Army, the 8th Order Division commanders from different Great Passes had brought with them a large amount of resources to provision the campaign. It could be said that when the East-West Army was being built in Wind and Cloud Pass back then, they had an enormous amount of resources. The higher-ups had made a calculation and concluded that the resources were more than enough for all 30,000 cultivators in the East-West Army to use for 300 years, and there would still be something left over. 300 years was thought to be sufficient for them to retake Great Evolution Pass. As long as Great Evolution Pass was retaken, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources any longer. But in fact, resources that were supposed to be enough for 30,000 people to use for 100 years were squandered away by Xianxia in just 2 to 3 years. Upon learning that, Liu Zhiping was so frustrated that she almost passed out. After giving it a thought, it was obvious where the resources had gone. A while ago, Xianxia told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets to be sent to Great Evolution Pass in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention. Those puppets were all destroyed by the Black Ink clan. Now they had to arrange tens of thousands if not 100,000 arrays on each of the 13 universe worlds that were thrown at the royal city. All of those projects required a lot of resources. Regardless of how many resources they brought with them, it wouldn't last long given Xianxian's wanton spending. Xianxia was the epitome of a man who had no qualms about killing or spending money like water. This man, who had been dormant for 3,000 years and eventually returned to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, had both qualities. Lu Zhiping was no match for Xianxia when it came to her aptitude in warfare. Therefore, since the East-West army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, Xianxia had been the one who made all the decisions. Lu Zhiping only assisted him from the side by analyzing the pros and cons of each plan. But this army commander of the Western Army was a woman at the end of the day, so she was naturally an expert in doing accounts and keeping a house in order, which was shown in how delicious the steamed stuffed buns that she made in the marketplace back in Inyang Pass were. Therefore, she directly decided to take control of the East-West Army's finances. Now, all 30,000 soldiers in the East-West Army faced a conundrum. At the rate they were using them, the resources they had could only last them 10 years. None of them could have expected that the first problem they faced in their mission to retake Great Evolution Pass would be about resources. After all, the resources sent to them from various Great Passes were supposedly enough to last them 300 years. They had speculated on what sorts of problems they might face except for the lack of resources. Without resources, they wouldn't be able to cultivate and the damaged warships couldn't be repaired, not to mention that their plan to attack the royal city with universe worlds would have to be stopped. Therefore, the first thing Lu Zhiping did after she took control of resource management was to order the soldiers to begin mining the nearby universe worlds. It seemed that the Black Ink clan was determined to defend the royal city, so they wouldn't initiate an attack. Therefore, those in the East-West Army would have enough time and energy to do such a thing. It wasn't hard for the humans to extract resources. They just had to look for suitable universe worlds in the void and use the void Inyang mirrors to move those universe worlds back to somewhere near the forward base. That way they could extract resources easily without spreading their manpower over too wide an area. There were 30,000 soldiers in the East-West Army. Even if they took turns, they could mobilize about 10,000 people at any given time. Hence, resource extraction would be very efficient. It would only take them 10 days to half a month to mine out a universe world. The teams responsible for searching for suitable universe worlds to mine could also look out for universe worlds that could be kept and turned into weapons to attack the royal city with. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, when Yang Kai looked out of his small universe, he soon saw shattered universe worlds in the void after they were fully mined, as well as the people busy mining new universe worlds. 10 years had passed since he arrived at this village at the bottom of the mountain. Of course, that was the amount of time that had gone by in his small universe. In fact, only 2.5 years had passed in the outside world. To a successful cultivator, 10 years was a very short time, but to an ordinary mortal, 10 years was an appreciable amount of their lifetime. The world energy in Yang Kai's small universe was ample, with rich vitality and a peaceful environment. Even ordinary mortals could live up to 100 years without too many problems. Some mortals lived up to 150 years old. However, to the hunter and his wife, they had reached the middle stage of their lives. The arrival of Xiao let them enjoy the happiness of raising a child, as they didn't have one of their own. They had thus given all their love and attention to this daughter of theirs. There was no doubt that Xiao was intelligent, as she could learn anything fast. At school, she would always be praised by the teacher. She was also a filial child who would always help her mother do some household chores and follow her father to go hunting. The couple had no more regrets in life, as they already had such a wonderful daughter. However, what concerned them was that Xiao hadn't grown one bit due to the illness she had since she was younger. When the hunter picked her up from the log house on the mountain, she looked like she was only 3 to 4 years old. Now 10 years had passed, but Xiao hadn't changed one bit. She didn't look like the other kids her age who were now in their teens. While the hunter was grateful to the heavens that they were blessed with a child, he and his wife also prayed for mercy and hoped that they would be punished in Xiao's stead as long as she could grow up to be a healthy person. However, their prayers were unanswered. To be precise, it wasn't the right time yet. Others had no idea what was wrong with Xiao's body, but Yang Kai had somewhat figured it out. The old ancestor's recovery this time was quite odd. Not only did she seal off her own memory, But she also instinctively stopped Yang Kai from concealing her whereabouts. It seemed that she had the intention of truly becoming a part of this bustling world with a local identity and all. The couple's child was her identity. Yang Kai speculated that the reason she hadn't changed one bit after 10 years was that it had something to do with her injury. Before she recovered, her body would not change. In other words, when she started growing, that would mean that she was on the mend. Yang Kai felt that it was such a shame. He had secretly examined the old ancestor's body, but he couldn't discover any kind of injury. Perhaps the old ancestor had concealed her wounds using a secret technique. This couldn't be rushed. The old ancestor must have gone all out to deal with the royal lord, so she must be terribly injured. It was expected that it would take her quite some time to recover. It was a small village with only a dozen or so families living here. They were all kind-hearted hunters and the neighbors would always help each other out. However, in this bustling world, it was expected that there were devious people out there. The anomaly with Xiao Zhao's body eventually caused trouble for her. Yang Kai had already detected it, but he decided to ignore it. Since the old ancestor had to experience life in this bustling world to recuperate, it would be beneficial to her if she could go through some of the things ordinary mortals would experience. There were still a little more than 10 kids in the small classroom. The first batch of children had grown up and stopped studying here. They had returned to their homes to help their families earn a living. These kids were the new batch of students. Xiao was still one of the students and her appearance didn't look different from those of the other kids. Nevertheless, after all these years, she was now just as capable and intelligent as the other teenagers. Therefore, she was like the teacher's assistant now. Whenever the teacher became dazed and stared off into space, she would be the one who taught the kids how to read and write. Every morning she would come over to help him out for 2 hours, then she would follow her father to go hunting. With the book in her hand, she told the kids to repeat after her. Then she took a glance at the teacher, who was asleep on a chair with a book covering his face, and sighed in a way as though she was a mature person. The teacher was too indolent. She revered him when she was a child because he would always give her some delicious food. However, as time passed, she eventually discovered the teacher's true colors. The light was shaded at the door all of a sudden and the kids stopped reading out loud. Xiao turned her head and saw 2 people standing at the door. One of them prompted her to frown as a look of disgust appeared on her face. This couldn't be helped, as the person was a hunter who lived in a village that was 30 kilometers away. She and her father came across this person on the mountain on multiple occasions. The last time they ran into him was several days ago. They were chasing after the same prey at the same time. In the end, Xiao was agile enough to kill it first with an arrow. However, that person insisted that he was the one who discovered the prey. Left with no choice, Xiao Zhao's father had to share half of the prey with him, and the matter was settled. It wasn't the first time such a thing happened. The other hunters in the village had also experienced this before. The hunters wouldn't have given in if that person were just any other commoner. However, Xiao heard from her father that this hunter had a relative who cultivated in Water Moon Pavilion. He held a pretty important position, so the average person wouldn't dare to offend him. Therefore, the hunters could only hold their fury down and let this person throw his weight around. It wasn't certain what this person was in the school for, and the man beside him looked a little unusual. He was unlike the other hunters who had rough and tan skin from working under the sun all day. Instead, he was somewhat similar to the teacher. They both gave off a strange feeling. Xiao couldn't tell what this feeling was. However, the first time she saw the teacher, she had a feeling that he was different from others. It's her. The hunter pointed at Xiao. Look, Uncle Wen Yuan. This girl must be a spirit. The word spirit made Xiao feel furious. In the past, the kids in the village would secretly call her spirit because she never grew up, but she was unusually strong. Despite the fact that she only looked like she was 3 or 4 years old, she could follow the adults to go hunting. Sometimes she could get even more prey than the adults. However, after the adults disciplined them, the village kids never dared to call her that again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5236, Someone from Water Moon Pavilion. Although the kids had stopped calling her that, the name had spread to other places. The hunters in the neighboring villages were aware that there was a girl who never grew in size here. Despite her petite figure, she was skillful in hunting and could always get more prey than many of the experienced hunters. When Xiao and her father came across other hunters from the other villages, They would look at her with curious glances. However, only this deplorable guy would call her a spirit right to her face. The person whom the hunter called Uncle Wen Yuan was a fair-skinned and tall young man. He was clad in a green robe, and standing beside the young man, the rough-looking hunter looked like a chicken beside a swan. From the looks alone, the hunter appeared to be the older one, but in reality the young man was his elder. As a cultivator, the young-looking man was constantly nurtured by world energy, so he didn't age at the same rate as a mortal would. He swept a glance over Xianxia and shook his head. Although the young girl in front of him was adorable, she didn't exude any evil qi. It was obvious that she wasn't a spirit. He was confident in his ability to make such a judgment. After all, he was fairly powerful now after years of cultivating. Seeing that the young man shook his head, the hunter said anxiously, "Uncle Wen Yuan, don't be fooled by her appearance. Although she looks like she's 3 years old, she already looked like this 10 years ago. No one knows how old she really is. Perhaps she's a very old spirit." It's said that powerful spirits are able to assume human forms. Xianxia couldn't help but bare her teeth at the hunter. The moment she was called an old spirit, she was furious for some reason. She had the urge to tear his mouth apart. It wasn't certain why, but she seemed sensitive to the word old. Oh. When Yuan arched his brow, she already looked like this 10 years ago. It's true. The hunter nodded repeatedly. Everyone around this area knows this. You can ask around. When Yuan stroked his chin, that's interesting. When he heard his nephew say that there was a spirit in this place, he decided to come over to have a look, as he had a duty to kill off harmful beings that might disrupt the world. If there was really a spirit, he could just kill her with his sword. However, the moment he saw the little girl, he knew that she wasn't a spirit. Even the most successful spirit couldn't perfectly conceal their evil qi, unless their power vastly exceeded his own. He was now an origin king, so a spirit would need to be in the Dao source realm at the very least to deceive him. Such spirits were incredibly rare across the entire Void continent, so how was it possible that there was one in this remote village? With that said, when he learned that the little girl had remained the same for the past 10 years, he grew curious. Just when he was about to ask the little girl if he could examine her, he felt a shadow engulfing him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a stout woman with a chubby face who was glaring at him. Behind the stout woman stood over 10 hunters and their wives with bows and farm tools in their hands. They didn't look very friendly. It was a small village, so they could easily see that a hunter from another village had brought a young man with him as they stood in front of the classroom door. It was apparent that they were up to no good. No one had to shout to inform everyone about it. The moment the adults from this village saw it, they came over in a hurry. The hunter from the other village felt timid when he saw so many people glaring at him, but as he recalled that he had a powerful backer with him, he straightened up and stared back provocatively at them. "Is something the matter, madam?" When Yuan asked curiously as he gazed at the furious stout woman. With a grim expression, the stout woman landed a slap on his shoulder and replied, "Nothing is wrong. I just want to know what you're doing here." Although she had exerted a lot of force with her hand, she realized that the thin-looking young man was completely unfazed. There wasn't even a look of pain on his face. She was confident that she could have broken a piece of wood with such strength. Suddenly realizing something, she glanced at the young man with a solemn expression as she decided to push him away instead. The young man played along by stepping aside. The stout woman stepped into the classroom and turned around. Her burly figure was like a tower that fended off all the rain and wind from her daughter. Behind her, Xianxia stuck out her head and pointed at the hunter. "Mother, that guy called me a spirit." The stout woman glowered at the hunter and snapped, "You're a bastard, Zhang Zhen. Are you sick of living? What right do you have to call my daughter a spirit? I think you and your family members are the actual spirits instead." The hunter named Zhang Zhen said smugly, "How dare a peasant like you make a scene in front of a senior expert from Water Moon Pavilion? My uncle will find out if she's a spirit." "He's from Water Moon Pavilion?" The stout woman turned to look at Wen Yuan. Earlier she had speculated that the person was a cultivator, and now it seemed to be the case. Regardless, she couldn't appear to be weak as she said grimly, "So what if he's a senior expert from Water Moon Pavilion? That doesn't mean you can defame my daughter." Cultivation wasn't a secret to the common man on the Void continent, and although no one in this village had cultivated before, they had at least heard about it. Therefore, the stout woman wasn't afraid even though someone from Watermoon Pavilion was right in front of her. When Yuan put on a helpless smile, "Please calm down, madam. I've never said that this child is a spirit." The stout woman glared at him. "What are you doing here, then?" When Yuan was rendered speechless. The reason he was here was that he had to be cautious by ascertaining if the girl was a spirit. Now it was hard for him to explain himself. After giving it a thought, he replied, "Madam, I'm sure that your daughter has drawn a lot of criticism over the years because she's thought to be a spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become so angered today. I am a deacon from Watermoon Pavilion, and although I'm not among the most powerful cultivators in my sect, I'm confident in my vision and judgment. I hope that you'll allow me to examine this child's body. I'm sure that it will have a positive impact on this child if I can confirm that she's not a spirit, and others will stop calling her that. What do you think?" Initially, the stout woman was displeased with Wen Yuan, but after what he said, her expression turned milder. Regardless of anything else, this cultivator didn't try to oppress them with his strength. Instead, he looked like a kind-hearted and reasonable person by offering to help. She wouldn't have given in if this person were mannerless. However, since he had spoken politely, she couldn't just rebuff him. With that said, she shook her head. "Xiao is not a spirit. I've been raising her for 10 years, so I'm fully aware of that. She needs no examination. Even if she was a spirit, who cares? She's my beloved daughter and no one can humiliate her." Surprisingly, the moment she finished speaking, Xiao pulled the stout woman's clothes and lifted her face. "Mother, I'd like to be examined." The stout woman looked down at her and crouched down. With a benevolent expression, she asked, "Why do you want to be examined? You're the best child in the world." Xiao turned to look at Wen Yuan. "What if anyone still calls me a spirit after you examine me and confirm that I'm not?" With a solemn expression, Wen Yuan replied, "I'm sure my judgment will trump all the rumors." As an origin king, he had full confidence in his authority. Xiao nodded. "Go ahead then." With a smile, Wen Yuan said, "Show me your hand." Xiao obediently extended her hand. Wen Yuan stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse before circulating his Saint Qi to examine her. A moment later, a myriad of expressions came over his face. The stout woman was extremely nervous as she was worried that the young man would say something that might harm her daughter's reputation. She secretly decided that if this guy dared to say something unpleasant, she would give him a punch in the face and break his teeth. It only took Wen Yuan a little effort to examine the little girl, but his expression was somewhat awkward. With her head lifted, Xiao asked, "Am I a spirit?" Wen Yuan shook his head, "No." In an instant, Xiao stared at the hunter named Zhang who was standing at the door. "Did you hear that? If you dare call me that again, I'll shoot you with my arrows." An anxious Zhang said, "Uncle, please look carefully. There must be something off about this girl." Upon hearing that, Wen Yuan, who was busy with his own thoughts, turned to look at Zhang with a solemn expression and declared, "I have determined she is not a spirit, so stop slandering her like this from now on." Zhang had never expected the helper he had found would clear the annoying little girl's name instead. At that instant he could only remain silent in embarrassment. Wen Yuan was his elder as well as a cultivator, so he couldn't disobey him. The stout woman and the hunter outside the classroom breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "What's your name, little girl?" Wen Yuan gazed at Xiao with an amiable expression. Xiao replied, "Mother named me Xiao." "Xiao," Wen Yuan nodded gently. Just then the stout woman said sheepishly, "Sir, since you're a cultivator, can you tell what's wrong with Xiao's body? Why hasn't she grown over the years?" She had asked Dr. Kai about it, but the latter only said that it was due to the illness Xiao had suffered from when she was younger, so it was incurable. Since Wen Yuan was a powerful cultivator though, perhaps he had a solution. After pondering on it for a moment, Wen Yuan replied, "There's nothing wrong with her body. As for why she has never grown in size, I have no idea. However, she might have the aptitude to cultivate." Huh. The stout woman was astounded. The hunter outside the classroom appeared agitated. He had a dream of becoming a cultivator when he was young, and he had taken part in the disciple recruitment of Water Moon Pavilion. However, he was eliminated quite early on in the process as he didn't have the necessary aptitude. After his dream was crushed, he returned to his hometown and became a hunter. Upon learning from Wen Yuan that Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate, he was naturally excited. The reason Wen Yuan insisted on examining Xiao after already confirming that she wasn't a spirit was that he felt she might have an extraordinary aptitude. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to make a quick judgment when it came to this matter, so it required further examination. Although he had already checked, he still couldn't confirm if Xiao had an extraordinary aptitude or not. That was why he said she might have the aptitude to become a cultivator. It was because after the examination he realized that Xiao's aptitude was somewhat odd. It seemed that she had an excellent aptitude, but it also felt as if she had a terrible aptitude. He had never come across such a strange situation before. Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate? The stout woman was dumbfounded. Wen Yuan said cautiously, "I can't make a judgment yet. Perhaps I don't have good enough insight when it comes to such matters. And how about I return to my sect now and ask an elder to come over and look into it? That way we'll be able to come to a conclusion." The next instant he turned around and left the classroom before disappearing into the sky. He was certainly an efficient and decisive person. Martial Peak, Chapter 5237. Can't see it through. 1,000 years ago, the Void Dao Temple appeared out of nowhere and sent a shockwave across all cultivators on the continent. Before the appearance of the Void Dao Temple, the cultivators on the continent believed that the Emperor Realm was the peak of the martial Dao. Any sect with an Emperor Realm Master assuming command could be considered first class. If there were 2 Emperor Realm Masters in charge, it could be considered a top sect. However, there were not a lot of Emperor Realm Masters at the time, perhaps 20 or so public figures, while those known as third-order Emperor Realm Masters were even rarer. Therefore, in the past, cultivators believed that the Emperor Realm was the end of the martial Dao, and it became every cultivator's dream to reach this highest realm. Nevertheless, only those third-order Emperor Realm Masters had a feeling that there was an even higher realm above the Emperor Realm. Unfortunately, regardless of how hard they tried, they were unable to spy upon the secrets above the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, there came a day when the world energy on the Void Continent changed drastically. No one knew why such a change took place, but all the cultivators benefited from it. More and more people gained the aptitude to cultivate, and many more talents and geniuses were born. At the same time, there was a dramatic increase in the number of Emperor Realm Masters. Even the cultivators who had low aptitude before seemed able to reach higher heights now. It was a few hundred years later that the Void Dao Temple appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't until then that the cultivators on the Void Continent realized that the Emperor Realm wasn't the end of the martial Dao. After reaching the peak of an Emperor Realm, one could condense a Dao seal from their own Grand Dao, then refine the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements and split heaven and earth apart within their body to create their own small universe. Doing so allowed one to reach the open heaven realm. Upon that revelation, the people who had been stuck in the Emperor Realm for a long time became excited as they yearned to ascend to the open heaven realm one day. The secret to splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe in a cultivator's body was inside the Void Dao Temple, so as long as they could step into it, they would have a chance to reach a greater height in the martial Dao. However, not everyone had the right to enter the Void Dao Temple. To all the cultivators on the continent, the Dao Temple was like a holy land, and it was very selective when it came to a cultivator's aptitude, caring nothing for one's realm. Perhaps a little girl in the initial element stage who was considered a mere newborn in cultivation would be accepted into the Dao Temple to continue cultivating. On the other hand, a gray-haired third-order Emperor Realm Master who had been stuck in the same realm for countless years might not have a chance to get close to the Dao Temple regardless of how hard he tried. Time and location didn't matter when the Dao Temple selected cultivators. This holy land seemed like a self-contained world with a mind of its own, so as long as a cultivator was talented enough, he or she would be accepted into the Dao Temple by a mysterious force. Therefore, in the early days after the Void Dao Temple appeared, the people on the continent could frequently see some cultivators being invited to the Dao Temple. These cultivators who were accepted came from various sects across the continent. To the sects that had nurtured such cultivators, the Dao Temple would reward them. The rewards were good news to the experienced Emperor Realm Masters who were unable to ascend to the open heaven realm. That was because the rewards given by the Dao Temple included the way to condense a Dao seal and refine the powers of the 7 elements into them. There were also a lot of common cultivation resources that could be used by the disciples of those sects. 1,000 years had passed, so the sects on the continent had gotten used to the existence of the Void Dao Temple, and they had acknowledged that it was the most important place in this world. It was every sect's goal to nurture a disciple who would have the right to be accepted into the Dao Temple. Therefore, these sects were fervent when it came to recruiting talented young disciples. If they could get a disciple with an extraordinary aptitude, that would be wonderful news for the entire sect. That was the reason when Yuan returned to his sect in a hurry. Despite being an origin king, he was unable to identify whether Xianxia had an excellent aptitude or not. Therefore, he had to invite an elder to come over and have a look. If they could get a disciple who would be accepted by the Dao Temple, Water Moon Pavilion's status on the continent would be greatly enhanced. Water Moon Pavilion wasn't a major sect. The sect master, who was the most powerful among them, was only in the First Order Emperor realm, and the elders were only in the Dao Source realm. Such a sect would have been considered outstanding 1,000 years ago, but it was too mediocre these days. It was 800 years ago when the last disciple from Water Moon Pavilion was invited to the Void Dao Temple, and the massive amount of cultivation resources given to them as a reward hugely benefited the disciples of Water Moon Pavilion. The leaders of the sect still couldn't forget about that time. Over the years they had been trying to take on disciples with amazing aptitude, but their attempts so far had been futile. After when Yuan was gone, the hunter named Zhang Zhen wouldn't dare to stick around. Embarrassed, he ran away as the stout woman cursed at him. The stout woman's husband wanted to humiliate Zhang Zhen, so he shot an arrow at the latter as he was running away. The arrow skirted past Zhang Zhen, which caused him to scream and tumble to the ground. The people behind him laughed at him. It wasn't until this moment that the teacher, who had been lying on the chair with a book covering his eyes, awakened. When he saw so many people outside the classroom, he asked Xianxia in puzzlement, "What are they doing here? What happened?" An exasperated Xianxia glowered at the teacher, "You should just keep sleeping, sir." The teacher scratched his head while appearing perplexed. The cultivators from Water Moon Pavilion were quick, probably because taking on disciples was an important matter to them. When Yuan soon returned to Water Moon Pavilion and found the elder closest to him. Upon learning what was going on, the elder rushed over to the village. Only 1 hour had passed since when Yuan left the village. Therefore, when Xianxia was done having her breakfast and was ready to follow her father to go hunting, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of their door. One of them was Wen Yuan, and the other was an amiable-looking elderly man whose face radiated a healthy glow. "Is it this child?" The old man saw Xianxia the moment he landed on the ground. Wen Yuan nodded, "Yes, it's her." With a curious look, the elder said, "Even you were unable to see through her aptitude, so there might be something special about this girl. I'll have a look." When Yuan glanced at the hunter and the stout woman, then said, "This is an elder from Water Moon Pavilion. I invited him to come over and take a look at Xiaoxiao's aptitude. Please rest assured that she won't be harmed in any way." The hunter nodded gently, "Many thanks for the effort." Upon getting the hunter's permission, the elder said to Xiaoxiao, "Little girl, show me your hand." When Yuan had done the same thing to her before, so Xiaoxiao directly extended her hand. The old man stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse. As he ran his fingers through his beard, he focused on examining her. A moment later, he opened his eyes and gazed at Xiaoxiao. "Little girl, are you willing to join Water Moon Pavilion?" Xiaoxiao directly shook her head, "No." The old man was surprised. He initially thought that since he had said so, the little girl would readily accept his invitation. After all, most mortals yearn to be cultivators. It never crossed his mind that the young girl would directly turn him down. This had never happened to him before. Nevertheless, she was just a young child who didn't know the benefits of becoming a cultivator, so after giving it a thought he asked, "Why don't you want to join our sect?" Xiaoxiao turned to look at the couple. "I want to be with my father and mother. I don't want to leave them." Upon hearing that, the couple felt warmth in their hearts. The elder nodded gently, "I see. However, you'll grow up one day. It's not possible that you can stay with your parents forever. Xiao tilted her head. I don't want to grow up then. That way I won't be separated from my father and mother. The couple felt their hearts melting, thinking that they had no more regrets in life by having such a daughter. The elder broke into laughter and thought that this child was indeed innocent. Regardless, he kept persuading her by saying, "How are you going to provide for your parents when they grow old if you don't want to grow up?" "I can go hunting." Xiao lifted the petite bow in her hand. It was specifically made for her by the hunter. The old man shook his head. "You might fall into danger one day by frequently wandering around on the mountain. Moreover, the amount of prey on the mountain is not infinite. However, if you can cultivate, you won't have to hunt with a bow and arrows. You can easily capture prey by using a secret technique. When you're able to fly, you can go around the continent and take in different views. You'll have a brighter future that way. Isn't that better than if you stay in this village?" There was no doubt that his reasons were sound, but Xiao still shook her head. The elder wasn't in a rush. Although he was speaking to Xiao, he knew that her parents would be the ones who would make a decision. Despite the little girl's lack of interest in cultivation, it was apparent that her parents were tempted. As parents, they certainly wanted the best for their child's future. The right to cultivate was the best gift anyone on the Void Continent could have. Therefore, he wasn't only reasoning with Xiao but also her parents. He believed that the couple would make the right choice. He decided to stop persuading her and passed her something. "Take this. When you decide to start cultivating one day, you can burn it. Someone will come over to pick you up." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. Wen Yuan cupped his fist at the couple, then left with the elder. After leaving the village, Wen Yuan asked, "Elder, does the child really have an extraordinary aptitude?" The elder shook his head. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I can't see through her either." Wen Yuan was astounded. "You can't see through her aptitude?" Then he asked in puzzlement, "In that case, why did you decide to take her on?" The elder chuckled. "That's exactly the reason I have to recruit her. Since we can't see it through, we can only let her prove her worth. If her aptitude is truly excellent, we'll gain a gifted disciple. However, if her aptitude is terrible, we won't lose anything but a few resources." Upon hearing his reason, Wen Yuan replied, "You're indeed intelligent, elder." He was still in a dilemma over the little girl's aptitude, but the elder had already come up with a solution. Regardless of whether the young girl had an amazing aptitude or not, they just had to accept her into their sect. They would find out the truth in the future. As long as she was a part of Water Moon Pavilion, her aptitude would no longer matter. After the elder and Wen Yuan were gone, Xiao looked down at the thing in her hand. It was an incense stick that didn't look special at all, but it was significantly shorter than the commonly seen incense sticks, as it was only as long as an adult's finger. Moreover, it seemed that half of it had been burned. "Only half of it is left. That old man is stingy. How could he give me something that someone else had used before?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5238, Emotional Parting. Xiao eventually decided to join Water Moon Pavilion. She wasn't willing to part ways with her parents, but a conversation with her father changed her mind. When she became a successful cultivator who could fly freely through the sky, not only could she take in all the different sights of the continent, but she would also be able to enjoy all kinds of rare delicacies from all over the world. Her father had explored different parts of the world when he was young, and his descriptions of the food that Xiao had never heard of before were very tempting to her. She was unable to resist enjoying delicious food. Therefore, she decided to become a part of Water Moon Pavilion in the end. Her thinking was simple. She just had to cultivate in the sect for several years and come back. By then, she wouldn't have to be separated from her parents again. Furthermore, when she became a successful cultivator, she could bring her parents to different places and buy them delicious food. Despite being reluctant to part ways with Xiao, the couple kept their emotions to themselves as they wanted the best for their child's future. The incense stick, with only half of it left, was lit, and soon, Wen Yuan rushed over from Water Moon Pavilion and picked Xiao up. Watching the petite figure who had stayed with them for the past 10 years leave, the stout woman squatted and broke into tears. The hunter came over to console her, but his eyes had reddened as well. Standing in front of the school, Yang Kai felt somewhat speechless as he looked up. If Xianxia wanted to cultivate, he could have taught her. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was here to recuperate, it would be good to let her live freely to experience the bustling world as a mortal would. Therefore Yang Kai had never thought about teaching Xianxia how to cultivate. It never crossed his mind that those from Watermoon Pavilion would have a hand in this. He didn't find it appropriate to interfere though, so he decided to watch in silence. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was certain that Xiao Zhao's future performance would shock those from Watermoon Pavilion. She was an old ancestor after all. Although she had sealed off her memory, her aptitude in cultivation could never be concealed. Wen Yuan and the elder couldn't see it through because their vision was simply too limited to understand what they were seeing. The secrets within the old ancestor's body were far beyond what they could comprehend. Those from Watermoon Pavilion were unable to judge if Xianxia had an extraordinary aptitude. Therefore, even though Wen Yuan had invited her to the sect, he just let her cultivate along with the other new disciples with no special treatment for her. These new disciples ranged from 7 to 10 years old, so Xianxia seemed to be the youngest as she looked like she was only 3 years old. Xianxia suffered a huge setback at the start of her cultivation journey, but it had nothing to do with her aptitude. Since she was a child, she had never been separated from her parents. Therefore, she wasn't used to it as her parents were no longer by her side. Watermoon Pavilion was far away from her village, so whenever she thought about her parents at night, she would secretly weep. This kind of melancholy stayed with her for an entire month. Although Yang Kai could easily settle this issue, he decided to sit back and watch. That was because he had discovered something interesting. Xianxia, who had never grown in size for the past 10 years, grew a little 3 days after she arrived at Watermoon Pavilion. The growth was so negligible that even her parents wouldn't have noticed it, but it wasn't hard for Yang Kai too. The revelation allowed him to relax. Based on his previous observation, the reason the old ancestor hadn't changed one bit over the years was that her injury was too severe. Her body was currently using all its power to treat her wounds, which was the reason she never grew bigger. Once she started growing, that would mean that she was truly starting to recover. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai noticed this, he knew that the old ancestor was fine and it was just a matter of time before she would fully recover. This kind of change couldn't just be a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened at this exact moment. Initially, Yang Kai thought that it was because the old ancestor had been living in the village for far too long, but after an investigation he realized it wasn't the case. This kind of change had nothing to do with where she lived, be it the village or Watermoon Pavilion, it had to do with her emotions. After leaving her parents and the village she had lived in for the past 10 years, she was overwhelmed by a myriad of new emotions. That was the reason that prompted her to start growing. Parting with one's loved ones was something everyone in the bustling world had to experience. Yang Kai had never expected that such a change would take place after Xianxia joined Watermoon Pavilion, but it seemed that he was right to refrain from interfering in this matter. Now, it seemed that it would be useful to the old ancestor's recuperation to let her experience more of life. Xianxia went on to be dejected for a month, but at the same time she started showing her remarkable aptitude in cultivation. In just half a month she had successfully sensed world energy and drawn it into her body. Since then she had set off on the martial Dao and was now a budding cultivator. Wen Yuan, who had been secretly observing her, was thrilled and promptly told the elder about it. The elder was a much calmer person and simply told Wen Yuan to keep observing Xianxia. They would only make a decision based on her future performance. 2 months later, Xianxia successfully achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the initial element stage. After another 2 months she made it to the Qi transformation stage. Another 2 months later she ascended to the separation and reunion stage. In just 1 year she had broken through several great realms. Her cultivation grew from 0 to the immortal ascension boundary at an unimaginable speed. This kind of cultivation speed was unheard of on the entire Void continent, let alone the small Watermoon Pavilion. No prodigy in history had ever achieved several breakthroughs in such a short period of time. This was indeed unusual. The leaders of Watermoon Pavilion were ecstatic. The sect master and the elders pinned all their hopes on Xianxia, thinking that she would be accepted by the Dao Temple and continue cultivating there soon. That way Watermoon Pavilion's reputation would soar. However, Xianxia seemed to have used up her potential after her first year. For the next 3 years her cultivation didn't improve one bit. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion who had high hopes for her were naturally disappointed. Although they had done their best to solve this issue, their attempts were futile. 4 years after Xiao joined Water Moon Pavilion, she was allowed to visit her parents. In the past 4 years she was never allowed to leave Water Moon Pavilion. This couldn't be helped as her initial performance was too astonishing. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion made sure to hide her from public view as they were worried that the larger sects would snatch her from them. Such incidents had happened before. Even though the smaller sects could sometimes find talented disciples, they couldn't always keep them. Xiao's initial performance was too heaven-defying, so it was expected that the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion had to keep her a secret. It wasn't until they confirmed that her potential had been used up that they allowed her to return to her little village. After leaving the sect she had stayed for the past 4 years, Xiao rushed over to the village as she couldn't wait to go home. When she returned to the familiar village and pushed the door of her home open, she saw the stout woman who was handling the prey in the yard. In an instant Xiao's eyes were soaked in tears. Noticing her presence, the stout woman looked up and saw her daughter standing at the door. Pleasantly surprised, she turned her head and shouted, "Darling, Xiao is back." The next instant, Xiao crashed into the stout woman's arms and hugged her tightly. Upon hearing the noises, the hunter left the house and saw this heartwarming scene. All 3 of them were celebrated that night. A pot of broth was made from the prey the hunter had caught that day, and they enjoyed their meal together. The hunter chugged down the wine that Xiao had brought back from Water Moon Pavilion and soon became intoxicated. Since Xiao was now a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion, she would never get rid of this identity. However, she was no longer treasured by the leaders of the sect. Moreover, she was currently just in the Immortal Ascension boundary, so the leaders didn't bother trying to restrain her. Furthermore, given the uniqueness of her appearance, they had never given her any missions for the sect. Although she had started growing in size since she became a part of Water Moon Pavilion, only 4 years had passed. Presently she only looked like she was 7 or 8 years old. It wasn't like they could expect such a child to carry out any important tasks. Therefore, even though Xiao was still a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion on paper, she could stay in this village for as long as she wanted, and no one would criticize her for that. This was exactly what she had always wanted. The reason she even agreed to join Water Moon Pavilion back then was that she was a filial child. What she really yearned for was to stay by her parents' side. After helping her drunk parents to the bedroom that night, Xiao didn't immediately think to rest. Instead she headed to the mountain and arrived at the log house where the hunter had picked her up in the past. Although more than 10 years had passed, the log house had always remained there. Many hunters would rest here whenever they went hunting on the mountain. Xiao set up a barrier around the log house before she entered it and started cultivating. She had been hiding a secret from the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion. She wasn't really in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but instead the Origin King realm. Furthermore, her potential still hadn't been used up. The reason she was able to pretend to only be in the Immortal Ascension boundary and have used up her potential in front of the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion was that she accidentally obtained a certain technique in the scripture pavilion of the sect. In the first year after she joined the sect, her performance was astounding, and it was then she realized that the more astonishing her performance was, the more unlikely she could leave the sect. Before Xiao was accepted into the Void Dao Temple, those from Water Moon Pavilion would never allow her to leave. Once she entered the legendary Void Dao Temple, she would never have a chance to return to the village. Therefore, she thought that it would be wonderful if there was a secret art that could help her conceal her cultivation. That was the reason she headed to the scripture pavilion, where she had really found such a secret art. She secretly memorized the secret art and started cultivating it. What surprised her was that it was extremely effective. Since she started cultivating that secret art, even the sect master and elders of Water Moon Pavilion were unable to find out the truth. All of them thought that she was still in the Immortal Ascension boundary when in fact, her cultivation had never stopped improving. Instead, it increased significantly day by day. It never crossed Xiao's mind that the secret art she had discovered would be so amazing. She headed to the scripture pavilion again to look for it, but she could no longer find the secret art. It was as though the secret art had appeared at that point just to grant her wish and then disappeared. After concealing her cultivation for years, she finally achieved her goal and returned to the village. Xianxia decided that she would never leave her parents again. Since her return, the couple had never asked her anything about cultivation. 4 years of separation didn't make them feel distant from each other. Instead, their bond had become even stronger. However, the couple could sense that Xianxia was already different from the past. The most noticeable change was that she would frequently disappear for 1 or 2 hours, and when she returned she would bring back a lot of delicious food. Whenever they went hunting, she could always detect the prey before everyone else did. And so the days went by peacefully. Martial Peak, Chapter 5239, a familiar scene. As time passed, Xianxia grew into a young woman, and the homespun clothes she was usually seen wearing could never conceal her stunning beauty. People from neighboring villages would come over and propose marriage to her all the time. However, Xianxia would always sweep them out of her house. Initially, the hunter and his wife would watch it with pleasure, thinking that those rough brats didn't deserve to marry their daughter. It served them right that they were beaten up. Nevertheless, as Xianxia grew older, they couldn't help but start worrying. When they picked up Xianxia from the log house on the mountain, they were already in their 40s. In the first 10 years, Xianxia never grew in size. It wasn't until she became a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion that she started growing. Now she looked like she was in her early 20s, but it had been about 30 years since the hunter first picked her up back then. Presently, the couple was already in their 70s. There was no doubt that they were pretty old now. Although the mortals on the Void Continent who had never cultivated before could easily live up to 100 years old, there would inevitably come a time when the couple passed away. After they were gone, Xianxia would be left alone. Wouldn't she feel lonely when she had no one else to rely on? Therefore, despite their reluctance, the couple still hoped that their daughter would get married soon. They had talked to her about it on several occasions, but she would always dismiss it with a smile, stating that she didn't intend to get married. She just wanted to keep her parents company until they passed away. The couple was gratified and they decided to stop bringing this up. Although Xianxia had never shown them any moves usually used by the cultivators, the couple knew that since her return from Water Moon Pavilion, she was no longer a normal mortal. She was as exquisite as a phoenix now. Certainly, those brats from neighboring villages shouldn't even dream about marrying her. Even if their daughter wanted to look for a husband, only a successful cultivator would be worthy of her. The students in the classroom came and went, but the teacher remained the same. Xianxia would frequently visit the teacher and bring him some delicious dishes she had acquired from who knows where. She never forgot that when she was younger, the teacher would always bring her delicious treats that she had never heard of out of nowhere and give them to her. Now that she was a fairly powerful cultivator who could fly around freely, she decided to repay his favor. However, there was one thing that made her feel puzzled. Many years had passed, but the teacher didn't seem to have changed at all. He was just as young as when he arrived at this village 30 years ago. Xianxia suspected that he was also a cultivator, but even after secretly inspecting him, she couldn't discover anything. While feeling perplexed, she speculated that the teacher was just someone who aged slower than normal. On the other hand, her parents had clearly grown old as time passed. She had tried to collect some spirit herbs that could lengthen their lives. Nevertheless, she knew that, as mortals, there would come a day when they passed away. Therefore, she valued the time she got to spend with her parents dearly and felt content with each passing day. As Yang Kai watched everything, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Xianxia, who was actually the old ancestor, had set off on her cultivation journey in this new life, but she had never forgotten about the hunter and his wife who had raised her. In fact, she did everything she could to break free from Water Moon Pavilion's restraints and return to the couple. Rarely would cultivators do this. To cultivators, once they embarked on the martial Dao, their biggest goal became walking further on it. Familial bonds, friendship, and love all came second. However, Xianxia was different. Family had always been of utmost importance to her, and everything she had been doing was intended to bring her closer to her family. Naturally, it was Yang Kai who put the secret art that Xianxia accidentally discovered in Water Moon Pavilion. In truth, the secret art wasn't really that effective. It was just that Yang Kai made a move in secret to ensure that those from Water Moon Pavilion wouldn't notice the changes in Xiaoxiao's cultivation. It wasn't hard for him to achieve such a thing in his own small universe. Usually he wouldn't have a hand in Xiao Zhao's life experiences. However, since she had shown such an intention, he definitely had to satisfy her needs. After she returned to the village, Xiao Xiao grew even faster, which showed that the old ancestor was truly recovering. Now Xiao Xiao was a young woman who didn't look different from the old ancestor, it was just that her temperament was different. The Xiao Xiao in Yang Kai's small universe was innocent and inexperienced, unlike the old ancestor who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Yang Kai supposed it was the reason she had sealed off her memory. This life was the catalyst in helping her recuperate. While everything was going well for the old ancestor, the East-West army in the outside world never gave up on attacking the royal city. Half a year ago, the East-West army launched its third attack on the royal city. After several years of accumulation, the East-West army had mined a lot of resources. However, before Lu Zhiping could put those resources to good use, they were all swiped by Xianxia and sent to the artifact refiners and array masters to arrange arrays. This time, the East-West army had set up more than 10 universe worlds, which consumed all of the resources they had accumulated over the years. Lu Zhiping was speechless. She finally realized that Xianxia didn't care whatsoever about numbers, as all he saw was the royal city. Regardless of how many resources there were, he would squander them away in a short time. If she hadn't intercepted some of the resources, the soldiers in the East-West army wouldn't have anything left to cultivate with after the battle ended. Even without the portion she reserved, though, the materials they had collected over the years were still enough for the East-West army to prepare more than 10 universe worlds. Things were not so different from when they launched an attack on the royal city for the second time back then. The East-West army, which had remained dormant for several years, suddenly mobilized, their warships rising into the air and inching closer to the royal city. Although the territory lords had experienced this before and expected it to happen again, they were still both shocked and furious when they saw it playing out just as before. They were also astonished that the humans could launch an attack again so soon. They knew that the humans had been mining many universe worlds over the years, so it was apparent that the latter didn't have sufficient resources. They initially thought that it would take at least 10 to 20 years for them to gather enough to launch another assault, so the royal city would enjoy some peace for a while. Nevertheless, it had only been 5 years since the last time the humans attacked the royal city. They were furious because the humans were so haughty that they didn't even change their tactics at all. Things were going just like what had happened previously. The humans were basically telling them that they would attack the royal city from the left side while the universe worlds would fly at them from the right side. Now the ball was in the Black Ink clan's court. But what else could the Black Ink clan do? Just like what happened previously, they had to split their forces to defend both sides. 30% of them would form up on the right flank to ward off the incoming universe worlds, while 70% of them would remain on the left to prevent the humans from invading their city. Nothing had changed. It was as though they had gone back to 5 years ago. Since they were well prepared, the territory lords on the right side of the royal city could detect the universe world sooner than the last time. In the meantime, the East-West army reached a place that was only 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The timing was precise, as the humans managed to make sure that the Black Ink clan would be distracted. The Black Ink clansmen on the right flank started sending out attacks towards the universe worlds, which had traveled a great distance through the void and were coming right at the royal city. Black Ink's strength dyed the void dark as the lights of secret techniques cast by the Black Ink disciples expanded. The universe worlds were subsequently shattered, but every universe world was full of arrays, and the universe fragments scattered around as the arrays were activated. At that instant, the void on the right side of the royal city was filled with bright colors, as though fireworks had been set off. Beneath the facade of this magnificent view, more and more Black Ink clansmen, who did their best to intercept the universe worlds, lost their lives. 30% of the Black Ink clansmen and their subordinates were on the right side, including more than 10 territory lords, twice that number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even more feudal lords. However, the moment they clashed with the universe worlds, they were unable to fully fend them off regardless of how hard they tried. There were even more universe worlds this time than previously, and as the powers of those strange arrays exploded, the Black Ink clansmen were caught off guard. The most powerful Black Ink clansmen were unable to stop the universe worlds alone, so they could only order the weaker Black Ink clansmen to block them. Previously, there was a universe fragment that struck the royal city, which caused the royal lord's healing to be disturbed. Faced with the latter's burning fury, the Black Ink clansmen were horrified. None of them were willing to experience the royal lord's wrath again, so they would rather sacrifice their lives than fail this time. Countless Black Ink clansmen charged forward like moths to a flame and somehow managed to intercept those universe fragments. The territory lords roared while the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples went all out. Compared to their comrades on the right side, the Black Ink clansmen on the left side were rather safe at this moment. All of them were glaring at the humans who were inching closer to the royal city in their warships. As they listened to their clansmen groan and shriek before their deaths, they felt truly vexed. Undoubtedly, Che Kong was the most furious of them all. He had suffered a setback previously. Initially, he thought that the humans would seize the chance and launch an attack, but surprisingly, the humans only launched one barrage from a safe distance and then ran away. The Black Ink clansmen didn't even manage to counterattack at all. This was undoubtedly the most vexing situation on the battlefield when one was hit but could not hit back. Therefore, Che Kong decided that they would make a move before the humans did this time. As long as the human warships were close enough, the Black Ink clan would launch a series of attacks and make them pay the price for what had happened previously. Both parties were less than 10 million kilometers apart, so the territory lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to make a move, but that wasn't enough. The territory lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were both the pillars of strength on their respective sides, but although they were powerful, there were not a lot of them. Therefore, they had to wait for the humans to come to a place that was only 5 million kilometers away so that the feudal lords could make a move as well and retaliate against the humans. They're getting closer. Che Kong's order was on the tip of his tongue. As soon as the humans moved forward for another million kilometers, he would teach them a lesson. Just then though, the human warships abruptly stopped and started withdrawing. They were so swift that they had moved backwards 1 million kilometers in the blink of an eye, and the next instant they were already 10 million kilometers away. Che Kong widened his eyes in disbelief. He was so enraged that he almost spat blood, but he had no way to vent his fury. He felt as if he had gotten ready by lifting a hammer, but his target had run away all of a sudden before he could swing it down. Bastards! I'll kill all of you. Che Kong's angry roar reverberated across the entire void. Martial Peak, Chapter 5240. They're gone. Certainly, the territory lords were furious at the humans' despicable moves. They couldn't help but wonder if they had made the wrong decision by hunkering down in the royal city and defending it at all costs. The Black Ink clan, who could do nothing but defend, were like beasts without fangs as they posed no threat to the humans. Even though the humans had set up a base right at their doorstep, they were unable to do anything. If they were able to launch an attack, they wouldn't allow the haughty humans to come and go as they pleased. However, such an idea only remained in some of the territory lords' heads as they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was the royal lord's order that they should do their best to defend the royal city before he fell into a state of deep sleep. Regardless, the territory lords were relieved that the humans didn't manage to disturb the royal lord this time. Although there were even more universe worlds this time than previously that came at the right side of the royal city, they were all intercepted and shattered as the Black Ink clansmen did their best to block them regardless of their losses. Hence, no damage was caused to the royal city. Nevertheless, the price they had to pay was that there were even more casualties than the previous time. This was unavoidable. Compared to disturbing the royal lord, the territory lords would rather let more of their subordinates die. However, after the same thing happened twice, the Black Ink clan finally figured out the humans' plan. With the help of those universe worlds, the humans could cause damage to the Black Ink clan without suffering any losses on their side. After these two attacks in recent years, the Black Ink clan had lost about 100,000 soldiers. If the same thing kept on happening, there would come a day when all 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would be gone. By then, how were they going to ward off the humans? Could the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples do it all on their own? Although they were powerful, the humans had Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of roughly the same number. As this dragged on, the Black Ink clan would be in an increasingly disadvantageous position. Now they could only pin their hopes on the royal lord who was recuperating. As long as he could recover before the human old ancestor did, they would be able to turn things around. It would be wonderful if those at Great Evolution Pass could come over and lend them a hand. By then they could pincer the humans and make sure the latter had nowhere to run. After the third time the humans made use of the universe worlds to attack the royal city, they would do the same thing every few years. However, generally speaking, the intervals were getting longer. The third attack was 5 years apart from the second time, but the fourth attack was 7 years after the third. As for the fifth, it was 10 years after the fourth. This situation was totally understandable. Although there were countless universe worlds in the void, only a small number of them were suited to cover in arrays and attack the royal city. After all, the size of the universe worlds mattered. If they were too big, it would require too many resources to arrange the arrays, but if they were too small, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. An appropriate size was what the humans were looking for in universe worlds. While it took time to look for suitable universe worlds, it was equally time-consuming to extract enough materials to carry out such a resource-intensive plan. Since all the universe worlds nearby were already fully mined out, the humans had to venture further afield. That was why the intervals were getting longer. Nevertheless, the leaders of the East-West Army were set on repeatedly using this tactic. Over the last 20 years since they established a forward base at the Black Ink clan's doorstep, they had launched 4 major attacks on the royal city. The East-West Army had never suffered from any losses as they had never directly engaged the Black Ink clan. Following Xianxia's order, their warships would set sail and creep closer to the royal city before rapidly retreating. They would always gain a massive victory every time by using this tactic. They had spent countless resources by attacking the royal city with universe worlds 5 times, but for their troubles, they had managed to kill about 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including a significant number of feudal lords and 7th-order Black Ink disciples. None of the territory lords and the 8th-order Black Ink disciple were killed. However, they were exhausted from having to deal with the universe worlds that were meant to harass them. Despite the losses, from the looks of it, there were still about 1 million Black Ink clansmen around the royal city, as though there hadn't been a decrease in their number at all. Nonetheless, their collective power had clearly been weakened. Initially, the Black Ink clan soldiers that had gathered together outside the royal city were the best subordinates of the territory lords. After they were killed, they were replaced by the significantly weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Such Black Ink clansmen were basically of no use on the battlefield, though they could make the army look intimidating to the enemy. 20 to 30 years had passed in the outside world, so as the 4 seasons alternated, some 100 years had passed in the small universe. The mountain village remained the same, and although it had grown slightly larger, it was still considered a small village in a remote place. Just like their ancestors, the hunters in the village earned a living by hunting. Before the old hunters passed away, they would give their bows to the next generation. Such inheritance was passed down over the generations. In a certain yard, a family of 3 were having a good time together. 100 years had passed, so the hunter and his wife were old and frail now. Both of them were about 150 years old. They enjoyed a pretty long life considering the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated before. In comparison to her youth, the stout woman had become debilitated. Perhaps she had worried too much about many things when she was young, so she was no longer as stocky as she used to be. Although she was still tall, she was extremely skinny. Her skin was dull and her eyes were turbid. On the other hand, the hunter was slightly more energetic, but his hair was all gray. They were seated on a chair together as they basked in the afternoon sun, its warm light allowing them to feel at ease. Xiao squatted in front of them as she took their hands and listened to the hunter talk about trivial things, keeping a smile on her face. The hunter talked about a lot of things, including his experiences around the continent when he was younger and the dangers he faced on the mountain since his return to the village. However, most of the time he reminisced about what happened after he picked up Xiao. He recalled the time when Xiao finally regained consciousness and the first time she called him father. He also remembered the first time he went hunting with her on the mountain. It was as though he was trying to recount all his encounters in his life. As he did that, he was filled with a sense of fulfillment. Xiao just listened to him in silence, the smile on her face never fading. The stout woman was initially in a dazed state, but she suddenly shook a little and landed a slap on the hunter's thigh and yelled, "It's getting late. Tell Xiao to come back and have dinner now." Upon impact, the hunter grimaced in pain. Although his wife was no longer as strong as when she was young, her slap was still powerful. For all his life he had been hit by his wife countless times. Xiao turned to look at her. "I'm here, mother." Upon hearing that, the stout woman lowered her head. After becoming startled for a moment, she asked with a smile, "Why are you all grown up all of a sudden, Xiao?" Xiao replied, "I've grown up because I've eaten a lot of delicious food, mother." The stout woman nodded. "You're right. I'm glad that you're all grown up. It's not like you wouldn't grow up forever. I'm really pleased." 10 years ago, the stout woman started becoming confused. Perhaps this was a common illness that most old people would suffer from. Despite that, she was still concerned that Xiao just wouldn't grow bigger, though it was something that had happened over 100 years ago. Perhaps this was the thing she was most concerned about and afraid of, so she had never forgotten about it. After the stout woman muttered under her breath for a bit, her turbid eyes brightened all of a sudden. With her mind clearing up, she looked down at the woman before her eyes and called out gently, "Xiao." She would always call her Xiao when the latter was still a young child. "Mother." Xiao stuck her face close to the stout woman's hand. As she rubbed her delicate face against her mother's rough hand, she felt heartbroken. "You're a grown woman now, Xiao," the stout woman said gently. Xiao nodded in response. "You have to take good care of yourself," the stout woman advised. "Don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of myself," Xiao repeatedly nodded. "If you find someone you love, don't hesitate to marry him. A woman will never be complete without a family of her own." "I'll remember." "I know you're an obedient child," the stout woman appeared gratified. "I'm a little tired, so I'll get some rest now." Xiao lifted her head. "I'll sing you a song." "All right." The stout woman bowed her head with a smile. It was then Xiao started humming a song. It was a lullaby her mother would always sing to her at night when she was a child. By the time she was done humming the lullaby, the stout woman had closed her eyes as her head rested on the hunter's shoulder. Although she was sound asleep, she kept a faint smile on her face. The hunter let out a breath and said in a small voice, "Your mother has told you everything you need to know. You're a grown woman now, so there's no more advice I can give you. However, there's one thing I want you to do. This village is too small, so go out and have a look. We have held you up for far too long, so it's time you leave this place and explore the world." Xiao repeatedly shook her head. "Nothing could make me happier other than being your child." The hunter put on a happy smile. "Since you've said so, I have no more worries." A moment later he went on to say gently, "Although your mother is strong, she's most afraid of being alone. I'll keep her company. Go do your own things." Then he extended his hand and hugged his lifelong partner tightly. After snuggling up to her, he closed his eyes as well. Xiao stared fixedly at them. Although her heart ached terribly, there was nothing she could do. He was now in the Emperor realm. Others might not be able to notice it, but as an Emperor realm master, she could see that vitality was rapidly leaving her parents. Although she had given them a lot of foods and tonics that could lengthen their lives over the years, they were still just ordinary mortals. There would come a day when they reached the end of their lives and no one could change that. It was thanks to her efforts that they managed to live up to 150 years old. If not for the fact that she had given them countless precious herbs and elixirs, they would have passed away when they were just past 100 years old. A moment later, Xiao heard footsteps approaching her from behind. She turned around as her tears slid down her face. While sobbing, she said to the person, "Sir, my parents are gone." Yang Kai nodded and walked up to her. "They've passed away peacefully. They have no more worries in life." The next instant, Xiao crashed into his arms and started bawling her eyes out. "I no longer have parents." Patting her back, Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You had your parents and that's enough." Martial Peak, Chapter 5241. From today forward, my name is Xiao. With Yang Kai's help, Xiao set up a funeral in her home. The hunters from the village came over and offered their condolences. 3 days later, there was a new tomb on the mountain. Xiao knelt in front of the tomb as she was engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Her parents passed away peacefully. They had been a married couple for a long time and they were buried in the same tomb. It could be said that they had been happier than most commoners in the world. Regardless, they were gone. Right then an anomaly took place in the sky. Yang Kai, who had been standing behind Xiao, looked up. As the owner of this small universe, he was acutely aware of all the changes going on in this world. In front of the tomb, Xiao pressed her head against the ground 3 times to bid her parents a final farewell. When she got to her feet, all the bustling world essence in the small universe streamed into her from all directions where she fully absorbed it. In just 10 breaths of time, her aura changed drastically. Yang Kai felt that his small universe was slightly shaking, which prompted his expression to turn solemn. One had to know that his small universe had been spread out. Moreover, with the presence of the World Tree's clone, it was unlikely that his small universe would be impacted in any way, unless it was struck by a force that was significantly more powerful than his limits. Fortunately, the tremor soon subsided. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Welcome back, old ancestor." Xiao remained unmoving. As she stared fixedly at the tomb, she spoke, "For all my life, it's been smooth sailing since I started cultivating. I had my honored master's protection, and my fellow sisters and brothers all took good care of me. My cultivation improved significantly day by day. From no cultivation I ascended to the Emperor realm, Open Heaven realm, and eventually became an old ancestor. Others might not attain such achievements for all their lives, but to me they were easy to come by." Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the old ancestor was indeed confident of her abilities. She went on to say, "However, there has always been a regret in my heart. Before I joined Yinyang Cave Heaven, I was an orphan who never knew my parents before. I didn't know who or where they were, so I never got to spend time with them. This life is an experience I've never had before. It's embarrassing of me to have taken advantage of this situation to live out that dream, but I have to thank you for that." Yang Kai promptly said that he didn't deserve her gratitude. Nevertheless, it was only then that he realized why the old ancestor had instinctively stopped him from concealing her whereabouts even though she had sealed off her memory. She must have sensed something the moment the hunter approached her. Her biggest regret was that she never got to spend time with her parents. To experience a life she never had before was clearly of great help to her recuperation and even her cultivation. Although there was the marketplace in Yinyang Pass where a lot of Open Heaven realm masters could help her recover, everyone was aware of her identity. Therefore everything they did was meant to help her heal, and the way they treated her was not natural. Nevertheless, it was different in Yang Kai's small universe where she had lived for over 100 years. The hunter and his wife were not aware that the child they had picked up from the log house on the mountain was a 9th-order old ancestor. They had treated her with care and love. The old ancestor, who had sealed off her memory, spent time with the couple just like other children with their parents. This life made up for the regret she had in her heart. She was badly injured after the battle against the royal lord. It was because she had intended to be mutually wounded with her opponent, so she had not held back at all. It could be said that it was the most severe injury she had ever suffered in her life. That was why she only awakened after she remained unconscious in the small universe for a long time. Even if she were in the marketplace in Yinyang Pass, it would have required several hundred years before she could recover given her injuries. Yang Kai's small universe could help her recover quicker than if she were to stay in the marketplace in Yinyang Pass, but it still should have taken her 200 years at the very least. However, barely more than 100 years had passed, but she had fully recovered. It was thanks to the experience in this life that she obtained such benefits. In other words, she would be able to recover rapidly by experiencing a life she had never gone through before. Upon that revelation, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. "From today forward, my name is Xiao," the old ancestor announced. "No one has called me by my original name for so long that I've almost forgotten it, so it no longer carries any meaning to me." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything, for she was the old ancestor. By keeping this name that she had been using for 100 years, she did not only show her gratitude to the couple, but it was also a way for her to remember them. The couple had made up for the regret in Xiao's heart with their love. They were just ordinary mortals while Xiao was a 9th-order old ancestor. However, these two mortals in Yang Kai's small universe played a key part in old ancestor Xiao's recovery, thus having an impact on a war that involved countless lives. Such a thing would never have crossed the simple couple's minds. With that said, given their temperaments, they would have just laughed joyfully even if they found out about it. They would be more than happy to know that their daughter was such an important figure. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, he felt a will penetrating the small universe's barrier and returning to the outside world. It was the old ancestors' will. At that moment, the humans were getting some rest in the forward base. In fact, they had been doing that since their arrival at this place that was just outside of the royal city. Other than pretending to attack the royal city following the leader's order, they had never directly clashed with the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, none of them would complain about it. Although the commander's tactics were cunning and even a bit shameless, they were effective. Every time they moved closer to the royal city, they would successfully distract the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds would kill a lot of their enemies. Many human soldiers hoped that as they kept doing this, they would eventually destroy all 1 million Black Ink clansmen. However, considering the fact that the dead Black Ink clansmen would be replaced, such a situation seemed unlikely. Both parties had been in a confrontation for the past 30 or so years. Other than taking turns to extract resources, the humans would also spend the rest of their time cultivating. Hence, their strength had improved slightly. With that said, it took a long time for an open heaven realm master to grow their power, so this minor increase wouldn't affect the current situation. Presently, other than the soldiers, the leaders in the army were also cultivating. The purifying Black Ink battleship was hovering in the void above the forward base as it faced the royal city's direction. The people on the battleship could constantly monitor the movements in the royal city from here. Although it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack, they had to remain vigilant. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the other 8th Order Division commanders were cultivating in their respective rooms when suddenly, a will swept across the entire purifying Black Ink battleship. All the leaders who were cultivating were shocked. The next instant they appeared elated. This couldn't be helped, as this will clearly belonged to the old ancestor. After the battle against the royal lord back then, the old ancestor entered Yang Kai's small universe to recover. There hadn't been any news about her since then. Xianxia had asked Yang Kai about the progress in the old ancestor's recuperation, but Yang Kai only told him that everything was going well. Xianxia initially thought that it would take the old ancestor at least 40 to 50 years to recuperate, but she left the small universe barely less than 30 years later. Has the old ancestor fully recovered? That's too quick. As the will swept through the battleship, an order was passed down. In an instant, the originally quiet purifying Black Ink battleship became bustling with noise as the commanders promptly left their rooms and headed to the conference hall. Soon they all gathered together. Xianxia turned to look at an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Junior brother Zhou, how many universe worlds are ready now?" The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou was responsible for mobilizing people to move universe worlds back from the void and organizing the array masters to fortify them. He had been diligent since he was given such a task and immediately replied, 10 days ago I was informed that 5 universe worlds are ready to be used. The 6th one is still being prepared. Xianxia nodded. It had only been 4 years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They were pretty efficient to have found 5 suitable universe worlds and finished setting them up during this period. According to the plan of Xianxia and the others, they should prepare at least 10 to 15 universe worlds before they initiated an attack so that it would have a more devastating impact on the enemy. However, that plan had to be modified now. The old ancestor intends to attack the royal city, so we'll need those 6 universe worlds prepared now. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou replied, 6 universe worlds might not be sufficient to have a meaningful impact. Should we discuss the matter with the old ancestor and postpone the attack? Xianxia shook his head. Compared to causing a lot of casualties to the Black Ink clan, disturbing the royal lord's recuperation is more important. Since the old ancestor has recovered, she can make a move now. On the other hand, the royal lord might not be able to do so. If we don't do anything now, the Black Ink clan will only gain a more advantageous position. The man surnamed Zhou nodded. You have a point, senior brother Xiang. I was too negligent. Lu Zhiping said, moreover, since the old ancestor can make a move now, the number of universe worlds we have no longer matters. The presence of an old ancestor was significantly more intimidating to the Black Ink clan than a few more universe worlds. Therefore, the lack of universe worlds shouldn't be a concern. In that case, send the teams working on the universe worlds a message and tell them to start taking action, Xianxia ordered. Soon, the man surnamed Zhou left the purifying black ink battleship and activated the universe transference law. With the help of the universe array, he headed to the other purifying black ink battleship that was about 10 days away from the forward base, where the humans were setting up universe worlds. As the universe worlds were propelled across the void for 10 days, they would gain horrifying momentum by the time they arrived at the royal city. For the ease of communication between both sides, the East-West Army's second purifying black ink battleship was anchored there. As arrangements were being made in the East-West Army, the soldiers were soon mobilized. All of them stopped cultivating and started getting busy. Inside the small universe, old ancestor Xianxia stood in front of the simple tomb and stared at it as she talked to Yang. With her memory unsealed and her injuries fully healed, she was at the peak of her strength. However, she would never forget the fact that she had lived in this village for over 100 years. The couple in the tomb would always be her parents who had taken care of her for all their lives. Basically, it was old ancestor Xianxia who talked most of the time while Yang simply listened. All she talked about was her daily life with the couple. It was hard to imagine that a ninth-order old ancestor could wear such a sincere smile when she recounted such mundane affairs. Nevertheless, this was truly who old ancestor Xianxia was. Yang believed that this one point was where she significantly differed from the other old ancestors. She was a vivid, vibrant figure rather than a dispassionate and aloof powerhouse. Martial Peak, Chapter 5242, Why is the Old Ancestor Wearing Mourning Robes? Yang had come into contact with several old ancestors before. In comparison, he felt most at ease with old ancestor Xianxia. It could even be said that he didn't feel pressured at all when he was with her. Perhaps this had something to do with the uniqueness of her secret art. She needed the help of the bustling world essence when she recuperated, so her personality was more related to it as well. Since she constantly immersed herself in the bustling world, she naturally wouldn't become aloof to mundane matters. Do you think reincarnation exists in this world? Old ancestor Xianxia suddenly asked. After giving it a thought, Yang replied, Since I've never experienced it before, I wouldn't dare to jump to an unfounded conclusion. Old ancestor Xianxia chuckled and stopped asking. As she looked up at the sky, she said, I'll take my leave now. The next instant she shot into the sky. At this point, it had been an entire month since the hunter and his wife's death in the small universe. Presently, many territory lords in the royal city sported ugly expressions. This couldn't be helped as the humans were mobilizing again. They remembered each and every attack the humans had launched on the royal city, and with every mobilization came the harassment of the weaponized universe worlds. Furthermore, the humans would only approach the royal city every time to pressure them, but the Black Ink clan's 1 million soldiers would all still have to respond as if a battle was imminent. They had no choice but to send forces to block those universe worlds and the human army. Over the years, a staggering number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives to those universe worlds. It was expected that all of the Black Ink clansmen were vexed. They were fine with being killed by the humans on the battlefield. Dying in battle was as much an honor for them as it was for the humans. However, their deaths were practically worthless as they were killed by the spirit arrays on those universe worlds. The Black Ink clan defenders had never even made contact with the humans. The humans had been shamelessly using this tactic for the past 20 to 30 years. They didn't even bother with putting on a pretense now, and there were no signs of them changing strategy anytime soon. The Black Ink clan didn't have a way to solve this problem. They couldn't ignore the universe worlds or the human army that simply pretended to attack the royal city, for both of them could potentially cause catastrophic damage if left alone. The Black Ink clan had to deal with both sides, so they had been led by the nose over the years, falling into a completely passive position. Presently, Che Kong was standing on the deck of a large ship as he looked towards the left side of the royal city. The fleet of human warships was menacingly coming at them, as though they were determined to destroy the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, Che Kong wore a dispassionate expression. The first 2 times when he saw such a sight, he gave a flurry of orders and mobilized the Black Ink clan soldiers in preparation. However, he had become somewhat desensitized after experiencing this same scene so many times. That was because he knew that the humans wouldn't really try to invade the royal city. They were just putting on a pretense by forming into a battle formation. What they were trying to achieve was to tie 70% of the Black Ink clan army down. Apart from Che Kong, the other territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers had become apathetic as well. They hadn't directly clashed with the humans for the past 30,000 years, and as soon as both parties came into contact, they realized that the humans were more shameless and despicable than the stories that had been passed down from their ancestors. As the Black Ink clansmen watched intently, the fleet of warships driven by humans crept closer to the royal city. Presently, the warships were only a bit more than 10 million kilometers away. Based on past experiences, the universe worlds would appear about now. When the human soldiers reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city, the Black Ink clan would have to start attacking the incoming universe worlds. By then, the humans would either directly retreat or launch a round of attacks before running away. There wouldn't be anything new. What's the situation? How many universe worlds have they prepared this time? Che Kong asked the territory lord beside him as he gazed at the fleet of warships. They had experienced the same thing many times before, so although they were unable to fully resolve it, they had come up with some tactics to deal with this situation. They could make some arrangements in advance by sending out scouts to find out how many universe worlds were coming at them so that the soldiers around the royal city could get psychologically prepared. This wasn't a difficult task for the Black Ink clan. Upon hearing Che Kong's question, the territory lord, who looked like a female, replied, "I was just informed that the humans have sent 6 universe worlds towards the royal city this time." 6 universe worlds? Che Kong frowned. Are you sure? Other than the initial probing attack, the humans had never used such a small amount of universe worlds to attack the royal city. During the first real attack, they had used 10 universe worlds. If there were too few universe worlds, it wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. The female territory lord shook her head. A single feudal lord might be mistaken, but it's not likely for 5 feudal lords to all be mistaken. Che Kong fell into his thoughts. Since several feudal lords had left to gather information at the same time, there was no way their information was inaccurate. It has only been a few years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They might not have enough resources to set up the spirit arrays. 6 universe worlds might be their limit this time, the female territory lord said. Certainly, Che Kong understood that. However, if the humans didn't have enough resources, why didn't they just wait a few more years? They could have prepared even more universe worlds by collecting sufficient resources first. The humans' unusual approach this time made him feel ill at ease. Tell them not to let their guard down. The humans' behavior is a little unusual this time. Perhaps they have some other plot. The female territory lord nodded and waved her hand, after which a feudal lord approached her. She spoke to the territory lord, who then left in a hurry and passed her order on to the right flank of the royal city. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city could see that the universe worlds were flying towards them from the void. The universe worlds were rapidly moving across the void. Perhaps the humans knew that they couldn't hide the universe worlds from the Black Ink clan, so they had stopped wasting any resources to arrange any spirit arrays to conceal them since the third attack. That way, all the universe worlds that were coming at the royal city were as bright as the great suns. Although they were still millions of kilometers away, they were flying towards the royal city in an intimidating manner. Before those universe worlds even arrived, many of the Black Ink clan soldiers gulped. Based on past experiences, every time the humans attacked, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives. Although dying to humans on the battlefield was an honorable sacrifice, it didn't mean they were willing to be slaughtered by these universe worlds covered in spirit arrays. On the other hand, the territory lords in this place were at ease, for they had already successfully intercepted 18 universe worlds in a single attack before, thus ensuring the safety of the royal city. With that said, they had paid a huge price to achieve that victory. Since there were only 6 universe worlds this time, it would be effortless for them to defend the royal city. On the left side of the royal city, the human warships were only 12 million kilometers away. The unease that Che Kong felt intensified. This kind of unease came out of nowhere, but he was still deeply concerned. He paid close attention to both sides of the royal city so that he wouldn't miss any anomalies. However, regardless of how hard he looked, he couldn't detect anything unusual. He was informed by the clansmen from the right flank that there were indeed only 6 approaching universe worlds. On the other hand, the human warships were inching closer to the left side of the royal city. It was estimated that by the time the universe world struck, the humans would have reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The humans would always do this without fail, and their timing was annoyingly precise. Since there were no anomalies on either of the sides, why did Che Kong feel ill at ease at this point? Just then he detected an anomaly from the corner of his eye. He promptly turned to look in the direction where the humans' forward base was located. There seemed to be a ray of light that was coming at the royal city at an unimaginable speed. This kind of speed couldn't be achieved by a mere territory lord or Eighth Order masters. Che Kong detected that ray of light just as it emerged from the humans' forward base, but in the blink of an eye, it had moved across millions of kilometers and was growing closer at an astonishing rate. In just several breaths of time, the ray of light became as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, a terrifying pressure could be felt coming from the light. Che Kong felt his chest tightening as he exclaimed, "It's the old ancestor." By the time he finished speaking, the ray of light from the human's forward base had turned into a gigantic blade. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was holding the blade and slashing at the royal city. Space trembled and the universe destabilized. Faced with this sudden attack, all the Black Ink clansmen felt cold all over their bodies as though they were about to lose their lives. Time seemed to have frozen at that instant. Regardless of how bright the light was, it couldn't conceal the stunning beauty within it. At that moment, both the Black Ink clan soldiers and the human soldiers found their eyes drawn to that figure. It was a figure who was wearing all white clothes with a piece of white cloth wrapped around her forehead. It was said that women looked best in white clothes. Old ancestor Xianxia, who was already astonishingly beautiful to begin with, stunned the Black Ink clan the moment she appeared in the void with that outfit. Besides them, the humans were dumbfounded as well. At this moment, old ancestor Xianxia was pointing 2 fingers at the royal city, swinging the gigantic blade that was the manifestation of her power down towards it. On the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, who had always been a calm and collected man, couldn't help gawking. Lu Zhiping covered her lips in disbelief. The 8th Order Division commander beside them felt the corner of his brow twitching as he muttered, "Why is the old ancestor wearing mourning robes?" They were familiar with the clothes that the old ancestor was wearing, as those were clearly mourning robes. One would only put on such clothes when their relatives passed away. However, no one in the world would be important enough to let the old ancestor wear mourning robes after they passed away. The 2 army commanders, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the other human soldiers were all puzzled. After all, the old ancestor was already one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire human race. Be it her age, cultivation, or seniority, she was at the peak of everything. Even if a junior from her sect had passed away, she didn't have to put on such clothes. Certainly, the old ancestor didn't have any elders either, as they should have all passed on by now. The 8th Order Division commander suddenly had an odd idea as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Yang Kai has lost his life? The old ancestor had been recuperating in Yang Kai's small universe, so if he had perished due to an accident in the process, it was possible that the old ancestor would put on such clothes to express her regret. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Zhiping glared at the 8th Order Division commander. Even if Yang Kai had really passed on due to an accident when the old ancestor was recuperating, it still couldn't explain why she was wearing mourning robes. It seemed something they couldn't understand must have happened during the old ancestor's recuperation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5243. It's serious this time. Dawning Light was located on the far side of the fleet, so it could be said that the warship was near the outer flank. In such a location, once a battle broke out, they would be in a more perilous situation than the warships closer to the center, because they could be attacked and encircled by the Black Ink clan first. Certainly, the leaders had intentionally made such an arrangement. Dawn was a special operations squad and was exceptionally powerful, while Dawning Light was significantly sturdier than other squad-class warships. It was expected that they would be tasked with dealing with the Black Ink clan first. The moment the old ancestor appeared, the members of Dawn were dumbfounded and rendered speechless. Just then, a fluctuation was felt coming from the space array on Dawning Light. Feng Ying turned her head and saw a familiar figure stepping out of the array. Squad leader! She exclaimed with joy. The other members greeted him as well. Over the years, Yang Kai had been helping the old ancestor to recuperate, so he hadn't shown up all this time. Although Feng Ying was there to lead Dawn, they just felt that something was missing. It wasn't until Yang Kai appeared that the feeling was gone. Wherever humans gathered together, they would need a pillar of strength, and to the members of Dawn, Yang Kai was that pillar. Yang Kai nodded lightly and moved towards the deck. As he looked intently, he couldn't help but give a nod. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had run out of luck this time. The old ancestor was going all out the moment she appeared. It was apparent that she was in a terrible mood, so she wanted to vent it all out. Although her power had been restored and her memory had been unsealed, she would never forget the 100-year life she had experienced in Yang Kai's small universe. As Xiao, she naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after her parents, who had taken care of her all their lives, passed away. What happened to the old ancestor? Has one of her relatives passed away? Feng Ying voiced the doubts of those members on the deck. It's a long story. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to explain. What's more, this matter was something deeply personal and intimate to the old ancestor, so he couldn't just reveal it as he pleased. Has the old ancestor recovered? Chi Tai Chu asked, as that was the most pressing issue for the humans now. They were aware that the old ancestor was recuperating, and they had already estimated how long it would take her to recover. Although there wasn't a clear answer, they all agreed that it would take her many decades to 100 years to recover. Some of the soldiers came from Yinyang Pass, so they knew better than the others about how the old ancestor healed. They were the ones who speculated that it would take her up to 200 years to fully recover. Therefore, everyone believed that it would be at least 50 years before the old ancestor made a move again. None of them had expected that the old ancestor would finish her recovery barely 30 years later, or that the moment she showed up she would launch a fierce attack on the royal city. She's fine, Yang Kai replied. Feng Ying's eyes brightened. Does that mean that it's serious this time? Several tens of thousands of soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized many times over the past 20 years to attack the royal city. However, they would only put on a pretense each time. There was no doubt that it was a clever tactic, and the Black Ink clan had suffered a lot of hardship because of that, but the humans yearned to clash with the Black Ink clan on the battlefield to let the latter know their fury and strength. They had been waiting for the war to really start for the past 30 years. They had been waiting for this day since they stepped into Black Ink clan's territory in the Great Evolution Theater. Yang Kai nodded. Since the old ancestor has made a move, there's no way we'll go home without achieving anything. They exchanged glances with excitement all over their faces. Other than the members of Dawn, the soldiers on the other warships were equally thrilled. In fact, the moment the old ancestor showed up and attacked the royal city, everyone knew that they weren't going to just put up a pretense this time. They would be directly clashing with the Black Ink clan. All the soldiers made ready for battle. Only a moment had passed as the gigantic blade solidified and slashed at the royal city. Before the attack even arrived, a terrifying pressure engulfed the entire royal city. The Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city were horrified. Covered in this pressure, the weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen were unable to resist and began bleeding black blood from all over their bodies, as if it was being squeezed out of them. In the blink of an eye, these weaker Black Ink clansmen exploded into black mists. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were in better condition, but they still found it hard to even move freely. Only the feudal lords and the territory lords were able to resist the terrifying pressure. The gigantic blade slashed towards the huge Black Ink nest in the center of the royal city. This was the foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. As long as this Black Ink nest was destroyed, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would cease, and they would be unable to produce any new Black Ink clansmen. If the humans could destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest first, victory would be assured. Then, by killing the remaining Black Ink clansmen, they would be able to fully occupy the Great Evolution Theater. By then the entire theater would fall into the humans' hands. Since the beginning of the war between the two races, no great pass had ever achieved such a feat before. If Great Evolution Army could achieve this, it would be a turning point forever recorded in the annals of history. As the soldiers of the two races watched intently, the gigantic blade was forcefully brought down. Just when it was about to come into contact with the black ink nest, a roar reverberated across the void. Impudence! Following the roar, a dark hand stuck out from the black ink nest all of a sudden and grabbed the blade. The gigantic hand was made of pure black ink strength, and the veins on it were so clearly defined that it appeared completely real. The moment the dark hand appeared, the royal lord's will permeated the void. Since old ancestor Xianxia wanted to destroy the black ink nest, there was no way the royal lord who was recuperating inside it would be oblivious to the attack. He awakened in an instant and promptly reacted to the threat. Ultimately, the blade didn't manage to strike the black ink nest as it was grasped by the dark hand. The powers of the royal lord and the old ancestor clashed as the dazzling light expanded. Darkness and light were locked in confrontation above the royal city. After a short deadlock, the dazzling light pressed down again while the dark hand was forced lower, as though it was unable to resist the blade as it inched closer to the black ink nest. All the black ink clansmen felt their hearts leaping to their throats, for the sight suggested that the royal lord was at a disadvantage. The black ink clansmen were horrified, for if the royal lord couldn't resist this attack, his black ink nest would be destroyed. Once that happened, regardless of how many black ink clansmen there were, they would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. All of them would die sooner or later with no hope for the future. Just as the black ink clansmen were growing anxious, even more black ink strength billowed from the black ink nest and streamed into the dark hand. With this new wave of black ink strength's help, the dark hand, which was originally being forced back, steadied itself. Not only did it get out of the disadvantageous position though, but it even started pushing the enemy back. The black ink clansmen were ecstatic. This situation suggested that the royal lord was only temporarily at a disadvantage after the sneak attack. Since he had rallied his strength, there was no way the old ancestor was a match for him. After all, a royal lord who was close to his black ink nest could make use of the black ink nest's power and exhibit strength beyond what he normally could. The clash between the blade and the dark hand soon ended. As the dark hand tightened its grip, the blade shattered and scattered into wisps of light. As the blade disappeared, the old ancestor turned into a ray of light and charged towards the royal lord's black ink nest. The enraged royal lord flew out, and the two figures, one big and one small, clashed above the royal city, shaking the heavens and shattering the earth. Unlike their previous exchange, the royal lord had gone all out right from the start. This couldn't be helped as the royal city was literally right behind him. He had to ward off the old ancestor at all costs and make sure that his black ink nest was not damaged. Thrown into this intense battle, the royal lord was infuriated. He had never expected that the old ancestor would come spoiling for a fight so soon. He had only exchanged moves with the other party once in the past. Although he had suffered a setback in that battle, he was generally fine. After obtaining some information from the royal lord in the Inyang theater, he learned a lot about the female old ancestor. On the other hand, the old ancestor knew next to nothing about him. Therefore, after the previous battle, he concluded that it would take this old ancestor at least 200 years to recuperate before she staged a comeback. 200 years was enough for him to fully recover with the help of his black ink nest. By then he would be able to catch the old ancestor off guard. How could he have anticipated that the old ancestor came attacking him again barely 20 to 30 years later? Has she fully recovered? Wouldn't it damage her foundation if she frequently makes a move without healing first? From what he had gathered, the old ancestor from Inyang Pass cultivated a unique secret art, and it was extremely difficult for her to recuperate once injured. It seemed impossible that she could recover in such a short time. However, their brief exchange just now had astounded him. If not for him drawing on the black ink nest strength, he wouldn't have been able to block the old ancestor's attack given his current state. As a result, the energy inside the black ink nest, which was sufficient for him to use for the next 10 years, had been used up in just over 10 breaths of time. Now the black ink nest was just an empty husk with no energy to spare. But soon he realized that his judgment was wrong as the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered. That was because, during their subsequent clashes, he could sense that the old ancestor was occasionally sluggish when she activated her strength. This was a sign that she was still injured. Although she had been trying her best to conceal it, he could still sense it. This allowed him to feel slightly more at ease. It would have been a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan if this old ancestor could really recover so quickly. Now she was just concealing her injury using some kind of secret technique. She was practically digging her own grave. The backlash from using such a technique on top of her own injuries would cause serious damage to her in the long run. Both of them still hadn't recovered from their injuries, so neither held an advantageous position. It was just the royal lord's speculation in the beginning, but as the battle dragged on, he became certain of his judgment. There was no way that the old ancestor had fully recovered. Although she still fought as fiercely as the last time, she was unable to conceal the fact that she was not at the peak of her power. In the beginning, the royal lord was at a disadvantage, but as time passed they became equally matched. A while later, the old ancestor was at a disadvantageous position instead. The royal lord acted relentlessly, for this was the best chance for him to injure or even kill his opponent, so he wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. Martial Peak, Chapter 5244, Trouble. Now, it seemed that the old ancestor was trying to suppress the injury she had previously suffered from. Her intention was to destroy the Black Ink nest when the royal lord was recuperating, but she hadn't expected that the latter would counterattack so quickly. At that moment though, it was impossible for her to just stop halfway. With that said, even though the royal lord had gained the upper hand, he was unable to obtain a decisive advantage. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters were fighting against each other above the royal city. While the old ancestor had no qualms about unleashing all her power, the royal lord couldn't do that. He had to protect his Black Ink nest. Therefore, not only did he have to deal with his opponent, but he also had to divert some of his strength and attention to block the fallout of their clash. A Black Ink nest was surprisingly fragile and defenseless, so even the fallout from a high-level battle could destroy it. With such a restraint, it would be extremely difficult for the royal lord to expand his advantage. However, he soon found a solution for it. He secretly gave an order, after which 3 territory lords led 7 8th Order Black Ink disciples to return from the right side of the royal city and protect the Black Ink nest. With the presence of 3 territory lords and 7 8th Order Black Ink disciples, 10 powerful masters on par with 8th Order division commanders, they could easily ward off all the fallout and ensure the Black Ink nest's safety. The reason the royal lord made such an arrangement was that he realized it didn't require so many powerful Black Ink clansmen to protect the right side of the city. After all, there were only 6 universe worlds this time, so it was fine to get 10 of them to come over and protect the high-rank Black Ink nest. The rest of them could still deal with the universe worlds. In the meantime, many feudal lords streamed into the Black Ink nest and arrived at the Black Ink pool. After fishing out all their materials from their space rings, they poured them into the Black Ink pool. Regardless of their orders, the materials were directly absorbed by the Black Ink pool and turned into pure Black Ink strength. That way, as long as the royal lord was still in the vicinity of the royal city, he could make use of the Black Ink nest to strengthen his power. As Black Ink's strength continuously billowed from the Black Ink nest, the royal lord grew increasingly confident and was no longer flustered like he had been at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xianxia repeatedly attempted to break through his blockade and attack the Black Ink nest, but he managed to block all her attacks. As the humans watched this sight, they secretly grew anxious. None of them could have expected that the old ancestor would be at a disadvantage upon clashing with the royal lord. Despite that, the human race army never stopped moving forward as they headed straight towards the royal city. On the deck of the Dawning Light, Yang Kai, who was intently watching the fight, furrowed his brow. This scenario was playing out differently from what he had expected. What puzzled him was that the old ancestor was slightly sluggish when she activated her power. Although they were far apart, he could still sense it, as the old ancestor was extremely powerful to begin with. He was very familiar with that kind of sluggishness and knew it meant that a cultivator was injured. Nevertheless, he was certain the old ancestor had fully recovered, so she hadn't suffered a setback during the exchange of moves. How was it possible that she was suddenly injured again? The only possibility he could think up was that the old ancestor was deliberately doing this to deceive her opponent. Yang Kai wasn't interested in speculating about the old ancestor's intentions. However, since she was pretending to be injured, it suggested that everything was well within her control. Therefore, even though she appeared to be at a disadvantage, she must be secretly carrying out her plan. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the old ancestor appeared and brought down her blade. The royal lord managed to intercept her attack in time, and they subsequently engaged in an intense battle. Above the royal city, the old ancestor was as menacing as ever, while on the other hand the black ink nest, which had been replenished with black ink strength, continuously aided the royal lord, allowing him to act increasingly boldly. Old ancestor Xianxia seemed to realize that the battle couldn't be dragged out. If she wanted to destroy the black ink nest, she had to circumvent the royal lord. However, she couldn't ignore the royal lord, who was assisted by the black ink nest's power. Hence, after a moment of deadlock, she decided to retreat. The royal lord quickly chased after her, as though he was determined to stop her from fleeing. The black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were dumbfounded. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters soon arrived at their location. Earlier, these weak black ink clansmen already felt immensely pressured when facing the fallout of the battle, but now that these two were fighting right above their heads, how were they supposed to cope? The royal lord was furious as had figured out the old ancestor's intention. It was apparent that she was trying to make use of the black ink clansman to force him to act cautiously lest the innocent be hurt. Certainly, the royal lord wouldn't grant her wish. As he chased after her, his attacks were still as violent as ever. The life or death of these black ink clansmen didn't concern him. To him, the old ancestor was his only enemy, and as long as he could kill her today, it would be fine even if all of his subordinates perished in the process. As their powers clashed, the 300,000 or so black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were thrown into chaos. Many of them were injured or even killed. As the fallout of the epic clash swept across the void, even some of the unlucky feudal lords lost their lives, not to mention the high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. The territory lords were even more furious than the royal lord, for the deceased black ink clansmen were their subordinates. Without those subordinates, they would be leaders without any followers. Some of the territory lords ran away and led their subordinates to leave this area lest more casualties were caused, while other territory lords charged towards old ancestor Xianxia along with their 8th Order black ink disciples. The battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord was intimidating, and the average person would never be able to have a hand in it. However, the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples were powerful enough to do that. The old ancestor had to take a huge risk by trying to restrain the royal lord with the black ink clansmen. As she was all on her own now, she was destined to be surrounded by her enemies. With that said, old ancestor Xianxia had already expected this. Before the black ink clansmen could close in on her, she raised her hand and took out a medallion, which rapidly expanded into an invisible shield that surrounded her. The royal lord's horrifying attack as well as the secret techniques of those territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples struck the shield, causing it to ripple and dim. It was apparent that the medallion that the old ancestor had summoned was quite precious. Despite that, most of its spirituality was lost very quickly. However, with the help of the momentary protection, she performed a set of hand seals and chanted, "From chaos yin and yang are born." As world force undulated, a gigantic yin-yang fish pattern expanded and engulfed the surrounding 300,000 black ink clansmen. At that instant, yin and yang manifested. At the same time, countless strange-looking silk threads spread across the yin-yang fish. Those silk threads appeared as light as feathers, but the instant they penetrated the black ink clansmen, they became razor-sharp, easily cutting them into innumerable pieces. The aura of death engulfed the entire void. In just 3 breaths of time, the shield around the old ancestor was shattered, and at that instant she extended her hand and grasped something. An 8th Order black ink disciple who had been eager to make a contribution, froze as though he had been clenched by an immense force, his face filling with horror. When he looked down, he realized that his legs had been tied by the silk threads, which quickly cut into his body. Terrified, he hurriedly pushed the power of his small universe in an attempt to resist the attack. Nevertheless, what happened next astounded him. The moment he tried to access his small universe, he realized that it had fallen into chaos. He immediately inspected himself, only to see that the silk threads had broken through the barrier of his small universe and slashed across it like countless sharp knives. At that instant, he came to the realization that this was a secret technique that specifically targeted one small universe. No one had a better understanding of small universes than the human old ancestors. Moreover, the old ancestor before his eyes was one already an order above him, and she had used a secret technique that specifically targeted the small universe. How was he supposed to resist? What was laughable was that when he saw that the old ancestor was at a disadvantage against the royal lord earlier, he wanted to seize the chance and attack her. However, instead of achieving his goal, he would most likely lose his life here. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, his small universe was cut to pieces, and his vitality rapidly left him. An 8th Order Black Ink disciple indeed had a right to have a hand in the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord, but in order to do so, they had to bear an enormous risk. Apart from him, the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples faced the same situation. As they were engulfed in the yin-yang fish, the silk threads broke through the barriers of their small universes and turned into attacks that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Their small universes were soon devastated. Faced with this attack, these 8th Order Black Ink disciples had no other choice but to stop in their tracks and focused on resisting the invasive secret technique. The territory lords didn't have small universes, so they wouldn't be targeted by the secret technique. But naturally, the profound secret technique that the old ancestor had cast wouldn't only work on small universes. Those silk threads were plenty destructive in their own right. The territory lords were soon wounded as their black blood scattered around the void. Regardless, they still relentlessly charged towards the old ancestor in an attempt to join forces and slay her. The royal lord had never stopped his assault, and faced with the series of violent attacks, the old ancestor wouldn't dare to be negligent. Nevertheless, hovering within this yin-yang fish, the old ancestor was evidently more agile and sensitive to her surroundings. She moved so elusively that even the royal lord found it hard to hit her. 10 breaths after the yin-yang fish appeared, countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives, while all the territory lords were wounded and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were struggling to save themselves. However, with the absolute advantage in numbers on their side, these powerful Black Ink clansmen eventually joined forces with the royal lord and besieged the old ancestor. Just then, the old ancestor, who was wearing mourning robes, flashed a cunning smile. The next instant she sank into the yin-yang fish and disappeared. The secret technique that the royal lord sent out completely missed its target. Stunned, he soon turned to look in a different direction and widened his eyes. That was the left side of the royal city where 70% of the Black Ink clan army was located. The territory lords on the left side had watched as the old ancestor attempted to attack the Black Ink nest and subsequently got into a fight with the powerful Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the city. Although they wanted to help out, they could only remain in place as the human soldiers were still creeping closer to the royal city. They couldn't do anything else other than stand their ground. Little did they know that their inaction would soon bring them trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 5245 Silent Anger. The moment old ancestor Xianxia appeared among the Black Ink clansmen who were located on the left side of the royal city, the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were horrified. Earlier, they had witnessed the moves that the old ancestor had used, so they were acutely aware of how powerful she was. Therefore, the moment she appeared, the Black Ink clansmen around her promptly ran away. However, it was too late. The world force swirled around her and turned into a violent storm. As it spread out, the Black Ink clansmen around her collapsed. Following her appearance, the yin-yang fish, which was supposed to be on the right side of the royal city, appeared and engulfed the Black Ink clansmen in this place. All the Black Ink clansmen felt as though they were suffocating. If not for the fact that old ancestor Xianxia was under considerable strain trying to affect so many enemies across such a vast area, she would have been able to destroy all these 700,000 Black Ink clansmen on her own given enough time. Even the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples wouldn't be able to escape from her. Fortunately for them, the royal lord arrived swiftly. These two figures clashed again. This was their third battlefield as they had been fighting against each other all around the royal city. The first battlefield was just above the royal city where old ancestor Xianxia attempted to destroy the Black Ink nest. After her plan was foiled, she had no choice but to head to the right side of the royal city where she devastated the Black Ink clansmen stationed over there. After she was done with that, she somehow slipped over to the left side of the royal city and did the same thing to the Black Ink clan army here. Such roguish actions did not befit her status as the old ancestor. The royal lord was so furious that he almost went mad. He had previously battled old ancestor Xianxia. During the exchange of moves, his only impression of this human was that she was insane, and this time her insanity had gotten worse. This woman was aware that she would be at a disadvantage by fighting against the royal lord near the royal city, but she insisted on doing it just to destroy the Black Ink clan army. The royal lord almost had the urge to leave her alone and head straight to the human warships. He wouldn't be heartbroken regardless of how many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives. However, if too many humans were killed, the old ancestor wouldn't be able to take it. However, he did not dare act on this impulse, for if he did, this insane woman would surely seize the chance and head straight for the Black Ink nest. When that happened, even though he could cause a massive number of casualties to the humans, his Black Ink nest would be gone forever. He didn't care how many Black Ink clansmen were killed, but he could never let his Black Ink nest be destroyed. Therefore, he had to target the old ancestor no matter what. He could not allow her to move about freely. This put him in a passive position. Only 30% of the Black Ink clansmen were located on the right flank of the royal city, tasked with stopping the weaponized universe worlds from impacting the royal city, so it didn't require a lot of people. 30% would be enough. On the other hand, 70% of the Black Ink clansmen were stationed on the left side of the royal city, which was more than 2 times the number on the right. It was only natural that there were also more territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples around here. Now that old ancestor Xianxia had shifted from the right side to the left side, the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the left side certainly wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Just like what had happened earlier, they charged towards the old ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Old ancestor Xianxia was in an increasingly perilous situation. Given the strength she had exhibited earlier, she would still be at a disadvantage even if she was in a one-on-one fight with the royal lord in this place. Not to mention that the royal lord had the assistance of these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples now. Barely 30 breaths of time later, the yin-yang fish, which had come with the old ancestor, shattered and returned to chaos. This was a sign that the old ancestor no longer had sufficient energy to sustain her secret technique. She had to focus on dealing with the royal lord and the powerful Black Ink clansmen who had besieged her. However, she no longer had enough power to fend off all their attacks, which broke through her defenses and struck her seemingly frail figure, causing the light around her to flicker. Seeing that, the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples exerted more power with their attacks in an attempt to aid the royal lord in taking down the old ancestor once and for all. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to defeat a 9th Order old ancestor. The moment the yin-yang fish fell apart, the void seemed to shake a little, and as the tremors spread, a shockwave was sent across the entire battlefield. All the Black Ink disciples temporarily fell into a dazed state. The powerful Black Ink clansmen were less impacted, but they still became sluggish for a moment. The old ancestor charged through the Black Ink army and broke through their blockade before dashing towards the depths of the void. After a brief moment of hesitation, the royal lord decided to chase after her. Just a moment later, the noise of the battle between these two most powerful masters was heard coming from the distance. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally in an orderly formation, were all scattered and bruised now. After old ancestor Xianxia kicked up a storm, not only was their battle formation broken, but many of them had also lost their lives. The lives of the Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords didn't matter. However, it was heart-wrenching to know that a number of Black Ink clansmen above the feudal lords were killed. Even some of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had lost their lives. Just now, 2 of them were killed by the old ancestor, and including the one from the right flank, she had slain 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total. Such casualties should never have happened. Regardless of how powerful the old ancestor was, as long as the Black Ink clansmen coordinated properly, and with the restraint from the royal lord, the old ancestor would never have achieved such results. However, the royal lord wasn't concerned about the life or death of his subordinates at all. While the secret techniques and divine abilities used by the old ancestor were ferocious, those used by the royal lord were even more savage. These Black Ink clansmen not only had to deal with the old ancestor, but they also had to be cautious about getting impacted by the repercussions of the royal lord's attacks. Although the battle didn't last a long time, the powerful Black Ink clansmen all felt extremely weary. Fortunately, these two sources of disaster had left. This was the kind of situation that should have taken place since the beginning. These two powerful masters should have gone to their exclusive battlefield and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Why did they drag the less powerful ones into their clash? However, before the Black Ink clan could take a breath, they were faced with a new crisis. The fleet of human warships was now closing in. Xianxia's towering figure stood at the bow of a battalion-class warship at the front of the fleet, and with a solemn expression, he reached out and summoned a hideous-looking saber that was taller than he was. He pointed the tip of the blade forward and ordered, "Kill." At that instant, lights of secret techniques and artifacts flashed across the fleet of warships behind Xianxia and rained down fire on the royal city. Every human soldier of every squad on every warship silently took action at this moment. In this silent atmosphere, all of them infused their world force into the arrays and artifacts as they vent their burning fury on the Black Ink clan. The humans were enraged. They had witnessed what had happened to the old ancestor, and although they understood that everything she had done was to create a chance for them to launch an attack, when they saw that she had to deal with so many powerful Black Ink clansmen on her own while they were unable to help, they inevitably blamed themselves for not being strong enough. It wasn't until they got close to the royal city that they could vent their suppressed frustrations. This was technically their first real battle since the East-West army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, so they had to succeed at all costs. For this battle they had been patiently waiting and getting prepared for the past several decades. The Black Ink clansmen still hadn't regained their senses from the earlier chaos when they were engulfed from the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks. Although Che Kong had already detected it and he had been giving orders, the Black Ink clan couldn't form an effective resistance as their army was currently still in chaos. The powers of the secret techniques and the artifacts devastated the Black Ink clan. Every attack was equivalent to an all-out move of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Every warship could send out 2 to 3 such attacks at once, so with some 2,000 warships around, it was akin to 5,000 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters making a move all at once. The sight was truly magnificent. The Black Ink clansmen in the periphery were unable to resist such attacks. Engulfed in the colorful lights, they were eternally laid to rest. Before the two races even clashed, a massive number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. After the series of attacks, there was a moment of silence. Several breaths of time later, the attacks of the same intensity shot forth again. After 3 rounds of intense attacks from the warships, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were either injured or killed. The Black Ink clansmen were terrified. It had been 30,000 years since they last fought with the humans, and over the past 30 years, although the humans had repeatedly harassed them, they would run away after launching a single round of attacks and achieving some small success. Hence, the Black Ink clan never had a taste of how horrible the human warships truly were. It wasn't until this day that they realized the humans were truly powerful. Faced with the continuous attacks, many Black Ink clansmen were consigned to oblivion without even the chance to resist. With the help of the arrays and artifacts on the warships, the humans were able to launch attacks on the enemy while the Black Ink clan was unable to respond on the spot. That way, most of the Black Ink clansmen were powerless to counterattack as they were struck by the barrage. Although the territory lords and the feudal lords did counterattack, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters certainly wouldn't sit back and allow the Black Ink clan to make a scene. While the fleet of warships was still creeping closer to the royal city, the powerful masters from the two races exchanged moves from a distance. The battlefield on the left side of the royal city was bustling with noise, while on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clansmen who had just endured the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord felt quite conflicted. This couldn't be helped as the humans had greatly changed their tactics this time. In the past, when the humans launched a round of attacks on them, the universe worlds would arrive at the same time. But this time, while the human soldiers had clashed with the Black Ink clansmen on the left, the universe worlds still hadn't arrived at the right side. This forced 30% of the Black Ink clan army to remain idle as they had to stay there to prevent the universe worlds from destroying the royal city. They could only watch as their clansmen on the left side were attacked, while there was nothing they could do to help. This was apparently the plan that the humans had come up with. A moment later, the human warships had already closed to just 1 million kilometers from the royal city. At such a distance, the two armies could now engage in close-quarters combat. The continuous attacks from those warships finally stopped. This couldn't be helped, as the cultivators responsible for controlling the offensive arrays and artifacts on the warships were basically 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although they were fairly strong and they could cast 7th Order attacks with the help of the arrays and artifacts, their heritage wasn't nearly as deep as real 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They couldn't possibly exert themselves to activate the powers of the arrays and artifacts continuously for an extended period of time. After such a long barrage, they had to slow down and restore their strength. Che Kong, who was extremely vexed, raised his arm and ordered, "Stop them. Do not let them get any closer to the royal city." Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen behind him charged forward. Martial Peak, Chapter 5246, Gaining an Advantage then Running Away. As the two armies clashed, both parties had to be menacing and bold. Certainly, neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan were less menacing or bold, especially when both parties were furious. What happened to old ancestor Xianxia enraged the humans while her actions infuriated the Black Ink clan. As these raging armies clashed, it was destined to be a brutal battle. Faced with the humans' onslaught, the Black Ink clansmen at the front were instantly killed. On the other hand, the defenses around the human warships at the front flickered. The secret techniques from both parties intertwined in the void and rained down on each other. For a battle of such scale, there was no need for specific targets. Everyone simply attacked the enemy closest to them. Both armies engaged in an intense struggle as soon as they came into contact. Such intense fighting was more than many Black Ink clansmen could take, resulting in massive casualties on their side. Even the human warships couldn't last forever under such wanton bombardment. After just 10 breaths of time, the 300 warships which formed the vanguard of the East-West Army's force had their shields turning dim. It was a sign that their defenses were on the verge of failing. On such a battlefield, if the defensive barriers around a warship were broken, the entire squad inside would have to face the Black Ink clan's wrath without protection. When that happened, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might stand a chance to flee, but those below the 7th Order would be doomed. Fortunately, they had already made arrangements. Without the need for anyone to give orders, the moment the cultivators realized that their warship was on the brink of breaking apart, they would retreat at full speed. As one warship withdrew, another would come forward to fill the gap. There were several thousand warships on the human side, so by cycling which ones were at the front of the assault, the East-West Army ensured they could deal the most damage while suffering the fewest losses as they crept closer to the royal city. As warships retreated, the same amount of warships would replace them from behind. By using this method, there were rarely any casualties on the human side as the two armies collided. During the second round of replacement, Dawning Light made it to the forefront. The members responsible for controlling the defensive arrays and artifacts madly pushed their world force and infused it into the arrays and artifacts so that their warship could last even a little longer. The ones in charge of the offensive arrays and artifacts quickly tried to restore their energy which they had exerted during the opening round of attacks. Meanwhile, with Yang Kai in the lead, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters vented their powers on the Black Ink clansmen in front of them. The secret techniques they cast successfully killed many enemies. Bai Yi's skills in archery were especially intimidating in this kind of situation. Every arrow she shot could end a feudal lord's life. As her petite figure stood at the bow of the ship, her eyes radiated an unusual glow. It was apparent that she had activated an eye secret technique as she selected her targets. The warship of the Old Turtles squad was not far from Dawning Light. The Old Turtles were renowned for their defensive capabilities, so this kind of situation was where they could make the best use of their skills. The entire warship radiated a glow which served as a barrier of defense like a thick tortoise shell, which could protect the soldiers beneath it. When Dawning Light replaced a withdrawing warship, the Old Turtles squad had already been at the front, and even after some time had passed, their defenses showed no sign of weakening. It had to be said that even though the Old Turtles were slow, they were peerless when it came to their defense. Given such a characteristic, it would be hard for them to earn military merits in a search and destroy mission, but they could serve as the best shield for others around them in this kind of chaotic melee. The warships that had moved forward along with Dawning Light earlier had all been replaced. In fact, Dawning Light's shields were also on the brink of failing. Although the capabilities of Dawning Light were far greater than average squad-class warships, they were for all intents and purposes balanced. It was unlike the warship of the old Turtles squad, which had outstanding defensive and offensive strength but greatly reduced speed and maneuverability. Dawning Light naturally reached its limit sooner than the older Turtles warship. Fortunately, both armies were already tangled up together, so Dawning Light didn't have to fully retreat. Like two torrents that collided, the universe seemed to have turned upside down as the void became destabilized. After the exchange of moves, with the battalion-class warships leading the way, the humans tore apart the defenses of the Black Ink clan army. The warships from behind came forward and cast their attacks on the Black Ink clansmen on both sides, further dividing up the enemy. Like a sharp blade, the human warships cut across the Black Ink clan's lines and continued to move forward for several 100,000 kilometers until the enemy army had been split apart. Upon arriving at this spot, the battalion-class warship in the lead suddenly changed directions and charged forward. The other warships all followed it closely. The battalion-class warship was commanded by Xianxia. In order to carry out the plan on this day, this battalion-class warship was specially modified and its members were also carefully selected. Ordinary squads were not comparable to it when it came to their offense and defense capabilities. Such a battalion-class warship could serve as the tip of the spear. Meanwhile, the other battalion-class warships, all commanded by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were located on the sides of the fleet. That way, with the protection of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could ensure that the fleet wouldn't be broken up, allowing them to move together as a cohesive force. However, the price that the East-West Army had to pay was that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their freedom to move around. It wasn't hard for the Black Ink clan to resolve this problem. They just had to gather enough power and specifically target one point of the fleet to break up the formation. Therefore, the humans had to bear some risk by using this tactic. With that said, in order to ensure the completeness of the fleet, they had no other choice. Only by acting this way could they limit the losses that they might suffer. The lives of the Black Ink clansmen were valueless, but the humans couldn't afford to lose their men. Several decades ago, Yang Kai had taken part in the North-South Army's fight against the Black Ink clan. During that battle, he led 2 elite squads of the North-South Army, using his golden crow casts the sun to cut a swath through the enemy ranks. As they dashed around the battlefield, they destroyed many Black Ink clansmen to tip the balance in the humans' favor. What the East-West Army was doing on this day was basically the same. With that said, the scale of things was significantly larger than back then. At that time, Yang Kai led 2 special operations squads on his own, but this time all the soldiers of the East-West Army were taking action together, so it was tremendously more effective overall. The territory lords were dumbfounded. They initially thought that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would target them and head to another battlefield to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, it now seemed that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't have such an intention, as they steadfastly guarded the periphery of the fleet. If the fleet of warships sailed by the humans was compared to a grand dragon, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like its scales. All the human soldiers had formed into a horrifying force. After old ancestor Xiao Xiao stirred up chaos, the Black Ink clan's formation had already collapsed. Although they had tried to reorganize themselves, it was not effective. Following the exchange of moves with the humans, their formation was broken up again. Wherever the human warships went, the Black Ink clansmen were powerless to resist. Although the powerful Black Ink masters had repeatedly made a move, their attacks were blocked by the 8th Order Division commanders and the warships themselves. There was nothing they could do to achieve a breakthrough. In just a while, the Grand Dragon formed from human warships had torn the battlefield apart. The body of the Grand Dragon had surrounded about 200,000 Black Ink clansmen. A bombardment of attacks rained from the warships and struck the Black Ink clansmen who had been isolated. More and more of them continuously lost their lives. Suddenly, there came a moment when a blade light slashed across the void from the head of the fleet. Upon impact, the aura of a territory lord soon dissipated. The blade light came from Xianxia, who was leading the charge. When the blade light slashed out earlier, both humans and the Black Ink clan felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai was amazed. He had already heard that Xianxia was significantly more powerful than other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. When Xianxia was still the army commander of Blue Sky Pass back then, the territory lords would have their expressions change drastically upon hearing his name. It was said that 7 territory lords were killed by him in the past. Of course, that was just a rumor, and Yang Kai had never seen Xianxia make a move like this before. It wasn't until this day that he finally witnessed the man's full strength. Xianxia could kill a territory lord with a single slash. Yang Kai didn't think any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were capable of doing that. Although it clearly wasn't easy for Xianxia to use such an attack, and the territory lord who was surrounded by the fleet of warships must be flustered, it went to show that he was truly formidable. After the attack, the battalion-class warship changed directions and led the fleet to break through the siege and head back to the forward base. The other warships had no choice but to follow. The arrangements they had made this time could only allow them to launch a lightning strike. If the battle dragged on, the Black Ink clan would be able to reorganize and mount a proper counterattack. By then, the human army would be stuck in this quagmire. More importantly, the powerful Black Ink clan masters could deal with their strategy just by targeting a specific spot of the fleet. The enemy hadn't thought of it because they were currently flustered, and the battlefield was in chaos, so it was hard for them to unite at the moment. However, as time passed, the territory lords would realize this easy method to hit back. In fact, the territory lords had already regained their senses. Following Che Kong's order, the territory lords were ready to rally together and launch an attack on the human warships. On the other hand, the Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city had already started intercepting the universe worlds, so their hands would soon be untied. When the Black Ink clansmen came over from the right side, the humans would have to deal with even more enemies. Therefore, Xianxia promptly decided that they had to retreat after gaining some advantage. Perhaps the territory lords were wary of Xianxia's power, so it was easier than what the humans had imagined when they broke through the siege. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan didn't seem to have the intention of letting the humans go so easily. As the warships retreated, the Black Ink clan relentlessly pursued them. However, the humans knew that they would be vulnerable when withdrawing, and after dealing such a blow to the Black Ink clan, the latter would surely be out for blood. The Black Ink clan soldiers raced after the humans and bombarded the warships with a series of attacks. Faced with the Black Ink clan's assault, the battalion-class warships circle back from the periphery to guard the rear of the fleet, forming a protective screen against the enemy's assault. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped pursuing them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5247. You noticed? The Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to keep chasing after the humans, for they were not certain if they had any hidden trump cards to play. If the humans launched a sneak attack on the Black Ink nest when the Black Ink clansmen were not around, they would be doomed. Therefore, despite his unwillingness, Che Kong still ordered them to stop their pursuit. As he watched the human warships leave, his face contorted with fury. It was rare that a battle between the two races of such a scale had ended so quickly. The reason the humans could achieve it was that they had to obey the leader's command no matter what. Wherever Xianxia was, that was where the fleet of warships would be heading. Therefore, the moment his battalion-class warships started retreating, the other warships followed suit without hesitation. There hadn't really been any grand strategies used in this battle. They simply relied on the excellent leadership of their commanders, the collaboration between several tens of thousands of soldiers, and a bit of luck. Only 1 hour had passed from the time the two armies clashed to the time the humans withdrew 10 million kilometers from the royal city. However, in just 1 hour, the humans had managed to cause the same number of casualties to the Black Ink clan as the total number of casualties for the past 20 years. There were even more casualties if they included what the old ancestor had done to the Black Ink clan earlier. After all, 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed by the old ancestor, and even more of them were injured. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses, it didn't mean no humans were killed. Under Xianxia's leadership, the fleet of warships had acted like a dragon that swam across the battlefield in an imposing manner. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan was not weak. The defenses of some of the warships were shattered, and when that happened, the soldiers inside were instantly exposed to danger. While more and more Black Ink clansmen were killed on the battlefield, the sound of small universes collapsing was also heard. Casualties were inevitable, especially when one was trying to break through a siege and retreat. Although the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought up the rear on their battalion-class warships, they couldn't possibly ensure everyone's safety. There were times when they were powerless to save some of the soldiers' lives. The Black Ink clan hadn't achieved their goal of breaking the humans with a pursuit from behind, but to the humans, it was already a huge loss. It was a price they had to pay though, and the leaders of the East-West Army had already expected such an outcome when they were coming up with this plan. Regardless, this plan had to be carried out. No war would end with no casualties. The differences were how many of them were killed and whether their deaths were meaningful. The leaders had already done their best to minimize the number of deaths. From beginning to end, the battle formation remained intact, though the shields of many warships had turned dim and numerous arrays were flashing and flickering. It was a sign that the arrays were on the verge of breaking. Yang Kai, who was soaked in black blood, was standing on the deck of Dawning Light. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. The peace in the 3000 worlds was in stark contrast to the brutality on the Black Ink battlefield. The trillions of people back in the 3000 worlds didn't know that so many of the brightest cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises were constantly fighting against the Black Ink clan on such a battlefield, silently defending their homeland. Those who were killed on the battlefield would only have their names carved on the Monument of Heroes back in the Great Passes so that their comrades would remember them. However, when their friends and relatives all passed away, only the names would remain. No one would really remember them then. Just then, Yang Kai caught a whiff of a bodily fragrance as Feng Ying appeared beside him. He turned to look at her and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" Feng Ying replied, "No one is fatally wounded. Junior brother Yu suffered some damage to his small universe, so it will take him a few years to properly recuperate. One of junior brother Ning's arms was torn off, but he managed to catch it and it's now reconnected. He'll be fine after he fully recovers. The others have only suffered some flesh wounds." Yang Kai nodded gently. The junior brother Yu that Feng Ying had mentioned was Yu Ziyu who, along with Ren Bingbai, were the new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had joined them when the Dawn was expanded before this campaign. On the other hand, junior brother Ning Zhiqi, who was from Red Sun Paradise, was a longtime member of Dawn who had been around since the founding of the squad. He was also one of the Black Ink disciples that Yang Kai had brought back from the Black Ink clan's territory back in the Blue Sky Theater. In this war, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were more severely impacted than the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters because they had to move around outside the warships to directly deal with the enemies. As long as the defenses of the warships weren't broken, those inside wouldn't be in any danger. However, even though the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the warship's protection, once the warships were damaged, they would be exposed to even greater danger. That was because they were weaker than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Dawn was a special operations squad. However, in the battle that lasted just 1 hour on this day, 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Yang Kai, were all injured. One of Ning Zhiqi's arms was even torn off. It went to show how truly perilous this clash had been. With that said, it was because Dawn was located at the periphery of the fleet. Hence, they faced a greater pressure than other warships during the intense battle. "I wonder how many people lost their lives," Feng Ying sighed all of a sudden. Yang Kai fell silent, for the dead couldn't be resurrected. All the survivors could do was pay tribute to their sacrifice and move on. Strictly speaking, the humans had gained a massive victory today. That was because the number of Black Ink clansmen was several dozen times greater, but the difference in casualties between both sides was of an even higher ratio. Despite the landslide victory, no one felt elated when they returned. That was because this was the first real clash between the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, and there would surely be even more brutal battles in the future. It wouldn't be too late to celebrate their victory when they finally destroyed all the Black Ink clan in this place and retook Great Evolution Pass. By then they would also celebrate the occasion on behalf of the deceased. When they returned to the forward base, the injured started recuperating while the damaged warships were repaired. Yang Kai said a few words to the members of Dawn, then headed to the mountain valley on his own. After spreading out his small universe, he waited for the old ancestors' return. This place was a restricted area in the forward base, so other than the 2 army commanders, Even the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't come here. That was because this was the place the old ancestor would come to recuperate for many years to come. No one could disturb her. Violent energy fluctuations were still felt coming from the depths of the void, and it was apparent that the old ancestor and the royal lord were still fighting. More than 10 days later, the fluctuations suddenly stopped. Noticing this, Yang Kai just waited patiently. As he had expected, a figure descended from the sky half a day later and touched upon his small universe. A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the next instant, the old ancestor entered his small universe and landed beside him. The moment she landed on the ground, she almost lost her balance and fell. Yang Kai promptly supported her weight, only to see that her face was horrifyingly pale, and her clothes were soaked in blood. Some of the blood was red while some was black. The red blood naturally belonged to the old ancestor, while the black blood was from the royal lord. Needless to say, they were mutually wounded again this time. With that said, it was the outcome that the old ancestor had deliberately tried to achieve. Here again, old ancestor Xianxia looked up and saw the familiar log house in front of her. 100 years ago, she arrived here in this small universe when she turned into a 3-year-old child. It was the hunter who picked her up from the log house. Yang Kai grinned. I was thinking that it might help with your recuperation when you recall the fond memories you had experienced here. That's why I've chosen this place. If you think it's not appropriate, we can go somewhere else. It's fine. I'll stay here. Old ancestor Xianxia waved her hand. All right. I'll help you inside. Please relax your legs. Old ancestor Xianxia couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Yang Kai's words seemed to suggest that she was a frail old person. Although she was indeed in a terrible state, she was still a 9th Order old ancestor. Regardless of how horribly injured she was, she didn't need him to carry her into the house. As she secretly cursed at this smelly brat, she tripped over the threshold at the door. After Yang Kai helped old ancestor Xianxia take a seat on the bed, he hospitably walked to the side and poured her a cup of water. The old ancestor took the cup and chugged down the water, then asked with a frown, "Don't you have any tea leaves?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I'm too lazy to prepare some tea. Please make do with it." The old ancestor certainly wouldn't mind it. She tossed the cup back onto the table and let out a breath. "I was too negligent." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. "Did you suffer a setback?" Old ancestor Xianxia shook her head. "Not really. It's just that there's something that surprised me." Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" With a worried expression, the old ancestor replied, "The royal lord with wings on his back can make use of his black ink nest to strengthen himself." The humans were not aware of this. Even Yang Kai, who had pretended to be a black ink disciple and lived in the Black Ink clan's territory twice, was unaware of this. Therefore, upon hearing what the old ancestor said, he was shocked. The royal lord can make use of his black ink nest not only to heal, but also to directly strengthen himself. The old ancestor nodded, and otherwise I wouldn't have let him off. According to her plan, she would make sure that the royal lord would be half dead this time even if she couldn't kill him, and she would do the same next time. By repeatedly harassing the royal lord, she would eventually take his life one day. However, the moment they exchanged moves, she realized that the royal lord could make use of his black ink nest's power to increase his own strength, and not by just a small amount either. Yang Kai soon realized something. "Is that why you suddenly fell into a disadvantage not long after you clashed with the royal lord, even though you initially had the upper hand?" When the old ancestor exchanged moves with the royal lord, Yang Kai was on the deck of Dawning Light, so he could see what was going on above the royal city. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle as he was too far away from the royal city, he was aware that the old ancestor was at an advantage at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xianxia nodded. Honestly, she was astounded when she realized that the royal lord's power had surged all of a sudden, for such information was not available to them in the past. Although the humans had been at war with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, they knew very little about their enemy because the Black Ink's strength was irresolvable previously. It was Yang Kai who found out that the transmission of information was convenient between the Black Ink nests. "Is that why you pretended that you hadn't fully recovered and held back some of your power?" Yang Kai asked. Old Ancestor Xianxia was slightly surprised. You noticed? Martial Peak, Chapter 52-48 20 years. When Old Ancestor Xianxia was injured, she could make use of Yang Kai's small universe to speed up her recuperation. On the other hand, the Royal Lord had his black ink nest, so it could be said that both of them had an external aid in this regard. However, in comparison, the humans were already aware that the Royal Lords could use their black ink nest to help with their recuperation, while the Black Ink clan did not know that Old Ancestor Xianxia had a similar advantage. This simple disparity of information could be used to trick the Black Ink clan. From the Royal Lord's perspective, it had only been some 30 years since he started using the black ink nest to help with his recuperation, and he hadn't fully recovered. Needless to say, the Old Ancestor had to be recuperating as well. However, on this day, Old Ancestor Xianxia appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack on the royal city. Moreover, she appeared to be at the peak of her power. This made the Royal Lord feel puzzled as he wondered how the Old Ancestor managed to recover so quickly. Therefore, the moment they exchanged moves, he was taken aback. Old Ancestor Xiaoxiao's plan was simple, which was to make use of the fact that she had fully recovered to continuously suppress the Royal Lord. While she had fully recovered, the Royal Lord was still wounded. If nothing unexpected happened, she could exacerbate the Royal Lord's wounds after the fight. Then she would come back and seek Yang Kai's help. When her wounds had healed, she would look for the Royal Lord for their next fight. By repeatedly doing so, she believed that the Royal Lord wouldn't be able to take it anymore after 100 years, as his wounds would never heal properly. In the middle of his recovery, he would be injured by Old Ancestor Xianxia again, which would exacerbate his condition as the days went by. In such a way, there would come a day when he would be defeated by her. By then, Old Ancestor Xianxia could easily take him down without worrying that he would use some kind of secret technique that could drag her down with him. However, the moment she realized that the Royal Lord could make use of the black ink nest to strengthen himself, she knew that her plan wouldn't work. The Royal Lord indeed hadn't recovered, but with the black ink nest's help, he could still display stunning power. Old Ancestor Xianxia could even feel that as long as they fought near the royal city, she would be at a disadvantage even if she went all out. Hence, upon that realization, she decided to hold back some of her strength and pretend that she was still wounded. Such a sudden change might have exposed her real condition, but to the Royal Lord, that was the way it should be, so the risks were minimal. After the previous battle, they were mutually wounded. Only 30 or so years had passed and he was still recuperating, so how was it possible that the Old Ancestor had fully recovered? Then the Old Ancestor decided on the spot to raise chaos on both sides of the royal city. Since she was unable to kill the Royal Lord, she decided to deal with the Black Ink clan soldiers to create a chance for the East-West army to slaughter the enemy. In fact, in order to make a scene on both sides of the royal city, the Old Ancestor had to pay a huge price. When she was dealing with the third Black Ink disciple, she was directly struck by the Royal Lord's attack. For the rest of the battle, she had to suppress her pain to make sure that no one noticed. Then she decided to lure the Royal Lord away so that the latter couldn't keep drawing energy from the black ink nest. When she reached the depths of the void and exchanged moves with the Royal Lord, she still held back some of her power to feign weakness and injury. In the end, the two top masters fought an intense but not life-threatening battle. That was the reason she managed to retain her original form when she returned. One had to know that when she came back to the forward base previously, she immediately turned into a 3-year-old child, and it wasn't until much later that she regained her consciousness. It could be said that she was already in a better state this time. I thought I'd concealed it well. It never crossed my mind that you'd figured it out. The Old Ancestor thought that it was such a shame. Yang Kai chuckled. I was fully aware of your condition because you recuperated in my small universe. However, the Royal Lord definitely wouldn't have noticed, so you don't have to worry about it. You have a point. The Old Ancestor nodded lightly. Now, it seems that the black ink nests do not only help the Black Ink clan cultivate and heal, but they can also empower them as long as they are nearby. Knowing what she was trying to say, Yang Kai asked, Are you worried about Great Evolution Pass? The Old Ancestor nodded. There are black ink nests in Great Evolution Pass, so I suppose they might be able to help the Territory Lords strengthen themselves. Send a message to them and tell them to be careful and not invade Great Evolution Pass when they see an opportunity. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai replied, Understood. I will report it to the army commanders. I'm exhausted, so I'll start healing now. Upon finishing her words, old ancestor Xianxia sat down on the bed with her legs crossed. The next instant her figure started shrinking. Barely several breaths of time later, she transformed from an adult to a young child that appeared some 7 or 8 years old. She looked just like the young girl in the marketplace in Yinyang Pass when Yang Kai saw her for the first time. It suggested that she was indeed in a better state than last time. Since the old ancestor had to recuperate, Yang Kai left the log house respectfully. At the entrance of the valley where Yang Kai had spread out his small universe, 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were responsible for standing guard, exchanged glances as they had received a message from Yang Kai via divine sense. One of them nodded. I'll inform the army commanders about it now. A moment later, aboard the purifying black ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the others listened to the report from the 7th Order Master. It was only then that they learned that the Black Ink clan could use their black ink nest to strengthen themselves in combat. Then they promptly told someone to head to Great Evolution Pass to share this piece of information with the North-South Army. Although the North-South Army wasn't supposed to launch an attack on Great Evolution Pass, they still had to immediately share such information with them. However, since it was a long journey, it would be at least a month later when the North-South Army received this intel. After the East-West Army's first clash with the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, they went on to coexist peacefully for the next 20 years. During this period of time, the humans never made a move. They had also stopped harassing the Black Ink clan with universe worlds. This silence only made the leaders of the Black Ink clan feel ill at ease. That was because it suggested that the humans were trying to accumulate enough strength before launching an even more violent assault than last time. The territory lords had the urge to take the initiative and launch an attack on the humans. However, the royal lord had given an order, so they wouldn't dare to make a rash move. In the beginning, with Che Kong as the leader, some of the territory lords still thought that it was better to defend the royal city than to launch an attack. Nevertheless, as time passed, even Che Kong felt that he had made a mistake by being too conservative. He should have derailed the humans' plan before they gained a strong foothold. Now that the humans had set up a forward base and the royal lord was badly injured, there wasn't a chance for the Black Ink clan to initiate an attack. It was too late now though, so they could only obey the royal lord's order and defend the royal city at all costs. No war broke out on the East-West Army's side for 20 years. On the other hand, over the past 20 years, the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass on several occasions. There were about 700,000 Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, including more than 20 territory lords and about 50 8th Order Black Ink disciples. It was a force to be reckoned with. The Black Ink clan had made countless arrangements in Great Evolution Pass over the last 30,000 years, and given their collective power, it wasn't hard for them to deal with a mere 30,000 human soldiers. The North-South Army had never shown any intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Be it the irritable Ouyang Lai or the measured Mi Jingluan, they both knew that it was no different from asking for death if they tried to assault Great Evolution Pass in such a situation. The humans had limited manpower, so they couldn't afford to suffer any unnecessary losses. Therefore, the North-South Army had set up camp about 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, just close enough to monitor the situation and ensure they could intercept any Black Ink clansmen that tried to leave the Great Pass. This made the Black Ink clansmen feel vexed. After the battle at the royal city 20 years ago, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass realized that they couldn't keep hiding in this place to enjoy the temporary peace. Once the royal city was destroyed, they couldn't possibly stay safe in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen learned about the battle, they began trying to leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the royal city to provide reinforcements. Given the fact that there were 700,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, more than 20 territory lords and about 50 8th Order Black Ink disciples, if they went all out, the humans would not be able to stop them. However, if they really did that, it would be akin to giving up Great Evolution Pass. Certainly, Territory Lord Hong Di wouldn't agree to it. After all, his Black Ink nest was located in Great Evolution Pass, so this place was practically his domain. As such, over the years, the Black Ink clansmen had been trying to come up with a solution to this problem. On one hand, they had to retain control of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, they had to send some people to the royal city to help their clansmen. For this reason, these Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass would try to circumvent the North-South army and head to the royal city every few years. Their first attempt took place half a year after the battle broke out in the royal city. That time, they had sent about 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers with more than 10 territory lords leading the way. They decided to set off on their journey from the back of Great Evolution Pass, even though that meant they had to make a large detour. The number of the Black Ink clansmen was the outcome of the territory lords' discussion. This number was neither big nor small, but they would be of great help to their clansmen if they managed to reach the royal city, while those that had stayed back were sufficient to protect Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans discovered their plan. Moreover, they seemed to have already expected it, as they despicably set up a lot of spirit arrays on the universe fragments where the Black Ink clansmen would have to pass by. When the Black Ink clan army arrived at the area that was full of those universe fragments, they were caught off guard by the spirit arrays that exploded all around them. The human soldiers, who were supposedly 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. The auras of dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters formed into a horrifying pressure and made them feel suffocated. Before both parties even clashed, the Black Ink clansmen had lost their will to fight. That was because they had already suffered a huge setback in the previous battle with the humans. Their exchange of moves this time couldn't be considered intense, and the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. The North-South army didn't go all out or initiate a pursuit this time, so both parties didn't suffer any major losses. After that, the North-South army and the Black Ink clan skirmished on several occasions, each time only testing each other out as the leaders of both parties acted with restraint. The longest fight they ever had only lasted for half a day, after which they respectively retreated. The shortest fight only lasted a cup of tea's time. During these clashes, perhaps 10,000 Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, while it was rare of any humans to be killed. After years of confrontation, the Black Ink clansmen finally came to the realization that they could not leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the royal city to help their clansmen before they could destroy the human army at their doorstep. Given such a situation, they could only keep on confronting one another and wait for any turn of events in the royal city. That change soon happened. 20 years had passed in the outside world, but the old ancestor, who had recuperated in Yang Kai's small universe for the past 80 years, had fully recovered once again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5249, Why is she so crazy? The injury that old ancestor Xianxia had suffered from was less severe this time, so it was easier for her to recover. However, this time she only wandered around within Yang Kai's small universe, unlike the previous time when she experienced a kind of life she never had. Therefore, it took her 80 years before she could fully recover. The moment the old ancestor was done recuperating, the humans mobilized again. 20 years had passed in the outside world. Other than getting some rest, the East-West army had also been preparing for the next battle so that when the old ancestor recovered, they could launch an attack on the royal city. Now the time had come. After an order was passed down, 16 universe worlds that had been properly set up began accelerating from somewhere deep in the void and headed straight to the royal city. In the meantime, the human warships started rising into the sky from the back of the forward base. Meanwhile, the old ancestor flew out towards the royal city on her own. This time she didn't take action along with the army. Instead, she decided to take the initiative to leave the forward base first. The same method wouldn't work twice, so the old ancestor decided to do something different this time and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. The Black Ink clansmen from the royal city had been closely monitoring the humans' forward base. However, the enemy had not made a move for the past 20 years. The humans' inaction made them feel ill at ease, as though there was an invisible blade hanging above their heads. The suspense made them feel distressed. When the human warships circled around the forward base and appeared in the void, the feudal lords who were responsible for monitoring the situation instantly noticed it. They promptly reported it to their higher-ups, and the news soon reached Che Kong. He stepped out of the cabin of his large ship and looked out from the deck. The human warships were indeed approaching them from a distance. Without hesitation, he said to the female territory lord who had been following him, "Keep monitoring the human soldiers. I'll return to the royal city to awaken the royal lord. The royal lord had previously suffered a loss because of the old ancestor's sneak attack. Therefore, when he returned, he told Che Kong that when the humans invaded the royal city next time, the latter had to immediately wake him so that he wouldn't be caught off guard again. He wouldn't have given such an order if he had a choice, as no Black Ink clansman was willing to be forcefully awakened when they were recuperating, for this would be disruptive to their recovery. This was especially true for a royal lord. Nevertheless, such drawbacks were inconsequential compared to the possibility of the old ancestor launching a sneak attack on him again. After all, when the old ancestor struck, the royal lord would immediately awaken anyway. Hence he would rather let his subordinate wake him up first so that he could get prepared. Certainly, Che Kong wouldn't dare to disobey the royal lord's order. However, since the human warships had just taken off, it would take them at least half a day before they would reach the royal city. Therefore, he reckoned that he wouldn't have to wake the royal lord in a hurry. After he spoke to the female territory lord, Che Kong immediately headed to the royal city. Nevertheless, not long after he left, he abruptly turned around. A dangerous aura was rapidly approaching, one that caused Che Kong and the female territory lord's expressions to change drastically. The old ancestor was already on her way. This was something they had never anticipated, as they all thought that the old ancestor would take action along with the human army, so it surprised them that she had made a move first. By the time they realized that the human soldiers were mobilizing, the old ancestor had already arrived near the royal city. With no time to mull over what the old ancestor was up to, Che Kong roared, "Enemy attack!" The next instant, a phantom-like figure crashed into the Black Ink clan soldiers who were just outside the royal city. As her violent world force surged, the entire void seemed to be boiling as though a burning piece of iron had fallen into cold water. When one of the most powerful human cultivators flared up at the Black Ink clan soldiers, ignoring her status completely, the damage she could cause was catastrophic. It was because there was practically no one who could stop her. Without the royal lord around, even the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were at risk of losing their lives. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives every breath. With the petite figure as the center, the Black Ink clansmen around her melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Many feudal lords and even some territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples lost their lives to this sneak attack. In just 10 breaths, some 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had been slaughtered. The Black Ink clan's formation had descended into chaos as the Black Ink clansmen instinctively cast their secret techniques at the figure, but their attempts were all futile. More often than not, they accidentally injured their own allies rather than hitting the enemy. Some of the Black Ink clansmen were killed by their own clansmen instead of the old ancestor, which was quite miserable. 10 breaths of time was all it took for many Black Ink clansmen to be laid to rest forever. Meanwhile, the same amount of time was sufficient for the royal lord to come to his senses. The old ancestor's power had burst forth just outside the royal city. Therefore, the royal lord could clearly sense it even though he was in a state of deep slumber. Before the old ancestor could cause more chaos and casualties to the Black Ink clan, the royal lord furiously shot out of the royal city, his form engulfed in thick Black Ink strength. Infuriated, he went all out and struck at old ancestor Xianxia, forcing her back. A hint of redness flashed through her fair face, but it soon disappeared. Hovering in the void, she stared at the royal lord from a distance. Her alluring eyes seemed able to see through the Black Ink strength and take in the fury and puzzlement behind the royal lord's gaze. The royal lord was indeed furious and puzzled. He was furious because only 20 years had passed, but this insane woman came to harass him again, interrupting his healing just like last time. On the other hand, he wondered if all humans were so crazy. He was certain that this woman hadn't fully recovered, as during their exchange just now, he could clearly sense some fluctuations in her aura. Certainly, he couldn't exclude the possibility that the other party was hiding her true power. However, that was practically impossible. With the help of his Black Ink nest, he had only healed some 30% of his injuries over the last 20 years. This old ancestor, whose secret art was unique and had far harsher conditions to satisfy, had to be in an even more terrible state. She had provoked him twice when she was still injured. Apparently, while she was in a horrible state, she also wouldn't let her opponent enjoy any peaceful days. Why was she so crazy? Although they were mutually wounded in the last two fights, that didn't mean they couldn't still fight. However, if she kept doing this, their foundations would be damaged even though they were respectively a royal lord and a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As he looked at the woman before his eyes, the image of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was in command of Great Evolution past 30,000 years ago, sprang to his mind. That person was equally mad. Otherwise he wouldn't have managed to drag the previous royal lord down with him even after suffering a severe wound due to a sneak attack. It seemed that the humans were indeed a horrifying race. These two most powerful masters stared at each other from a distance. Although there wasn't an exchange of words or moves, the silent pressure made the Black Ink clan soldiers too terrified to say anything. Gazing at the old ancestor, the royal lord asked, "What's the point of doing all this?" Although his question lacked any kind of context, the old ancestor understood what he meant. He felt that since both of them were injured, they should recuperate on their own and let the subordinates fight with one another. The result would be dependent on their subordinate strength and they shouldn't interfere. That would be fairer for both sides. What was the point of her provoking the royal lord when she was still injured? They would just end up being mutually wounded again and none of them would gain any advantage. Upon hearing that, Xiao put on a smile. Humans are weak, so we have no choice but to act a little crazy. As an old ancestor, I naturally have to put in more effort. Including this time, she had exchanged moves with the royal lord thrice, but it was the first time they had spoken to one another. The previous times, they directly clashed with one another without any attempt to communicate. The reason she was even willing to talk to him was that the East-West army was still on its way. If she could stall for time, it would be helpful for the humans who were planning to attack. As long as she was around, the Black Ink clansmen whose formation had been disrupted wouldn't be able to effectively reorganize themselves. The royal lord lowered his gaze. "Since you know that humans are weak, why don't you pledge loyalty to the Black Ink clan? The humans are destined to be ruled by the Black Ink clan one day. You're one of the most powerful of the humans, so I'm sure you're aware of it." Old ancestor Xiao snorted. "Stop boasting shamelessly. What makes you think the Black Ink clan will rule over the humans one day? Since time immemorial, the Black Ink clan has never been able to step out of the Black Ink battlefield. As long as humans still live, we will never let you succeed." The royal lord shook his head. "How obstinate." Old ancestor Xiao refuted. "We can never see eye to eye." The royal lord stopped persuading her as he turned to look at the human warships that were sailing towards the royal city from a distance. He then suggested by saying, "For today's war, why don't we watch from the sides and not interfere?" Honestly, even though he could derive energy from his Black Ink nest, he wasn't willing to fight with her today. That was because he hadn't recovered. Although he wouldn't be at a disadvantage by making use of the Black Ink nest's power, it would slow down his recovery considerably. Moreover, he didn't have the confidence to kill this woman, so the end result would only be a massive loss of resources and more wounds on his body. If he had the confidence to win, he would have directly made a move instead of talking to her. Although they had only exchanged moves a few times, he had come to realize that she was a difficult opponent to deal with. Upon hearing his suggestion, old ancestor Xiao shook her head. "No. Since I'm here, I'll not watch the fight and do nothing." The royal lord snapped, "Don't go too far." He had already conceded quite a bit to her by suggesting that they wouldn't have a hand in the battle on this day. After all, before he left the Black Ink nest, old ancestor Xiao had killed several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including some territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. He had decided not to settle accounts with her over this insult, but this woman still wouldn't agree to it. That was the reason he was enraged. The next instant, a puff of Black Ink strength appeared beside old ancestor Xiao. The Black Ink strength turned into a contorted face as it howled in silence. Although the howl was silent, it was as though it could penetrate a person's mind and cause them to fall into a state of restlessness. Even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would freeze for a moment after getting struck. It was apparently the royal lord's move. The instant the strange secret technique was cast, the royal lord charged towards old ancestor Xiao and pushed his palm. Old ancestor Xiao sneered, "You said we should just watch from the sides, but you didn't hesitate to make a move. You're indeed a typical royal lord, aren't you?" the royal lord snorted. Since you've already turned me down, all that's left to do is fight.